The Husky and His White Cat Shizun Chapter 126 to Chapter 164. Elder Yu Heng's exit from seclusion was naturally worthy of the entire sex celebration. However, Shui Jingyong knew that Chu Wanning did not like crowds and was not good with words. Thus, he had already arranged everything that needed to be said and done beforehand. Chu Wanning had originally been afraid that the banquet would be somewhat awkward, but later found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Although Shui Jingyong was a burly man, he had a clever mind and understood the situation very well. In front of all the elders and many disciples, he said a few heartfelt words. However, he did not say much and did not appear to be emotional. Instead, it was very moving. Only Elder Luzuan was less perceptive and shouted with a smile. "Yu Heng, today is a festive day. Why are you still so cold? You should say a few words as well. There are some new disciples here who have never seen your face." Shui Jingyong blocked for him. "Luzuan, I've already helped Yu Heng say what he wanted to say. Why do you have to drag him to say more nonsense? That's not the same. He should at least say a few words." "But it's fine." Shui Jingyong still wanted to say something but was interrupted by a cold and deep voice. "Since there are new disciples, I will say a few words." As Chu Wanning spoke, he stood up from his seat. He looked around the main lobby and saw that several thousand people were looking at him. However, Mo Ran had not arrived yet. Chu Wanning thought for a moment and said, "The South Peak's Red Lotus Pavilion has many mechanical weapons. In order to prevent accidental injuries, I ask all new disciples not to trespass if there is no reason." Everyone sank into silence. Luzuan could not help but ask, "Are you done?" "I'm done." As Chu Wanning spoke, he lowered his eyes and lowered his head. He flicked his sleeves and sat down. Everyone sank into an even longer silence. Most of the new disciples were pondering. They thought to themselves, was coming back from the dead 5 years after death an experience that a mortal would have? No matter what, he should talk about his feelings in his heart, or thank his savior, or something like that. But why did this person seem to be reading out a dogma and end it with just one sentence? This was too insincere. The older disciples could not help but chuckle. A few of them whispered to their companions beside them, "It's Elder Yu Heng. He hasn't changed. He still speaks as little as ever." "Pfft, that's right. She has a bad temper and is impatient. Apart from her pretty face, she can't do anything else." Since there were so many people around and Chu Wanning couldn't hear them, someone joked. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned to look at the white-robed man sitting next to Shui Jingyong. The banquet began. In addition to spicy Sichuan dishes, there were many exquisite pastries and Jiangnan dishes that were deftly arranged. The table was bustling with noise and excitement. Shui Jingyong also opened about 100 jars of the best pear blossom white wine and distributed it to each table. The amber-colored wine was poured to the brim. Chu Wanning was eating her 4th lion's head with crab powder when suddenly a large bowl with a big mouth was placed right in front of her eyes. "Yu Heng. Drink a cup. This is a bowl." "Aya, who cares if it's a cup or a bowl, drink it. It's your favorite pear blossom wine." Shui Jingyong's thick eyebrows were dyed bright with happiness. "When it comes to your alcohol tolerance, I, Shui Jingyong, am the first to admit defeat. You really can't get drunk after 1,000 cups. You can't get drunk after 10,000 cups. Come. Let me toast you with this first cup." Chu Wanning smiled. He raised the big bowl and clinked it with Shui Jingyong's. "Since the Great Lord says so, I'll drink this first cup." He finished it in one gulp and flipped the bowl over for Shui Jingyong to see. Shui Jingyong was overjoyed, but his eyes reddened. Good. 5 years ago, you asked me for a jar of excellent pear blossom wine in the cellar. I didn't want to give it to you. Later, I regretted it very much. I thought I would never. His voice grew softer. He suddenly raised his head and exhaled deeply. Then, he said loudly, "Let's not talk about it anymore. There's no need to talk about it anymore. If you like it in the future, the entire cellar of pear blossom wine will be yours. I'll let you drink good wine for the rest of your life." Chu Wanning smiled. Okay, I'll make a profit. While they were talking, Shui Meng was talking to someone in a corner for a long time. Suddenly, Shui Meng dragged that person over. The two of them bowed in front of Chu Wanning. Shizun. Shui Meng raised his head. His youthful face was dignified. Shizun. That person also raised his head, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, like a cloud emerging from the mountain. If it wasn't Shirmei, who else could it be? Shirmei said shamefully, disciple was in Wuchang Town's doctor's clinic today. I couldn't leave and only came to see Shizun now. I'm really ashamed. Please forgive me, Shizun. It's fine. Chu Wanning lowered his eyes and carefully looked at Shirmei for a while. Although his face was indifferent, he suddenly felt a strange sense of loss in his heart. This person, who was Mo Rant's favorite, had grown into a peerless beauty. If it was said that 5 years ago, Shirimo was still a beauty, then now, he was like a bunch of epiphyllum blooming in the middle of the night. The tender green petals could no longer hide the whiteness inside. The fragrant petals trembled as they peeked out, making everything around them pale in comparison. He had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. His eyes were as soft as spring water. The curve of the bridge of his nose was extremely soft. If it was a bit more, it would be too fierce, but if it was a bit less, it would be too weak. His lips were bright red and full, like cherries soaked in dew. The words he spat out were sweet and soft. Shizun, disciple misses you very much. He rarely expressed his emotions so openly. Therefore, Chu Wanning couldn't help but be startled. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Shirmei's eyes were red. He was deeply moved, making Chu Wanning feel a little ashamed. Why would he be jealous of Shirming Jing? He was older than the younger generation by so many years. He was in a high position. Why would he be jealous of Shirming Jing? Thinking of this, Chu Wanning nodded and said indifferently, both of you can stand up. After getting permission, the two disciples stood up. Chu Wanning had already calmed down, but when he glanced at Shirmei, he was suddenly stunned. Shirmei was taller than Shui Meng? This comparison made Chu Wanning choke. He coughed twice and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He was taller by more than a little. But this made Shirmei's figure even better. His shoulders were broad, his waist was thin, and his legs were long. There was an indescribable exquisiteness and elegance. His hair was long and thin. He didn't look like the weak youth he was in the past. Chu Wanning's face couldn't help but sink. He felt that he had lost a little too miserably. But, forget it. Anyway, he couldn't say his feelings for Mo Ran until his death. It was even more impossible for him to say it in the future. As for Mo Ran, that guy chased him to the ends of the earth, but he couldn't tell that he liked him. In the future, it was even more impossible for him to tell. The two of them could be master and disciple for life. Their friendship was deep, so it wasn't impossible. As for the other things, it couldn't be forced. Just forget about it. Shui Meng suddenly blushed. He elbowed Shirmei and gave him a look. Shirmei was helpless. He said softly, "Do you really want me to go?" "Yes, it's more suitable for you to go. But these things were prepared by you for 5 years, young master. It's awkward because they were prepared by me. You go. Besides, didn't you bring back some of the other things today?" "Okay." Shirmei sighed. He couldn't persuade Shui Meng. He could only take a large rosewood wood stick from Shui Meng's hands behind his back. He held it with both hands and walked in front of Chu Wanning, who was sitting down and eating the lion's head. "Shizun, young master, and I have prepared some gifts for the past 5 years. They are all small gifts. I hope Shizun will accept them." Shui Meng listened from behind. His face became redder and redder. In order to hide his panic, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and turned his head leisurely. He pretended that he suddenly had a strong interest in the carved pillars of the Meng Pahlavi. Normally, it was impolite to open the gifts given by others. However, as their Shizun, Chu Wanning wasn't willing to accept things that were too expensive. Hence, he thought for a while and asked, "What are they?" "They are some small trinkets that we bought from everywhere." Shirmei was extremely intelligent. How could he not understand Chu Wanning's intentions? Hence, he said, they aren't worth much. If Shizun is worried, you can open them when you go back and take a look. However, Chu Wanning said, there's no difference between going back and now. Open them. No, no, no. Don't open them. Shui Meng was stunned for a moment. He immediately rushed over to snatch the box. However, Chu Wanning had already opened the box. He even glanced at him indifferently. You ran so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling? Shui Meng. Sure enough, it was stuffed to the brim with all sorts of interesting little objects. There were some intricately embroidered hairbands, ingenious hairbands, and divine jade hooks. Chu Wanning casually picked up a bottle of calming pills. Under the candlelight, the insignia of the cold scale divine hand shone brightly. This box of items was priceless. Chu Wanning really didn't know what to say. He raised his phoenix eyes and glared at Shui Meng. Shui Meng's face turned even redder. Shui Jingyong was amused. He said, since Meng is so considerate, Yuhing, just accept them. In any case, the other elders have already prepared gifts for you. They're all worth quite a bit. It won't hurt to add one more. Chu Wanning said, Shui Meng is my disciple. In other words, he wasn't willing to accept so many things as a disciple. But these are the most suitable things for Shizun that I've seen in these 5 years. When Shui Meng heard this, he became anxious. I've only used the money I earned. I didn't spend a single cent of father's money. Shizun, if you don't accept them, he'll feel uncomfortable and won't be able to sleep. Shui Jingyong spoke for his son. He might even go on a hunger strike. Chu Wanning. He really didn't know how to talk to this father and son pair. Thus, he lowered his head to look at the box again. Suddenly, he saw an even smaller wooden box lying among the pile of things. This is. He took it out and opened it. There were 4 clay dolls lying inside. He didn't quite understand. He raised his eyes and glanced at Shui Meng, only to see that Shui Meng's face was completely red, as if blood was about to drip out. Seeing that Chu Wanning was looking at him, he hurriedly lowered his head. He was such a handsome man, yet he acted like a young boy. Being stared at by his master, he lowered his eyes and lowered his head. He was indescribably shy. Chu Wanning asked, what is this? Shui Jingyong was also curious. Take it out and let us see. Don't want. Shui Meng held his forehead and weakly muttered. However, his father had already happily laid out the 4 little clay figurines. The 4 clay dolls were extremely ugly. Other than the fact that one of them was slightly taller and the other 3 were slightly shorter, it was almost impossible to tell the difference between them. This kind of work was clearly done by Shui Meng. It should be known that Shui Meng originally wanted to learn mecha techniques from Chu Wanning. In the end, after learning for a day, Chu Wanning made him change to knife techniques. There was no other reason than this brat not being able to accomplish anything in the entire afternoon at the Red Lotus Pavilion. Instead, he took a file and almost tore apart the mecha room. It was really hard for him to make clay dolls with such a pure heart. Shui Jingyong picked up one of the clay dolls and turned it around to look at it. He didn't understand it and asked his son, what are you making? Shui Meng stubbornly said, I just made it for fun. It's nothing. These black clay dolls really don't look good. The taller one is much prettier. It's painted white, muttered Shui Jingyong as he rubbed the doll's head with his thumb. Shui Meng said, don't touch it. But it was too late. The doll spoke. Uncle, don't touch it. Shui Jingyong. Chu Wanning. Shui Meng slapped himself and covered his eyes with his arm, unwilling to look. Shui Jingyong reacted after a long time. He laughed loudly, hey, Meng did you make Ran It's too ugly, ha 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 ha. Shui Meng angrily said, that's because he's ugly to begin with. Look at how I made Shizun. It's so pretty. As he spoke, his face turned red as he pointed at the white clay dolls. The white clay dolls' heads were brushed by his fingertips. They coldly humped and said, don't be impudent. Chu Wanning. Ha 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 ha. Shui Jingyong laughed until tears were about to flow out of his eyes. This is good, this is good. You even put some linging cotton in it, right? This little thing imitates Yu Hang's tone. It's quite similar. Ha 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 ha. Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves and said, nonsense. However, he still gently took back the 4 clay figurines and put them back into the box, placing them beside him. During this process, his face was expressionless. He appeared very calm and indifferent. But when he looked up again, there was a gentleness that had not faded from his eyes. I'll accept this. Take the rest back. You can use these things too. Master doesn't lack them. But, young master, Shizun wants you to take them back. Just take them back. Shirmei smiled and softly persuaded him. He lowered his voice and said, anyway, isn't this box of clay dolls the most the young master wants to give? Shui Meng's head was practically smoking. He angrily glared at Shirmei and kicked his feet. He bit his lip and didn't say anything. Shui Meng was a person who had been highly praised since he was young. There was nothing that he couldn't say or do. Because of this, his way of expressing his likes and dislikes was often very passionate and straightforward. Chu Wanning felt that he was very rare. This kind of directness was something he had never had. It was one of Shui Meng's most precious qualities. He was a bit envious. Unlike himself, he had never been an honest person. His heart missed him very much, but his mouth said that he didn't care. After his rebirth, although he was a bit better, that was it. He wouldn't change much. Rome wasn't built in a day. He felt that even if he used the rest of his life to change, he wouldn't be able to change much. If he changed too much, he probably wouldn't be him anymore. When the banquet was about to end, Mo Ran still hadn't returned. Chu Wanning was actually very depressed, but he didn't say anything. Although he really wanted to ask Shui Jingyong, he wanted to ask how Mo Ran wrote that letter today. He wanted to ask Shui Jingyong if he knew where Mo Ran was. But he held the wine cup and drank cup after cup. His knuckles were pale. The wine burned into his lungs, but it didn't burn his heart until it was warm enough. It was warm enough to turn his head and ask when he would return. Chu Wanning did not ask, and Shui Jingyong did not mention it either. The supremacy at the peak of life and death drank a little too much. He was dizzy and could not speak properly. He suddenly came closer and stared at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning, you're not happy. No. You're angry. No. Chu Wanning said. Who made you unhappy? Chu Wanning. Ask? If he asked, he would feel much better. Maybe Mo Ran did not say that he would definitely come back tonight. Maybe he said that he would try his best to come back tonight, but Shui Jingyong made a mistake when he repeated it, or Shui Jingyong remembered it wrongly. Chu Wanning looked outside the door. The night was dark. The banquet was about to end, and the banquet was going to be cold. On the first day he came out of seclusion, Mo Ran did not come back. All the disciples at the peak of life and death were there. Even those he did not know the names of, or even those he had never seen before, were there. He was the only one missing. Without him, the banquet was incomplete. There were so many crab meat meatballs, osmanthus, lotus root, and pear blossom white fragrant snow wine, but it was not enough. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the distance, near the entrance of the main lobby. Aya! Look! What's that outside? What's that in the sky? More and more people gathered around. Everyone in the house could hear the crackling noises and the thunderous booms of spring thunder. People walked out of their houses and stood on the grass in front of Mengpa Hall. They raised their heads and looked at the fiery trees and silver flowers in the night sky. The river of stars shattered into little fireflies, blooming magnificently in the sky and fluttering down. Fireworks. Those young disciples were beaming with joy. Their youthful faces were illuminated by the flickering firelight, and their eyes reflected the broken stars in the sky. It's so beautiful. I've never seen such huge fireworks before, not even during the New Year. Chu Wanning also slowly walked out of the hall. He was not in a good mood. Even though Shui Jingyong had prepared such a splendid fireworks festival, he was still unable to get rid of the heaviness in his heart even though he was grateful. Whoosh, a sharp whistle pierced the clouds and penetrated the moon. He raised his head slightly, and a beam of golden red flowing light shot into the sky like an arrow. So pretty. If that person was also here. Bang! When that dazzling star rose to the same height as the Wu Go, it suddenly exploded. Millions of sparkling and translucent golden lights converged into a stream. Thus, the Milky Way lost its color and the Moon Palace lost its light. The fireworks were like a tree of begonia, blowing down like snow, like the sparkling waves of a vast river. Chuaning slowly closed her eyes amidst the dazzling lights and lively atmosphere. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Master for coming out of seclusion. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind him. Every word was clear and sharp. Chuaning suddenly trembled, as if there was a thorn in his back, as if there was a charcoal fire in his throat. His heartbeat lost its speed, and his blood flowed freely. He couldn't breathe, and suddenly turned his head. Behind him stood a few disciples who had just walked out of the Mengpo lobby. They were all looking at the sky in astonishment. Someone recited. Gradually, there was more than one person reciting. Everyone felt that it was a novelty. Those young disciples, male and female, stood alone or in groups of 3 or 5. They all looked at the splendid night sky and recited this sentence. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Master for coming out of seclusion. Every word was gentle like the tide, like the ravings of a dream. Every sentence was firm like a boulder, like a thousand-catty mountain. Chuaning suddenly raised his head. The fireworks in the night sky flowed and flickered due to the spiritual power. They formed this sentence in such a splendid and huge formation. The fireworks condensed into a grand tide that could be seen from hundreds of miles away. The colorful stars seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and thousands of mountains, separated by the past, rushing towards him in this never-ending night. That person's joy, sorrow, longing, and guilt also rushed towards him in this never-ending night. He felt that he had suddenly become a driftwood in the sea. The seawater was him in the underworld, in front of the Ghost King Palace. When Mo Ran suddenly hugged him, his eyes were warm, passionate, and resolute. He had nowhere to run. His surroundings were filled with that person's murmurs, that person's laughter, that person's deep feelings. Chuaning didn't want to care about what kind of deep feelings it was, whether it was the master and disciple relationship or something else. It was enough as long as there were feelings. Mo Ran still didn't make it back in time before the banquet ended. Even if he traveled day and night, even if he didn't stop, he still had a long way to go. Fortunately, he still had the communication fireworks made by Xuanji Elder in his backpack. He was afraid that something would happen to him outside, so he used it in an emergency. It was a work of art. It could condense spiritual power to write on a piece of paper, put it in a scroll and ignite it. Then the written words would be released into a huge firework. Even if it was far away, it could still be seen at the peak of life and death. This firework was very expensive and extremely difficult to make, but Mo Ran didn't care at all. He only hoped that his Shizun wouldn't be angry. Even if it was thousands of mountains. And tens of thousands of rivers, even if it was drowning. He also wanted Chuaning to hear these words. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Shizun on coming out of seclusion. 4 hours later, the banquet ended. When he returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion, it was already late at night. Chuaning smelled of alcohol and felt uncomfortable. He wanted to take a bath, but the weather had already turned cold. The lotus pond in the Red Lotus Pavilion was too cold. He took a bath yesterday and almost froze his body. He thought for a while, then went back to his room to get a change of clothes and a wooden basin. He then walked to the Wonderful Sound Pool. The Wonderful Sound Pool was a bathhouse shared by the entire sect. He had only taken a bath here a few months ago when he had just arrived at the peak of life and death. It was already very late at this time. Not many people would take a bath here. Chuaning raised his hand and lifted the thin curtain of the bath. He walked in. Many places in the peak of life and death had been renovated, but the Wonderful Sound Pool hadn't. It was surrounded by high-tiled walls. After entering the door, he first had to pass through a winding corridor with floating gauze curtains. When he reached the end, he saw 6 narrow wooden steps painted with tung oil. Everyone who went to take a bath would take off their shoes and socks before walking down the wooden steps. Therefore, he only needed to take a look here to know how many people were in the pool. When Chuaning took off his shoes and socks, he also paid attention. He found that there was only one pair of boots here. The boots were quite big and a bit dirty, but they were placed neatly in the corner. They weren't thrown away randomly just because the place was empty. Chu Wanning thought, who is it? Coming to take a bath this late. But he didn't think too much about it. He hugged a small wooden basin and walked barefoot down the steps. He brushed aside the last curtain at the end of the walkway and went down to the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with mist and rosy clouds. There was a huge hot spring here. Following the rise and fall of the terrain, it created an extremely wide waterfall, which gave off a muffled rumbling sound. Hazy steam and dense white smoke stretched out from the pool and floated into the air, spreading to every corner and every inch of space. Because the mist was too thick, everything here was blurry. People had to be very close to each other in order to see each other's faces clearly. Chu Wanning walked on the smooth Yuhua stone path. He passed through the overlapping and heavy peach trees and arrived at the nearest bathhouse. There was a short rack carved out of blue stone, which was specifically used to store washing items. He placed his small wooden basin and robe on top of it. Then, he took off his clothes and slowly walked into the pool. So warm. He couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to squeeze into the bathhouse with so many people and didn't want to take a bath in the middle of the night every day, he really would find the Red Lotus Pavilion cold and simple. After all, Shui Jingyong was a meticulous person. He was the one who oversaw the construction of the wonderful sound pool. There were flowers by the pool, flourishing all year round. At the end of the pool was a waterfall for washing. If he got tired of soaking, he could lie down in a small wooden pavilion nearby and use the geothermal stone to press his meridians and acupoints. Compared to the hasty bath he took yesterday at the Red Lotus Pavilion, this place was far too comfortable. Chu Wanning forgot for a moment and felt somewhat happy. Seeing that there was no one around, he stretched out his slender body and swam straight to the waterfall. Splash! He had just floated out of the water and wiped his face. The faint smile on his face had not yet disappeared when he suddenly saw a man with his back to him, showering under the intense waterfall. The sound of the waterfall was so loud that even though Chu Wanning was so close, he didn't hear the other person's movements. He was afraid that if he had floated up just a bit later and continued to swim forward, his fingertips would have touched that man's legs. Fortunately, he stopped at the edge of the cliff and got up, so he didn't touch the other person. However, this distance was still somewhat rude. He was almost standing behind that man. The man was very tall, much taller than Chu Wanning. His skin was tanned to a honey-colored, appearing very wild. His shoulders were broad and straight, and his shoulder blades moved with the movement of his arms. They were like golden mountains, containing an unstoppable force. His muscles weren't exaggerated, but they were firm and well-proportioned. The water splashed against his body. Some of the water strands converged into streams on the wide open field, while others splashed in all directions. Some seemed to be infatuated with his body, willingly turning into a thin layer of water that covered his body, inseparable from him. Chu Wanning was used to being cold, so when had he ever seen such a hot body? His ears immediately turned red, and he hurriedly turned around to leave. However, whether it was because the bottom of the pool was too slippery or because his footsteps were unsteady, he actually staggered and fell into the pool, creating a large splash. Cough cough. This time, Chu Wanning's face turned red from embarrassment. Because of his panic, he choked on several mouthfuls of water. When he thought about how this water was the bathwater of that guy behind him, he became even more angry and disgusted. He couldn't be bothered to remain calm, and hurriedly tried to stand up from the water. He was the Grand Elder Yu Heng, how could he? Suddenly, a smooth, strong hand supported him, pulling the flustered and embarrassed Chu Wanning out of the rushing water. That man was clearly alarmed by his movements. "Are you okay?" The man grabbed his arm, his voice low and slow. The difference in height allowed the man to speak with his head lowered, and his breath brushed past Chu Wanning's ears. "The stones here are very slippery, so be careful." Chu Wanning's ears turned even redder. He could almost feel that the man's chest was just behind him, just a foot away. Rise and fall, rise and fall. When he was down, he was soft-hearted and spared his life. When he was up, he was so hostile, almost sticking to his back. Chu Wanning was ashamed and angry at the same time. When had he ever been in contact with someone like this? Abruptly shaking off the man's hand, Chu Waning's face was gloomy, but his gaze was evasive. I'm fine. The sound of the waterfall was very loud, washing away Chu Waning's voice. But for some reason, after hearing him speak, the man suddenly trembled, and his entire person froze. He slightly raised his hand, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't have the courage to say it. While he was hesitating, Chu Waning had already walked a little further away. He stepped in, or rather, hid under the curtain of water that was boiling with excitement. Chu Waning's heart was beating very fast, and his face was a little red from anger. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the man was still standing in the same place like a mountain. His body seemed to be a little stiff. Chu Waning didn't look at him directly, but he could feel that the man's naked and undisguised gaze was staring straight at him. It was like a sword that had just been taken out of the sword pool and was still shockingly hot. When it pierced through the waterfall, the water was vaporized by the sword and stabbed into his body. Chu Waning felt that he had been greatly offended for no reason. His expression became more and more ugly. He bit his lips and hid deeper into the waterfall. Unexpectedly, the man was an idiot. Chu Waning hid inside, and like a marionette, he followed her and took a step forward. Chu Waning was furious. This made him think that there were always a few perverted demons at the peak of life and death. In the past, there was even a woman who didn't sleep at night. She climbed to the roof of the Red Lotus Pavilion and secretly waited to watch him bathe. This memory made his scalp tingle. The arm that was grabbed by the man seemed to have goosebumps. Fortunately, he hid in the deepest part of the waterfall and ate the water droplets for a long time. Finally, the man seemed to have let him go. He returned to the waterfall and continued to bathe. Chu Waning suppressed the anger in his heart. He didn't want to stay in the waterfall any longer. He planned to finish bathing and leave as soon as possible. He reached for the towel on his shoulder, only to find that the towel, as well as the locust soap that was wrapped in it, had fallen into the water because of the earth-shattering fall. Just now. It had probably melted by now. Go ashore to get it? Walk naked under the man's nose? Chu Waning's face was not red now. His face was green. His thin lips were tightly pursed. He felt very humiliated. He didn't want to go. So he crossed his arms like a fool, leaned back against the rock, and continued to bathe himself in the deepest part of the waterfall. Chu Waning. The man. Suddenly, from afar, that person raised his voice and asked hesitantly, "Do you want honey? And the incense? We can't just keep charging like this, right?" Chu Waning closed his eyes but still didn't go out. He said coldly, "Throw it over." That person didn't throw it over, as if he felt that it was too rude and disrespectful to treat a stranger this way. Chu Waning waited for a while under the waterfall. Then, she saw a peach leaf carrying a locust and 2 incense sticks floating towards her. She used her spiritual energy to slowly float towards her. Chu Waning picked up the things and looked at them carefully. He was stunned. There was nothing wrong with Chinese soap, as everyone used the same ones. However, the person who used the incense had chosen the 2 scents of plum blossom and begonia, which were his favorite. He couldn't help but take another look at the tall figure hidden in the distance through the sparkling water curtain. The man asked him, "Do you want these 2 kinds?" Chu Waning said, "Not bad." The man did not speak again. The 2 of them were far apart, each with their own thoughts. They washed in silence. Chu Waning washed and felt a little more comfortable. Then, he carefully stood out from the depths of the waterfall. After all, the place where he was originally standing was too fast, and the rush made him uncomfortable. However, as soon as he came out, the man looked in his direction again. It was fine if he looked over, but Chu Wanning always felt that this guy's gaze was strange. It was as if he had something to say to her, but he was hesitating whether he should go forward. He stared at Chu Wanning until she felt goosebumps all over her body. After washing for a while, Chu Wanning couldn't stand it anymore, so he decided to leave first. Unfortunately, his clothes were at the entrance of the pool, so he had to go back the way he came to put them on. Chu Wanning had no choice but to brace himself, grit his teeth, and walk to the place where the man was standing. Unexpectedly, when she walked in front of the man and there was a short distance between them, the man suddenly moved as well. He tied up his long hair and swung his wet hair as he followed behind Xu Wanning, preparing to get out of the shower as well. The veins on Xu Wanning's forehead throbbed violently as he quickened his pace. Who would have thought that the man would be so shameless as he also quickened his pace? Xu Wanning. The golden light of Heaven's Inquisition was already flowing on his fingertips. The reason why he resisted summoning his weapon was not because he was afraid of injuring others, but because he felt that no matter what, he had to put on his clothes first before fighting. Therefore, he walked faster. This time, the man did not follow him. The man stopped. Xu Wanning heaved a sigh of relief, but halfway through, he couldn't even finish his sigh. Then he heard the man behind him say, "There's foam in your hair. Aren't you going to wash it clean?" Just as Xu Wanning was fuming, the man slowly walked over again. This time, he was very close, and his voice was very clear. He was right behind him. If Xu Wanning wasn't so angry, he should be able to recognize that although the voice had changed, it was still vaguely familiar. Unfortunately, his heart was filled with raging flames and turbulent currents. "You." The man still wanted to say something. Xu Wanning finally couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly turned around, and the golden light in his hand suddenly appeared. With a whoosh, he slammed it down on the man's face. His eyes were as bright as a knife. Xu Wanning was unable to restrain his anger. He couldn't wait to explode and kill him. "Are you crazy?" The light of Heaven's Inquisition split open the hazy mist and swept towards the man's chest. In an instant, the golden light illuminated the man's face. Xu Wanning saw a pair of eyes. They were bright, gentle, and shy. They were like fireflies in the galaxy, accompanied by the surging wind and clouds, but also like the calm water, hiding the past. Emoran? His hand wanted to stop, but it was too late. The willow vine hissed and struck Emoran's firm and smooth chest. Emoran groaned, but didn't make any sound. He only lowered his head for a while. When he raised his face again, there was still no resentment in his eyes. It was just that they were wet, as if they had just experienced a lingering rain. Xu Wanning suddenly withdrew his Heaven's Inquisition and stood stiffly in place. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Why didn't you dodge?" Emoran said, "Mas, Shizun." Xu Wanning was stunned. He had imagined many times when they would meet again, but he never thought that he would meet him at the wonderful sound pool, in the hot spring water. "What are you doing here? When did you come back?" "Just now." Emoran said softly, "I was in a hurry, and my body was too dirty. I couldn't look, so I wanted to take a bath first, then pay my respects to Shizun. I didn't expect." Xu Wanning was speechless for a while. They didn't expect. Both of them wanted to meet each other in a dignified and proper manner. Emoran probably wanted to appear in front of Xu Wanning immaculately and tidily. The result? Not only was it not proper, it was also ridiculous. Not only was it not dignified, it was also ridiculous. Not only was he not immaculately dressed, but he was also naked. Being clean and tidy barely met the criteria. If he wasn't so clean that he didn't even have clothes on, he wouldn't be wearing anything. "Shizun, it's really you." Emoran didn't care too much about this. For 5 years, Xu Wanning was asleep, and he was awake. To Xu Wanning, it was just a dream, but to him, it was more than 1,000 days. His feelings were far more complicated than Xu Wanning's. His eyes were slightly red, and he suppressed his surging emotions. "It's been so long, just now. I didn't dare to admit it. I felt that I recognized the wrong person, I even thought." Xu Wanning felt his brain buzzing, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, "If you weren't sure, why didn't you come and ask me yourself? Why did you follow behind me without saying anything?" "I also wanted to ask." Emoran said softly, "But it's been 5 years, suddenly. I seem to see Shizun right in front of me, I actually feel like I'm dreaming." Being close to home made him even more nervous, he didn't dare to ask the person. Most likely, when he saw his silhouette, he felt this way. In these 5 years, he had already dreamed too much, he was afraid that he would go crazy again, and wake up with tears on the pillow. The so-called meeting was just a false joy. Chu Waning's heart was in a mess, but she could only force herself to remain calm. It was really hard on her. Her heart was clearly wet, but she still had to dryly say, "What kind of dream could be this ridiculous?" Hearing Chu Waning's reply, Mo Ran was slightly startled at first, then he seemed to think of something. He pursed his lips, a halo flowing in the depths of his eyes. In fact, he originally didn't want to talk about that matter as soon as they met, but after hesitating, he felt that if he didn't take advantage of the fact that Chu Waning hadn't built up a wall yet to ask, it would be difficult to have another chance in the future. So he paused, then said, "Shizun doesn't remember?" "Don't remember what?" Mo Ran's eyes were dark, deep and bottomless. "You told me before, dreams that are too good are often not real." "That's only because..." Chu Waning suddenly paused, suddenly realizing that he had said this when Xianxia saved Mo Ran. Because at that time, his heart was really uncomfortable, so he said such a depressing sentence. After so long, he could still easily remember it. But how did Mo Ran know that the person who saved Xianxia was actually him? Could it be that Shirmei told him? Chu Waning raised his eyes to look at him, only to see that Mo Ran was also looking at him. At this time, he suddenly realized that Mo Ran wasn't sure of the truth at all. The reason he said this was only to observe his reaction. Mo Ran said softly, "So it really is Shizun." "Chu Waning." Mo Ran raised his hand. The skin on his chest was cut open, and blood seeped out. He smiled bitterly. "These years, I've always thought about the past, and wanted to know what Shizun had done for me. I thought about a lot of things, and then I also thought about the illusion at Xianxia. Shirmei has never directly called my name." He paused, then continued, "Those memories, the more I thought about them, the more painful it was. So I wanted to wait for Shizun to wake up and see you. There are many things that I want to ask you personally about. The thing that I want to ask the most is, Shizun, the person who saved me at the bottom of the pool, was actually you, right?" As Mo Ran said this, he walked towards him. Chu Waning wanted to retreat. Because he suddenly realized that Mo Ran was so tall, like a mountain. Every inch of his body seemed to contain a strength that could take a person's life. He suddenly realized that Mo Ran's eyes were so bright, like the rising sun falling into the two pools of spiritual light. Wherever the light rippled, it was full of multicolored light. Chu Waning felt flustered for no reason. He said, "It wasn't me." Mo Ran obviously didn't believe him. In his panic, Chu Waning grabbed onto another topic, as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. But because he was too shocked, too nervous, and too embarrassed, he even forgot that he had just asked this question, and Mo Ran had already answered him. He looked at the man whose chest he had cut open and said, "I accidentally injured you just now. Why didn't you dodge?" Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, his thick eyelashes drooped, and he smiled. "You said that the dream was too good to be true." He also answered again. After a pause, he seemed to murmur, "I wanted to feel pain. If it hurts, it can't be fake." He had already walked over and stood in front of Chu Waning. It was probably because of this sudden reunion that the joy and gentleness in his heart, as well as pity and sorrow, surpassed everything else. Mo Ran didn't think of anything else, didn't let his imagination run wild. He even forgot that he should maintain a proper distance from Chu Waning, a distance that a master and disciple should have. But he didn't. When love was deep, he would always remember that the person in front of him was Waning, not Shizun. Mo Ran's eyes became more and more wet and red. He smiled and raised his arm. "I think I was splashed by the water just now." As he said this, he wiped his face and eyes. Chu Waning looked up at him in a daze. Because he had been looking forward to Mo Ran's return for a long time, he was slightly more clear-headed than Mo Ran. But it was precisely because of this trace of clear-headedness that he had extra thoughts to pay attention to the current state of the two of them. They were wearing nothing and standing face to face as they spoke. Mo Ran was still so close to him. If he moved forward a little more, he could hug him just like in the world of spirits and souls. He didn't want to look up at Mo Ran's handsome face, but when he looked down a few inches, he saw tall and straight shoulders and broad chest. The blood from the Heaven's Inquisition slowly dissipated, and the water droplets that had yet to dry trembled slightly with Mo Ran's breathing. Chu Waning didn't even know if this sturdy chest was hotter, or the water was hotter. He only felt that the surroundings were filled with Mo Ran's breath, and he was about to lose his soul. Shizun, I what? Before Mo Ran could say anything, he saw Chu Wanning suddenly turn around and run. He was stunned. He was really running. It was the first time he saw Chu Wanning in such a hurry to run away, as if there was something behind him that could take his life and chew up his soul. I really miss you. Mo Ran stood in the same place. Because of inertia, he said this sentence in a daze, and then pursed his lips. Why did he have to run? Mo Ran felt a little wronged. When he got ashore, he saw Chu Wanning, whose face was alternating between green and red, and he couldn't help but feel even more wronged. Shizun, he muttered. Chu Wanning ignored him. Shizun. Chu Wanning still ignored him and wrapped his waist. Shizun. What are you doing? After putting on his clothes with great difficulty, Chu Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his face and reason had returned to his flesh and blood with the cover of the robe. He raised his sword-like eyebrows angrily, and his pair of sharp phoenix eyes glared fiercely at the traitorous disciple who dared to be taller than him. What can't we talk about outside? You're talking to me naked, what do you think you look like? Mo Ran was a little embarrassed. He curled his hand into a fist and coughed. I don't want to be naked either. Then why don't you put on your clothes first? Mo Ran paused, and his gaze shifted to the side. He looked at the peach blossom tree next to him and said. It's like this. He took a deep breath, and finally made up his mind to say it. Shizun, you're wearing my clothes. After saying this, Mo Ran stared at the swaying peach blossoms, and his face turned a little red. In a short moment, Chu Wanning's mind was in turmoil. Wind and rain intersected, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and black clouds splashed. To take them off or not to take them off? This was a deadly question. Not taking them off seemed to be inappropriate. He already knew that he was wearing the wrong clothes. He couldn't pretend that he didn't hear Mo Ran's words just now, could he? Take them off. How could he have the face? He had put on the clothes with great difficulty. He couldn't take them off one by one in front of Mo Ran. There was a strange silence. Mo Ran said, however, I washed these clothes very well. If Shizun doesn't mind, then, wear them. Chu Wanning said, N. Mo Ran sighed in relief. He had always been a bit slow. When he spoke just now, he didn't realize that Chu Wanning had already put on more than half of his clothes. If he reminded him at this time, would he be forcing Shizun to take off his clothes in front of him? That scene only lightly ignited a cluster of sparks in Mo Ran's heart, but it burned him. His face turned even redder. Fortunately, he was used to running around outside these years. He was no longer as soft and tender as he was when he was young. His wheat-colored skin was not easy to see, but he felt that the sound of his heartbeat was a bit loud. He had a guilty conscience and was afraid that Chu Wanning would hear it. So he hurriedly lowered his head to take Chu Wanning's clothes and put them on. After tidying up his clothes, the two looked at each other and fell into another layer of awkwardness. It didn't fit. Mo Ran wore Chu Wanning's clothes. It was obviously a bit tight. The lapels couldn't be folded and the lapels were open, revealing a large area of tight honey-colored chest muscles. Half of his legs were exposed. It looked like he was stretched too thin and had an indescribable grievance. Chu Wanning's situation wasn't any better. He was wearing Mo Ran's outer robe, and the ends of the robe were touching the ground. Not only did it cover his entire feet, it even dragged on the ground. A section of the white robe was draped over his back like a cloud of smoke. He looked quite handsome and proper, but this meant that he was now much shorter than Mo Ran. Chu Wanning was a little hurt. He pulled a long face and said, "Let's go." It meant, "I'm leaving." Mo Ran didn't understand and thought that he was inviting him to go with him, so he nodded and took the initiative to get a wooden basin and a change of clothes for his Shizun and eagerly followed behind him. Chu Wanning. The two of them walked to the entrance of the bath and pulled open the curtain. The outside was not as cool as the hot springs nearby, and it was a little cooler. Chu Wanning couldn't help but shiver. Mo Ran saw this and asked, "Are you cold?" "Not cold." By now, how could Imoran not know that he was being stubborn, so he smiled and said, "I'm a little cold." As he said this, he raised his hand and twisted it in the air. A red glow leaped out of his palm, and a layer of cold-dispelling enchantment instantly enveloped the two of them. The enchantment was very beautiful. It flowed with brilliance, and there were fine flower marks at the top. Chuaning raised his head and looked, his expression unreadable. "Not bad, you've improved. Not as good as Shizun. It's about time. The cold-dispelling enchantment that I made may not be better than this." Chuaning looked at it attentively for a while, looking at the faint flower marks on the light array, and said, "The peach blossoms are very beautiful. They are high tang." Chuaning's heart trembled slightly, and a ripple appeared in the depths of his eyes. Emoran said, "The flower has 5 petals." Chuaning sneered. Out of habit, he wanted to cover the wavering in his eyes, so he pretended to be calm, and even a little mocking. "Learning from me?" Unexpectedly, the man's gaze was pure and straightforward. He looked at him magnanimously and nodded. "I didn't learn well. I made a fool of myself in front of Shizun." Chuaning was a little speechless. The two of them walked side by side in silence. After walking for a while, Chuaning didn't want to stand beside him, so his pace quickened. Emoran followed behind and suddenly asked, "Shizun, I didn't make it back in time for the banquet. Are you angry?" "No." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" "Then why are you walking so fast?" Of course, Chuaning couldn't say, "Because you're too tall." He was silent for a while, looked at the sky, and said, "Because it seems like it's going to rain soon." In the end, he jinxed it. Not long after he finished speaking, in the originally gloomy sky, droplets of water really fell, scattering into the beaded curtain. Emoran smiled. His smile was still as good-looking as it was 5 years ago. Because it had a little more sincerity, it looked particularly dazzling. Chuaning stared at him. "What are you giggling about?" "Nothing." Emoran's dimples were very deep, very sweet. The young man was very tall, but his eyelashes fluttered. When he looked back at him, he was very obedient, without the slightest bit of arrogance. He was even a little shy as he said, "It's just that I haven't seen Shizun in a long time. Now that I see you, I'm very happy." Chuaning looked at him, at the dimples on his cheeks. He originally thought that these 2 pools of sweetness would always belong to Shi Mingjing, but later he found that this was not the case. It turned out that as long as he paid with his life, he could actually get a jar by luck. Chuaning scolded him. "Idiot." Emoran's eyelashes drooped down, long and slender. He really did laugh like a fool. Because of this, Emoran accidentally stepped on the hem of his clothes that he had been carefully avoiding. Chuaning lowered his head and looked at the ground, then looked at him. His expression was dignified, but he did not say anything. Emoran was very straightforward. "These clothes are a little too big for Shizun." He really had to touch a sore spot. Emoran sent Chuaning all the way back to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. Chuaning was actually a little unused to it. He was used to coming and going by himself. He rarely had the opportunity to share an umbrella with others, whether it was an oil paper umbrella or a barrier umbrella. So when he was halfway there, he stopped and said, "I'll do it myself. It's just a barrier." Emoran was stunned. "You're walking well, why? How can a master let a disciple hold an umbrella?" "But Shizun has done many things for me." Emoran was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "In these 5 years, I've been hoping to become better every day. Because Shizun knows everything and can do everything by himself. I just want to know a little more than Shizun. This way, Shizun can use me and repay Shizun. After training for so long, I still feel like I can't repay Shizun's kindness in this lifetime. So." He lowered his head, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists by his legs. The rain on the ground gradually gathered into a stream, and the water splashed again and again. "So in the future, you should leave small matters like holding an umbrella to me." Chuaning did not say anything, and looked at him quietly. "I want to hold an umbrella for Shizun for the rest of my life." Chuaning felt his heart burn. It was clearly such a heartwarming sentence, but when he heard it, he suddenly felt like crying. After going through so much pain, he would not easily show weakness. He was like a traveler who had walked for a long time, and finally found a place to stay, a place to lie down and rest. He fell, and his bones felt like they were falling apart. In this lifetime, Emoran was 22 years old this year. Someone once said that after a person turned 20, the time they saw was different from before. Before 20, 3 years, 5 years, they all seemed so long that they could call it a lifetime. But after 20 years, they would begin to feel that time was rushing by, that the dead would not return, and that everything was in a rush. He said that he wanted to stop in this rush and hold an umbrella for him. Chu Wanning had received too little warmth in her life. When such kindness suddenly filled her chest, she only felt that it was very painful. He looked at Emoran, at the man with his head lowered. He suddenly said, "Emoran, look at me." The man raised his face. Chu Wanning said, "Say that again." Emoran looked at him. To Chu Wanning, this face was still somewhat unfamiliar. It was different from those people in his memory, from those ridiculous drunken dreams of the past. He was gentle, steady, and resolute. He had the passion of fire and the strength of iron. His two eyes met Chu Wanning's gaze. There was no hesitation, no flicker in them. The last time Chu Wanning had looked at him 5 years ago, he was still a young man who had yet to shed his childishness. In the blink of an eye, he had become such a handsome and resolute man. This man knelt down on one knee in front of him, raised his head, and said, "Shizun, I want to hold an umbrella for you for the rest of my life." Chu Wanning stared at him in a daze, looking at his pitch-black eyebrows, his handsome face, his bright eyes, his high nose. He had already grown into an extremely fine pine and cypress tree, standing at the same height as him, and then surpassing him. One day, Chu Wanning, this tree that had stood tall in the wind and rain for far too long, suddenly woke up from a dream. He blinked and saw that the rain had stopped, the clouds had dispersed, and in the fresh and tender morning sun, there was a tree that was taller than him, even more resolute, standing erect next to him. When the wind blew, specks of golden light appeared, and tens of thousands of pines rustled. This tree said that it would accompany him for the rest of his life. Until they fell, until the sick tree withered, no more branches. In the future, every spring, summer, autumn, and winter, he would no longer be alone. Chu Wanning stared at him and suddenly understood. Emoran was no longer that blood-stained, inexperienced disciple that he had carried back from Colored Butterfly Town 5 years ago. He stood in the rain, standing under the barrier of fluttering begonia flowers. For the first time, he carefully examined Emoran without missing a single inch. He examined the life this man had promised him. Then, Chu Wanning's heartbeat suddenly sped up. He suddenly realized that Emoran's current appearance was actually so captivating. From the arched nose, to his lips, from the sharp lines of his chin, to his Adam's apple. If it was said that he only loved Emoran deeply in the past, he could still hide it. But today, when they met again, he felt that this man had become a fire that could easily ignite this pile of dry wood. The fire that could cover the sky and cover the sun could almost burn the sky. He felt that the lava that had always been sleeping in his heart was awakening, stretching its muscles and bones in the abyss, ready to erupt violently at any time. That lava was going to destroy the reserved, arrogant, and ascetic nature that he had always been proud of. Everything would be burned to ashes. Burned to ashes. Chu Wanning's breathing was a bit heavy, his throat a bit dry. He was not willing to admit defeat like this, so he made things difficult for him. He suppressed the fire in his heart and still asked lightly, "Forever?" "Forever. I may walk very quickly and not care about you. It doesn't matter, I'll chase. I may also stand and not want to walk. I'll stand with Shizun." Chu Wanning was very anxious by his unthinking answer. He flicked his sleeve and said, "Then what if I can't walk? I'll carry you." Chu Wanning. Emoran was stunned for a moment. He felt that it was a bit disrespectful and abrupt, so he opened his eyes wide and waved his hand anxiously, "I'll carry you." Chu Wanning's heart beat faster and faster. He had to do all he could to suppress his desire to help this man up and touch him. This restlessness made him frown. He looked very anxious and a bit angry. "Who wants you to carry me?" Emoran opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. His Shizun was so hard to please. He couldn't carry her on his back or hug her. He couldn't carry her, let alone drag her. He was very stupid. He didn't know how to make Chu Wanning happy. So he lowered his head in disappointment, like a dog abandoned. He whispered, "Then I won't walk. If you want to get wet, I'll accompany you." Chu Wanning was forced to do nothing by this tight entanglement. He was a person who was used to being independent, so he almost said without thinking, "I don't want you to accompany me." Emoran finally did not speak. From Chu Wanning's angle, he could only see his broad forehead, dark eyebrows, and 2 rows of long eyelashes. They hung down like a curtain of fog, slightly trembling, as if there was a wind blowing the curtain up and down. "Shizun." Chu Wanning anxiously refused, causing Emoran to misunderstand his intentions. Emoran said, "Are you still angry with me?" Chu Wanning was still immersed in the throbbing of his heart and couldn't get rid of it, so he didn't hear clearly. He only said, "What?" "When I was in the ghost realm, I told Master that I was sorry many times, but I knew that it wasn't enough. For the past 5 years, I have spent every moment in guilt. I know that I owe you. Chu Wanning. I also want to do better. At least when I stand in front of you, I don't feel that I'm too dirty, and I don't feel that I can't hold my head up. But I can't catch up to you. Almost every day when I wake up, I'm worried that this isn't a dream. I'm worried that when I wake up, you won't be here anymore. The words you said to me when you saved me in the Jincheng pool kept ringing in my ears. You said that the dream was too good to be real, so I was very sad." Emoran's voice was somewhat hoarse. He still had some things to say, but he didn't want to. He felt that he didn't have the face to continue talking about this in front of Chu Wanning. How could he be so heartless as to let Chu Wanning know about the various things that happened in the past 5 years? Sometimes, when he was alone in the Snow Valley, he couldn't tell the time apart, and he couldn't tell where he was. At that time, he would take a needle and stab himself. It was very painful, but when the pain was enough, he knew that his divine sense was still awake and that he was still in this world. He knew that all this wasn't a dream he had in his previous life. When he woke up, he wouldn't see the peak of life and death where things were still the same but people had changed. He wouldn't see Shui Meng with eyes full of hatred. He wouldn't see the Confucian wind sect razed to the ground. He wouldn't see Chu Wanning lying in the Red Lotus Pavilion, just like when he was alive. Just like when he was alive. Just like when he was alive. What other 4 words could be more painful than this? Strangely enough, when he found out that Chu Wanning had died in order to save him, when he went down to the ghost realm to save him, although his heart was in pain, he had never felt such uncontrollable despair. But as the floating life faded away, as time gradually passed, as the day of Chu Wanning's awakening approached, Emoran felt more and more pain, more and more like his heart was being cut by a knife. It seemed that the time spent alone gave him more time to think. It also seemed that in the days when he wasn't with Chu Wanning, he was so hysterical, trying his best to imitate that person, hating that he couldn't tear himself to pieces and replace himself with Chu Wanning's reflection. In short, many things that he didn't pay attention to, didn't think deeply about, and gradually forgot, all came back to his mind. Those past events were like a wet beach exposed after the tide had receded. He stood alone on the beach, the waves had died out. Everything was so clear. He remembered his previous life, where the smoke of war was everywhere, and there was no way out. Shui Meng had come to the peak of life and death. In the Magus Mountain Palace, which had been completely destroyed, Shui Meng had questioned him word by word with tears in her eyes. Why did he treat his master like this? Shui Meng once forced him to turn back before he died. He said, "Emoran. Think carefully, put down your ferocious hatred. Turn back and take a look. He once took you to practice martial arts, and protected you thoroughly. He once taught you to read, write poems and paint. He once learned to cook for you, clumsily, and his hands were full of injuries. He once waited for you to come back day and night, alone from dark to dawn." At that time Emoran didn't listen, and he refused to look. Now, he walked to the shore of fate, and the tide was low. He lowered his head and looked at his feet, and saw a lost heart. That heart used to treat him so well, it was so sincere that it was about to die, and its blood was about to dry up. It was he who was headstrong and didn't see it, and he stepped on it. Just like that, he stepped on Chu Wanning's heart. Every time Mo Ran thought of this, he felt cold all over, and his flesh was mangled. What did he do? What did he do? 2 lifetimes, 16 years, when did he ever repay Chu Wanning? When had there ever been a day when he put Chu Wanning first in his heart? Bastard! Was he a heart of wood and stone? Why didn't he feel pain? In these 5 years, how many times did he see Chu Wanning return in white in his dreams, and his face was the same as before? When he woke up, his pillow was wet. He said every day, "Chu Wanning, master, I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's my fault." He said it every day, but it didn't reduce his guilt in the slightest. Later, when he saw the fragrance of spring, he would think of him. When he saw the falling snow in winter, he would also think of him. Later, every morning was golden, just like Chu Wanning's soul. Every night was black, just like Chu Wanning's eyes. Later, every wisp of moonlight was like his sleeves brushing the snow, every rising sun was like the warmth in his eyes. Later, he saw Chu Wanning's figure in the red clouds at the edge of the sky, in the blue morning light, in the heroic sea of clouds. He was everywhere. Because of this pain and longing, his hatred for his lowly birth gradually faded away, and his fanatical infatuation with Shirmei faded away. One day, he saw a snow-covered winter jasmine poking out of a crack in the wall outside the snowy valley. He looked at it calmly for a while, and just thought as usual. He thought, "Ah, this flower is so beautiful, if master saw it, he would definitely like it." He just faintly thought, thinking of the simplest, most casual thing. When Chu Wanning died, it didn't drive him crazy, but the grief that crushed him suddenly roared and rushed to him. A dike of 1,000 li could be destroyed by an ant's nest, and he suddenly collapsed. He broke down and cried bitterly. The deep valley was vast, and the wild geese were frightened and cold. His voice was so hoarse and ugly, and he was ashamed to cry for that golden flower that grew proudly in the snow. 5 years. He had never forgiven himself. "Master. I'm sorry. I did my best to rush back today, and I also brought a gift for you. I don't want to see you empty-handed when I see you." That forced calmness finally dissipated, that forced calmness finally collapsed. Mo Ran knelt in front of Chu Wanning. He finally lost his composure. Now, only in front of Chu Wanning would he lose his composure. "I am still very stupid. After you came back to life, the first thing I promised you, I couldn't do it. It's my fault." Seeing him like this, Chu Wanning couldn't bear to see him like this. He had always liked Mo Ran, and now that they were reunited after such a long time, how could he bear to let him suffer like this? But when he heard him say this, he hesitated and asked, "Why did you come late today?" "Originally, I could still make it. But at Colored Butterfly Town, I encountered some demons. You were delayed in killing the demons?" "I'm sorry." Mo Ran lowered his head. "Not only was it delayed, even the gift I prepared for master was almost destroyed. I was also covered in dirty blood, so I hurriedly came to take a bath, but in the end." Chu Wanning's heart softened. Grandmaster Mo. This Mo Ran was indeed different from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he was still selfish, but now, he knew what was important and what was not. Chu Wanning was not a person who only thought about romance. If Mo Ran saw the Colored Butterfly Town and didn't care about the demons, he would be angry. But now, this man who was obediently kneeling in front of him, clumsily asking for forgiveness, he felt that this man was so stupid that it was somewhat cute. Chu Wanning slowly stepped forward, a warm feeling surging in her heart. She reached out her hand and was about to help Mo Ran up when she suddenly heard Mo Ran say in a muffled voice, "Shizun, please don't expel me from the sect." This time, it was Chu Wanning's turn to be stunned. He didn't know that Mo Ran was so guilty and uneasy, so he didn't expect Mo Ran to say this. He hesitated. "Why? Even if it's raining, I accompany you, chase you, guard you, carry you, hug you, you don't want it, you're not satisfied. I beg you, don't expel me." Mo Ran finally raised his face. Chu Wanning's heart trembled. He saw that this man's eyes were slightly red, and there was a mist in them. Chu Wanning was always decisive, but at this time, he suddenly didn't know what to do. He was at a loss. You're 22 this year, why are you still Pausing, he sighed and said, "Get up first." Emoran suddenly raised his arm, fiercely rubbed his eyes, and stubbornly said, "If master doesn't want me, I won't get up." He was still a hooligan. Xianxia had a headache. He pursed his lips, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him up. Under the touch of his fingertips, he only felt that the muscles were strong, and the flesh was hot. This young and strong body was no longer the same as when he was a teenager. When Xianxia touched him, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his chest. He was stunned, and suddenly let go of his hand. Fortunately, Emoran was still upset, and didn't notice Xianxia's abnormality. But Xianxia stared at his hand in disbelief for a while, and his heart was in a perilous situation. What happened to me? Could it be that after 5 years of deep sleep, I've thrown my pure heart and few desires to the back of my mind? When he raised his eyes again, he looked at Emoran in astonishment. Or was it that this person in front of him had changed so much that he couldn't control himself anymore? Emoran bit his lip for a while, as if he was determined to stay stubborn, the kind that couldn't be driven away. "Please don't drive me away, master." As he said this, he wanted to kneel again. How could Xianxia dare to help him up again? He hurriedly stopped him. "If you kneel again, I really don't want you anymore." Emoran was stunned for a moment. He blinked his eyes, and suddenly understood. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Master, you don't blame me, you don't get angry at me because I didn't keep my promise today?" "You," Xianxia said angrily, "when have I ever been so narrow-minded?" Emoran was excited, and couldn't help but want to hug him. This scared Xianxia. He took a step back, and his sword-like eyebrows were raised in anger. "What are you doing? Where are your manners?" "Ah." Emoran suddenly realized that he had lost his manners, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I forgot my manners." Xianxia's ears were red, and he said coldly, "You're already in your 20s, but you're still so unruly." Emoran's ears were also red, and he muttered, "It's my fault." "It's my fault" seemed to have become his catchphrase. When Xianxia heard this, he was a little angry, a little amused, a little sympathetic, and a little warm. He raised the curtain of his eyelashes, and his gaze rested on the corners of his eyes, and then he faintly glanced at Emoran again. This time, he saw a handsome, tall, and straight man. His wheat-colored face was slightly red, and he didn't know if it was because the steam from the hot spring had not dissipated, or if it was for some other reason. The moisture in the surroundings seemed to have been evaporated by his sunlight, and it made his eyes even darker and brighter, shining brightly. Dong. Xianxia felt his heart tremble, and his fingertips seemed to have the same burning temperature when he touched Emoran just now. He suddenly swallowed dryly, and didn't dare to look at Emoran again. He cursed, "Idiot." Then he suddenly turned and left. The barrier above his head didn't change, and Emoran really did as he promised, and chased after him. Xianxia lowered his eyelids, and didn't dare to look back. He knew that his eyes were filled with love and desire that couldn't be hidden anymore, and it was as hot as the fire on his fingertips, and couldn't be contained. He had finally destroyed him. 5 years ago, Emoran couldn't do it, but 5 years later, this man had done it. He had won his heart, and sunk him into the sea of desire. From now on, Xianxia was no more than a mortal, a body of flesh and blood, captivated by lust, living in a net, unable to escape. That night, Xianxia was lying on his bed in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He was thinking about how Emoran grew up to become what he was today. Grandmaster Mo. When he closed his eyes, all he could see was that man's face full of heroic spirit, his eyes burning with determination and gentleness. Xianxia cursed and kicked the quilt heavily. The quilt slid off the edge of the bed. He lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. He looked up at the beam of the room with torment in his eyes. He tried his best to break free from the sea of desire and cut off the threads of love until he was completely exhausted. "Mo, you bastard," he muttered. He turned his head, but he couldn't get rid of his thoughts. The fiery and firm body he saw in the wonderful sound pool seemed to still be swaying in front of him. He saw the broad shoulders and the sharp lines of the back. When he turned around, the hot spring water slowly flowed down the mermaid line. He suddenly sat up from the bed, his face ashen. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He casually grabbed a book, as if he was grabbing at a life-saving straw. Poor Chu Wanning, who had been brilliant all his life, was now reduced to relying on books to get rid of his inner demons. He didn't know which book Xue Meng had bought. When he opened it, he saw a dense row of small characters. At first, Chu Wanning couldn't read it, but after a while, he suddenly realized what he was reading. On the thin piece of paper, there was a line of words written in an extremely neat manner, ranking of the young heroes of the cultivation world. He knew every word, but when they were piled together, Chu Wanning couldn't understand. Young heroes. Size. Ranking? What size? Body size? Looking down, there was a sentence next to the slightly smaller handwriting. Because this ranking involves heroes, there are those who don't bathe outside and don't get close to women, so the list is incomplete. The scholarly wind sex heroes lack Nangong Si and Su Shuanglin size. The lonely moon knight lacks Xianxia size. The peak of life and death lacks Xue Meng, Xie Fengyan, Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning was stunned. What did it mean? Did they need to bathe outside and go to women to see their size? He even saw his own name on the list. He frowned and continued to read while tapping on the genealogy with his fingertips. Unfortunately, the first name made him choke. Mo Weiyu. Identity, peak of life and death's young master. Mo Chu Wanning recalled Mo Rant's figure. This kid was indeed tall and imposing, but he couldn't possibly be ranked first, could he? Looking further down, it said, "What I saw when I was bathing in Diu Hall is definitely not a vulgar thing. It is truly admirable." Chu Wanning vaguely felt that something was amiss, but she was used to having pure thoughts. Therefore, even after pondering for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what was wrong. She could only continue reading. What nonsense is this? Chu Wanning was a little disgusted. Although shoes and hairpins can increase and decrease one's size, it shouldn't be too big. Why do you have to wait until someone is bathing to peak? Why are such miscellaneous books popular nowadays? He saw the third name. Mei Hanxue. Identity, senior brother of Kunlun's treading snow palace. This time, the small words next to it were different. It didn't say things like bathing, but chunning brothel servant's husband, with the help of women from the cultivation world. Young Master Mei, this thing can make a woman's body soft into water and bones into mud. It's not a problem to sleep with 10 people at night. Chu Wanning was speechless. After a few moments of silence, Elder Yu Heng's head buzzed and exploded. He threw the booklet from one side of the bedroom to the other like a hot potato. His face was as red as fire and his eyes flashed. He was so angry that he was stunned. What did he see? What size? No matter how slow-witted he was, he finally realized what was going on. What size could it be? Shameless. Shameless. Filthy. Shameless. After sitting on the bed for a long time, Chu Wanning still felt unsatisfied. He got off the bed and picked up the booklet. His fingers exerted force, and the paper was immediately shattered into pieces. However, the words "absolutely not vulgar, admirable" were like red-hot iron, burning the bottom of his heart. His face and ears were red, and his heart was like thunder. He was an extremely upright person. When he was at the wonderful sound pool, he deliberately shifted his gaze upwards and didn't look where he shouldn't be looking. Coupled with the fact that the pool was filled with steam, his body was enshrouded in mist. Even if he looked, he wouldn't be able to see clearly. However, at this moment, this dirty book presented this scene right in front of his eyes. And words were often more vivid than pictures, making it easier to imagine. Absolutely not vulgar. Chu Wanning fiercely wiped his face. After a long time, he grabbed the quilt and covered his head. What exactly did I encounter on the first day I came out of seclusion? Chu Wanning thought bitterly. The world has changed, and I wish for nothing more than to lie down and die again. However, Elder Yu Heng had always been strict with himself. Even if he didn't have a good night's sleep, no matter how shocked he was in his heart, he still woke up on time the next day, washed up and dressed neatly. He still had a dignified and ascetic face as he floated down the South Peak. Today was the monthly academy inspection. The good and evil stage sparkled with light. Thousands of disciples were practicing martial arts there, and the elders were inspecting on the high stage. Although he hadn't been here for 5 years, Chu Wanning's position hadn't changed. It was still set to the left of Shuizhengyong. He wore white clothes that dragged on the ground, and his expression was gloomy. He walked up the limestone steps, and then with a flick of his sleeve, he directly sat on the empty seat and poured himself a pot of tea. He drank as he watched. Seeing his bad expression, Shuizhengyong thought that Chu Wanning was angry because Mo Ran didn't come to the banquet yesterday, so he leaned over and whispered with some flattery, "Chu Wanning, Ranner is back." Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning's eyebrows twitched, and his expression became worse. "Yes, I've seen him." "Ah? You've seen him?" Shuizhengyong was startled, and then nodded. "That's good. How was it? Did it become a little too much?" "Yes." Chu Wanning didn't really want to continue talking to Shuizhengyong about Mo Ran. After all, since yesterday, he had been repeatedly muttering the curse of absolutely not vulgar and admirable in his mind. He also didn't plan to look for Mo Ran in the vast sea of people below. He only lowered his head and looked at the table. So many fresh fruits and snacks. Shuizhengyong smiled. "It's not too early, right? Eat more if you like." Chu Wanning didn't hold back. He took a piece of lotus pastry and ate it with the hot tea. The color of the lotus pastry gradually became orderly. From the bottom of the petals to the tip, it was crimson like cardamom. The layers of the pastry were distinct, and when it entered his mouth, the bean paste inside was sweet and sweet. The craftsmanship of Lin An's Cool Breeze Pavilion. Chu Wanning muttered. He turned to ask Shuizhengyong, was it made by the chef at Meng Palabi? No, Ranner specially brought it back to show filial piety to you. Shuizhengyong smiled. Look, there's nothing on the tables of the other elders. When he said this, Chu Wanning realized that only the wooden table in front of him was filled with all kinds of fruits and snacks. There were pastries and candied fruits, and there was even a small jasper-colored celadone bowl. The small lid was open, and there were exactly 3 sweet glutinous rice balls inside. The glutinous rice balls weren't made with ordinary white glutinous rice. Instead, they were made with lotus roots produced in linen. In the dough, there was one crystal-clear grain that had a jade-like color. Oh, Ranner went to Meng Palabi this morning to borrow the kitchen to make these. The red one is filled with red bean paste, the yellow one is filled with peanuts and sesame seeds, and the green one is said to be made from the fine powder of Longjing tea. They're all quite fresh, but there's not enough of them. Shuizhengyong muttered. He was busy the whole morning and was very meticulous. He only made 3 of them. Chu Wanning. Yuhing, do you have enough? Yes. Chu Wanning was silent for a while before nodding. When he ate glutinous rice balls, he only ate 3 of them. The first one was sweet, the second one was sweet, and the third one was full. If he ate the 4th one, he would get sick of it. Mo Ran just happened to cook 3 pills. Coincidentally, it was exactly what he wanted, no more and no less. He scooped up the round and cute lotus root starch glutinous rice balls with a white porcelain spoon and brought them to his mouth. He felt that the size was just right for him to eat in one bite. It wasn't like the glutinous rice balls made by the Meng Palabi chefs during the Lantern Festival. The person who made the glutinous rice balls seemed to know very well how big his mouth could hold and how big his mouth should be to not feel uncomfortable. The soft filling seemed to be wrapped in endless intimacy. For some reason, this thought made Chu Wanning's heart stir. Then, he died of shame and covered it up with calmness. His culinary skills are not bad. It's a pity that he only made it for you. Others can't eat it, not even me, your uncle. Shuizhengyong sighed regretfully. Chu Wanning listened and lightly pursed his lips. He didn't say anything and only used the spoon to stir the hot water in the bowl. He had finished eating the glutinous rice balls. The sweetness was just right, and it slowly melted in his heart. After eating the snacks, Chu Wanning didn't care about the bustling practice below. He took a file from his desk and went to look at the corrections and changes in the past 5 years at the pinnacle of life and death. These things were organized by Shuizhengyong. It was concise and comprehensive. Chu Wanning finished reading the file quickly. He raised his hand to cover the file, but saw that there was a book under it. This is. He took it out. It was a very thick thread-bound book. Shuizhengyong glanced at it and smiled. It's also a gift from Ranner. Yesterday, he said that he fought with evil spirits on the way back. The book was accidentally stained with blood and many pages were torn. He was embarrassed to give it to you personally, so he asked me to put it on your desk this morning. Xianxia nodded and opened the book. His slender hand stroked the head of the scroll. There were 4 words written in neat regular script. A letter to my teacher. His eyes widened slightly, and he was a little surprised. Was this a letter for him? His heart suddenly felt as if it was burned by charcoal. It was hot and painful. He looked up and wanted to look for Ran in the vast sea of people below. However, all he saw was shining armor like a fish in a pond. He couldn't find him, so he continued to look at the letter. It turned out that every day after Xianxia went into seclusion, Ran would miss his teacher. He had a lot of words in his heart, but he was afraid that he would forget them as time passed. Therefore, he found someone to make a sturdy book. It was a thick book with 1,825 pages of paper. He calculated that he would write a letter to his teacher every day for 5 years. He wrote everything, no matter how big or small, from eating a particularly disgusting yi or rake to what he learned from today's cultivation. He originally calculated that 1,825 pages of paper would be enough. After he finished writing, his teacher would come out of seclusion. However, sometimes he couldn't stop. The words were squeezed into a small ball and rushed eagerly on the paper. He wished that he could let Xianxia see the buckthorn flowers of the North Desert and the haze of Changbai Mountain. He wished that he could hide the desserts he tasted today in the paper and wait for Xianxia to wake up to enjoy them together. Those lines of small words didn't stop from beginning to end. There were no sentimental words, nor were there any sad words. He just honestly recorded every brilliant moment in the past 5 years. He only shared the good things with him. Therefore, the 1 page per day that he calculated was naturally not enough in the end. He added a thick stack of letters at the back of the book. Xianxia slowly flipped through the pages. His eyes were a little wet. He looked at Ran's handwriting from childish to upright, from upright to handsome. The newest ink stains seemed to have not dried yet, but the earliest handwriting was gradually turning green and yellow. The 4 words "write with my teacher" were written in every letter, and every letter was different. Slowly, time went from light hooves and fast horses to white hair. In the end, the feathers were painted in black and the iron could cut through gold. It was really restrained and elegant, horizontal and vertical curved lines. Xianxia turned to the last page. His fingers rubbed the 4 words at the top of the scroll. Write with my teacher, write with my teacher. He looked at the dignified pen and ink. It was as if he saw the tip of Ran's pen just hanging, the weasel hair put down, the man raised his head, no longer a teenager. From the first letter to the last, it was as if he saw Ran grow from 16 to 22 years old. His figure gradually grew taller, and his eyes gradually deepened. But every day, he would sit in front of the desk and write a letter to him. Teacher. Unknowingly, the martial arts practice ended. Xianxia heard someone calling him. He suddenly raised his head and saw Xianxia at the front of the good and evil stage, waving at him excitedly. Beside Xianxia, there was a man with wide shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a straight body. He was standing there quietly. The man's face was emitting heat after performing his martial arts. There was sweat on his forehead, and under the sunlight, there was a sparkling luster, like the bright fur of a cheetah. Ran saw that Xianxia was looking at him. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. In the golden morning light, his smile was so charming and brilliant. It was like the swaying pine trees soaked in the rising sun. There was passion in his eyes, gentleness on his eyelashes, and his strong and straight face seemed to be a little shy. It was lively and passionate, dazzling people. What a handsome man. Xianxia calmly crossed her arms and sat on the high platform, looking down at him arrogantly. Bystanders could only see that his expression was still cold, but no one knew that his heart was already in chaos and had thrown away his helmet and armor. In the crowd, Ran smiled. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at his clothes, then pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia did not react. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him in confusion. Ran smiled even more brightly. He put his hands to his lips and quietly mouthed a few words. Chu Wanning, question mark. The leaves rustled in the morning wind. Emoran seemed to be a little helpless. He smiled, shook his head, and pointed at his clothes. Chu Wanning lowered his head. After a moment, his ears suddenly turned red. Under the guidance of his disciple, the awe-inspiring elder Yuhan finally realized that he had woken up in a hurry in the morning. His clothes were in a mess in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He casually put on the clothes that he had taken from Emoran yesterday. No wonder when he was walking today, he felt like something was dragging on the ground. It was the hem of his clothes. Emo Weiyu, you can do it. In a fit of anger, Chu Wanning turned her face away. You don't have the foresight to mention that bastard who doesn't know what to do. In the evening, the tired birds returned to their nests. The disciples of the Life and Death Summit finished their day's work and rushed to the Mangpa lobby. Emoran didn't leave. He stood beside the wooden dummy as if he was waiting for someone. Shui Ming's relationship with him had improved a lot over the years. Especially after Emoran found a top-grade spirit stone to inlay in his Longqing saber, the hostility between the brothers was no longer so obvious. Shui Ming turned to him and asked, "Are you going to eat?" "I'll wait for a while." Shermei stood under the afterglow of the setting sun. His skin was like jade, and his beauty was unparalleled. He stroked his hair and asked, "Emoran is waiting for Shizun?" "Yes." Emoran had seen him during the morning cultivation. When he and Shui Ming worked together to repair the fissure in the sky, he had also seen Shermei's figure surpass Shui Ming's. But at this time, the sun was setting. He and Shui Ming were standing one behind the other. Emoran felt a little awkward. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't think Shermei was good-looking, but Emoran didn't know how to describe it. It was probably because he was used to seeing Shermei's weak figure always being covered by Shui Ming. He didn't expect it to be reversed now. Emoran finally smiled at Shermei and said, "I missed the banquet yesterday. I want to apologize to Shizun and invite him to eat at the foot of the mountain. So I won't be going to the Mangpa lobby today. If you guys want to go, you can come with me." Shui Ming and Shermei weren't used to eating with Chu Wanning, so they looked at each other and left. Emoran had nothing to do, so he squatted on a large blue stone and played with a piece of green foxtail, while waiting for Chu Wanning to come down the mountain. When the setting sun was extremely red and the crescent moon peeked out from the purple-red clouds, a person slowly walked out from the South Peak bamboo path. That person had changed into a refreshing white robe and was carrying a package in his hand. When he saw Emoran, he was stunned for a moment and his expression became uneasy. "I was just about to look for you. Why are you here?" "Waiting for Master to eat." As Emoran spoke, he jumped down from the stone, still holding the green foxtail grass in his hand, and smiled brilliantly. "There's a new restaurant in Wuchang town. I heard that they hired a famous chef from the upper cultivation world in the past, and the pastries they make are the best. I want to invite Master to have a taste." Chu Wanning sized him up from head to toe. "You've grown up. You're rich now?" Emoran just smiled, but he didn't say anything. Chu Wanning snorted and threw the cloth package to him. Emoran caught it and asked, "What's this?" "Your clothes," Chu Wanning said, but he was already walking forward. Emoran quickly caught up with him and stood side by side with him. He said with a smile, "The material of this clothes is good. It's light but warm. If Master likes it, I can ask someone to make it smaller." "It's okay. I don't wear clothes that other people have worn before." Emoran was slightly startled, and then he was a little embarrassed. "That's not what I meant. I saw Master wearing it this morning and thought Master liked it. I didn't think it through. I asked someone to go to that shop and ask someone to make a new one." Chu Wanning asked, "Do you know what size I wear?" Emoran thought, how could he not know Chu Wanning's size? He could estimate Chu Wanning's waist with his arms around. He knew that if Chu Wanning stood on tiptoe, his chin would reach his shoulder. In the past, when they were tangled together, Chu Wanning sometimes couldn't help but bite him. The 2 rows of sharp teeth marks near his collarbone wouldn't disappear even after several days. He also knew how long Chu Wanning's legs were. They were obviously strong during combat, but when they were wrapped around his waist, they were so helpless. His thin and slender calves would tremble slightly, and the tips of his toes would tighten. How could he not know how wide Chu Waning's shoulders were? How could he not know how full and smooth the curve of his buttocks were? Chu Waning was a virgin and didn't know what he was asking. He thought this question was very clever and stumped his good disciple Mo Weiyu. Chu Waning flicked his sleeve and said, I don't know what kind of clothes you're making. Mo Ran didn't know how to defend himself. He couldn't say that he knew. Even when he was kneading the glutinous rice balls, he couldn't help but think of Chu Waning's figure yesterday. His well-proportioned and powerful figure in the midst of the Miaoying pool was as tight and beautiful as he remembered. Thereupon his mind wandered. He recalled that Chu Waning's lips were light in color and very thin. When she was forced to swallow him, it was always very painful and she couldn't open her mouth. His throat tightened and he felt like retching. Mo Ran closed his eyes and his Adam's apple moved, but he secretly scolded himself for being a bastard. Respect him, love him, don't have any wild thoughts. Respect him, respect him. Taking 2 deep breaths, he managed to suppress his burning desire, but the glutinous rice balls he kneaded felt a little too big. If Shizun ate them, they would stick to his mouth, so he remade them. This time all 3 were small and exquisite. Mo Ran pinched them between his fingers and thought for a while. After thinking for a while, Chu Waning's thin lips opened slightly and wrapped the sweet glutinous rice balls in his mouth with his warm and soft mouth. The tip of his tongue rolled over like a cluster of warm fire, igniting Mo Ran's 7 emotions and 6 desires, taking Mo Ran's life. He even knew the size of the dessert that his mouth could hold like the back of his hand, but that guy Chu Waning actually asked him if he knew the size of his clothes. This question was like the soft tip of a cat's tongue, licking his chest. Mo Ran didn't dare to think too much. He lowered his head and said, before making clothes, I naturally have to ask teacher. Chu Waning felt a little strange and looked at him, do you have a cold? No. Then why is your throat hoarse? Excessive heat. Chu Waning froze for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his face. He tightly pursed his lips, a haze between his eyebrows, but the back of his ears was a little red. This faint red color didn't fade until the 2 of them arrived at Wuchang town and sat in a private room facing the window of the newly opened Zhongqiu Lu. This was the first time that Mo Ran seriously invited Chu Waning to eat. Although he had invited him before, it was either out of courtesy or out of helplessness. His state of mind was indeed very different. The waiter of Zhongqiu Lu first brewed a pot of Mount Lu Yunwu and served them sunflower seeds and nuts. Then he respectfully handed 2 bamboo slips with the names of the dishes written on them to the 2 immortal masters at the peak of life and death. Mo Ran took the bamboo slips and smiled naturally at the waiter, saying, many thanks. Chu Waning slightly raised his eyes and glanced at Mo Ran. This person didn't have the habit of saying thanks before. Whatever Shizun wants to eat, feel free to order. But I recommend this restaurant's pine nut mandarin fish. I heard it's sweet and sour, and it's also very beautiful. Chu Waning nodded, then I'll have one. You can do as you see fit with the rest. Mo Ran smiled, then I'll order according to Shizun's taste. Chu Waning faintly said, you know what I like to eat? Yes, I know. Although he knew before, he would always forget. He wouldn't in the future. Just as he was looking at the bamboo slips, he suddenly heard footsteps from the stairs. The beaded curtains made a tinkling sound. The waiter's voice sounded, immortal master, please come this way. The 2 people you're looking for are sitting in the private room. Yes, the wine hasn't been served yet. A smooth, white hand gently pulled open the green muslin curtain, revealing the beaded agate curtain. An extremely handsome man with soft, pitch-black hair, red lips, and white teeth appeared at the door with a pot of wine in his hand. His eyes carried a smile that was as clear as the wind and clear as the moon. Mo Ran turned his head, clearly stunned, Shirmei? Why are you here? I met the Lord at the Mengpa lobby. He heard that you came down the mountain to eat here. He thought that this shop was newly opened and that the dishes were good, but there was no aged wine, so he asked me to bring you a pot of pear blossom white. As Shirmei spoke, he shook the red clay pot in his hand. The pot was wrapped with bamboo vines, and it was sturdy and cute. The wine inside it sizzled, and it was as if one could smell the wine through the clay seal. Shirmei smiled, fortunately, I made it in time. Otherwise, if you ordered the wine, it would seem unnecessary for me to come. Chu Wanning asked, how about you? Have you eaten? I'll eat when I get back. The Mangpa lobby won't close so soon. There's still time. Since you're already here, why are you leaving? Chu Wanning was a polite person. He said, let's sit together. This? I'm afraid that Mo Ran will spend a lot of money. Mo Ran smiled, why would he spend a lot of money? It's just a matter of adding a chair. As he spoke, he asked the waiter to bring him another set of cutlery. This Xianxia restaurant was really extravagant. The cutlery used in the private room was inlaid with fine gold and silver threads. When the candlelight shone on it, the cutlery shone brilliantly. Mo sat down and filled each of the three people's cups with wine. The strong aroma of pear blossom white instantly filled the entire table. This wine smell was very familiar. In his previous life, after Shirmei died, Mo Ran drank it. When Chu Wanning died, Mo Ran drank it on the roof the entire night. Now that the disaster was over, both of them were still alive. Mo Ran suddenly felt that the possessiveness and love of the past did not seem so important anymore. These two people who had treated him the best in his life were still alive. With the money he earned, he could still treat them to a meal and drink. That was enough. 2 or 3 cups were worth more than 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers in his previous life. Waiter, I'll have to trouble you. I'll have a serving of mandarin fish with pine nuts, lion's head with crab powder, crystal chow trotters, cherry ham, Xianxia soup, and bamboo leaf powder with steamed pork. These are all spicy dishes. Then, I'll have a serving of Sichuan boiled fish, mapo tofu, chili pepper lung slice, and kung pao chicken. These must be spicy dishes. For the savory snacks, I'll have jade prawn dumplings, steamed pork ribs with taro and soy sauce, scalloped pork belly, and chicken feet with soy sauce. For the sweet snacks, Mo Ran glanced at Chu Wanning, then closed the bamboo scroll. I won't look at them in detail. Give me one of each. Chu Wanning did not even look up. I can't finish them. Mo Ran said, bring them back. They'll be cold if we bring them back. Let the Mangpa lobby warm them up. Chu Wanning felt that Mo Ran was acting like a businessman who had mined a mine and become rich overnight. He was so extravagant that he could not be bothered to talk to him anymore. He opened the bamboo scroll in front of him, looked at it, and said, I'll have a serving of kidney bean rolls, a serving of yi erake, and 3 bowls of sweet bean paste. Thank you. The dishes were quickly served. Shirmei loved spicy food, and Chu Wanning did not eat red, so Mo Ran ordered them separately. Half of the table was tender and refreshing, while the other half was bright red. With such a combination of colors, it was unexpectedly very beautiful. Here comes the last dish. This is our restaurant's signature dish, mandarin fish with pine nuts. Following the waiter's shout, a plate of brightly colored and fragrant mandarin fish was served by 2 waiters. The fish looked like it weighed at least 5 catties. It was fried until it was golden yellow and crispy. It was served on a large sky blue porcelain plate. The fish's body was sliced into even pieces. The bright red sweet and sour sauce was poured on top of the fish. Green peas were sprinkled on top of the fish, fine shredded cloud legs, and glittering and translucent shrimps were sprinkled on top of the fish. Just looking at it would make one's eyes light up and whet their appetite. Chu Wanning loved sweet things, especially sour and sweet. When he saw the fish, although his expression did not change, his eyes could not help but light up. This light was noticed by Mo Ran. The waiter looked at their table and saw that there was still space in front of Shirmei, so he went to arrange the dishes to make space. But a pair of hands was faster than him and had already begun to adjust the table. Mo Ran stood up and placed the few meat dishes that Chu Wanning did not touch in front of him. Then, he placed a few spicy dishes in front of Shirmei. This way, the space in front of Chu Wanning was empty. Mo Ran smiled and said to the waiter, put the fish here. Oh, okay. The waiter was naturally happy to meet a customer who knew how to help him change the table. He immediately beamed with joy as he took the dishes from the 2 waiters and placed them in the empty space. Then, he nodded and bowed as he left. Mo Ran did this adjustment very naturally. Other people who saw it would only think that he was helping the waiter, but Shirmei felt that he was favoring the waiter. He was a little surprised by Mo Ran's action. Light and shadow flashed in his eyes. After a long time, he lowered his eyes and seemed to be a little disappointed. Shermay felt that after Mo Ran returned 5 years later, not only did his entire appearance change, even his kindness seemed to have faded a lot. He also liked to eat the pine nut mandarin fish, so why was it placed so far away from him? Did he not know? Or had his heart changed and was no longer the same as before? Shermay was not a person who would belittle himself. His appearance and temperament were above Chu Wanning's. Even in the entire cultivation world, there were not many people who looked better than him. But at this time, he suddenly hesitated. He knew that when Mo Ran was young, he looked like a playboy who loved beautiful women to the bone. But that was just a facade. To Mo Ran, the most precious thing was friendship. If someone gave him a tael, he would return 1,000 taels of gold. Now that the enmity between him and Shizun had been resolved, the kindness that Chu Wanning treated Mo Ran was not something that he could compare to. Thinking of this, Shermay suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the two people's faces under the light. One was drinking with his head down. His phoenix eyes were like water, his eyelashes were like smoke. His expression and complexion were very indifferent. And the other was smiling and holding his chin while looking at the person drinking. His eyes reflected the bright light of the lantern. In the lantern light, there was the spring snow on the terrace, the reflection of the moon and pear blossoms. When his eyelashes moved, it was like a ripple in a lake, spreading out 10,000 stars. The affection in those eyes was something that even the owner of those eyes did not realize. Shermay was absent-minded for a moment. His elbow bumped into the chopsticks. With a pata sound, the chopsticks fell to the ground. He came back to his senses and hurriedly apologized, bending down to pick them up. As he bent down, he was stunned. Those chopsticks fell right next to Mo Ran's boots. The glossy luster lay there quietly, waiting for him to pick them up. He could have asked Xiao to pick up the other pair, but Shermay never liked to trouble others. Or perhaps when faced with this kind of disparity, even a person with a gentle temperament would feel a little unreconciled and a little lost. Or perhaps it was not that complicated. Sometimes, a person's actions really only required a single thought. For Shermay, at this moment and by chance, he really wanted to know how much friendship Mo Ran had left for him. So, after some hesitation, he still lowered his head and stretched out his slender white hand to pick up the pair of chopsticks that were leaning against Mo Ran's leg. The chopsticks fell too close. When he picked them up, the back of Shermay's hand inevitably touched Mo Ran's leg. At that time, Mo Ran was drinking pear blossom white when he suddenly felt something touching his leg. He subconsciously wanted to move away, but before he could move, the feeling of touching became more obvious. It was as if something had brushed past him. He was slightly startled and did not understand what had happened. When Shermay sat up straight again, Mo Ran looked at that peerlessly handsome face that was dyed red. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyebrows, as if he had something on his mind. Only then did Mo Ran realize, just now, that was cough, cough, cough. Mo Ran immediately choked. In his heart, Shermay had always been like the white snow in spring, willow branches, and the new moon. He could only look at him from afar and not touch him. Although he loved Shermay so much that he hated that he could not die for him, he rarely had any romantic thoughts related to him, let alone putting them into action. But such a pure and flawless person, could it be that just now he was touching him? This thought really shocked Mo Ran. Because it was too frightening, he shook his head like a rattledrum. Chu Wanning saw this and frowned. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." And he was touching him in front of Shizun. How was this possible? This did not seem like something Shermay would do. Mo Ran's expression became more complicated. Rather than saying that he was pleasantly surprised, it was better to say that he was frightened. He calmed down for a long time before he heard Shermay's gentle voice. "The chopsticks are dirty. Waiter, please go and change them." The waiter came and left as soon as he was called. Mo Ran sympathetically turned his head and saw Shermay's indifferent face. That person's eyes were still calm and his expression was gentle. It was as if the blush and shyness that Mo Ran saw just now was just an illusion. Feeling that someone was looking at him, Shermay raised his peach blossom eyes a few inches and with a faint smile, his gaze fell on Mo Ran. "What's wrong?" Nothing, nothing. Shermie said, the chopsticks fell in the wrong place, right next to your feet. Oh. Emoran heaved a sigh of relief as his heart calmed down. Sure enough, he was thinking too much. He was just about to say a few words to Shermie to ease the atmosphere when he saw that Shermie had already turned his face away and was about to get a spoon to ladle some soup. Emoran felt guilty about his earlier thoughts and said, let me help you scoop it. No need, I can do it myself. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and calmly scooped a bowl of Xianxia soup for himself. The soup was placed by Mo. Ran. He placed it near Chu Wanning and far away from Shermie. Originally, he didn't feel anything when he was sitting, but now that he stood up to scoop the soup, the distance between them was particularly obvious. He almost had to stretch his arm to reach the soup from the other end of the table. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls, slowly. Mo ran. Shermie met his uneasy gaze and didn't say anything. He just smiled slightly and continued to scoop soup for himself. Mo ran felt a bit awkward. When Shermie was done, he asked Chu Wanning if he wanted some. Chu Wanning said no, so he moved the soup to the middle of the table. It wasn't too close to anyone, but it wasn't too far away either. It was just right. His teacher and the person he loved the most. It shouldn't be biased. During the meal, Shermie suddenly said, Mo Ran, you've really become a lot more mature. You're no longer the disciple who always made Shizun angry. So there's something that I want to tell you. Since all three of us are here today, I want to apologize to Shizun as well. Mo Ran saw that he was serious and couldn't help but ask, what is it? Do you remember the first time I made wontons and sent them to you? Shermie said, that bowl of wontons wasn't made by me. I've never made wontons. That was. Mo Ran laughed, I thought it was something else. So it was this. I've known for a long time. Ah, you've known for a long time. Shermie was slightly stunned. He opened his beautiful eyes wide and turned to look at Chu Wanning, who was drinking his wine. Did Shizun tell you? No, I saw it before I went to the world of spirits and souls. Mo Ran was about to go into detail when Chu Wanning suddenly put down his wine cup. He coughed lightly and glanced at him. His expression was solemn and cold. Mo Ran knew that he was thin-skinned and naturally didn't want others to know his soft spot. So he said to Shermie, anyway, I already understood the cause and effect 5 years ago. It's too long to explain, so I won't say it. Shermie nodded, that's fine too. He then said to Chu Wanning, Shizun, at that time you weren't willing to give the wontons to Mo Ran and let me do it for him. At first, I didn't think it was a big deal. But then I saw that the misunderstanding between the two of you was getting deeper and I felt very apologetic. I wanted to find a time to explain it to Mo Ran myself, but when the words came to my mouth, I couldn't. Actually, I was a little selfish at that time. When I was at the peak of life and death, other than young master, Mo Ran was my only close friend. I was afraid that he would be unhappy if he knew, so. It's fine. I didn't want you to say it in the first place. You didn't do anything wrong. But I felt apologetic and felt that I stole Shizun's good intentions. Shizun, I'm sorry. As he said this, Shermie lowered his eyes. After a while, he said, Mo Ran, I'm sorry too. Mo Ran had never blamed Shermie for this. Although his initial good intentions towards Shermie were due to Chu Wanning's wontons, Shermie's tenderness towards him was real. Moreover, Shermie was only following Chu Wanning's instructions. He didn't intend to take credit for it. Mo Ran hurriedly said, no, don't mind this. How long has it been? He looked at Shermie's face under the lantern light. He had never seen this face in his previous life. Because in his previous life, Shermie had already died at this time. His youth had withered away in the wind before he had reached his prime. This had become his lifelong pain. He didn't even have the chance to know that Shermie would look like this when he was 24 years old. He was tall, his face was as white as jade, and his peach blossom eyes were full of spring water. He looked so gentle that he was afraid that when he was angry, he would soften. His tightly clenched and wrinkled heart slowly relaxed. He sighed inwardly and suddenly felt very happy. His heart felt very warm and stable. Although he felt that compared to the 19-year-old Shermie, The 24-year-old Shirmei was a bit unfamiliar. He didn't feel as close as before. Perhaps it was because of this unfamiliarity that he even had the absurd thought of Shirmei touching his calf. However, Ran felt that with some time, he would slowly get used to it. As for feelings, he didn't want to force it anymore. He would just let nature take its course. He had been wandering around for 5 years, and it was hard to find any trace of him. During this time, he had encountered several dangers. He didn't know if these were the deliberate actions of the fake North Star Alliance, but in short, the mastermind behind the scenes hadn't come out yet, nor had he been caught. Ran felt that the days ahead wouldn't be peaceful. He couldn't let his guard down. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life, he would protect the 2 people by his side for the rest of his life. Ran temporarily let go of his inner demon. However, he didn't know that his inner demon was never idle. After letting him go, it went to another person. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too much that night, but Chu Wanning was very sleepy after returning home. He originally wanted to draw the blueprint of the new mecha overnight, but he was only halfway done when he started yawning. He tried to stay awake for a while, but couldn't. Finally, he blinked his eyes sleepily and fell asleep on his bed without even changing his clothes. He was muddle-headed in his sleep and dreamt of many random things. First, it was the ranking of the outstanding cultivators in the cultivation world. Then, it was the vigorous and strong body he saw in the wonderful sound pool. Under the dim candlelight, Chu Wanning frowned slightly. He seemed to want to get rid of this shameless dream, but he couldn't help it and gradually fell deeper. Then, he had the same dream as before. The peak of life and death changed. The core heart palace was still the same, but the people had changed. The completely mature Mo pinched his chin. His eyes were vicious and mocking, and he said filthy words to him. He said, "Let me do it once, and I'll agree to your conditions." This Mo was different from the Ran he saw before. His expression was too crazy, and his handsome face was very pale. His skin wasn't the wheat-colored color he saw before. "Kneel down yourself, and lick me." Messy sentences came intermittently from the depths of the nightmare. It was as if something in his brain was about to shatter, break free of its shackles, and pounce on Chu Wanning. He shuddered, but he was inexplicably excited. In his dream, he saw Ran approaching him and tearing his clothes. The sound of clothes tearing had never been so clear. Then, the dream suddenly turned black, as if he had sunk into a swamp. Like the countless times before, the dream was cut off here. If it was before, he would sleep peacefully after the dream was cut off, and there would be no more disturbances for the night. But today, for some reason, after the dream ended, there was a faint light in front of his eyes. Chu Wanning wanted to see clearly what was in front of him, but the new dream was very blurry, as if there was a layer of water vapor in between. He couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He only felt that it was a large area of scarlet. He couldn't see clearly, but his sense of smell and touch gradually became clearer as the dream unfolded. He even became more sensitive. He suddenly felt a burst of indescribable love and heat. He saw a strong body swaying in front of him, pressing down on him. Chu Wanning was shocked. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but his body didn't seem to belong to him, but to him in the dream. He felt that he couldn't stop trembling. He could hear the man's heavy breathing, the hot air blowing next to his ear. His lips touched his earlobe from time to time, but he didn't kiss him, nor did he take it in. He turned his head to the side. Underneath him was a large, soft bed. As the two of them moved, it creaked and shook. He could even smell the wild smell of a beast's fur. The bed seemed to be covered with animal skin. He wanted to reach out and grab the mattress while floating, but he didn't have the strength. That man was so fierce, so hard, as if he wanted to tear his body apart. He heard his own throat overflow with a hoarse and muddy groan. He shook his head in despair, wanting to break free. But that man's strength was so great, as if he could break his bones in his hands. Chu Wanning felt his scalp go numb. His whole body couldn't help but tremble violently. Maybe it was because the dream was too real and he was too tired. The next day, Chu Wanning didn't wake up until noon. After he woke up, he laid on the bed and couldn't return to his senses for a long time. He tilted his head. He seemed to be able to smell the Smell of the animal skin in the dream, with a wild sweetness. But when he blinked, he was still lying on the cold and dark red sandalwood bed in the Red Lotus Pavilion. Everything was fine and there was nothing wrong. Except. Chuaning froze. She slowly lowered her eyes and looked down at her lower body. Because of the Heart Sutra, Elder Yu Heng, who rarely had any physical reaction for many years, found that he actually shamefully had an erection, in the morning. Could it be that all these years of cultivation had gone to the dog's stomachs? And those dreams yesterday, what were they? How could he dream of such a messy scene? How could this be? Could it really be because he saw Mo Ran's body at the wonderful sound pond and accidentally read that admirable dirty book? Chu Wanning's face darkened. He buried his face in his hands and rubbed it hard. When he raised his head again, it was still black. What was wrong with him? He pursed his lips. He wanted to soak himself in the cold lotus pond to cool down the heat in his heart. But before his feet touched the ground, he felt the barrier of the Red Lotus Pavilion fluctuate. Someone came in. Chu Wanning's expression immediately changed. She suddenly pulled the blanket to cover her lower body. That person's footsteps were also fast. It was likely that he had used Qinggong to come here. He heard the door knock twice. Shizun, are you awake? It was the same voice as the man in the dream. But in the dream, the voice was deeper and more moist. It was soaked in endless love and passion. But the voice outside the door was gentle and respectful. It even carried a bit of worry. It was probably because it saw that Chu Wanning still hadn't woken up so late, so it was a bit anxious. Chu Wanning leaned against the bed and hugged the blanket. Hearing this voice, the wall between the dream and reality seemed to collapse. The lingering sentiments and fierce collisions in the dream were all lit up one by the voice of the person outside. As a result, his emotions surged and it was even harder to calm down. He was just about to lie down and pretend to sleep when he suddenly heard Mo Ran say from outside, Shizun, are you in the room? If you can, I'll come in. I'll come in. It was obviously an ordinary and simple sentence, but it made Chu Wanning think of the man in the dream lying on top of him. His lips moved, and the masculine heat almost burned him. That person panted and said, relax, I'm coming in. Chu Wanning's face suddenly flushed red. He sat on the bed in a daze. His clothes were disheveled, and his heart was on fire. His eyes seemed to be filled with hatred and unwillingness, but that hatred and unwillingness was like the gravel on the shore of a shallow beach. In the cold of winter, it was cold and hard, and people didn't dare to look at it directly. But when the spring water melted and the tide flowed, these sharp teeth would be submerged in the soft and rippling waves, and there would be no trace of fierceness. He rarely felt so embarrassed and helpless, and he almost never felt such a strong desire. He stayed in place until Mo Ran pushed open the door and came in. Then he suddenly reacted. He wanted to pretend to sleep, but it was too late. As a result, when Mo Ran came in, he saw Chu Wanning sitting on the bed. His black hair spread over his body, and under the sunlight, his face was like an ice lake. That person's eyebrows and eyes were very sharp. When he raised his eyes to stare at him, it was like a frost blade that had just been cut, and a few inches of cold light flowed out from the scabbard. However, the corners of his eyes were thin red, so the cold light was tinged with charm and gentleness. His hatred was entangled with humiliation, as if someone had just tortured him and done something indescribable to him. His eyes were filled with stubbornness and moist water. Mo Ran looked at him silently. This man was like a bud that grew out of a thicket of thorns, causing him to suddenly slow down his breathing. He felt as if a huge rock had fallen into his chest, setting off a huge wave that covered the sky and covered the earth. Mo Ran did not speak. After a long while, his Adam's apple moved slightly. It was almost as if he was in a torrent of desire, trying to hold on to a piece of driftwood that would not let him drown. He stammered, respect, and love him. Respect is the respect of love is the love of respect and love. Do not profane, do not hurt, do not add unnecessary feelings, and even more so, do not do the same foolish and absurd things that humiliated Shizun as in his previous life. In his boiling heart, Mo Ran repeated these words 4 or 5 times. Only then did he manage to stabilize his mind and calmly walk into the room. He smiled and greeted Chu Wanning. Shizun, so you were inside, why didn't you make a sound? I just woke up. Xianxia said dryly. He was really dry. His throat was dry, and his desires were dry. If he accidentally let a spark fall, he was afraid that it could start a prairie fire. Moran held a 5-layer bamboo food box in his hands. It looked heavy. He wanted to put it on the table, but when he glanced at it, he saw that the table was full of files, drills, tenons, and nails, as well as a mess of blueprints. He had no choice but to carry the food box and walk to Xianxia's bedside. Xianxia seemed to be more grumpy than usual when he woke up. When he looked at him, he was clearly anxious. He frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Shizun woke up late. There was no food in the main lobby. I had nothing to do, so I made some to accompany Shizun. As he said this, he opened the food box and laid it out one by one. At the top was a plate of stir-fried wild mushrooms, followed by a plate of tender lettuce, followed by silver thread rolls and honey-sweet lotus root. At the bottom were 2 bowls of sparkling white rice and a bowl of winter bamboo and ham soup. 2 bowls of white rice. Xianxia was a bit speechless. So he had such a big appetite in Moran's heart? The table is a bit messy. Shizun, are you going to eat on the bed, or should I clean up the table and bring the dishes over? Of course, Xianxia did not like to eat on the bed, but at this time, his lower body's desire had not yet disappeared. He was completely covered by the quilt. He hesitated for a moment between bearing and face and resolutely chose the latter. There is too much on the table. It will take a long time to clean up. Let's eat here. Moran smiled and nodded, yes. It had to be said that Moran's culinary skills were quite good. The dishes he made 5 years ago were already very delicious, and 5 years later, they were even better than the average chef. And Moran had never asked about his taste, but everything was just right, as if they had lived together for many years. Xianxia ate very comfortably. Although his posture was calm, his chopsticks did not stop for a moment. When he finished the last mouthful of soup, he looked up and saw Moran sitting by the bed, 1 foot on the wooden frame of the chair next to him. One hand was supporting his cheek, and the other was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. What's wrong? Xianxia subconsciously took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Is there something near your mouth? No. Moran said, seeing Shizun eat so happily, I'm happy. Xianxia was a bit uncomfortable, so he said lightly, you cooked well, but there was a bit more rice. Next time, 1 bowl is enough. Moran seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he restrained himself. His mouth cracked open, revealing his neat white teeth. What an idiot. He was very careful when it came to important matters, but he was ridiculously lazy in life. He didn't even notice that there were 2 pairs of chopsticks simming under the food box. He ate the amount of food for 2 people, and he actually said that he had a bit more rice and was a bit full. The more Moran thought about it, the funnier it became. He couldn't help but lightly touch his forehead, his eyelashes fluttering. What are you laughing about? Nothing. Moran was afraid of hurting his reputation. He was the Shizun, and his reputation was more important than anything else. Of course, he couldn't embarrass him, so he changed the topic. Shizun, I suddenly remembered something. I forgot to tell you yesterday. What is it? On my way back, I heard that Master Huizue left the day before you came out of seclusion. That's right. So you didn't see him when you woke up? No. Moran sighed, then this matter can't be blamed on Shizun's rudeness. Previously, I heard people outside saying that Shizun didn't understand etiquette. Master Huizue spent 5 years of effort to return Shizun's soul, but when he woke up, he didn't even get to thank him. But the master left on his own accord. It can't be that the moment Shizun woke up, he would run to Wubei Temple and kneel in gratitude. These gossipy people are really annoying. Since I've asked clearly, I'll ask Uncle to mention it at tomorrow's morning meeting, Xianxia suddenly said, no need. Why? The master and I have long been on bad terms, Xianxia said, even if he was still here when I woke up, I wouldn't thank him. Moran was stunned, why is that? I know that Shizun was expelled from the temple all those years ago, and has long lost the ties of master and disciple with Master Huizue. But he came to help Shizun when he was in danger, isn't that? Before he could finish, Chu Wanning interrupted him. I can't explain the matter between him and me clearly, and I don't want to talk about it. If others say that I have no conscience, cold-blooded and heartless, then let them be. It's obviously the truth. Emo Ran was anxious. How is it the truth? You're obviously not that kind of person. Chu Wanning suddenly raised his head, and his expression suddenly became cold, as if a dragon's reverse scale had been touched, and blood was flowing like a stream. Emo Ran, he suddenly said, how much do you know about my matters? He looked into Chu Wanning's bright eyes, which were piercingly cold, and he couldn't let down his guard, always guarding against him. For a moment, he suddenly wanted to say, I know many things about you, I'm clear about them. Even if there are some things about your past that I didn't know, I'm willing to listen, willing to share the burden with you. Don't always hide everything in your heart, putting down layer upon layer of locks, building layers upon layers of barriers. Aren't you tired? Don't you feel uncomfortable? But what position did he have to say this? He was his disciple, he couldn't be rash, he couldn't be disobedient. In the end, Emo Ran was speechless. After a long silence, Chu Wanning's body, which was as taut as a bowstring, finally relaxed bit by bit. He seemed to be somewhat tired, and sighed, saying, man is not a saint, and in front of the mandate of heaven, we are even weaker. Some things can't be changed just because we want to. Alright, don't mention anything about Master Huizue to me in the future. You can leave, I want to change my clothes. Yes. Emo Ran lowered his head, silently tidying up the food boxes. When he walked to the door, he suddenly said, Shizun, you're not angry with me, right? Chu Wanning glared at him, why would I be angry with you? Emo Ran smiled, that's good, that's good. Then can I still come tomorrow? Up to you. After a pause, he suddenly thought of something, and added, in the future, don't say I'm into me. Emo Ran stared blankly, why? You're already in. Isn't that nonsense? Chu Wanning was angry again. He didn't know if he was angry at Emo Ran's improper innocence, or angry at his own disappointing red face. After Emo Ran left in confusion, Chu Wanning got out of bed. He was too lazy to wear shoes, and walked barefoot to the bookcase, taking out a roll of bamboo slips. With a whoosh, he unfolded the bamboo slips and stared at the words on them. His gaze was obscure, and he was speechless for a long time. This bamboo slips were left by Huizue on his pillow before he left. There was a secret spell on the slips, and only Chu Wanning could open them. The handwriting on the slips was neat, and it said, to young Master Chu. His teacher called him young Master Chu. It was truly absurd. The contents of the letter were neither long nor short. It talked about some things that Chu Wanning needed to pay attention to after he woke up, and then spent more than half of the letter asking him to do something. Master Huizue asked him to meet him at Mount Longxue near Wubei Temple after he recovered his energy. The words in the letter were sincere, saying that he was already old and felt that he didn't have much time left. When he thought of some past events, he felt tormented and guilty. Before this old monk passes away, I hope to have a chat with you. You still have an old illness. I heard that because of this illness, you have to go into seclusion for 10 days every 7 years. This old monk feels ashamed. If you are willing to come to Mount Longxue, I can set up a formation to heal you. However, the spell is very dangerous. You need to bring along a disciple of both wood and fire to guard the soul. Old illness. Mount Longxue. Chu Wanning frowned, and his fingers almost sunk into his palms. How could he heal? The things that were destroyed, the things that were lost, how could they be restored in those 164 days on Dragon Blood Mountain? Even if Huizue had the ability to reach the heavens, would he be able to fill up the deep scars? He suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light shone from his palms. The sturdy bamboo slips were instantly crushed into powder in his fingers, disappearing into thin air. He would never step into Wubei Temple again in this lifetime. He would never call Huizue master again. In the blink of an eye, for days had passed since Chu Wanning came out of seclusion. On this day, Shui Jingyong called him to Dan Xian Palace and handed him a letter of entrustment. When he opened it, there were only a few simple sentences. Chu Wanning raised his eyelids and said, "You gave me the wrong thing, right?" "What?" Shui Jingyong took the letter and read it again. He said, "I didn't give you the wrong thing." Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. "It says to help the villagers of Yuliang village with farming. You don't know how to do it?" Shui Jingyong widened his eyes. "You really don't know how to do it?" Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed by his question, so he bristled. "Isn't there anything more normal? Something like exorcising evil spirits or something like that?" Shui Jingyong said, "It's been quite peaceful recently. There really aren't any evil spirits. Anyways, Ranner is going with you. At most, you can just sit and rest while he does the hard work. He's a young man, so it's not a big deal for him to harvest some rice." Chu Wanning's pitch-black brows were deeply furrowed. Since when did the Life and Death Summit take on such trivial matters? It's always been done. When Wuchang Town's old lady Wang's cat climbed up a tree and couldn't get down, it was always Shermei who carried it down. It's just that there were more troublesome matters in the past, so I didn't bother you with the simple ones. Shui Jingyong said, "Didn't you just wake up recently? I wanted to ask someone else to do it, but I felt that you couldn't stay idle. Then I don't want to harvest rice." Chu Wanning changed his tone, so he didn't say, "I don't know how to harvest rice." Shui Jingyong said, "I told you to ask Ranner to help you. Just take it as going out for a walk and relax. Can't I take a walk and relax if I don't accept a task?" "That's true." Shui Jingyong scratched his head. "But Yuliang village is close to colorful Butterfly Town. Ranner was the one who fixed the sky drain there. After all, he's not as good as you. Why don't you go and see if there's anything that needs to be reinforced?" Chu Wanning finally felt the need to go after hearing his words. He didn't say anything else and took the letter of entrustment. He turned around and left Korhart Palace. Yuliang village was a very small village. The people living in the village were all older, and there weren't many young people. Therefore, every year during the busy farming season, they would ask the immortal monarch from the peak of life and death to help out. This kind of request that had nothing to do with cultivation would definitely not be accepted by other celestial sections. However, Shui Jingyong and his elder brother started from scratch and were used to a hard life. It was said that they grew up eating from hundreds of families. Therefore, not only could he not refuse the old tenant farmer's request, he also took it seriously every time and would send his disciples to complete it. The village was not far from the peak of life and death, but it was not close either. It was too troublesome to walk there, and it was too pretentious to take a carriage. Therefore, Shui Jingyong prepared 2 good horses for them. Chu Wanning went down to the mountain gate and saw Mo Ran standing under a tall maple tree. It was already late autumn, and the forest was gradually dyed red. The maple leaves were red, and when the wind blew, the frosty leaves were as bright as a brocade, like red carps jumping around. Mo Ran was holding the reins of a black horse, and the white horse was rubbing against his cheek intimately. He was holding a handful of alfalfa and playing with them. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and saw a few red leaves falling down. Mo Ran raised his head and laughed among the leaves. "Master." Chu Wanning's footsteps slowed down and finally stopped at the last few steps. The sun shone through the lush leaves and soaked the mossy stone steps. He looked at the man not far away. Perhaps because he had to do farm work, Mo Ran did not wear the disciple uniform of the peak of life and death today, nor did he wear the white robe that he wore when he came back. He wore a black cloth robe with a gauntlet around his wrist. It was a very simple uniform, but his waist was thin, his legs were long, and his shoulders were wide. It looked like he had an excellent figure, especially around his chest. Because the collar of the cloth robe was low, one could see his firm and tight chest muscles. His honey-colored skin rose and fell with his breathing. If Shui Meng's shining silver armor was called coquettish, like a peacock spreading its tail, then Mo Ran's appearance was coquettish, like an innocent coquettish, like a reckless and pure coquettish. In short, I am an honest man. I don't know how to flirt. I don't know how to do anything other than work hard. Chu Wanning looked at him a few times and said, "Mo Ran." "What's wrong, master?" the sturdy man asked with a smile. Chu Wanning was expressionless. "Your collar is so open." Are you cold? Ran was slightly startled but immediately felt that Master was concerned about him. He was very happy. He put the alfalfa back into the horse straw basket, clapped his hands, and ran up the stone steps. He stood tall and handsome in front of Chu Wanning. Before Chu Wanning could react, he grabbed Chu Wanning's wrist. I'm not cold. I've been busy all morning. In fact, I'm very hot. He smiled without any reservation. He took Chu Wanning's hand and pressed it on his own rising and falling chest. Look, Master. Am I right? So hot. The young man's chest was very warm, accompanied by the sound of his heartbeat and his eyes that were as bright as the stars. Chu Wanning felt her back go numb, and she hurriedly shook off his hand. Her expression darkened. What are you talking about? Are you sweating? Ran misunderstood. He now thought that Chu Wanning didn't like men. After all, the entanglement between him and Chu Wanning in his previous life was all because of his unreasonable coercion. He didn't think that Chu Wanning would have any interest in him. Thus, he only thought that Master's displeasure was because he couldn't stand the heat on his body. Thinking about how Chu Wanning loved cleanliness and didn't like to interact with people, Ran couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I was rash. If he looked carefully, he would see that Chu Wanning's handsome neck was crimson red. Under his cold and aloof eyelashes, there was a glimmer of affection. But he didn't notice it in the first moment. Chu Wanning wouldn't give him the chance to notice it again. His pure white shoes stepped on the slippery blue stone as he walked towards the black horse. He flipped over and mounted the horse. His movements were natural and smooth. Under the sunlight that blotted out the sky and the red leaves that covered the mountains and plains, he was dressed in white and riding on a tall black horse. He turned his head and looked down at his disciple who was standing on the ground. His icy jade-like face was very arrogant. He was still that sharp elder Yu Hung, so handsome that he couldn't be more handsome. I'm going. Hurry up and follow. Finished speaking, his slender legs clamped tightly around the horse's belly. Riding the red dust, he spurred the horse and left. Ran stood in the same place. After a while, he picked up the bamboo basket of alfalfa and tied it to the back of the white horse's saddle. He also flipped onto the horse. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That black horse is my horse. Why is Master riding on it? Master! Wait for me. The two of them galloped. In less than an hour, they arrived at Jade Cold Village. There were dozens of acres of paddy fields outside the village. Golden grains rolled and rolled. There were about 30 farmers working in the fields. Because there weren't many people, no matter if they were young or old, they were all working. They bent their backs, pulled up their trousers, and swung their sickles. Large beads of sweat dripped down their faces. It looked like they were having a hard time. Ran immediately went to find the village chief and handed him the letter. Then, without saying anything, he changed into hemp shoes and went into the fields. He had enough strength and energy. In addition, he was a cultivator, so it wasn't a problem for him to harvest some wheat. After working for half a day, he had already harvested 2 large patches of paddy fields. The golden grains were piled up beside the paddy fields. When the sun shone, it was full of the fragrance of the grains. The rustling sound of the farmer's sickles echoed in the mountains. There was also the eldest daughter sitting on the ridge. While busily tidying the grains, she leisurely sang a peasant song. The sun sets and the red flowers sparkle. The 4 mountains are red. The red flowers face the peony. Singing a love song. A red fan, asking the lover. Embroidered balls and flowers are round. I tugged at the young man's belt. When will you come? I don't have time today. I have to chop firewood tomorrow. My wife will come to my little sister's house tomorrow. This soft little tune and bashful singing came out of the peasant girl's mouth. It drifted between heaven and earth, landing on the bottom of the listener's heart. I don't have time today. I have to chop firewood tomorrow. I will come to my little sister's house the day after tomorrow. Chu Wanning didn't go to the fields. He hugged a jar of hot water and leaned against a tree to drink. As he listened to the song, his eyes followed the diligent black figure in the distance. His heart rose and fell. The water dripped from his throat, but it didn't seem to flow to his stomach. Instead, it flowed to his chest. Decadent music. After drinking the water, he coldly commented. He went to return the jar to the village chief. The village chief looked at him hesitantly. Chuaning was a bit irritable. He asked, "What's wrong? Immortal, you don't want to go to the fields?" The old village chief was a straightforward person. Since he asked, he answered with a trembling voice. His white beard trembled and his white eyebrows knitted together. "Immortal, you're here to supervise the work?" For the first time, Chuaning felt so awkward. Go to the fields. Didn't Shuizhengyong tell him that he only needed to watch Mo Ran work hard? Did he really want him to go to the fields? He didn't know how to. The old village chief looked at him helplessly. Even the young children and old women next to him looked up and glanced at the well-dressed man. Children's words carried no harm. A child with a bun asked crisply, "Granny, Granny, this Taoist brother is wearing so white. How can he go to the fields? His sleeves are so wide." Another child murmured. "His shoes are also clean." Chuaning felt like there was a thorn in his back. He felt very awkward. After standing in place for a while, she really didn't have the face to continue leisurely like this, so she picked up a scythe and jumped into the paddy field without even taking off her shoes. The slippery mud immediately wrapped around her feet, and the cold water reached her ankles. Chuaning tried to take 2 steps, but the slippery feeling made her frown. She then tried to swing the scythe twice, but unfortunately, the strength was always wrong, and the cut was very clumsy. "Pfft, this Taoist brother is so stupid." 2 children rested their cheeks on their hands and laughed at him under the mulberry tree when they saw his actions. Chuaning. His face darkened. He didn't want to be too close to these people. Chuaning struggled to maintain a calm gait in the mud. He kept a straight face and strode toward the figure in the distance who was busy cutting rice. He wanted to sneak a peek at how Mo Ran was doing it. There must be someone who can learn from him. He wanted to steal from him. When it came to farming, Mo Ran was obviously much more skilled than Chuaning. Under the scorching sun, he bent down, raised the sickle in his hand, and put down a golden ear of rice, which fell softly into his white arms. He first held the harvested rice with one hand and then threw it into the bamboo basket behind him. He was very serious when he was doing these things. He didn't see Chuaning coming. Instead, he diligently lowered his soft eyelashes. There was a faint shadow on his high nose. Beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. There was a wild aura around him. It was hot and wild, dull and passionate. Under the sun, his skin was like burning copper. It was as if there was still steam coming out of the sword-casting pool. It was so bright, so brilliant. Chuaning admired him from a distance. Suddenly, he realized what he was doing. He immediately frowned and shook his head. He muttered something and continued to walk with a straight face. He wanted to steal from him. He wanted to see how Mo Ran's hand held the sickle. He wanted to see how the sickle should be held. He wanted to see why the rice was as hard as iron wire in his hands, but in Mo Ran's hands, they became soft and boneless girls who willingly leaned into his arms. Probably because he was too focused, Chuaning didn't notice that a frog under his feet jumped up with a croak and jumped onto the ridge. Chuaning was shocked and hurriedly pulled back his feet to avoid it. However, the paddy field was too slippery. He didn't pay attention. The Grand Elder Yuheng actually fell forward because of a valiant and spirited frog. Swoosh! Seeing that his face was about to be buried in the mud, Chuaning didn't have time to cast a spell. He actually subconsciously pulled at the busy figure in front of him. The maiden's voice gradually became charming. "I'm pulling on the man's belt." "When did you come?" Coincidentally, Chuaning suddenly grabbed Mo Ran's belt and staggered forward a few steps. Then, he fell into a hot, broad chest that emitted a masculine aura. A pair of strong arms wrapped around him. Mo Ran was in the middle of cutting the rice when a hand suddenly grabbed his belt from behind and pulled it down. This feeling was quite frightening. When he turned around and saw that it was Chuaning, and it was Chuaning who almost fell, he was even more horrified. Mo Ran hurriedly threw away his scythe and turned around to help him up. However, Chu Wanning had fallen so miserably that almost half of his body had fallen to the ground. Mo Ran couldn't support him and could only carry him. That faint begonia fragrance, together with the person in white fluttering clothes, fell solidly into his arms. Mo Ran didn't hesitate to hug him, and the rice stalks that were originally in his arms fell to the ground. "Master, why are you here?" He was still in a state of shock. "You scared me." Chu Wanning. "The paddy field is very slippery. Be careful." The person in his arms lowered her head and didn't say anything. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. On the other hand, the Sichuan girl who was singing was still unwilling to give up. "I'm tugging at the man's belt." "Hey, when will he come?" As if he had been electrocuted, Chu Wanning abruptly withdrew his hand from Mo Ran's belt and steadied himself. He took a deep breath and suddenly pushed her away. Although his expression was still calm, his eyes were shockingly bright, rippling with light. He was obviously flustered, but he still forced himself to be calm. Mo Ran suddenly noticed that his earlobes had turned red. It had a very nice color, and the skin was light red, like a tender peach. He suddenly remembered how it felt to hold this earring in his mouth in his previous life. He remembered that every time he did this, Chu Wanning would tremble slightly. Even if she was extremely unwilling, in the end, it would be difficult for her to escape from his embrace, and even her iron bones would turn into spring mud. Gulping, Mo Ran's gaze couldn't help but turn deep. At this time, Chu Wanning was seething with anger. Nobody knew who she was angry at, but she ground her teeth and said, "What are you looking at? What's there to see?" He suddenly came back to his senses, and his heart turned cold. Bastard! Because of his own selfish desires, what did he do to his master? Master was so proud, how could she be willing to submit? Not to mention prostration, such a cold person like him shouldn't even have feelings of lust. How could he think of such a rebellious thing? Mo Ran shook his head like a rattledrum. Chu Wanning said angrily, "Why are you shaking your head and wagging your tail? Is it fun?" Mo Ran immediately stopped shaking his head, but glanced at him. This person was obviously ashamed, but he habitually wore a mask of anger. If one looked closely, it was easy to see the color in his eyes. He probably felt that it was very embarrassing to fall in front of his disciple, especially because of a croaking frog. So cute. Mo Ran couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, his laugh only made Chu Wanning even angrier. His pair of black eyebrows stood up in anger. Even his nose was crooked from anger. "What are you laughing at? I don't know how to farm, I don't know how to plow, what's so funny?" Yes, it's not funny, it's not funny." Mo Ran coaxed him. As expected, he immediately stopped smiling and became serious. Although the smile on his lips was hidden, his eyes couldn't be hidden. They were still bright and indescribably brilliant. After enduring for a while, it seemed that this matter was going to end here. But at this time, the frog that had successfully jumped to the ridge puffed up its cheeks and arrogantly croaked twice, as if it was demonstrating. Mo Ran couldn't hold back any more. He tilted his head and covered the tip of his nose with his hand, as if he wanted to cover it up with a cough. But he didn't manage to cover it up well. He still laughed. Chu Wanning was about to go crazy. He was about to climb up the ridge when he was stopped by Mo Ran. The two of them were very close to each other. Normally, Mo Ran would directly pull him back. But today, he didn't. He still had Chu Wanning's warmth in his arms, and the begonia scent on Chu Wanning's clothes seemed to linger around the tip of his nose. He felt his heart soften and wanted to melt away. But he didn't dare to let his heart melt. The person in front of him was so good. He had to hold him up and respect him like a deity. He didn't want to use his own vulgarity to hurt him in the slightest. So he only called him Shizun. "What, haven't you laughed enough?" Chu Wanning looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Mo Ran's dimples were very beautiful. There wasn't ridicule in them, but gentleness. "Do you want to learn how to play? I'll teach you. It's actually not difficult at all. Shizun is so smart, you'll definitely learn it in one go." When Mo Ran taught him how to harvest rice, Chu Wanning couldn't help but think, I clearly came to steal his knowledge. How did I become an apprentice? What a mess. But Mo Ran taught him very seriously and carefully. Looking at his clumsy technique, he didn't laugh at him. His eyebrows were as dark as ink. Compared to when he was younger, his facial features had a sharpness to them. This kind of appearance was originally handsome with a bit of arrogance. But his gaze was gentle and patient, as if he was hiding a lot of things, but it also didn't seem to be hiding them. It was because his gentleness was too deep and his age was too deep. That's it. You need to use your skills, understand? Yes. Chu Wanning cut according to his instructions. Unfortunately, he wasn't very nimble. Usually, he played with hardwood. These soft rice stalks made him feel helpless. Mo Ran watched from the side for a while. He stretched out his well-proportioned, muscular arm and helped him adjust the hand holding the sickle. Skin-to-skin contact was only for a moment. Mo Ran didn't dare to touch him too much. Chu Wanning also didn't dare to let him touch him too much. Clearly, one was a torrent that had nowhere to go, while the other was a nearly dried-up swamp. Clearly, once he entered it, he could close the gap and be entangled. He would no longer be turbulent and unable to find an exit, and he could also be watered, moistened, and chapped. But they just had to hide and avoid each other. He taught him from behind, lower your fingers a little more. Be careful not to cut yourself. He stubbornly said, I know. Relax a little more. Don't be so stiff. Relax. But the more Mo Ran said this, the tighter Chu Wanning's back and hands became stiffer. Relax, relax. How could he not want to relax? But it was easy to say. Mo Ran was talking to him so close. His breath was even brushing against the back of his ear. The airflow was hot and heavy. It had the unique wild taste of this man. How could he relax? Inexplicably, he thought of that shameful dream again. In the dream, it was almost the same position. Mo Ran was also by his ear. His lips were just about to touch, but they were rubbing against his earlobe. He gasped and said, Relax. Don't hold me so tightly. Chu Wanning's face turned red. In an instant. He struggled to break free from this strange memory. But before one wave subsided, another wave came. He shook it off, but then he thought of that ranking of the size of the outstanding cultivators in their prime. Chu Wanning felt that his head was probably smoking. Mo Ran found it strange. Why are you so tense? You let go, I'm already relaxed. Chu Wanning suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with spring water and anger. He glared at him. At such a close distance, it was almost like a sword piercing Mo Ran's heart. Obviously, both of their hearts were beating like drums. But even if they were beating like crazy, the other side couldn't hear it. Unless he was closer, unless his chest was pressed against his back, unless he was holding his hand, biting the tip of his ear, sucking on his earlobe, panting and muttering to him, Relax, don't be nervous. Only then could they understand each other. But obviously, Mo Ran didn't know how to, and neither did Chu Wanning. So Mo Ran awkwardly withdrew his hand. He awkwardly straightened his body and said. Then, Shizun, why don't you try it yourself? Mo Ran smiled at him again. He picked up his scythe and started to cut the rice not far from him. After cutting twice, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head, Shizun. What are you doing? Chu Wanning's face darkened. Mo Ran pointed at his shoes and said, Take off your shoes. I won't. If you don't take them off, you'll fall. Mo Ran was very sincere, your shoes are slippery. Every time you fall, I won't be able to catch you in time. Chu Wanning thought about it gloomily. In the end, he still walked to the edge of the ridge. He took off his shoes and socks and threw them beside the haystack. Barefooted, he returned to the paddy field and buried his head in the rustling of the rice. At noon, Chu Wanning finally became familiar with the use of the scythe. His movements also became smooth. He and Mo Ran piled the rice together, piling it high into a small golden mountain. After cutting another piece of land in one breath, Chu Wanning was a little tired. He stood up and took a breath, wiping his sweat with the corner of his sleeve. A light breeze blew through the golden waves of rice, bringing with it a cool autumn breeze. He sneezed. Mo Ran immediately turned his head, very concerned. Are you a little cold? No. Chuaning shook his head. Some plant ash just got into my nose. Emoran smiled. He was about to say something when he suddenly heard the clear voice of a farmer girl under a mulberry tree in the distance. She covered her mouth and shouted, "Time to eat, time to eat, time to eat lunch." "It's the girl who sang just now, right?" Chuaning said without turning his head. Emoran leaned over and put his hand on his eyebrows. He looked into the distance and said, "It really is her." "Did Shizun hear it?" "Yes. Her voice calling for someone to eat has so many twists and turns. There's no one else like her." As Chuaning said this, he moved the last basket of rice to the side of the pile of rice. He was too lazy to put on his shoes. Since they were already so dirty, he walked towards the mulberry tree. Emoran smiled and shook his head. He immediately picked up the shoes he had left behind and chased after his footsteps. The farmer's rice was cooked in a large pot. 4 or 5 farmer women carried 3 wooden barrels. When they opened the barrels, one was filled with steaming white rice, one was filled with braised meat and cabbage, and the last was filled with tofu and vegetable soup. In fact, the people in the lower cultivation world were not very good. Meat was a bit of a luxury for ordinary people, but since the immortals at the peak of life and death had come, the village chief could not only entertain them with vegetables. Thus, the braised meat and cabbage were filled with plenty of 5-flour cured meat. When the barrels were opened, the burly villagers couldn't help but swallow their saliva at the aroma of the meat. "The food is not good. Please make do with it, immortals." The village chief's wife was a woman with large shoulders and a round waist. She was around 50 years old and her voice was very loud. When she smiled, her mouth was very wide and very refreshing. "It's all our own meat and vegetables. Please don't mind." Emoran hurriedly waved his hand. I don't mind, I don't mind." As he said this, he filled 2 bowls with rice. He first gave one to his master and then gave the other to himself. Chuaning looked into the barrel of vegetables and saw that the braised meat and cabbage was filled with a layer of spicy sauce. He was a little scared. However, the auntie was especially enthusiastic about him. She gave him a big spoonful of hot and spicy soup and picked up several pieces of fragrant and red meat. For the people of Shu who could eat spicy food, it was naturally very delicious. However, for Chuaning, eating this bowl would probably take his life. However, it was not good to reject the enthusiasm of the villagers. Chuaning was frozen when suddenly, a hand reached over and passed the other bowl to him. That bowl was filled with tofu and vegetable soup. Although it was a little bland, Chuaning liked it. "Change with me," Emoran said. "It's not a problem. You eat your food." Chuaning did not take it. When the auntie saw this, she was a little stunned. After a while, she reacted and patted her head. "Aya, could it be that this immortal can't eat spicy food?" Chuaning saw that she was guilty and said, "No, I can eat a little." As he said this, he picked up a handful of rice and put it into his mouth. After a few moments of silence, they saw Chuaning's face become redder and redder in front of everyone's eyes. The taut lines on his face also slightly trembled. Finally, cough 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 cough. He coughed earth-shatteringly. Who said that in this world, the only things that could not be endured were love, poverty, and sneezing? There was still chili. In the end, Chuaning had overestimated herself and underestimated Chao Tianjiao. In an instant, she was choked until her face turned red and she could not speak. The surrounding farmers were stunned. The children were not sensible. They hid behind the adults and giggled. The adults patted them on the head. Emoran quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and poured another bowl of soup for him. Chuaning drank the soup and finally felt better. However, when hot food met spicy food, it would only make the tip of his tongue more uncomfortable. He raised his head and his face was already red. The corners of his eyes were watery. He looked at Emoran with teary eyes and said hoarsely, "More. More." Chuaning clearly said that he wanted another bowl of soup. However, Emoran was burned by those eyes and that face that was like a child sleeping in spring. He could not help but turn away. For a moment, he seemed to see the man lying under him in his previous life. Under the urging of the aphrodisiac and desire, he gasped for breath and opened his unfocused eyes. His body trembled slightly. His moist lips slightly opened and closed. His voice was hoarse and he could not stop moaning, "I beg you, more." Emo Rant's fingertips were trembling, and his heart was beating unbelievably fast. The saddest thing about men was that their lust was not controlled by reason. Even if he didn't want to, his lower body would still burn up and swell. He cursed himself in a low voice and adjusted his sitting position so that no one could see it. Then, he leaned over to get another bowl of soup for Xianxia. When he passed the bowl over, his finger brushed against Xianxia's. He was shocked and felt a numbing sensation like lightning running through his spine. His hand trembled, and some of the soup spilled out. Xianxia frowned, but he couldn't care less. He drank the soup to ease the numbing pain between his lips and teeth. Emo Ran silently looked at his lips. Because of the spiciness, they were bright red, like fresh fruits on the leaves and flowers on the branches. When he kissed them, they were soft, warm, and moist. Slap. Emo Ran slapped himself in the face. Everyone was stunned and looked at him in silence. Emo Ran suddenly came back to his senses. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said in a hoarse voice, "There's a mosquito on my face." Ouch. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, making a fuss about nothing. Mosquitoes in autumn are the most poisonous. After drinking enough blood, they'll have to survive the winter. Did the immortal bring an ointment? Ah? Emo Ran was stunned for a moment and looked toward the source of the voice. The one who spoke was a beautiful young lady. She had shiny black braids and wore a green jacket. Her features were picturesque, her skin was white and tender, and her eyes were bold. When she met Emo Ran's eyes, she immediately became more enthusiastic and excited. Emo Ran didn't react for a moment. In his heart, he only thought, "Oh, it's the girl who sang the song just now." He was slow, but the auntie sitting next to the girl was very bright. She was a woman who had given birth to 7 children, so she could see the thoughts of the girl better than anyone else. She readily said, "The immortal monarch won't stay in the village for long. He will go back after the busy farming season, so why would he bring herbal ointment? Linger, send a jar to the immortal monarch." The girl named Linger immediately smiled brightly. "That's great. I'll bring it to you tonight." Before Emo Ran could say anything, the 2 passionate women had already decided for him. Emo Ran couldn't help but be speechless. He turned his head to look at Xianxia and saw that Xianxia had taken out a handkerchief and was slowly wiping the soup stains on his hands. His expression was somewhat disgusted. Emo Ran was not good at dealing with women, so he whispered to Xianxia, "My hands are also stained with soup. Lend me your handkerchief when you're done wiping." Xianxia handed his handkerchief to him. It was still the one embroidered with begonia flowers. Emo Ran remembered that in the peach blossom spring, he used this handkerchief. Xianxia looked indifferent and cold, but he was actually a sentimental person. Emo Ran had noticed in his previous life that the style of this person's clothes and the furnishings in his house would not change much even after 10 or 20 years. He just didn't expect that even this handkerchief was the same. It had been so long that the embroidery on it had faded, but this nostalgic person still didn't throw it away. Emo Ran wiped his hands and carefully looked at the handkerchief. He suddenly realized that although the flower embroidery was delicate, the stitches were not good. He was stunned for a moment when he saw that it was made by a beginner. He thought to himself, "Master probably pricked it himself when he was bored." Thinking of his master's serious expression as he poked the begonia flowers with a small needle, Emo Ran couldn't help but want to laugh. When he was about to take a closer look, the handkerchief was taken away by Xianxia. Emo Ran said, "Why did you take it away?" "I'll help you wash it." "I can wash it myself," Xianxia said as he picked up the bowl and chopsticks again. Emo Ran didn't want to see him looking for trouble again. He hurriedly exchanged a bowl of rice with him and said, "Eat my bowl. I haven't touched it before." The village chief's wife also hurriedly said, "Immortal monarch can't eat spicy food, so don't eat it." It's fine, it's fine." Xianxia pursed his lips. After a while, he lowered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry." As he said that, he exchanged food with Emo Ran. Emo Ran took his bowl and chopsticks. Just as he was about to eat, he remembered that Xianxia had already taken a bite of this, and his heart inexplicably throbbed with warmth. He picked up a piece of pork belly and put it into his mouth. The chopsticks faintly bit his teeth and rubbed against his lips. In his previous life, he was licentious and wanton. What did he not do with Chu Wanning? But in this life, he only licked the chopsticks that he used and pressed his lips against the bowl that he used. But just like that, his lower body was hard and unbearably hot. Even though he sternly warned himself, even though he repeatedly ordered himself not to have any lustful thoughts towards his pure and upright Shizun, his heart didn't feel like it was his own. He could prevent himself from touching him, but he couldn't stop himself from thinking about him. He had long since lost his hatred towards Chu Wanning. He originally thought that after stripping away his hatred, his feelings towards his Shizun would only be respect and love. But he seemed to have thought wrongly. When the black veil of hatred fell, what was revealed was moist affection, burning love. He was floating in the sea of desire, wanting to climb onto the floating log of reason. But Chu Wanning's momentary gaze and a few casual words were able to pull him back into the abyss of desire. He felt that he had really gone crazy. Chu Wanning didn't like men, so even if Mo Ran died, he wouldn't touch him or bully him. So the desire in his heart burned into a sea of fire, spreading into a vast ocean. He was in the abyss of suffering, so much so that he even forgot about everything else. Only the pure person in front of him slept into his not-so-pure heart. The autumn wind rustled, and in the sound of fragrant frogs, he sat by his side. At this moment, Mo Ran suddenly had a ridiculous thought. If they could stay like this for the rest of their lives, it would be pretty good. In the past, he felt that he lacked everything, so he would crazily snatch everything. But now, he felt that he had everything, so he didn't dare to ask for more. The busy farming season would last for about half a month. During this time, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran stayed in Yuliang village. Although this small village wasn't rich, it wasn't difficult to clean up 2 empty houses. It was just that the environment was a bit harsh. The village head's wife clenched her teeth and took out 2 thick mattresses, saying that she wanted to make them for Mo Ran and the others. However, the 2 of them tactfully refused in unison. Chu Wanning said, "It's still warm even if it's covered with straw. You guys can keep it for yourselves." Mo Ran also smiled and said, "We're cultivators, after all. We can't fight over the bedding with you guys." The village head was full of guilt and said repeatedly, "I'm really sorry. In the past, we still had a lot of mattresses. But last year, when there was an evil spirit, the village caught fire and many things were." Chu Wanning said, "It's fine." After a few more words of consolation, the village head and his wife finally left, trembling. Mo Ran helped Chu Wanning tidy up the bed again. He put a thicker layer of straw under the mattress and tried his best to make the bed a bit softer. He looked a bit like a dog that was busy bringing a soft pillow home. Chu Wanning leaned against the table and looked indifferently. He said, "That's about enough. If you put any more down, I'm afraid I won't be sleeping on a bed anymore. I'll be sleeping in the valley." Mo Ran was a bit embarrassed by his words. He scratched his head and said, "I rushed a bit today. Tomorrow I'll go to the nearby market and buy a mattress for Shizun." "You went to buy a mattress? Do you want me to do all the farm work?" Chu Wanning glared at him. "Just like this. It's pretty good." As he said this, he walked over and smelled it. "It smells like rice." Mo Ran said, "No, Shizun, you're most afraid of the cold. You can't. Winter hasn't arrived yet." Chu Wanning frowned. "Why are you dawdling? Why do you have so much to say? Go back to your room. I've been tired all day. My feet are numb. I want to sleep." Mo Ran then obediently left. Chu Wanning had just taken off his shoes. He casually scooped some water from the tub and washed his feet. He was preparing to climb onto his bed of rice. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. Mo Ran had returned and shouted from outside, "Shizun, I'm coming in." Chu Wanning was furious. "Didn't I tell you not to say, 'I'm coming in' to me in the future?" Mo Ran let him be angry. He grinned and used his head to push open the half-closed door. He really didn't have the hands to push the door open. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his honey-colored, tight, and sexy arms. He carried a bucket full of water. The water was steaming hot. The young man's eyes were especially bright in the mist. They were especially burning. Chu Wanning's heart pounded under his gaze. He actually didn't know what to say. Mo Ren carried the heavy bucket to his bedside and put it down. His face glowed and his dimples showed. He said, "Shizun, soak your feet. You've been tired all day. After soaking, I'll give you a massage. Shizun can sleep again." "No. I know." Shizun is going to say no again. Mo Ren smiled. "You have to. The first time you do farm work, your back will hurt. If Shizun doesn't rest well and can't get up tomorrow, the children in the village will laugh at you again." The water in the wooden bucket was very warm. It was even slightly hot, but it wasn't unbearable. Chu Wanning's bare feet were soaked in the water. His toes were round and delicate. His ankles were very smooth and defined. His skin was very white. Because he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time, it could even be called pale. When Mo Ren saw this, he suddenly felt that Chu Wanning's skin was really good. It was fairer and clearer than those delicate and sparkling Sichuan girls. Thinking about it carefully, even the woman he married in his previous life, Song Chiotong, didn't feel as good as Chu Wanning's. Bah, what was he thinking? Thus, while Chu Wanning soaked his feet, Mo Ren sat at the table opposite him and read a book. He brought the book himself. It was some dry healing books. The room was very quiet. It was so quiet that the two of them subconsciously slowed their breathing. They didn't want the other to hear. In the room lit by a single candle, only the sound of Chu Wanning's feet moving in the water could be heard occasionally. "I'm done. It's not sore anymore. You can go back." However, Mo Ren was very insistent. He would never believe Chu Wanning's no pain or no discomfort again. He had already put down his book and bent down in front of Chu Wanning's bed. He half knelt down and grabbed one of Chu Wanning's feet that was about to retract. His gaze was somewhat irrefutable. "I'll go back after I finish massaging master." Chu Wanning wanted to kick him and make him scram back to where he came from. "Don't *King talk to yourself in front of me." However, the hand that was holding him was strong and rough. The calluses between the thumb and forefinger were sticking to his skin. His feet were especially sensitive because of the hot water. He suddenly felt itchy and wanted to laugh, so he used all his strength to hold back his laughter. Just like that, he missed the last chance to regain his dignity and chase Mo Ren away. Mo Ren half knelt and had already placed his feet on his knees. He lowered his eyes and patiently massaged his feet. "Shizun, is the paddy field very cold?" he asked as he massaged his feet. "It's fine. There are also a lot of dead branches and leaves. Look here, it's all scratched up." Chu Wanning looked at the side of his right foot. Sure enough, there was a small wound. "It's just a small wound. I don't feel anything." Mo Ren said, "I brought some ointment for bruises." "Shizun, wait a moment. I'll go get it and apply it on you. Auntie's ointment is very effective. The wound will heal in one night." As he spoke, he left the room. His hut and Chu Wanning's hut were facing each other. There was only a dozen or so steps between them. He quickly returned and brought back a bottle of ointment. "Is there a need to be so pretentious?" "How is this pretentious? If it festers, it'll be even more troublesome. Come, Shizun, give me your feet." Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed. He had lived for so many years. His feet were an extremely private place. He was usually well dressed, so of course he wouldn't walk around barefoot. This was a piece of flesh that not many people had seen before. It was even more so a piece of flesh that no one had ever touched. It was precisely because he didn't know what it felt like to have his feet pinched. Thus, he allowed Mo Ren to pinch them a few times. Who would have thought that it would be such a numb and sore feeling? It was as if there were ants gnawing at the bottom of his heart. Thus, when he was about to give it to him again, he was a little hesitant. Mo Ren looked at the pair of pure white feet half hidden under the hem of his clothes. The hot water had finally added some color to them. Chu Wanning's toes were well proportioned and delicate. His fingernails were like a thin layer of ice on the surface of a lake in the depths of winter in the south. They were sparkling and translucent. However, the fingertips that had just been soaked in the water had a faint crimson color. It was as if a budding begonia flower was frozen in a layer of ice. Emoran knelt down again. With a gentle and respectful expression, he held the warm begonia flower in the palm of his hand. He felt the begonia flower tremble slightly in his hand. The petals rustled. He suddenly wanted to lower his head and lean over to kiss it. He wanted it to not hesitate and not be afraid. He wanted it to relax and let go of its petals. Shizun. What's wrong? He seemed to hear Chuaning's voice was a little hoarse. It was as if love and lust were pressing down on the flowers. The flowers were about to be unable to bear it. Even the dew was about to drip onto the ground. Emoran suddenly raised his head. At this moment, the candlelight exploded with a crackling sound. A string of sparks burst out, and the candlelight slowly flowed down. He just happened to meet Chuaning's gaze. Under the candlelight, their eyes were very bright. There was lust and lust. You. Chuaning lowered his 2 eyelashes and said lightly, "My feet are ticklish." Hurry up. Emoran's face immediately turned red. Fortunately, he was tanned and it wasn't easy to see. He muttered an "oh" and buried his face to apply the ointment. His ears couldn't help but keep repeating the words "hurry up." His Adam's apple bobbed as he looked at the delicate skin in front of him. He thought of various things from his previous life. It became clearer and clearer. He thought of the messy bed in the Shaman Mountain Palace. The bright red pillow made Chuaning even fairer. They were entangled like wild beasts. They were panting and growling. They were smelly and sticky. He thought of Chuaning's muffled moans under him. Her ice-cold voice was heated by the waves of love and lust, turning into soft water. Hurry up, ah. Chuaning seemed to be moaning in his ear. He seemed to be able to hear it. Emoran suddenly closed his eyes and frowned. He finally realized one thing: it was too difficult for him to be good to Chuaning. If they were too far away, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to warm him up and take good care of him. If he was too close, he couldn't control the evil fire in his heart. If he wasn't careful, his rationality would be burned to ashes. He was afraid that he would do something that crossed the line. He wanted to do him. He wanted him. Even at this moment, he suddenly felt that what he wanted to do was not kneel here and apply ointment and massage Chuaning's feet. This person was sitting in front of him on the bed. His current strength was not much different from the past. Chuaning couldn't break free from him. He longed to fuck him. He longed to press him down on the bed. He longed to the point that his throat was dry. He longed to the point that his desire swelled to the point of pain. He wanted to press down on Chuaning's body. Shizun, it's done. He almost shouted out loud. This scared Chuaning. Only Emoran knew that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly felt extremely sad. Why couldn't he be good to his Shizun? Why couldn't he be good to his Shizun? Why couldn't he be good to his Shizun? Why couldn't he get rid of those burning desires? Chuaning. His Shizun was the most arrogant person in the world. If he knew that his disciple harbored such feelings for him, how much would he disdain him? 2 lifetimes. He didn't want him to look down on him anymore. Chuaning finished putting on his shoes and socks. During this process, Emoran kept his head down and didn't say anything. He looked like a well-behaved and docile dog. Only he knew that his heart was locked up like a wolf that didn't know how to eat. After a while, Emoran suppressed the heat in his heart and said, Shizun, rest well. If you feel uncomfortable tomorrow, don't go down. I'll take care of the 2 of us. Before Chuaning could say anything, he heard a delicate voice shout from outside, Xianxia, are you there? Chuaning lifted his eyelids and looked at Emoran indifferently. She's looking for you. Huh? Who's looking for me at this time? Emoran only had eyes for Chuaning. He had been talking to the villagers during the day and had long forgotten about Jiaoji. The one who sang during the day, Chuaning said casually. She's the most beautiful girl in the village. Is that so? Why do I feel like all the girls in this village look the same? Chuaning did not say anything at first. Then, he said, we haven't seen each other for 5 years. When did you go blind? Chu Wanning's tone was calm, but the moment Mo Ran looked up, he saw a hint of a smile in his eyes. He seemed to be in the mood to joke with him. Mo Ran could not help but feel flattered. His mood suddenly brightened up. The girl named Ling carried a green cloth bag with white flowers. She shouted towards Mo Ran's room, "Immortal Mo, I'm here." Suddenly, a man's deep voice sounded behind her. Ling turned around and saw Mo Ran pulling aside half of the curtain. He leaned against the door and smiled at her. "Miss, it's already so late. What's the matter?" Ling was first shocked, then delighted. She immediately went over. "Luckily, you're not asleep yet. This is for you. I asked third aunt for it. I told you about it in the afternoon. You take it and try it." As she said this, she handed him the cloth bag in her bosom. Mo Ran opened it and saw 3 small clay jars inside. "This is herbal ointment," Ling said enthusiastically. She smiled and pointed at her own face. "You said you were bitten by a mosquito in the fields this afternoon." "Ah." Mo Ran finally understood. Then, he felt a little embarrassed. He had casually made up an excuse, but this girl naively believed it and really gave him herbal ointment. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. The villagers of Yuliang village were too honest. But the bite shouldn't be that bad. Ling suddenly stood on her tiptoes and carefully observed Mo Ran's face. Her smile became even brighter. "I can't see a mosquito bite on your face." Mo Ran coughed dryly. "He's a cultivator after all." Ling clapped her hands and laughed. "You guys are really interesting and fun to play with. If I had the talent, I would also want to cultivate. It's a pity that I'm not fated." The two of them chatted for a while before Mo Ran thanked her and returned to the house with the herbal ointment. Chu Wanning had already switched seats and was sitting at the table, leisurely flipping through the books left behind by Mo Ran. When he heard the noise, he looked up at him. "Herbal ointment," Mo Ran said awkwardly. Chu Wanning said, "Did you really get bitten by a mosquito? Come here and let me take a look." Under the light, the color of Mo Ran's face was like honey. It was slightly dark, but it made his eyes look even more handsome. Chu Wanning stared at him for a while, then asked, "Where's your bag? Where is it?" Mo Ran scratched his head embarrassedly. "My skin is thick. It disappeared a long time ago." As he spoke, he placed 3 bottles of herbal ointment on Chu Wanning's table. "I don't need these. Shizun, you can keep them. You're more likely to be bitten by mosquitoes." Chu Wanning did not comment. He only said, "First, it's the golden sort ointment and now it's the herbal ointment. If this continues, I might as well open a pharmacy." Mo Ran rubbed his handsome nose and laughed. His laugh was very reserved and very honest. Chu Wanning saw this and reached out to poke his forehead. "It's late. Go back to your room and sleep. N. Shizun, sweet dreams." Sweet dreams. However, that night, in the small courtyard that was only 10 steps away from each other, the people lying in the 2 thatched cottages were different from what they had wished for each other. None of them fell asleep. They tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Chu Wanning naturally did not need to say much. He felt that the soles of his feet were still numb. He could feel the calluses on Mo Ran's fingertips rubbing against him. Mo Ran's thoughts were much more complicated. He tossed and turned, his head pillowed in the crook of his arm. He continuously pinched the seam of the bed. He repeatedly said in his heart, "Shizun is a god, and immortal. He's noble and above the common populace. No matter what happened in my previous life, I can't make the same mistake again in this life. I can't bully others, I can't mess around." Moreover, there was still Shirmei. Right, he should think more about Shirmei. He suddenly felt even more uncomfortable. In fact, ever since he had returned to the peak of life and death and seen Shirmei again, he had always felt that he did not seem to have much enthusiasm for Shirmei. Liking Shirmei, protecting Shirmei, seemed to have become a habit that did not need to be thought about. He had been doing this all the time, but what happened after that? Facing the Shirmei of 5 years ago, he still felt close, but facing the handsome and charming man 5 years later, Mo Ran's heart actually grew a bit of a stranger. This unfamiliarity made him feel at a loss. He suddenly did not know what was wrong with him, and what he should do. The next day, Chuaning woke up very early. When he walked outside, Emoran coincidentally also lifted the curtain and came out. The two met face to face. Emoran said, "Good morning, Shizun." "Good morning." Chuaning glanced at him. "Didn't sleep well?" Emoran forced a smile. "I'm not used to the bed, but it's not a problem. I'll be fine after resting for a while at noon." They went to the fields together. The early morning wind was filled with the sweet smell of grass and trees. It was quiet all around. Occasionally, they could hear the croaking of frogs and the clear cry of cicadas. Chuaning lazily yawned. Suddenly, he saw something and couldn't help but laugh. Emoran. A hand reached over and brushed Emoran's hair. Chuaning pinched a piece of straw from his hair and smiled faintly. "Don't tell me you've been rolling around on the bed nonstop? You've made a mess on your head." Emoran was just about to explain when he suddenly saw a small piece of straw on Chuaning's hair. He couldn't help but laugh. Then Shizun also rolled around. As he said this, he helped Chuaning pick the golden stalk of straw. The sun rose from the east. Master and disciple looked at each other in the golden light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. As before, one had his head slightly lowered and the other had his face slightly raised. Only 5 years ago, the one who had his head lowered was Chuaning and the one who had his head raised was Emoran. Now, time was reversed. Emowayu was no longer a youth. At this moment, time seemed to finally settle down. In the gentle morning light, Emoran suddenly couldn't help but jump into the field. He opened his arms and smiled at the person on the ridge. "Shizun, come down. I'll catch you." Chuaning stared at the ridge that was only half the height of a person. "Are you crazy?" "Ha ha ha." He took off his shoes and socks and lightly jumped into the paddy field. The water rippled, making the soles of his feet slightly cold. Chuaning waved his wide sleeves and majestically marked out a large piece of paddy field. "These are all mine. I didn't harvest as much as you did yesterday. Today, I'll make you admit defeat." Emoran raised his outstretched arms and scratched his head. The corners of his mouth turned up and a particularly beautiful smile appeared on his face. "Good. If I lose, I'll make a lot of lotus pastries for Shizun, a lot of crab meatballs," Chuaning said, "and a lot of sweet-scented osmanthus and sugar lotus root." "Good. Then what if Shizun loses?" Emoran's eyes shone like stars. "Then what?" Chuaning coldly glanced at him. "What do you want?" Emoran pursed his lips and thought for a long time. Then, he said, "If Shizun loses, he'll have to eat a lot of lotus pastries and crab meatballs." After a pause, an even gentler voice fell into the cool breeze. "And a lot of sweet-scented osmanthus and sugar lotus root. No matter who wins or loses, I want to treat you differently." Chuaning was a person who refused to admit defeat. It was one thing for others to laugh at him yesterday, but he couldn't allow others to look down on him today. He held his breath and buried himself in the rustling of the paddy field. By noon, he had already harvested much more paddy than Emoran. Sitting under the mulberry tree to eat, he was somewhat proud. Although he didn't say anything and his face didn't show it, his eyes were always looking at the dam. He looked at the paddy field he had harvested and stacked high into a mountain of gold. "Linger, go get another bowl of rice for the immortal sage." Everyone was sitting in a circle. The ant saw that Emoran was eating very quickly, and in a short while, the bowl was empty. She hurriedly said this. Emoran put down his bowl and chopsticks. He seemed to be very anxious and said with a smile, "No need, I'm full. I have something to do, so I have to leave the village first. I'll be back later. You guys eat first." Linger was very surprised, and immediately showed some uneasiness. "The immortal sage only ate so little? Is the food not to your taste? If you don't like it, I can make some more for you." No, it's to my taste." Emoran naturally couldn't see through the girl's thoughts. He smiled and waved his hand, and strode in the direction of the stable. Chuaning asked him, "Where are you going?" Emoran turned half of his face and smiled. I'm going to buy some things. I'll be back soon. Immortal sage, forget it, let him do what he wants. Xianxia said lightly as he picked up a piece of fried tofu. Although these two immortal monarchs came together, anyone with a discerning eye could tell whose status was higher, whose status was lower, and whose words carried more weight. Moreover, Xianxia's natural appearance was somewhat cold and solemn. Since he had already spoken, the villagers didn't ask any more questions and let Mo Ran do as he pleased. After the meal, everyone gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They were either chewing tobacco leaves in the field, or taking a nap and basking in the sun with their eyes closed. The peasant women gathered together to weave clothes to keep out the cold. The children rode on their childhood horses and played. A very thin house cat sniffed the ground expectantly. The tip of its pink nose twitched and its ears perked up. It wanted to find something to eat among the cold leftovers. Xianxia held a cup of hot tea and leaned against a pile of grain to rest. Seeing that the cat was so thin and pitiful, he waved at it, wanting to get it something to eat. Unfortunately, it was very alert to strangers. When it saw Xianxia raise his hand, it thought that he was going to hit it, so it ran away with a swish. Xianxia was speechless. Did he look so fierce? He didn't even like a cat? While he was thinking gloomily, he suddenly heard the sound of copper plates clinking. Linger happily held a cup of tea and sat next to Xianxia. Xianxia turned to look at her. He didn't have much of an expression. This girl was very pretty. What was even rarer was that she wasn't thin and weak. She was a plump woman that was hard to come by in the remote countryside. She also knew how to dress herself. She didn't have extra money to buy accessories, so she picked up some fine copper plates and washed them clean. She ground them into warm rings and strung them on the hem of her clothes. When she walked, they jingled and shone brightly under the sun. Immortal. She called him crisply, her voice like a ripe berry. Xianxia said, "What's the matter?" His voice was like cold smoke. Linger was slightly stunned by his unfriendliness, but then she put on a false front and said with a smile, "Nothing. I saw that you were bored sitting alone, so I wanted to talk to you." Xianxia didn't think that he had an amiable face. The cat was probably the best proof. But after all, humans and cats were different. Cats didn't know how to scheme, but humans might have other plans. Sure enough, after Linger said a bunch of nonsense to him, she seemed to ask casually, "Immortal, what kind of people do you want to be your disciples at the peak of life and death? Do you think I'm okay?" Xianxia said, "Give me your hand." She opened her eyes wide and then did as she was told excitedly. Xianxia put his fingertips on her pulse. After a while, he withdrew his hand and said, "I won't accept you." Linger's face suddenly turned red. You don't have the root of wisdom? When I asked you to give me your hand, you knew that I wanted to test your spiritual core. Then you should have asked other people before, right? Xianxia said, "Miss, your fate is shallow. I'm afraid that you won't be able to build your foundation even when you're old. Staying in the mountain is just a waste of time. It's better to give up on this idea." Linger didn't say anything. She lowered her head, looking very disappointed. After a while, she moved her lips and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your guidance, Immortal." "You're welcome." She walked away silently. Xianxia looked at her back, feeling a bit complicated. For many people in the lower cultivation world, they were more eager to enter the gate of immortality than the people in the upper cultivation world. This was because for the people in the upper cultivation world, cultivation was just a way to bring glory to their ancestors and make a good name for themselves. But for the people in the lower cultivation world, sometimes it was a way to save their lives. Xianxia leaned against a pile of grains and drank another mouthful of tea. The weather had turned cold. He hadn't drunk it for a while, but the tea was already cold. He drank it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls and closed his eyes, wanting to take a nap. However, he slept too late last night and was busy all morning, so he fell into a deep sleep. In the blink of an eye, more than half a day had passed. When he woke up again, the sky was already blood-red. Crows were cawing on the treetops, and there were only neat stalks of rice and falling grains left between the ridges of the fields. Xianxia was shocked and suddenly opened his eyes wide. He actually slept until dusk. Probably because of his identity, the farmers didn't have the nerve to wake him up. Not only did they let him sleep like this, but some people were also afraid that he would catch a cold, so they covered him with clothes. Clothes? Chu Wanning wanted to sit up, but a familiar smell suddenly came to the tip of his nose. He came back to his senses and looked down at the robe. The material was very rough, but it was very clean. There was a sweet smell of honey locust lingering between the stitches. It was Mo Ran's robe. He didn't know why, but after understanding this, Chu Wanning gave up on sitting up. He relaxed his back and lay back down. Half of his face was hidden under the robe, only revealing a pair of clear eyes. They were slightly narrowed, hiding an indescribable emotion. This is crazy. He narrowed his thin and soft eyelashes, looking for that person in the fields. He quickly found him. After all, now that Mo Ran had become so handsome and tall, he would be very eye-catching wherever he stood. That young man was helping the village chief and the others to carry the cut rice to the ox cart. His back was facing Chu Wanning. Probably because he was a little hot after working for a day, he was like the other farmers, taking off his outer robe and upper garment, revealing his strong, honey-colored back. Under the hot sunset, his broad back was steaming. Sweat slowly slid down the lines of his rippling muscles, flowing to his waist and winding down to his tight waistline. He was like hot iron, like charcoal in the furnace, burning all the tenderness and sweetness into steaming male desire. Chu Wanning looked from afar, and all the other scenes in her eyes gradually faded away. All that was left was that person's bright fur, his smooth muscles that were like cheetahs, and half of his face that was turned away when he was chatting with the village chief. His dimples were mellow, and his gaze was kind. He looked handsome and charming. As if he felt the gaze behind him, Mo Ran turned his head. Chu Wanning quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. His heart was beating like a torrential rain, and his ears were filled with the rumbling sound of blood. After a long while, he quietly opened a slit and peered out from under the curtain of his eyelashes. Mo Ran had already turned around. Ling Er walked over to him from the ridge. She shyly handed him a handkerchief. "Immortal, wipe away your sweat." Mo Ran was carrying a pile of straw to the ox cart. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "I'm too busy." "Wait a moment." Ling Er seemed very happy. She stood beside him and watched, occasionally reaching out to give him a hand. Mo Ran was surprised by this girl's enthusiasm. He said, "Thank you." She was even more delighted. The tall and sturdy man beside her exuded a masculine charm that was within reach. She heard his breathing and looked at his relaxed shoulders. She couldn't help but blush. For a moment, she forgot that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Holding the handkerchief, she said softly, "Immortal sage, if you don't wipe your sweat, it will drip into your eyes." Mo Ran hurriedly said, "I don't have hands, I don't have hands." "I'll wipe it for you." Before she finished speaking, she felt a chill on her back. Chu Wanning had unknowingly appeared behind them. He still had Mo Ran's thick black robe draped over his shoulders. His brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of viciousness that came from just waking up. He said, "Mo Ran." "Ah?" The person who was busy just now immediately put down the rice and rubbed the tip of his nose. The moment he saw Chu Wanning, he smiled. "Shizun is finally awake." Chu Wanning looked him up and down. "Are you cold?" Mo Ran smiled and said, "Hot." As soon as he finished speaking, the bead of sweat between his dark eyebrows dripped down. In a moment of carelessness, it dripped into his eyes. He squinted one eye and used the other to look at Chu Wanning with a bright and persistent gaze. Of course, he was embarrassed to ask a girl for a handkerchief. He looked at Chu Wanning. "Shizun, my eyes. I washed it with my handkerchief." Ling Er saw this and hurriedly said, "Then use mine." Chu Wanning ignored her and went straight forward. His expression was indifferent, but he leaned over and raised his head. Lifting his white sleeve, he gripped it and carefully wiped Mo Ran's eyebrows. Mo Ran froze in an instant. His nose was filled with the familiar scent of begonia flowers. Although Chu Wanning did not have much of an expression, the cuff of his sleeve that fell on his eyelids was very gentle, and he wiped it very carefully. The key was that this man in snow-white clothes was standing so close to him at this moment. He could even clearly see the extremely fine lines on Chu Wanning's lips. If he lowered his head a little more, he could easily kiss those lips and hold those soft and tender buds between his lips and teeth. You won, but you didn't wake me up. That's an unfair win. Chu Wanning suddenly said after wiping the sweat between his eyebrows. Emoran was stunned, and then he smiled. I didn't win, the person who won was Shizun. You didn't harvest rice in the afternoon? No, there wasn't much left. I went to the market to buy some winter supplies and walked around from house to house, so I wasted some time. Emoran said, so Shizun still harvested more rice than me. Chu Wanning snorted, seemingly satisfied. After a while, he asked, what did you buy in the market? Mattresses? Before Emoran had time to speak, Ling who was standing next to him, did not want to be left out and interrupted with a smile. Immortal Monarch bought a lot of things, so tired that camel horse to death. Not a lot, just charcoal and so on. He bought some meat and some candy. More than that. Ling said, Immortal Monarch also bought a mattress for each family, and that old lady Flappy Cotton directly pushed a cart into the village with him, so the cart was filled to the brim. Chu Wanning was a little surprised. Where did you get so much money? I saved it up, Emoran said with a smile. In fact, those mattresses are not expensive, much cheaper than those in the upper cultivation world. Then what about the meat? I bought it casually, and had the village chief take it back and cook it for everyone to eat tomorrow. Chu Wanning's expression didn't change as he asked, what about the candy? Ling clapped her hands and said with a smile, of course it's for the children in the village. Xianxia gave it to them as soon as he came back. There are malt candy and osmanthus cake. Many of the girls and boys in our village have never eaten these desserts before. They are so happy. She paused for a moment and said sweetly, I got one too. This girl was the type of person who knew how to cause trouble and was naturally familiar with others. Previously, she had interrupted several times, but Chu Wanning did not mind. But after she finished speaking, he turned his eyes and glanced at her coldly. Is it delicious? Ling said without hesitation, it's delicious. It's so sweet. Chu Wanning seemed to be sneering, then you should eat more. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Emoran didn't know what he did to make him unhappy, but just as he was about to chase after him, his vision suddenly turned black. Chu Wanning threw the robe he was wearing at his face. Emoran caught it, pulled down the robe and looked at him anxiously. Shizun? You're so naked that it's ridiculous. Even if you're not cold, I'm cold just looking at you. Chu Wanning said sternly, put it on. Although Emoran was very hot, since Chu Wanning said so, he didn't say a word and immediately put on the robe. Sweat stuck to the cloth, and it was a little uncomfortable. He raised his fluttering eyelashes and looked at the other person blankly. Chu Wanning frowned and said, pull up your robe. Who are you showing it to? It's unruly. Emoran immediately straightened his robe. The collar was folded very high, and it was very tight. Now, not even an inch of skin was exposed, but it added a kind of ascetic beauty. When Chu Wanning saw this, he inexplicably became more resentful. He cursed under his breath and left, leaving Emoran alone in the same place like a silly dog. The village chief, his wife, and Ling looked at them from the side, and they were all confused. Ling said with some sympathy, this immortal is so fierce. I've never seen someone with such a strange temper. She said softly with some pity and even fawning. Your master really doesn't treat you well. You're the only one with a gentle temperament who can endure. She turned around as she muttered, but suddenly met Emoran's gaze. Her words were instantly crushed between her lips and teeth, and she couldn't say anything else. This was because she saw that the always smiling and amiable Xianxuan's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes flashed like the teeth of a wolf. She immediately shut her mouth, but Emoran immediately turned his face away. The light changed, and the color of his eyes couldn't be seen so clearly. Ling's heart thumped. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, or this man who was as steady as a mountain in front of her suddenly revealed another fierce face. Emoran said in a muffled voice, sorry, you guys go ahead first. I'm worried about him, so I'll go take a look. As he said this, he walked away with large strides. Chu Wanning stood by the river pond. The sky was filled with flying reed flowers, and the setting sun was half immersed in the sparkling waves. The river seemed to be burning with a raging fire. Mo ran in a hurry, and when he stopped behind him, he was panting slightly. "Master. Did I do something wrong?" Chuaning said, "No." "Then why are you unhappy?" "I'm happy." Mo stared blankly. "What?" Chuaning turned around and said gloomily, "I'm not happy." Mo. He didn't want to talk to Chuaning in a tongue twister. He carefully looked at Chuaning's face, and suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh. "I know why Master is unhappy." Chuaning's hands clenched in his wide sleeves, and his shoulders moved slightly, but his face was still calm. "I said I didn't." Mo had already walked over and stood under the tree, smiling with his hands behind his back. The old banyan tree by the river had some thick veins exposed on the ground, like strong blood vessels that slowly pierced deep into the soil. He stood on the protruding veins, which made him look even taller. Chuaning was alarmed, but also unhappy. He said, "Get down here." "Oh." Mo ran lightly and nimbly jumped, the tips of his feet leaving the protruding tree boil, and landed in front of Chuaning. This tree coiled up like a crouching dragon, and there were only a few places without thick roots. Chuaning stood together, so Mo could only stand very close to him to avoid the high ground. He lowered his head, and his breath could almost brush Chuaning's eyelashes. Chuaning was a bit embarrassed, and said with a sullen face, "Get up here." Mo couldn't help but laugh. "Get up, get down, get down. Is Master joking with me?" Chuaning also knew that he was messing around in a fit of anger, so after being exposed, he simply kept silent and didn't say anything. Mo reached out from behind his back, and pulled out a handful of sweets from who knows where. He wrapped them in rice paper and held them in his palm, piling them up into a sweet little mountain. "Don't be angry, I left some for you. Here." Mo hurriedly stood up straight. "Who wants to eat sweets? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Or do you think I'm a girl? I don't." "Oh." A piece of candy was brought to his lips, and he put it into his mouth. Chuaning was stunned. In a split second, not only did the tips of his ears turn red, but his face also turned red. He didn't know whether it was out of shame or anger, but his pair of phoenix eyes were wide open, and he stared at the smiling man in front of him with both shock and anger. "It's milk-flavored." Mo said, "You like it the most." Chuaning was suddenly rendered speechless and powerless. He was like a cat whose claws had been cut off. His threatening gestures had become completely useless. He was sucking on the milk-flavored candy. Because he had just walked in a hurry, a small tuft of hair at the corner of his forehead was slightly curled up in the wind, trembling softly like a blade of grass. When Mo saw this, he felt an itch in his heart. He wanted to reach out and press down that strand of hair. He was a practical person. With that in mind, he really reached out his hand. Chuaning was speechless. Mo smiled and said, "I bought some sweets and snacks for everyone in the village, but the ones I bought for Shizun were the best. I secretly hid the sweets in my sleeves. The pastries are in your room. Eat them quietly when you go back at night. Don't let those little guys see them. They're lotus pastries. They're very beautiful. If they see them, they'll definitely pester you for them." Chuaning didn't say anything. After a long time, he used the tip of his tongue to roll up the melted milk candy. He raised his eyes and looked at the man in front of him under the old banyan tree amidst the reeds. After a long time, he threw out 4 words incoherently, "Osmanthus sugar lotus root." Mo smiled, "I bought it." "Crab meatballs." "I bought it too." Chuaning tilted his head. He felt that his dignity had fallen a little today. He wanted to pick up his dignity and dust it off, so he deliberately straightened his posture and raised his chin slightly. "It's a pity that it's not as white as pear blossom." He probably thought that the way he raised his chin was very serious and oppressive. However, that was in the past, limited to Mo Ranch youth, when he wasn't even as tall as him. Chuaning didn't know that if he did this now, he would only let Mo see the soft lines of his chin, the exposed Adam's apple, and the porcelain white neck. He was like a cat who thought highly of himself, raising the most vulnerable part of his body under the wolf's mouth and teeth, but he was arrogant and didn't know. He thought that he had frightened the wolf, but he didn't know that the wolf only wanted to suck his throat between its mouth and tongue, licking, kissing, and swallowing. Idiot. Emoran used a lot of willpower to move his gaze away from Chu Wanning's chin. When he looked at the person in front of him again, his eyes were a little deep and his voice was a little low. He forced a smile, acting like a gentleman, acting like Lu Xiaohui. He said, yes. Chu Wanning didn't react and frowned. What? Pear blossom white. Emoran calmly exhaled a breath, suppressed the desire in his heart, and said in a hoarse voice. Pear blossom white, also available. Chu Wanning. I thought Shizun might want to drink it while we were on the road. Emoran said, fortunately, I bought it. Chu Wanning stared at the disciple in front of him who was trying his best to curry favor with him. Suddenly, he was speechless. He suddenly felt that it was meaningless to make things difficult for him. It was also meaningless to pretend to be cold and hard. Finally, he slowly relaxed his tense body and leaned his back against the old banyan tree. He sized up Emoran and then said, Emoran. Yes. You've changed a lot. After he finished speaking, he didn't know why, but he saw a trace of unease in Emoran's eyes. Then, Emoran's thick and long eyelashes fluttered as he said, then does Shizun like it? Chu Wanning said, I don't hate it. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he stood up straight and raised his finger. He hesitated in midair, but still put it on Emoran's waist. Emoran suddenly trembled. He didn't know why, but he looked at Chu Wanning with fear and unease. I saw in the book that you had a fierce battle with the demon of the Yellow River. Chu Wanning said, you were hurt here, right? Yes. Chu Wanning sighed slightly and patted Emoran's shoulder, you're very good now. You can be called Grandmaster Emo. This disciple doesn't dare. Chu Wanning smiled slightly and poked Emoran's forehead with the tip of his finger, then lowered it, that's right. Running around all day in disheveled clothes, you really don't look like a Grandmaster. Let's go, the sun is setting. Let's go back and rest early. What do we do tomorrow? Emoran thought for a while, then said, I think it's steaming rice and making rice cakes. Chu Wanning nodded, then suddenly said, don't take off your clothes randomly again. Emoran blushed, yes. Rest when it's hot. Okay. Chu Wanning thought for a while, then said, remember to bring a handkerchief. Don't hang out with unmarried girls for no reason. Do you have a handkerchief? No. Emoran felt awkward. Then what do you usually use to wipe your face? Sleeves. Emoran felt even more embarrassed by his own carelessness. Chu Wanning was a little speechless. After a while, he said, I'll cut a piece for you when the time comes. Emoran's eyes lit up, for me? Yes. Emoran was overjoyed, that's great. When will Shizun cut it? Chu Wanning frowned. I'll have to wait until I'm done with my work. Then I also want the kind with begonia flowers, is that okay? I'll try my best. Having received permission, Emoran was very happy the whole night. He was immersed in the joy of exchanging candy for a handkerchief. Covered with a new quilt, he was so happy that he couldn't fall asleep. For 5 years, he had been in a drunken stupor. This was the first time he was so happy that he couldn't sleep. His heart was beating very fast, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. In the end, he couldn't help but sit up in bed. His window was facing Chu Wanning's window. He lay on the edge of the window, and through the slight gap, his nose was filled with the sweetness of the wilderness at night. In front of him was a small courtyard, and the candlelight on the opposite side of the courtyard. Chu Wanning was still awake. What was he doing? Was he thinking about how to cut a handkerchief, or was he eating the lotus pastries he brought him? Emoran stared at the warm yellow light shining through the window for a long time. When the light went out and Chu Wanning fell asleep, he whispered reluctantly, Miss Chu Wanning, Miss Chu Wanning. Shizun, sweet dreams. There was one more sentence in the bottom of his heart. Even if no one heard it, he didn't dare to say it. Wanning. Sweet dreams. Taking advantage of Emoran's auspicious words, Chu Wanning had another dream that night. Unfortunately, it was not a good dream. In the dream, he returned to the year when the colorful butterfly suppressed the sky, but the person who mended the sky with him was Shermay. Heavy snow fell from the lead-gray sky. Shermay could not withstand it. His heart was pierced by a ghost and he fell from the coiling dragon pillar into the boundless snowy ground. Ran over and picked up the bleeding Shermay. He knelt at his feet and begged for help to save his disciple. He also wanted to save him, but under the effect of the twin enchantment, he suffered the same heavy injuries as Shermay. He was pale and did not say a word. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would choke on blood and the surrounding ghosts would swarm over and tear them all to pieces. Master! I beg you! I beg you! Ran was crying and kowtowing to him. Chuaning closed her eyes for a moment before she decided to flee. Shermay died. Ran never forgave him. He dreamt of the bridge of helplessness at the pinnacle of life and death. It was the cold of spring, and it was raining. The spring tree buds were moistened by the rain, and the bluestone road under his feet was endless. He held an umbrella and walked alone. Suddenly, he saw another person walking over from the other side of the bridge. He was dressed in black and did not hold an umbrella. He held a stack of books wrapped in oil paper and walked in his direction. Chuaning could not help but slow down. That person clearly saw him as well, but that person's footsteps did not slow down. He only raised his eyelashes, which were wet from the rain, and glanced at him coldly. Chuaning wanted to call out to him. He wanted to say, "Mo." Ran did not give him any chance to speak. He held his books and walked to the far left of the bridge of helplessness. One more inch and he would have fallen into the river. He just wanted to be a little further away from his master who was walking on the right. They walked to the middle of the bridge. A person who was used to holding an umbrella was walking in the rain. A person who was not used to holding an umbrella was also walking in the rain. Later, they passed by each other. The person in the rain walked away without looking back. The person holding the umbrella stopped and stood in the same place. The rain pattered on the umbrella. Chuaning stood for a long time. He stood for so long that his legs were numb. It was as if the cold air in Sichuan had penetrated his bones. He suddenly felt very tired and could not walk anymore. The dream darkened. It was heavy and cold. It was as cold as rain, and as heavy as a pair of legs that could no longer move. In her sleep, Chuaning turned over and curled up her body. Something dripped from the corner of her eyes and wet the pillow. He vaguely knew that this was just a dream, but why did it feel so real? So real that he could clearly feel Ran's hatred, Ran's disappointment, and Ran's determination. Did it end here? He was not reconciled. It was as if his unwillingness made the light around him brighten up again. He was still in the dream. It had been many months since Shermay had passed away. Ran's temperament grew gloomier and gloomier by the day. He spoke less and less. But he still came to all the cultivation classes. He just listened and did not talk much with Chuaning. Chuaning didn't explain why he didn't save Shermingjing back then. He had seen Ran's attitude. He knew that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. In the cultivation class that day, Ran stood at the top of a pine tree as instructed. He trained the convergence of spiritual power. But for some reason, he suddenly felt weak and fell straight down. Chuaning did not have time to think. He rushed over to support him. But in his haste, he did not have time to use any spells. The two of them fell heavily from the tree and landed on the ground. Fortunately, the soil was very soft and there was a thick layer of pine needles. They were not injured. However, Chuaning's wrist was cut by a sharp branch. It was a hideous wound. Blood flowed out. Ran looked at his wound. Then, for the first time in months, he raised his eyes. Without hiding anything, he looked at Chuaning's face. Finally, he said, "Shizun, you're bleeding." His tone was a bit numb, but the words he said were still warm. "I have some ointment and bandages in my Xianxia bag. Take care of them." They sat in the thick coniferous forest. The air was filled with the fragrance of pine and cypress. Chuaning did not say anything. He looked at Ran with his head lowered. He silently wrapped the bandages around his wound, one round after another. The youth's eyelashes were trembling. Chuaning could not see the expression on his face. For a moment, he suddenly wanted to gather enough courage to ask, Mo Ran, do you really hate me that much? But at that time, the wind was too gentle, the sun was too warm. There were birds chirping and insects chirping among the leaves. His injured hand was quietly held by Mo Ran as he took care of the bandages. Everything was peaceful and tranquil. In the end, he did not ask. He did not want to disturb this tranquil picture. He suddenly felt that the answer was not that important. What was important was that in this dream, after Shirmei died, his blood, his injury, could more or less be exchanged for a bit of Mo Ran's consciousness. The next day, when Chu Wanning woke up, he was still in a daze for a moment. He lay on the bed. He could even feel a faint pain in his arm, but it also seemed like there was some residual warmth. After a long time, he tiredly rubbed his face. He couldn't help but feel that it was funny. What kind of nonsense was he dreaming about? People say that what they think about during the day, they dream at night. Could it be that after seeing Shirmei's handsome appearance today, he felt a little depressed and decided to vent it in his dream? He actually dreamed that Shirmei was dead. It was really ridiculous. He got dressed, washed up, and tied up his hair. Soon, he forgot about the fragmented dream from last night. Today, the village chief and the others were going to make rice cakes. In the lower cultivation world, rice cakes were a must-eat on New Year's Eve to get a good omen. The rice flour and glutinous rice flour had been ground the night before. Then, the women and the elderly needed to heat the stove and steam the flour in the pot. This process was quite time-consuming, but it did not require the young and strong men to help. Therefore, Chu Wanning woke up a little later than usual and had to walk slowly to the kitchen. It did not matter. When he got there, he saw a big pot on the big sunning ground. A wooden barrel that was half a person's height was being steamed through the water. The village chief's wife was standing on a low stool, adding rice flour into the pot from time to time. A few children were running around the stove. From time to time, they would take out a bunch of roasted peanuts and a corn cob from the fire pond. To Chu Wanning's surprise, Mo Ran woke up very early as usual. He was helping the village chief's wife watch the fire. A child ran too fast, laughing and laughing. She stumbled and fell to the ground, sobbing a few times before crying loudly. Why did you fall? Mo Ran helped her up and patted the mud off her body. Are there any abrasions? The little girl wailed as she raised her dark little hand to show Mo Ran. Mo Ran carried her and brought her to the well. He fetched a bucket of water for her to wash her hands. The distance was a little far, so Chu Wanning did not hear what he said to the little girl. But the little girl held back her tears and sobbed. After a while, she stopped crying. After a while, her tears turned into laughter. She looked at Mo Ran with a face full of snot and began to talk to Mo Ran. Chu Wanning quietly stood at the corner and watched him. He watched as he coaxed the child. He watched as he carried the child back to the fire pond. He watched as he pulled out a sweet potato from the fire, carefully peeled the skin, and handed it to the little girl. He just watched. It was as if he saw the 5 years Mo Weiyu had gone through. Ah, Shizun is here? Yes. After a long time, Chu Wanning walked to Mo Ran's side and sat down. He looked at the roaring fire under the stove for a while and said, What are you roasting in there? Peanuts, sweet potatoes, corn. Mo Ran said, You're here. I'll roast a candy for you. Candy can be roasted? Shizun can't roast it. It'll burn. Mo Ran smiled. It's better if I do it. As he spoke, he took out a piece of milk malt candy from his pocket. He removed the straw wrapper and used a pair of tongs to pick it up. He brought it to the stove and roasted it a little. Then, he immediately took it back and took the candy out. Hiss, it's a little hot. He blew on it and then held it to Chu Wanning's lips. Try it. Chu Wanning was not used to being fed, so he reached out and took the candy. The milky white candy was a little soft from the roasting, and the milky fragrance overflowed when he chewed. Chu Wanning said, Not bad. Roast another one. Mo Ran roasted another one. Chu Wanning took it again and ate it himself. Another one. Mo Ran roasted 8 in a row. When he was about to roast the 9th, a child ran over and asked Mo Ran for a sweet potato. Mo Ran could not free his hands, so he could only let Chu Wanning get it. Chu Wanning picked up another pair of tongs and picked out the biggest one. Mo Ran glanced at it and said, "Put this back and take the smaller one next to it. The bigger one is delicious. The bigger one isn't cooked yet." Mo Ran smiled. Chu Wanning was a little unconvinced. "How do you know it's not cooked yet?" "Trust me. I often roast them in the wild." "Give him the smaller one. The smaller one is sweet." Chu Wanning had no choice but to take the smaller one. The child did not know what kind of outstanding figure Chu Wanning was in the cultivation world, but seeing that he was willing to pick the sweet potato for him, he leaned over and whispered to Chu Wanning, "Big brother, I want to eat the bigger one." "Go tell the other big brother." Chu Wanning said, "He won't let you eat it. He said it's not cooked yet." The child really ran to Mo Ran. "Big brother Mo Ran, I want to eat the bigger one." Mo Ran said, "If you want to eat the bigger one, wait a little longer." "How long is a little longer?" "Count from 1 to 100. "But I only know how to count from 1 to 10. The child felt wronged. Mo Ran laughed. "Then you can only eat the smaller one as punishment." The little guy had no choice. He sighed and could only accept the unfairness of fate. He drooped his head and said, "Fine, I'll eat the smaller one." Chu Wanning peeled the sweet potato for him. When he was almost done, Mo Ran's candy was also roasted to its softest. If he did not eat it now, he was afraid it would completely melt. Thus, he hurriedly peeled it off and handed it to Chu Wanning. "Shizun, come, open your mouth." There were still sweet potatoes in his hand, so Chu Wanning did not think much of it and naturally opened his mouth. It was not until Mo Ran fed him the soft and warm milk candy and used his rough fingertips to gently brush the corner of his mouth that Chu Wanning suddenly realized that he had eaten the candy that his disciple had personally fed him. The tips of his ears instantly flushed red. "Do you want more?" Chu Wanning coughed lightly. Fortunately, the firelight was warm and reflected on his face, so no one could see that his expression was strange. He said, "No more." Mo Ran laughed. "Just enough to feed you. There's only one last milk candy left. If you eat more, there won't be any left." Because he was relaxed, his words were sloppy and did not consider them carefully. So naturally, he said the two words "feed." However, the disciple naturally did not dare to speak to the master in such a manner. The sense of doting and dominance in these two words was too strong. For example, the master would feed his favorite child, the emperor would feed his wife and concubines. It could even be extended to the bed, where the conqueror on top would use his burning hot body to feed the person who was moaning below. Chu Wanning was immersed in these two crude words and did not come back to his senses for a long time. After the rice was steamed, it had to be spread out. This was a physical work. The strong men in the village had to swing a wooden mallet to make the rice cakes. The village chief gave Mo Ran a wooden mallet wrapped in gauze and wanted to pass one to Chu Wanning, but he was stopped by Mo Ran. Mo Ran laughed. "Village chief, my Shizun has never done this work before. He can't do it well." Chu Wanning was speechless at the sight. He was very unwilling and even a little angry. Because he was a person, from the time he left the mountain until now, there had never been anyone who could associate him with the three words, "can't do it well." From the mouths of others, he could always hear "Please, please, immortal monarch, can you do me a favor?" This was the first time someone blocked him behind and said, "He doesn't know how to do it. He can't do it well." Chu Wanning was very angry. He wanted to shake his sleeves and shout angrily, "You can't do it well." But he held it in. He held it in. Because what Mo Ran said was the truth. He really couldn't do it well. In the end, they were arranged in front of a stone mortar by the village chief. The stone mortar was already filled with steamed rice flour, which was emitting scorching hot steam. Mo Ran said, "Shizun, I'll be making the rice cakes later. Remember to help me flip the rice cakes every 3 times. Be careful not to burn your hands. Also, don't be too anxious. Don't get hit by me. If you can hit me with just a swing of the mallet, you can forget about cultivating as an immortal and go home to farm." Mo Ran laughed. "I'm just saying. It's better to be safe than sorry." Chu Wanning couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. At the side, there were already 2 people in a team. He didn't want to be left behind, so he stood beside the stone mortar and said, "Come on." Emoran swung the mallet. The first strike was very heavy, hitting the soft and hot rice flour. The rice flour sank in and wrapped around the mallet. He swung the mallet 3 times, then raised his bright eyes and said to Chuaning, "Shizun, flip it over." Chuaning flipped the rice balls over, and Emoran swung the mallet again. After a few rounds of cooperation, they had mastered the rhythm very well. Basically, when Emoran swung the mallet for the 3rd time, Chuaning would flip the rice balls over. Just as he withdrew his hand, Emoran swung the mallet again. Although it seemed easy to hit the rice balls, the strength had to be controlled well. The person hitting them had to be very strong and full of energy. They flipped the rice balls over and over again countless times. When the rice balls were completely sticky, they couldn't be considered done. After a while, Emoran's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat fast. However, the farmers beside him were a little tired. They began to shout in a hoarse voice, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, they were shouting the rhythm of the mallet. Emoran found it interesting, so he followed their rhythm and hit the rice balls together. When the rice balls were half sticky, the people beside him were already panting. Emoran didn't feel anything. He smiled at Chuaning and said, "Again." Chuaning glanced at him. The young man's forehead was full of sweat. Under the sun, it glistened like honey. His lips were slightly open. He didn't sigh like ordinary people, but his breathing was more or less heavy. His chest rose and fell. When he saw Chuaning looking at him, he was stunned. He raised his sleeve and wiped his face. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He smiled, "What's wrong? Is there rice on my face?" "No." "Then?" Chuaning looked at him. He was hot and sweaty, but he obediently folded his clothes to his Adam's apple. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to see him like this. He asked, "Are you hot?" Yesterday, he asked Emoran if he was cold. Today, he asked Emoran if he was hot. This really made Emoran very confused. The temperature of the 2 days was about the same. After a while, he said, "I'm fine. If you're hot, then take it off. If Shizun doesn't like it, I won't take it off." Chuaning said, "It's even more annoying when you're all sweaty." Since he said so, Emoran was already uncomfortable. He took off his outer robe and upper garment and threw them on the graphite beside him. Chuaning looked on coldly, but his heart gradually heated up. He looked at Emoran's broad shoulders and firm arms. After taking off his inner garment, he could almost feel the scalding hot air assaulting his face. As expected, Emoran was sweating all over. Under the sun, he shone with a glossy luster. He was like a mermaid out of the water. He turned around and smiled at Chuaning. He was so handsome that it made people dazzled. "Immortals, do you want some water?" The village chief's wife held a cup of tea and asked them one by one. Emoran returned to the stone mortar and picked up the wooden hammer again. He smiled, "No, I'm not thirsty." A hand reached over and took a teacup from the tray. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 people, Chuaning drank an entire cup of tea with gusto. He then passed the teacup to the village chief's wife. "Please give me another cup." "Shizun, are you very thirsty?" It was unknown how these words stabbed him. Chuaning suddenly raised his head. His eyes were burning and full of vigilance. "Thirsty? No, I'm not thirsty." He then gulped down an entire cup of water. Emoran looked at him and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. When did Shizun's self-esteem become so bad that he was ashamed to even say that he was thirsty? After drinking the water, the 2 started to work again. However, when Emoran swung the hammer, Chuaning knew that something was wrong. The large movements made the lines of the young man's body tighter and tighter. The golden light of the sun was like a waterfall rushing over his body, flowing down the clumps of sexy muscles. When he raised his arms, his shoulders were wide open, and his chest was smooth and tight like a hot rock, containing an amazing amount of heat and strength. The wooden hammer smashed into the stone mortar, and was sucked in by the wet and soft rice cake. When it was lifted up again, it was connected with the sticky white paste. He exerted his boundless strength again and again. His strength was so great that Chu Wanning even felt that if he was really unlucky and accidentally touched her, she would probably be crushed to pieces under him and crushed to pieces. Emo Rant's expression was focused as he panted slightly. His chest and heart rose and fell at the same time. There was sweat between his dark eyebrows and his Adam's apple moved slightly from time to time. The muscles on his upper arm relaxed and contracted. Chu Wanning watched his movements and suddenly couldn't help but recall the dream she had repeatedly had. In the dream, he was on Emo Rant's bed, and like the rice cake in the stone mortar, he was invaded, kneaded, humiliated, and turned into mud. He was in a daze until Emo Ran called him again. Shizun. Or perhaps he called a few times. Shizun, Shizun? He suddenly came back to his senses, but his heart was beating wildly. There was a glimmer in his eyes, and his Adam's apple moved. His eyes were a little out of focus, yes? Emo Rant's cool eyes looked down at him. Because his body was hot, it was especially hot. He said, Shizun, come, turn over. Chu Wanning only felt that in this gaze, in this sentence, the dream and reality were infinitely overlapping. He suddenly felt a little dizzy, and there seemed to be a scarlet light flashing in front of him. He saw two people rolling around on the red bed embroidered with golden phoenixes and dragons. A strong man was pressing down on the other, and the red waves were rolling. The man below was tensing his toes, and his calves were spasming. Shizun, come, turn over. He seemed to hear the man's hot breath, as if it was just behind his ear. Let me look at your face and fuck you. Chu Wanning was shocked by the inexplicable shadow that flashed in front of him. He suddenly closed his eyes and shook his head. What was going on? Was it an illusion? Or was it too detailed a memory of that wet dream? His heart trembled, and his blood surged, but cold sweat dripped. Emo Ran felt that something was wrong with him, and he put the hammer down, and went to his side. Shizun, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? No. His voice made Chu Wanning's heart go numb, like an insect biting an ant. Chu Wanning fiercely pushed him away and raised her angry phoenix eyes. The corners of her eyes were slightly red. He gasped for breath, hating himself for being so restless. The sun is too strong, so I'm just seeing things. Don't stand so close to me, it's all sweaty. Emo Ran looked down, and as expected, he felt uneasy. He knew that Chu Wanning was a clean freak, so he immediately moved to the side, but his eyes were still following that person, unwilling to look away. After that, Chu Wanning remained silent, and by the time the rice cakes were ready and everyone was sitting around, he was already gone. Oh, you asked Chu Xianjun? He said he had a headache, so he went back to his room to rest, the village chief said. I saw that his cheeks were a bit red when he left, maybe he had a fever. When Emo Ran heard this, he was very anxious. He didn't help store the rice cakes, and hurriedly ran to the small courtyard where the two of them lived. When he pushed open the door, there was no one on the bed, and he became even more anxious. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water coming from the kitchen, and Emo Ran hurriedly lifted the curtain and rushed in. Then he saw that Chu Wanning had already taken off his clothes, and was holding a wooden bucket full of water, standing barefoot on the red brick floor to take a shower. It was the end of October, and the frost had already passed. Chu Wanning, was King taking a cold shower? Emo Ran was stunned. His face turned green, then white, then red. He stared at his master who was naked. He could only hear the rumbling sound of blood flowing in his ears. It was like the surging tide of the Qian River. He could not hear anything else. What did he see? This was the first time after his rebirth that he saw Chu Wanning's body clearly, and completely. There was no fog, no concealment, nothing at all. There was only this familiar physique. This body had soaked through the defenses he had built, and he had tightly shut the floodgates of his memories. He felt the hot blood in his entire body burning, like magma gushing out, trying to break free from his flesh and skin. Everything was exactly the same as he was familiar with, and nothing had changed. He suddenly found that he couldn't breathe. He saw Chu Wanning's shoulders, and the angle and strength were just right, like a bow that was pulled to 70% full, ready to shoot. He saw Chu Wanning's shoulder blades moving under the thin, delicate skin. Then he followed the flow of the water. Yes, he followed the flow of the water. The water washed away his gaze, and brought his gaze down. Then he saw Chu Waning's thin and slender waist, and 2 shallow dimples behind his back, filled with wine, ready to kill those who desired him. Then he saw the firm buttocks, like a plump honey fruit in autumn. He knew what kind of ecstasy he would get when he touched them, and when he joined them, he shuddered, and his soul seemed to split open, and from then on, he rubbed together with the person under him, and it was hard to get rid of the addiction. Mo Xianjun. Suddenly someone shouted, Mo Xianjun, are you here? Mo Ran was shocked, and turned around, but before he could stop it, the door curtain was pulled open. Lingro leaned in, and said as she walked, why did you leave in such a hurry? My mother asked me to call you to eat sweet rice cake. She saw Chu Waning taking a bath, and suddenly became speechless. Chu Waning. Ah. The girl screamed, and hurriedly covered her eyes. Chu Waning's expression was also very bad, and it was rare for him to rush to get his clothes, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 uninvited guests barging into his room when he came back to take a cold shower. It was really like seeing a ghost. He had always been a casual person, and after taking off his clothes, he would just throw them at the entrance. Did he have to walk through the entire kitchen naked, and pick up his clothes under the eyes of the girl? Just as he was at a loss of what to do, Mo Ran walked straight towards him, and actually raised his hand to hold the wall, shielding him in his arms. Mo Ran turned to Ling and said, get out. Ah. Yes. Yes. The girl was also scared silly, and was stunned for a while before she staggered out the door, and ran away in shock. Chu Waning. Mo Ran's expression was gloomy, and when he was sure that she was really far away, he let out a sigh of relief and turned around. He saw Chu Waning's cold face. He realized that his actions were very similar to a vicious dog protecting its food, baring its teeth to scare away the intruder, and then whimpering as it turned around to lick the hard-earned food. His hand was still on the wall, and in order to cover Chu Waning tightly, he stuck very close to him, so close that he could easily smell Chu Waning's scent. He couldn't help but freeze. His head was very hot, and he was very dizzy. Smells were the easiest to evoke memories and desires, just like how one would feel hungry when smelling meat, or think of winter snow when smelling plum blossoms, and so on. It was the same for lust. Mo Ran only felt that his spirit was agitated, and the wall of willpower that he had painstakingly built was about to be overturned. Chu Waning's scent was like a spark that fell into his dry chest, igniting his beastly nature and burning him to ashes. Usually, when he was so close to Chu Waning, even if he was dressed neatly, he couldn't help but be moved, let alone this person in front of him, who was completely naked. He hated that he couldn't grab Chu Waning's cold, wet wrist, turn him around, and press him against the wall, then directly tear off his clothes, fiercely stick to this person, and hold him up, so that his back was pressed against his chest, and then violently enter him. Just like in his previous life, life and death were taken, and in the midst of sweat and panting, everything returned to its original state. He really couldn't take it anymore. He really wanted him. Mo Ran's breathing suddenly became heavy. He didn't say anything, and Chu Waning didn't say anything either. The 2 of them stuck to the wall, standing very close to each other, almost touching, but Mo Ran's arm muscles tightened, and his meridians bulged, trembling slightly as he forced himself to hold on. Can't touch him, can't touch him. Respect him, love him. Can't commit the foolish act of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors, can't. He repeatedly said to himself, mechanically repeating it in his heart. The weather was very cold, but his forehead was gradually dripping with sweat. Can't. Mo Ran, you can't, don't let your imagination run wild. His Adam's apple moved, and he trembled as he closed his eyes, closing the burning gaze under his eyelids, but his face was full of confusion. If it was the usual Chu Waning, how could he not see Mo Ran's abnormality? But at this moment, his situation was not much better than Mo Ran's, and was even worse. He looked cold, but heaven knows how much willpower he used to maintain his position, to be able to pretend to be calm. Mo Ran's breathing was so hot and heavy, with a strong smell unique to men, almost burning him. And those arms against the wall, they were so sturdy and strong and powerful. After his rebirth, he had not fought with Mo Ran, but he knew that if he only fought with strength and not magic, then in front of those arms, he would only be crushed to pieces. He didn't want to look into Mo Ran's eyes, so he lowered his gaze, and it fell on Mo Ran's chest. Although they were not pressed against each other, Mo Ran was so close to him that they were only separated by a thin line. He could clearly feel the masculine tension emanating from Mo Ran's hot chest. It was broad and hot. It was like it could melt the coldest ice in the world and turn it into a spring tide. Shizun. The young man suddenly called out to him. He didn't know if it was his own misconception, but he felt that the other person's voice was a bit hoarse, full of moist desire and heat. Mo Ran had called him Shizun countless times, calmly, respectfully, angrily, ridiculing, too many to mention. However, this was the first time he had heard a different form of Shizun. It was mixed with the fishy smell of lust between his lips and teeth. It sounded so dirty and bewitching. Xianxia felt as if even the joints of her bones had gone numb. Impossible, Mo Ran would not call him that. He had heard wrongly, he had thought too much. The dirty one was his own heart. He subconsciously stepped back, his naked back bumping into the cold wall. He couldn't help but shiver, his lips trembling, slightly opening, he seemed to be at a loss. Mo Ran's eyes darkened. He looked at those moist, lightly colored lips. Although he didn't move, his mind was already filled with fantasies. He imagined himself lowering his head and kissing, prying open Xianxia's lips and teeth, his hot tongue coarsely invading that forbidden area that no one had ever attacked before. He imagined his hands grabbing Xianxia's waist, vigorously rubbing, exposing violent red marks on his skin. No matter how much he suppressed it, Mo Ran's blood was still surging with the blood of a wolf. The sex he released was always hot, violent, and even wanted to tear the person he slept with into pieces on the pillow. He wanted to eat the other person clean from the inside out, licking away every last drop of blood, every inch of flesh. He couldn't change his habit of being a vegetarian. Closing his eyes, he suppressed the boiling lava in his chest. He knew that he was in a bad situation, he knew how similar a man's desire was to a beast. He had to rush before the tide of passion became uncontrollable, he had to chase away the ignorant rabbit. He withdrew his hand, almost hoarsely saying, "Shizun, I'll go get your clothes." A heavy breath brushed past Xianxia's eyelashes. Mo Ran turned and strode to the door, picking up the clothes that Xianxia had thrown there. Xianxia was still leaning against the wall, but he felt like he had run 100 miles. His whole body was exhausted, and he couldn't breathe. He slightly narrowed his phoenix eyes and saw that Mo Ran had his back to him, flipping through the clothes he had taken off. He suddenly remembered the state of a certain part of his body. He was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly woke up. When Mo Ran came in, he was showering with his back to him, and when he turned around, Mo Ran was close to him and didn't look down, so he didn't notice his desire. But if Mo Ran took the clothes now and turned back, then Elder Yu Heng's high and noble reputation and Xianxia's noble and ascetic image would crumble in an instant. Xianxia was instantly anxious. He saw that Mo Ran had already separated the clothes and was holding them in his hands. He saw that he was about to turn around. Xianxia only had 2 choices left. 1. Pretend that his legs suddenly hurt and squat down. 2. Poke him blind. Before he could make a decision between these 2 terrible choices, Mo Ran had already turned around and said, "Shizun, you." "You what?" He didn't finish speaking. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, the rest of his words were all cut off between his lips, sinking deep into a quagmire, unable to be pulled out. It turned out that at the critical moment when Mo Ran turned his head, Xianxia's mind had a flash of lightning. Almost at the last moment, he turned his body around, his arms crossed and braced against the wall, leaving his opponent with his even and strong back. This way, Mo Ran wouldn't be able to see his front. Xianxia felt that he was really quick-witted. This idiot didn't know that what he was exposing to Mo Ran was his sexy waist, his full and firm buttocks, and his pair of slender and strong legs. He was like a rabbit that had been skinned and roasted over a fire until it was golden brown and crispy. He was just short of saying, "Please eat, thank you." Mo Ran felt his throat go dry, and his eyes seemed to be bloodshot. After a while, he said, "Shizun, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" This posture is really a bit strange. How can I say it in a way that won't change my expression?" Xianxia turned half of his face, his expression cold and solemn. Trying to hide something only made it more obvious. Mo Ran had already put down his clothes and was walking towards him. Perhaps it was because the light was against him, but he felt that the expression on Mo Ran's face made him shudder. It was like a hungry wolf in the forest who saw a piece of fresh meat, but the meat was hanging on a trap. The wolf hesitated. The hunger and thirst in its stomach fought fiercely with the rationality in its brain. The flames of war spread from its body to its eyes. Mo Ran's black eyes were very bright, emitting a dim light. Chu Wanning finally felt that something was wrong. 2 words were drawn, and his tone was sharp, piercing through the treacherous silence. Back rub. Mo Ran's moist voice condensed in his throat, with a slight nasal sound, making it seem very sexy. What? This was really the excuse that Chu Wanning thought of when he was anxious, but since the voice had already entered his ears, he couldn't pull it out. He could only pretend to be calm and coldly said, "Since you're here, then rub my back before you leave." Mo Ran. I've been busy these past few days. My body is sweaty, and I feel uncomfortable. Chu Wanning tried his best to appear casual and calm. It's always good to rub it clean. He didn't know whether he was able to fool Mo Ran or not, and whether his lie was still natural. But in the end, Mo Ran still listened to him. He obediently took a towel, soaked it in warm water, and began to rub Chu Wanning back. Wanya had always been wise. This was really the stupidest thing he had ever done. What was the most torturous thing in this world? It was when the person he loved was standing behind him, separated by a rough towel, and a pair of large hands rubbing his entire body. Every place that was touched was like a sail on spring water, leaving behind a dry red mark. Although Mo Ran had already restrained his strength, it was still very strong. Moreover, his flesh had never been touched like this before. He felt every inch of his muscles tremble, and he had no choice but to tighten his body to maintain stability and not let the person behind him see that he was different. He leaned his forehead against the wall, in a place where Mo Ran couldn't see. He bit his lips tightly, and the ends of his phoenix eyes were red. His desire was so hot that it was as thick as the dew on a branch, and it was already slightly moist. He was still a person who had never had sex before, so what? In front of the person he loved, he endured such stimulation and pretended to be aloof. It was too unbearable. But if he were to ask Mo Ran, what was the most torturous thing in this world? He was afraid that the answer would be very different. He would probably say that it was when that person stood in front of you naked, hands against the wall, shoulders and back relaxed. That person didn't doubt himself at all, and just magnanimously handed everything over to you, letting you use a towel to rub his entire body with filthy and dirty thoughts. Of course he knew that he was scrubbing Shizun's back, but when he used just a little bit of strength, that person's skin turned red, and had the sexiness of being bullied and abused. His hands touched his shoulder blades and lingered around his waist. Involuntarily, his strength gradually became stronger. He felt the person beneath him tremble slightly, but he didn't know if it was his own misconception, but he stared at that fair and full curve, restraining himself until his eyes were bloodshot. Only then did he not throw away the towel and directly grab it with his hands, leaving 5 soul-stirring red marks. He had already tasted the ecstasy of the person in front of him, but so what? In front of this person, he endured silently and forced himself to be a gentleman. It was too unbearable. The two of them suffered for a long time, and if they continued to rub, they were afraid that there would be a fire. Chu Wanning finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and said with a hoarse voice, "Okay, you can go out. I can rub the rest, I'll do it myself." Mo Ran suddenly let out a sigh of relief, his forehead full of sweat. He said in a low voice, "Yes. Shizun." The door curtain was lifted, and Mo Ran went out. Chu Wanning didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He was still leaning against the wall, his forehead against it. His ears were blood red, just like the scars on his back. He didn't know if Mo Ran saw it or not. He opened his eyes slightly, as if because of the humiliation, he bit his lower lip. After hesitating for a long time, he still reached out and held his swollen and painful desire. Originally, he ran back to take a shower to suppress these filthy feelings. Unexpectedly, man proposes but God disposes. By chance, Mo Ran pushed him deeper into the waves of the sea of desire. Wanning, who had always relied on the clear heart mantra to resist her human nature, finally couldn't help but use the most ordinary and most embarrassing form of a mortal to relieve herself of the overflowing love that was about to overflow. His lips were slightly open, and his eyes were half closed. His expression was a bit pitiful, and also a bit wronged. He was leaning against the cold wall, but his forehead was burning hot. His beautiful back and shoulders were hunched, and his Adam's apple was rolling, suppressing his deep breathing and whimpering. So sinful. But so beautiful. Like a white butterfly that fell into a spider's web, in the tight tide of passion, he weakly shook his wings, but couldn't get away. He was dirty in the end. Dirty to the bone, dirty so miserably, so pitiful, so tempting to violate, so addictive. In the end, Wanning was so angry that he punched the wall. He was so ruthless, so angry, so unwilling that he used so much strength that his knuckles were bruised and bleeding. Bastard. It was unknown whether he was scolding himself or Moran. Wanning's eyes were wet. There were feelings, hatred, and confusion. In the blink of an eye, they had been in Jade Cold Village for more than half a month. The busy farming season was coming to an end. Since the day he took a shower, Wanning had avoided Moran like a snake or a scorpion. He didn't notice Moran's abnormality, but he couldn't stand the change in himself. A person who was simple and elegant for a long time would be especially easy to hold back. Otherwise, why did Wanning always look down on others for dual cultivation partners? It wasn't jealousy, but Elder Yu-hung really couldn't stand it. He felt sick and disgusted. He didn't look at erotic images because he really didn't want to, not because he was pretending. For Wanning, things like liking and kissing were acceptable. However, when it came to the next step, such as consolation or invasion, his face turned green. He couldn't accept it. It was like a vegetarian. If you secretly put some lard in his bowl, he would probably think it was delicious. However, if you gave him a piece of roasted meat that was brown on the outside but still had the smell of blood on the inside, he would probably be disgusted to death. After venting in a daze that day, Wanning woke up. He gasped for breath and looked at the stickiness on his hand. He felt as if a handful of cold water had been poured on his head. His face turned green. What was he doing? He couldn't control himself from being teased by a little brat in his early 20s. He had to rely on self-consolation to calm the surging tide in his heart. Wanning had goosebumps on his back. Therefore, when he met Moran in the future, he would retreat 3 feet away. He was afraid that he would carelessly release the scourge in his heart and do something that he would regret. When he retreated, Moran also retreated. Moran was also really scared. He realized that his desire for Wanning was much higher than he expected. The dam he built before couldn't hold back the turbulent waves. The passion in his bones was about to overflow at any time. He knew that there was only a slight difference between human nature and bestial nature. He didn't want to hurt Wanning again because of this slight difference. Therefore, he also subconsciously avoided Wanning. The distance between the two of them increased. Instead, it gave the illusion that the disciple was respectful and the master was kind. The days passed peacefully. One day, the hunters in the village killed a fat deer in the mountains. The villagers suggested that they hold a bonfire party at the small sun-dried field at the entrance of the village at night. Therefore, every family took out some food, whether it was pastries or dried meat. The village chief even opened 2 jugs of sorghum wine. Everyone sat around the bonfire and smelled the fragrance of the roasted deer. They ate and drank noisily, very happy. Wanning and Moran didn't sit together. The two of them were a little far apart. There was a fire burning in the middle. They looked at each other through the fire, but didn't want to be seen by each other. They glanced at each other, thinking that it was silent. However, their gazes always met halfway. Therefore, they pretended that it was just a casual glance and lightly lowered their eyes. After a while, they sneakily climbed up to each other's cheeks when they weren't paying attention. The orange flames were surging and the firewood was crackling. The surroundings were filled with laughter and toasts, but they couldn't hear or see anything. The moon in the sky illuminated only their hearts. The wine that the village chief opened was quickly finished, but everyone felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy them. Mo Ran remembered that he still had a jug of good quality pear blossom white wine in his house. He greeted them and got up to go get it. Halfway there, he heard movement behind him. He turned around. Who is it? The sound of footsteps immediately paused. Then, a pair of green shoes embroidered with yellow flowers slowly came out from the corner. Mo Ran was stunned. Miss Linger? It's you. Linger drank a little too much wine. Her snow-white cheeks were flushed red and her lips were plump and bright. She stood under the moonlight, gazing at him with emotion. Her full chest rose and fell with some hurried breathing. She said, Mo Xianxia, wait. I have something to tell you. No matter how slow Mo Ran was, when he saw her burning eyes, how could he not understand? He immediately said, Miss Ling, you drank a little too much. If you have anything to say it tomorrow. I insist on saying it today. This girl was also fierce when she was being stubborn. Her hair was a little messy, but her eyes were shining. Mo Ran was afraid of being pestered, so he wanted to use his qinggong to escape, but she pulled on the corner of his sleeve. Mo Ran was angry and amused at the same time. He said, let go of me. I'm not letting go. As the saying goes, alcohol strengthens one's courage. Moreover, Linger's courage was not small to begin with. She had been wanting to cling to the quintessence of life and death for a long time, so she said loudly, I like you. Do you like me? Mo Ran. Seeing that the man did not respond, Linger was a little anxious. Ever since Mo Ran first came to Yuliang village, she felt that this man looked mighty and heroic. Later on, when she found out that he was the famous Grandmaster Mo, her heart fell even deeper, and she could not control it. The busy farming season was almost over, and Mo Ran would be leaving soon. She was just a little girl in the lower cultivation world, and the only thing she had was a pretty face and a good figure. Although she did not know what Mo Ran thought of her, if she did not express her feelings now, it would be very difficult for her to have another chance in the future. Therefore, with the help of the alcohol, she was able to muster up the courage to follow Mo Ran and confess her love to him. To be honest, even Mo Ran was a little taken aback by this flood of courage. Linger's pretty face was flushed red. She thought, if only Mo Ran would agree. Not only would she have such a handsome lover, but she would also be able to climb to the peak of life and death. Then, she would not have to stay in this small broken village and be bullied. She could live a comfortable life, but... I'm sorry, Miss Ling, you should let go. However, his words easily shattered the floating castle in her mind. Linger's face was still red, but now it was pale again. For a moment, her face was very ugly. After a while, she anxiously said, Am I not good looking? You look good in every way. Mo Ran was very polite and gently shook off her hand. But I don't like it. If it could be said that he had left some face for her just now, then this sentence of I don't like it could be said to be like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, tearing off the last of her face. Linger's eyes were filled with tears. She was sad. Although she admired Mo Ran, it wasn't to the point where she was deeply in love with him. Instead, she wanted to rise to the top. Thus, she was more disappointed that her dream had been shattered. Then you. She held back her tears and asked, then what do you like? Her question stumped Mo Ran. What did he like? Out of habit, he felt that he liked women like Shermay, but when the words came to his mouth, he suddenly felt that this was not the case. For a moment, he was at a loss and could not answer. Then tell me, what do you like? Linger stepped closer, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Mo Ran's face, not letting go of any change in his expression. She was also a pitiful person. She had an older sister who married an ordinary cloth merchant in the upper cultivation world and moved to Lizhou a few years ago to live a good life. She went to visit her older sister with her mother and brought back a pile of dried pepper fish from the countryside. However, her brother-in-law disliked the fishy smell of the dried fish and felt that it was very shameful for them to live in his house, so they were driven away after a few days. This matter deeply carved a knife into Linger's heart. From that day on, she was not willing to accept her poor life and vowed to live better than her older sister. In the future, she would repay all the grievances that she had suffered. Therefore, she had been looking for a hero all these years, wanting to give herself to him and change her fate. She really did not want to let go of Mo Weiyu. As a result, she was almost a little anxious and crazy. Under the influence of alcohol, she leaned on him in a daze. She had a soft and curvaceous body. In the summer, when she walked through the fields, men would steal glances at her. She was betting, wanting to use her soft and warm body to tear open Grandmaster Mo's armor. What's wrong with me? You don't even want to think about it, you won't even consider it, and you're rejecting me just like that? Her hot and soft body pressed against him, but Mo Ran felt uncomfortable all over. He pulled her away, his face darkening. Miss Linger, how long have we known each other? Why would I like you, why would I consider you? How would you know if you don't try? When Mo Ran saw that she was about to come over again, he immediately said, don't come any closer. You don't like it that much? Linger opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, you don't like it at all, at all. I don't like it at all. Mo Ran felt that he had not said it clearly enough. It was better to be thorough with this kind of thing. Therefore, although it was cruel, he still added, I'm not moved at all. Linger was speechless. Not liking it, she could understand. But not being moved. How many unmarried men could face a woman with an extremely good face and figure, face a woman who had taken the initiative to throw herself at him, and say that he was not moved at all? Could he not have any desire in front of such a soft and gentle woman? She stood there in a daze for a while, then said, how could you? She found it hard to say. She actually wanted to say, how could you not have any desire at all? This was not normal. Mo Ran could tell what she was thinking from her hesitation, but he didn't want to explain it to her. They were just strangers who met by chance. While the concubine wanted to have a one-night stand, the man didn't want to do so. She could think whatever she wanted, as long as she liked it. Mo Ran said to her softly, sorry. Then he disappeared into the night. The night wind blew against his cheeks, and he could not help but squint his eyes. After talking with Linger, he suddenly realized that he might have been wrong about one thing when it came to love. Linger asked him, what kind of woman do you like? It seemed that he had never asked himself this question. People who received little warmth did not have much choice. As long as someone treated him especially well, he would offer up all his passion. What kind of woman do you like? This was a question that he did not dare to ask subconsciously. Actually, everyone in this world had their own special tastes and hobbies. When Mo Ran was young, he often heard other children tugging at their parents' clothes and saying, I like to eat this, it is chopped green onions. Or, Mom, this red lantern looks better than the yellow one, I like the red one. But he could not say that. Even if he said it, it would be useless. The only thing he could afford to eat was the cheapest white pancakes, and he had to break them up and share half with his mother. Later on, when he was in the restaurant, he would also steal glances at the rich young masters who came to watch the opera. He saw them waving their silk fans and leisurely saying things like, I like that Chuyer from last time. This time, I want her to sing. She's delicate and has a sweet voice, and so on. In fact, in Mo Ran's eyes, Chuyer was not as beautiful as Bai Rong, but who cared what he thought? No one would ever ask him, what do you like? Whether it was aesthetic or choice, these words only concerned the rich. For Mo Ran, he would eat whatever others gave him. If there was food to eat, he should be grateful. If there was clothes to cover his body, he should cry, like? He was afraid that he was a fool. How could he like? How could he dare to like? What qualifications did he have to like? He only had a lowly life that he had to struggle with all his might to survive. After a long time, this habit of holding on to whatever he got was deeply ingrained in his bones. Later, no matter how much gold, silver, and jewels he wore, or how much ambergris made him sneeze, it could not cover up this layer of poverty in his bones. Throughout Mo Ran's life, when he was young, he was poor. His emotions were like dirt on the soles of his shoes, worthless. Therefore, no one would ask him, what do you like? Later on, when he achieved meteoric success, he was in the emperor's heart, accompanying the king and accompanying the tiger. His thoughts could only be speculated by others, so no one dared to ask him, what do you like? And just now, Linger had suddenly asked him this question. It was just a few simple words, but it had actually stumped him. He used to think that if he liked someone, he would be respectful and hold them in the palm of his hand, not daring to have any wild thoughts. Just like how he treated Shermay. He felt that this was love, as if there was nothing wrong with it. But at this moment, he vaguely understood that things didn't seem to be as he had thought. Did he really like gentleness, more than stubbornness? Did he really like gentleness, more than strength? Did he really like peach blossom eyes, more than fierce phoenix eyes, two blades of frost? Did he really like Sherming Jing? Instead of. He did not dare to think about that name, but his heart was beating uncontrollably, and his blood had become hot and boiling. Emo Ran was shocked by his own love. Love and lust were inseparable. He was attracted by the other person's appearance, by the other person's voice, by the other person's smell, and even by the other person's gaze. He wanted to invade, wanted to possess, wanted to leave his own breath on the body that originally had nothing to do with him, wanted to insert his own passion into the other person's body. He had always believed that love was sacred, and that the person he loved could not be profaned. But how could he really not be profaned? When a body that he loved, longed for, and yearned for appeared in front of him, how could he not feel his whole body heat up? Of all the love in the world, only love had nothing to do with cleanliness. It was destined to be stained with sticky sweat, to have the color of flesh, to be tangled with hair, to have the smell of heather. It was related to moaning, to passion. It was destined to be in a muddy and humid hotbed, to be able to grow into a delicate flower stamen. Emo Ran was running in the night when he suddenly stopped. His eyes were frighteningly bright, and his expression was aghast. It was as if something in his brain had broken. The wild flow that had always been suppressed by his stubbornness and foolishness had drowned him with an earth-shattering momentum, swallowing him up. He stood in place in horror. Desire, lust, love. Chiwaning. He finally dug out this name. The sand and mud were washed away, and the treasure was revealed. It had always been Chiwaning. This kind of private emotion, this kind of burning love, had always belonged to Chiwaning. He felt his vision darken. The obsession of 2 lifetimes had been shattered. The broken brick wall was washed away by the violent tide, slamming into his heart, making him almost unable to breathe. He was aghast. Could it be, so, it was actually like this? The person he liked, his so-called love, had it always been wrong? When Emo Ran returned to the bonfire party with Li Huabai in his arms, Linger was no longer there. Of course, no one noticed that a young girl had left the party. Naturally, no one knew that Emo Ran and her had a conversation just now. They continued to drink and chat merrily, and it was very lively. After 3 rounds of drinking, the villagers began to play a game. They used rice stalks to weave a straw ring and asked someone to go up and beat the drum. When the drum stopped, whoever the straw ring passed to would be asked a question and could not refuse to answer. This was a kind of entertainment that the farmers of the lower cultivation world would think of when they had nothing to do. The game was simple and easy to learn. Even people like Chu Wanning who had no interest in playing would not find it difficult to integrate into the game. Okay, it's Lao Bai's turn. Come, Lao Bai, let's draw lots. With a bitter face, Lao Bai grabbed a folded piece of paper from the big bowl. He unfolded it and read, "Is a woman with big breasts prettier, or a woman with a fat but prettier?" The people around him immediately roared with laughter. Lao Bai was so angry that his face turned red. He raised the piece of paper and cursed, "Which idiot wrote this kind of question?" and threw it in. All F***CKU. Don't. A villager laughed and pulled on his clothes. Don't be in such a hurry to F***CK him. You should answer the question first. Lao Bai's wife was also sitting below. She was staring at him with her pair of bullfrog eyes. Lao Bai's hair stood on end. He stuttered for a long time before whispering, "I think they're all about the same." Immediately, someone laughed and shouted, "What are you talking about? There's no point in lying. You clearly told me a few days ago that you think women with big butts are prettier and that they're easy to give birth to. Why didn't you tell the truth? Drink. Drink is punishment." Lao Bai had no choice. He grimaced in pain and drank the wine. After drinking, he was pulled by the ear by his wife and scolded. Chu Wanning was hidden in the crowd. He felt awkward and curious at the same time. However, this kind of question was too vulgar. If he was asked, he would definitely not be able to answer. At this time, the village chief happened to be holding a foot of black cloth. He said with a smile, "Let's find someone else to beat the drum. Take Lao Zhang's place and let him play." "Who's going to take his place?" Chu Wanning immediately said, "I'll do it." He walked to the side of the drum that was tied with cowhide. He took the drumstick and sat on the ground. The village chief carefully tied the blindfold around his eyes. He adjusted it left and right and asked, "Is it tight?" "It's not tight." "Will it leak out?" "It won't leak." The village chief smiled and said, "Then I'll ask a mortal monarch to beat the drum. Whenever you want to stop, feel free to stop." Chu Wanning said, "Okay." He picked up the wooden hammer and knocked on the leather surface. Then, he agilely beat out dense drum beats. It was noisy and messy. He was blindfolded and did not notice Mo Ran's gaze across the bonfire. It was so complicated, so confused, and so confused. Mo Ran looked at him. The sparks flew, like orange fireflies scattering into the night. He looked at the man in white. Inch by inch, his gaze swept across Chu Wanning's forehead, the tip of his nose, his lips, and his chin like a sharp knife. Chu Wanning, who was blindfolded by the black cloth, had an indescribable temptation to him. But this time Mo Ran did not let this temptation slip away. He carefully chewed and licked. He tasted the taste of love in it. He once again felt his heart tremble. He once again confirmed that he was not wrong. He had love for Chu Wanning. That kind of love had nothing to do with the relationship between master and disciple. It had nothing to do with kindness. He just purely admired him, longed for him, wanted him. He finally realized in hindsight that he loved Chu Wanning. It was love. He was actually so muddle-headed, so stubborn. He was actually so stupid, so unable to see clearly. It was only today that he was finally enlightened. He loved Chu Wanning. Now that he had thought it through, the layer of earth that had been accumulating in his mind finally broke down. There were many things that he couldn't understand and many answers that he couldn't get before, but they all came one after another in this love that had come so late. But he did not have time to savor it. He did not have time to think deeply. He heard a dong sound. The drumming stopped. The remaining sound spread like ripples. That grass ring fell on his knee at this time. He picked it up in a daze. When he looked up, he saw Chu Wanning breathing a sigh of relief. He took off the black bandage with one hand. He opened his pair of phoenix eyes that shone with moonlight and looked at him with pure and flawless eyes. He was also curious. He wanted to know whose house the flower fell on when he stopped the drumming. So he met Mo Ran's gaze. Chu Wanning. Mo Ran. There was nothing more awkward than you peeking at him when he was peeking at you. Their gazes met and they both avoided each other's eyes. But Chu Wanning soon stopped avoiding them. Because he suddenly realized that Mo Ran's handsome face was shrouded in confused and complicated feelings. Beyond the burning bonfire and the bustling crowd, it was exposed so straight and hot. It was not concealed and could not be concealed. Chu Wanning widened his phoenix eyes slightly. "Good luck." Celestial Master Mo. The village chief smiled and pulled Mo Ran up. Mo Ran hesitated for a while. Then he followed the rules and put the grass ring in his hair. His black eyes were very bright, but he was at a loss. He put on the crown and carefully looked at Chu Wanning. That tanned handsome face gradually turned red under the light of the fire. Chu Wanning was shocked by his abnormal behavior. So he opened his eyes even wider and stared at him. Under Chu Wanning's undisguised gaze, Mo Ran lowered his eyelashes and pursed his lips without saying a word. He looked a little obedient and a little shy. He looked like a slow-witted young man who had reached the age of knowing his first love. Everything seemed so clumsy. So clumsy that it was a little pitiful, but also a little cute. Chu Wanning. If he was shocked just now, he could be said to be shocked now. He was probably going blind. Otherwise, why would he feel that this burly bear suddenly became so pretentious, as if he had taken the wrong medicine? Mo Ran took out a piece of paper from the bowl and spread it open. When he saw the content on the paper, he first heaved a sigh of relief, then became a little nervous. "What is this?" asked the village chief. Mo Ran showed him the paper. The village chief looked and said, "Haha, luckily there are no senior or junior sisters from the same sect as Mo Xianxia, or else we would have offended them." Chu Wanning was originally very curious about what question Mo Ran had found. When he heard the village chief's words, he became even more curious. He stared at the paper as if he wanted to bore a hole through it. Mo Ran smiled and said, "But village chief, look at what's written on this paper. It should be against the rules." Others asked one question, but he asked me 3 questions. "Who asked Immortal June to pick this one?" said the village chief. "If Immortal June is not satisfied, then throw it away and pick a new one. If he picked a new one, he might get something like women with long legs are prettier or women with thin waists are prettier." Mo Ran smiled and said, "Forget it, I'll pick this one." As he spoke, he passed the paper back to the village chief and said, "I picked 3 people I like the most in my life." Chu Wanning was speechless. At this time, Ling came back with red eyes. She did not move forward, afraid that others would see that she had just cried. She sat at the outermost edge of the fire pit, so Mo Ran did not see her. In fact, after Mo Ran finished his question, he did not look at anyone. He felt that such a question was too personal, and anyone would feel awkward looking at it. No one would be able to say anything, so he just stared at the fire. The bonfire flickered in his black eyes, illuminating his handsome face. He stared at the flame, lost in thought for a long time. Then he said, "Then let's talk about my mother first. My mother passed away relatively early. Actually, I don't really remember what she looked like. I only remember that when she was around, I could always eat and sleep well," Mo Ran said. "So if we were to talk about 3 people, she would be one of them." Village chief nodded. "Good, I'll count one for you, Immortal Monarch. The second one is my elder brother. He treats me warmly, and even though we aren't related by blood, he treats me better than any of my brothers." Regarding this answer, Chu Wanning had long expected it, so whether it was on his face or in his heart, there was not much of a ripple. It was obvious that Mo Ran liked Jing. When he was at the Xianxia, he had heard it with his own ears, so he wasn't surprised. She looked at the man under the illumination of the night fire. He had a hard outline that looked like it had been carved by a knife and an axe. He looked extremely handsome, but there was some stubbornness in his bones. To a large extent, a person's spirit could be reflected in their eyes. Mo Ran's eyes were black, bright, and extremely spirited, like a lamp that would never be extinguished unless it ran out of oil. A person with such a pair of eyes was destined to be extremely stubborn. Chu Wanning was obsessed with such stubbornness, but unfortunately, this stubbornness didn't belong to him. Mo Ran said that Jing was so good, but Chu Wanning didn't listen. He felt that the wind at night was a little cold, so he poured himself a cup of hot tea, held it in his hand, and slowly drank. The tea warmed his throat and fell to his stomach, warming his flesh and blood, and even his heart softened. He silently poured himself another cup. Just as he was about to drink again, he suddenly heard Mo Ran finish talking about Jing. Mo Ran paused and said, "There's one more person, and the third person I want to talk about is my master." Cough cough cough. Chu Wanning seemed to have been scalded. He choked on the tea and coughed repeatedly. His face was flushed red. He buried his head in wiping the water stains, but he didn't raise his head to look at Mo Ran. For a person who was used to being lowly emotionally, if you pulled him up from the ground, he would only panic because he was covered in dust. He would want to hide in the dark again, curl up, and hide. But Mo Ran clearly didn't intend to give him a chance to escape. Chu Wanning was too stuffy. If he was allowed to do as he pleased, he would always show you his back, the back of his head. He seemed to be blazing, fierce, with purple lightning and green frost between his eyebrows, faintly showing a thunderous intent to attack. But Mo Ran knew that this was nothing more than an exquisitely polished human skin mask. He had seen Chu Wanning's gentle human soul, so pitiful and helpless in the steam rising from the Mangpa lobby. He didn't want Chu Wanning to ruin himself like this anymore. Chu Wanning couldn't wear such a sinister and terrifying mask anymore. If this guy with low self-esteem wasn't willing to take it off, then he would reach out for him. The tea had only spilled a little, and he had already wiped it clean. But Chu Wanning still kept wiping the dried water stains. He was used to being trapped in a cocoon of his own making, so he didn't raise his head. Gradually, he felt that the surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that it was a little strange. Then, he heard a child giggle. The voice was very low, but anyone could hear it. Chu Xianjun is so silly. Ma'am hurriedly covered her child's mouth. But Chu Wanning still heard it. Silly. No, Wanya Yuhing would never be called silly in his life. He was arrogant and sharp, fierce and cold, and, Shizun, if you keep wiping, I'm afraid you're going to make a hole in the table. The black cloth boots walked in front of his table. They were very close, so close that it could be considered offensive. Then, they stopped. Chu Wanning saw a pitch-black shadow cover him like a mountain pressing down on him. The pressure was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. The pressure made him feel a little humiliated, and also a little angry. He suddenly felt a little resentful, angry at his sudden weakness. Thus, he threw the handkerchief aside and abruptly raised his head. His eyes were filled with provocation as he glared at Mo Ran with unbridled anger. It was as if he was about to draw his sword. Almost at the same time, Mo Ran said respectfully and gently, I'm sorry, master. Shizun, pay attention to me. This sentence was like a curse, growing and growing together with Chu Wanning's reaction. Only Chu Wanning knew that he didn't raise his head because Mo Ran said pay attention to me. This was just a coincidence. But what was the use of this? Besides him, whether it was Mo Ran or the people around, they all felt that Chu Wanning quickly agreed to his disciple because of this request. Quickly. There was nothing more humiliating than these two words. They felt that they had lost all their face. Chu Wanning's face was as cold as ice, but his eyes were burning with fire. But what met his eyes was only Mo Ran's gentle and warm gaze. Like endless spring water, it easily wrapped up his anger and his sharp mouth. Mo Ran said, Shizun, the third answer is you. Chu Wanning had nowhere to vent his anger, so he became expressionless. Yes. He was really calm and indifferent. He was very calm and had a bearing. He was really worthy of being Grandmaster Chu who didn't care about worldly affairs. Chu Wanning secretly cheered for himself. But Mo Ran looked at him amusedly. Grandmaster Mo thought that this Grandmaster Chu couldn't be a little fool, right? Chu Wanning didn't know that in his disciple's heart, he had already pasted the label of a little fool. Because he was nervous, he became more and more cold and arrogant. He said, So? What do you want to do here? This question hit the nail on the head. The smile on Mo Ran's face froze for a moment. Mo Ran wanted to do everything. But he couldn't do anything. So what if he liked Chu Wanning? He found out too late. This person was too far away to be chased. Moreover, he had already spent 2 lifetimes chasing after Shermai's footsteps. Suddenly, he was told that he loved the wrong person and wanted him to turn back. In fact, his own heart couldn't accept it so easily. If he had understood his own feelings at the beginning of his rebirth, perhaps everything could still be in time. Until now, this discovery was actually just increasing his suffering. In his previous life, Chu Wanning had suffered too much physical torture. He was used to seeing the joy of the bed as the cruelest torture for this proud and unyielding man. Therefore, in Mo Ran's heart, Chu Wanning had always been the image of an immortal. He didn't eat the food of mortals, and he wouldn't have any feelings of love or lust. If he wanted to destroy Chu Wanning, he had thousands of intimate methods. But, he had to be good to Chu Wanning. He couldn't think of much. Suddenly, he became very stupid. He only knew that he should keep a distance from Shizun. He should put Shizun on the altar and kneel down to welcome him. This word of like actually contained a burning and secret love. But Mo Ran couldn't let Chu Wanning feel it. He could only control himself and use the relationship between master and disciple to carefully disguise this love. Then, he respectfully presented it to Chu Wanning. Mo Ran then replied, I just want to let Shizun know. Chu Wanning looked at him quietly. Mo Ran said, It's just that, I can't help but want to let everyone know. Know what? Mo Ran smiled. His black eyes were very bright, and the flames were very scorching. It could cover up the desire that was surging in the undercurrent. "Know that my luck is good," he said with a smile. "I have the best Shizun in the world." He used 3 best words. They were very clumsy and very forceful. It was quite like Mo Rant's simple and crude style. Chu Wanning looked at him with an unfathomable gaze. Only his eyelashes moved. Mo Ran took a deep breath. He didn't know where his courage came from. He only felt that if he missed this chance, he would not have another chance to express himself so freely in this life. He suddenly half-knelt, wanting to be level with Chu Wanning, who was sitting in front of the table. Unfortunately, his figure was still too tall. Kneeling like this, he still looked down at Shizun. He couldn't care so much. He felt that his heart was beating so fast, and his blood was flowing so fast. Shizun. Chu Wanning suddenly felt that something was wrong. This man's eyes were too anxious. He couldn't help but lean back a little. But in the end, the arrow still pierced his heart. "I like you." He had no way to escape. The deer leaping in the forest had its leg pierced by the hunter's arrow. Then, it fell to the ground. Chu Wanning stared at him in a daze. There was a boom in his head. He couldn't hear anything else, and couldn't see anything. Like, this word was very implicit and vague. It wasn't as straightforward as love. Once it was said, it could burn someone's heart. It had many ways to understand it. It gave many opportunities to infatuated men and resentful women. They could pretend to be calm and express their feelings, and let out the overflowing love in their hearts. Mo Ran silently thought, "I like you, but I won't disturb you or force you. You think that the like I said is only the relationship between master and disciple. Although that is a pity for me, for you, it couldn't be better." Chu Wanning, on the other hand, silently thought to herself, "You said you like me because of pity, because you taught me, and because you saved my life. This isn't the kind of love I want, but in exchange for your good feelings, I've already done everything I can do. I don't have the strength anymore, and I don't have any bargaining chips to exchange for more of your feelings. To be able to get a word of recognition from you as Shizun, a word of love, is enough. I won't force it." They didn't say anything more to each other. The people around them who were watching the show only praised the deep relationship between master and disciple. Only Ling who was in the corner, vaguely felt that something was wrong. She looked at Mo Rant's handsome face. There was a suppressed desire on that face, and there was some enthusiasm that made her feel strange. But after all, she was pure. She grew up in a small village, and had never heard of the good feelings between men. Therefore, she only felt that it was strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange. In this world, there were always some people who were heartless and unrestrained when they didn't like something. They could walk sideways, and even if the heavenly king came, they wouldn't be afraid. But once they fell in love, it was like adding oil to the fire. Their hearts were hot and their eyes were red. They constantly longed for their love to be discovered by the other party. They wanted to sink into the sea of desire with the other party, and they couldn't bear to part. But what if the other party really did discover it? They were in fear and trepidation. They were afraid that the other party didn't like them, afraid of being rejected, afraid of this and that. Not to mention the heavenly king. This time, even if a cicada on a tree chirped, something completely unrelated, they would feel uneasy. Heavens, a cicada on a tree is chirping. Damn, does that mean he doesn't like me? The most hazy of love was often you guessing and I guessing, you hiding and I hiding. Even from 2 miles away, you could smell the pervasive sour stench. Mo Weiyu was the Emperor Ta in his past life, and in this life, he was Grandmaster Mo. He was notorious, and wise for his entire life. He was the evilest ghost, and now he was the kindest person. But in the end, he still couldn't escape the sour stench. What about Chu Wanning? That guy was forever a fish in a net. Even the slightest disturbance in love was enough to give him a headache and make him feel conflicted. But he still wanted to save face. With a snort, he said, "What's there to talk about such a rotten thing?" He was really courting death. The forest was dyed red, and the busy farming season was over. The villagers of Yuliang village prepared several large and small bags filled with dried meat, rice cakes, spices, and coarse cloth. They kept stuffing them into the arms of Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. Although there was no lack of food and clothing at the peak of life and death, this was the goodwill of the villagers, and it would be bad if they didn't accept it. Thus, the two didn't stand on ceremony and helped the village chief fill up the bags. Ling Er also came with a bamboo basket in her arms. The basket was covered with a small piece of blue cloth, and when the cloth was lifted, it was revealed that there were steamed buns and 10 or so boiled eggs with green shells. She walked over to Mo Ran's horse, her clear eyes darting around. She wanted to look at him, but when she thought of her bold confession when she was half drunk and half awake, she felt embarrassed. After dawdling for a while, she finally walked over and raised the basket over her head. She said to the handsome man who was already on the horse, "Immortal Master Mo, these were all cooked by me this morning. Take them with you and eat them with Immortal Master Chu on the road." Mo Ran didn't know why she was doing this, so he hesitated, not knowing whether to refuse or accept. Ling Er understood his concerns and suddenly raised her head. Her cheeks were red, but there was stubbornness and hurt in her eyes. Although she used all her strength and wanted to get close to an amazing immortal master, she wasn't a girl without dignity who would continue to pester after being rejected. She said, "Immortal Master, don't worry. Ling Er doesn't have any other intentions. I just want to thank Immortal Master for taking care of Yu Liang village this past month." Only then did Mo Ran accept the bamboo basket. He sat on the horse and looked at her with lowered eyelashes. He said sincerely, "Many thanks, Mississippi Immortal Master is too polite." Mo Ran saw that she was able to let go and felt a little touched. He asked, "Miss, what do you plan to do from now on?" "Immortal Master, why do you ask?" "I don't think Miss is someone who is willing to stay in the village for long." Ling Er smiled, and fighting spirit appeared in her eyes again. "I want to go to the upper cultivation world to have a look. I heard that the Confucian Wind School sect leader is kind and benevolent, and he's willing to help all the poor people in the world. As long as people like us from the lower cultivation world can find a job in Lini, he won't drive us away. I'm not bad at needlework, and I can cook too. I'll be able to survive for a while." Of course, she didn't mention the most important thing: Confucian Wind sect had the most disciples among the 10 great cultivation sections. Their sect was vast, and they had a total of 72 cities, big and small. Lini was also the capital of an immortal sect. Out of 10 people walking on the road, 5 of them were cultivators. If she went there, it would be easier for her to find a good husband. Chu Wanning did not know what she was thinking. Hearing that she wanted to go to Lini, he knitted his brows and said, "The Confucian Wind School is very deep, it is not as simple as Miss thinks. If you want to stay in the upper cultivation world for a long time in the future, you might as well consider Lin Lingyu in Yangzhou." "I can't survive in Yangzhou. The food and clothes there are too expensive," Ling Er said. "Thank you for your kindness, Sir Immortal." Ling Er has her own considerations. Since she already said this much, Chu Wanning knew that it would be useless for him to say anything more, so he dropped the subject. The two of them carried a lot of parcels and spurred their horses. When Chu Wanning passed by the vicinity of colorful Butterfly Town, he paid special attention to the barrier there. Fortunately, the spiritual energy flow was abundant, so everything was stable. Therefore, the horses kept galloping all the way until noon. They finally returned to the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning went to report the situation to Shui Jingyong. Mo Ran had nothing to do, so he strolled around. On the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness, he bumped into a person who was wiping the stone lions on the bridge's pillar. Mo Ran wondered who made a mistake and was punished to come here to do manual labor. Those who were punished would generally feel embarrassed, so Mo Ran didn't plan to walk to the bridge. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard that person call out to him from not far away. "Mo Ran." When he took a closer look, he realized that the person wiping the stone lions was none other than Shermay. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, but he felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. First, it was strange that someone like Shermay, who always followed the rules, would actually be punished to wipe the Bridge of Helplessness. Second, it was strange that Shermay looked like now. It had been a long time since he saw Shermay in his full form, but he still couldn't recognize his current appearance. Instead, as time passed, he felt more and more unfamiliar with him, so much so that he didn't recognize him at first sight on the bridge. Why are you here? Did you do something wrong? Emma Ran walked in front of him and asked. Xianxia looked a little embarrassed. Yes. I was punished together with young master. Meng Meng? Emma Ran paused and smiled. This wasn't strange. Shui Meng made a mistake, so it wasn't anything new. What did he do with you? He said he wanted to go to the forbidden area behind the mountain to catch a few ghosts to practice. In the end, he almost broke the crack in the barrier that master had sealed before he left. Emma Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does he think ghosts are like cats and dogs? He catches them as he pleases, and raises them as he pleases. You too, if he's messing around, you shouldn't be messing around with him. Why didn't you persuade him? Xianxia sighed, his face full of helplessness. Of course I tried to persuade him, but it was useless. I was afraid that something would happen to him, so I could only go in with him. Forget it, I won't talk about it. Fortunately, I didn't cause any trouble. Emma Ran, let's talk about you. A few days ago, you and Master went to Yuling village to do farm work? Yes. How was it? Did everything go well? Yes, everything went well. The two of them chatted for a while. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, Emma Ran walked alone on the tree-lined path. When he looked back, he realized that his feelings for Xianxia were more of an obsession, a habit, and not love. He used to think that when he looked at Xianxia's appearance, he felt that he was beautiful, shocked, and comfortable. This was his desire, but it wasn't. People always appreciated beautiful things. He admired Xianxia's appearance, but when he looked at it carefully, this admiration didn't carry any sense of intimacy. He liked to look at him, just like he liked to look at the red leaves that covered the mountains in autumn and the lotuses that filled the ponds in summer. All these years, he didn't have any improper thoughts. He was still the same as before, cherishing Xianxia and loving Xianxia tenderly. But it was also different from the past. The current Emma Ran finally understood what love was all about. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui. His love should be moist and hot, accompanied by invasion, the collision of flesh, and the rush of blood. He was a wolf dog, so he could smell roses. But his teeth were ferocious. If he really wanted to eat, of course he wouldn't eat flowers, but flesh and blood. During dinner, Shui Meng finally finished editing all the books in the second scripture area of the library. He was so tired that he sighed. He lay on the Meng Palabi and complained. Even his favorite spicy chicken couldn't make him happy. He was playing with his chopsticks in boredom when he suddenly saw Chu Wanning enter the dining hall. His spirits were finally lifted. He straightened up and shouted, Shizun. Chu Wanning glanced at him and nodded. Emma Ran sat beside Shui Meng. He, Shui Meng, and Xianxia usually ate together. But today, when Chu Wanning walked in, Emma Ran moved all the plates on the table away, leaving a large empty space. What are you doing? Emma Ran smiled at Shui Meng but didn't say anything. He stood up and beckoned to Chu Wanning, Shizun, come sit here. Shui Meng. Xianxia. Respect was one thing, but having a meal together was another thing. Most of the people who could sit at the same table and chew on bones often didn't have a stiff relationship with each other. At the very least, they had to get used to each other smacking their lips. They had to be able to tolerate each other's ugly table manners and occasional loss of self-control. Looking at the expressions on Shui Meng and Xianxia's faces, although Chu Wanning's table manners were usually calm and aloof, they were still not used to and did not accept sharing a meal with him. To them, having a meal with their master occasionally was the same as having a social gathering. Both parties had to be tense and courteous. After a meal, their backs would often be stiff and they wouldn't be able to taste the food. Chu Wanning also understood this. He glanced at Emma Ran in surprise and shook his head. He still carried some light vegetables and went straight to his usual spot. It had been 5 years since he last ate at the Meng Palabi. As soon as he sat down, Chu Wanning saw a small engraved copper plate on the corner of the table. On it were engraved the words Elder Yuhing's exclusive seat in small characters. Is Shui Jingyong crazy? Chu Wanning slammed the wooden tray on the table and sat down gloomily. Before he could eat 2 mouthfuls, someone suddenly pulled out the wooden chair across from him and sat down at the Elder Yuhing's exclusive seat. The tray was placed very close to Chu Wanning's plate, almost touching each other. Chu Wanning looked up. "Why are you here?" "It's too crowded over there," Mo Ran said, smiling as he picked up his bowl of rice. "Come and eat with Shizun." Chu Wanning glanced at Shui Meng and the others and was a little confused. "How is it crowded?" Not only was he confused, but the other two people who were left behind by Mo Ran also had complicated expressions. They quietly looked at Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's table. Shui Meng muttered, "Is that dog crazy?" Shermay was speechless. Mo Ran didn't care so much. He felt uncomfortable when he looked at Chu Wanning just now. Chu Wanning was a picky person and was especially pretentious when it came to food. He would often feel uncomfortable after eating this or that. Mo Ran felt that this wasn't good. He would get sick when he got older. He used to be too lazy to care about what Chu Wanning ate, but it was different now. Not to mention liking him, he had to properly feed his Shizun out of respect for his teacher. But feeding Chu Wanning was a skill. It was like feeding a cat. He couldn't force it. If Chu Wanning didn't want to eat it, he couldn't force it. So Mo Ran had an idea. He picked up a piece of red braised pork and put it in Chu Wanning's bowl. "Shizun, try this." As expected, Chu Wanning frowned and said, "I don't like streaky pork." "Take it away." Mo Ran was prepared. He smiled and said, "I heard that. It's very sweet. It's a Jiangnan style." Chu Wanning said, "Jiangnan cuisine is different from this." "You haven't eaten it." "How do you know it's different?" "You can tell from the looks of it." "But the chef said that it's a Jiangnan style." Mo ran through the net and was waiting for the cat to take the bait. He smiled and said, "The chef of Mang Palabi is an old chef. How can he be wrong? Shizun must have been away from home for too long. He must have forgotten what the red braised pork of his hometown looks like." Chu Wanning said. "Nonsense. How could I possibly be wrong about this?" Mo Ran ate a piece himself. He seemed to be tasting it seriously. He said sincerely, "I think that Shizun is wrong. This meat is very sweet. If you don't believe me, why don't you try a piece?" Chu Wanning didn't notice Mo Ran's ulterior motive at all. He was a little indignant. He picked up the red braised pork in the bowl with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. "How is it?" Mo Ran held back his laughter and looked at the big white cat that took the bait. Chu Wanning frowned seriously and said, "No, the star anise taste is too strong. I'll go tell the chef. Jiangnan's red braised pork is not made like this." Hey, Mo Ran immediately pulled him back. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Who knew that this guy would be so serious? If he really went to argue with the chef, wouldn't he be exposed? He hurriedly said, "Shizun, don't worry. The chef is busy right now. Since Shizun has tasted it and it's not, then it definitely isn't. I'll go tell him in a while. Let's eat first." Chu Wanning thought about it and agreed. He sat down again and continued to eat. Mo Ran began to plan to coax him again. This time, he picked up a piece of fish. Chu Wanning's chopsticks paused. "Shad?" "Yes." "Not eating." "Take it away." "Why not?" "I don't like it." Mo Ran laughed. "Is it because it has too many bones?" "No. But every time Shizun eats fish, he always picks those without bones or those with big bones that are easy to pick. Could it be that Shizun doesn't know how to eat small bony fish?" Ha ha ha. He knew the weakness of Chu Wanning's personality very well and grasped it very well. As expected, Chu Wanning fell for it again. He was a little angry and said, "That's ridiculous." He picked up the shad that Mo Ran gave him and ate it. He showed that he was not someone who did not know how to eat fish with many bones. Just like that, under Mo Ran's coaxing, Chu Wanning unknowingly ate many more dishes than usual. He ate almost all kinds of vegetables and meat. What was supposed to be a fast meal for one person was dragged on for more than an hour without finishing it. By the time they cleaned up and left, Shui Meng and the rest had already left. There were only 2 or 3 disciples left in the Mang Palabi. Mo Ran accompanied Chu Wanning on the path back to the Red Lotus Pavilion. The sun was setting and dusk was everywhere. The evening wind blew. He put his arms behind his head and walked leisurely. Suddenly, he smiled. Shizun. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm just calling you. I think you ate too much tonight. Emoran smiled even more gently. Yes, I'm very full. Shizun, can I eat with you in the future? Although he knew that Emoran did not mean anything else, Chuaning's heart could not help but skip a few beats. Fortunately, his gaze remained calm. Why? Did you have a fight with Xuemeng? No, no. Emoran waved his hand and smiled. It's just that it's been too long since I ate with the two of them. After 5 years, it's a bit awkward to sit together again. If Shizun thinks that I'm a hindrance, then I'll find another seat tomorrow and eat by myself. Of course, he could not say, I feel pity for you to eat by yourself. Nor could he say, I want to feed you more food. These words did not need to be said. Moran knew that it would not work. He could only soften. He had to say that he was pitiful to be alone. He had to say that he needed someone to accompany him. Chuaning had always had a kind heart. He would not refuse. Moran could practically see the wavering in his eyes. He was just a little bit away from being convinced. Thus, he continued, but actually, I really don't want to eat by myself. Why? Emoran lowered his soft eyelashes. Half of the emotions in his smile were real, while the other half was made to coax. Chuaning. Shizun, don't you think so? If a person casually eats something, that's called filling the stomach. He paused. Under the beautiful red clouds, he swept away the strands of hair that had been blown to his forehead by the wind. His dimples deepened as he gazed at the other again. If two people eat together, chat, and talk, the food will taste in the mouth and be warm in the stomach. That's what eating is. Shizun, can I still eat with you tomorrow? The little wolf dog's heartwarming words were really irresistible. Emoran's stubbornness moved people's hearts. He said, Shizun, I spent 5 years alone outside. When you woke up, I always ate with you. I'm not used to not having you. I don't eat rabbit heads, and I don't eat duck necks. At the end of his words, he burst out laughing. He tugged at Chuaning's sleeve like a rascal. I'll eat shallot tofu with you, osmanthus and sugar lotus root with you. Just promise me, okay? It would have been better if he had not said this. Once he said this, Chuaning suddenly thought of some old grudge. His face sank. In the end, he laughed coldly and said, I can, but you have to eat the same as me in the morning. Emoran did not react. He first agreed, then said, okay, what's the same? Salted tofu pudding. Chuaning was cruel. Add seaweed. Emoran. It turned out that this was a grudge from when they ate hot pot together when he was still Xianxia and I. Chuaning grinds his teeth and says, and dried shrimps. From that day onwards, a strange scene appeared in the Mangpa lobby. The elder Yu Heng's exclusive seat, where no one dared to sit without permission, had an additional MOU. The disciples passing by could always see Emoran and Chuaning eating together. The two of them sat facing each other, and Emoran would always put some food into his master's bowl. Shu, look, senior brother Mo is giving the elder another piece of beef sirloin. Wow, such a big piece, I bet elder Yu Heng won't eat it. Not far away, a group of disciples whispered and made their bets in low voices. I also bet he won't eat it. Elder Yu Heng doesn't seem to like beef that much. Then I bet he'll eat it. After all, he also accepted those pigeon eggs from before. A group of people stole glances over there. They focused and held their breaths. They saw Chuaning frowning and poking at the beef with the tip of his chopsticks. He said something to Emoran with a sullen face. They were a bit far away, so they couldn't hear clearly, but Emoran seemed to have said a few words. Chuaning's expression became even more unfriendly. The disciples who bet that Chuaning wouldn't eat immediately lit up with joy. They were so engrossed in watching that the ladles in their hands almost went up their nostrils. Look, 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 the elder isn't eating, he's not eating. Don't poke me with your elbow, keep your voice down. If elder Yu Heng hears you guys betting on him, he'll skin you alive. Ha ha ha, I don't care, these 20 silver leaves are mine. As the disciple spoke, he wanted to reach for the silver leaves on the table to be used as chips, but before he could touch them, he heard the people beside him whisper nervously, "Wait, the outcome hasn't been decided yet." The elder is moving his chopsticks again. What? Looking over again, sure enough, Chu Wanning had picked up that piece of beef brisket. The group of gamblers stared anxiously, feeling that their hearts were pinched by that pair of white jade chopsticks. It was neither moving up nor down, and it was very painful. "He's going to eat, he's going to eat, he's going to eat. 20 silver leaves, 20 silver leaves, 20 silver leaves." The disciple who bet that Chu Wanning would eat the sirloin kept muttering, nervously shaking his legs. Suddenly, his gaze froze and his entire body froze. Ah! Elder Yu Heng actually threw the beef that he had already picked up back into Mo Ran's bowl without any explanation. "Ha ha ha ha, a narrow victory, a narrow victory. I told you that the elders wouldn't eat it. Come, the leaves are mine." The disciple who had lost the bet sighed and suddenly became dispirited. He slammed his head on the table and stared blankly in the direction of Chu Wanning. "Elder, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bet on you. I lost so much that I don't even have the money to buy spirit stones this month." Just as he was feeling sorry for himself, he suddenly saw Mo Ran's elbow move. His tall body leaned forward slightly, and he said a few words to Chu Wanning. Then, the defeated disciple saw with his own eyes that their senior martial brother Mo picked up the beef brisket with some vegetables and handed it to Chu Wanning again. The disciple was stunned. Senior martial brother Mo was planning to directly feed the elders. Obviously, Chu Wanning was also not used to it. He rudely knocked Mo Ran's chopsticks with his chopsticks and said 2 words with a serious expression. The shape of his mouth was too easy to understand. "Put it down." Mo Ran smiled and put back the vegetables and beef. However, he didn't put them in his own bowl, but in his master's. Chu Wanning had no choice but to sigh. Under the thieving gazes of more than 10 people that he didn't notice, he silently ate the vegetables and meat. The gamblers at the table were all dumbfounded. The disciples who thought that they would definitely win were all flabbergasted. The silver leaves in their hands slipped out of their hands. On the other hand, the guy who was lying on the table immediately bounced up with full health. His eyes lit up and he enthusiastically said, "Ha ha ha, I turned defeat into victory. I turned defeat into victory. Senior martial brother, junior martial brother, I'm sorry, these leaves still belong to me. Ha 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 ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Let's gamble again tomorrow, haha, let's gamble again tomorrow." On the other side, the master and disciple were completely unaware. Mo Ran raised his chopsticks and slowly ate the rice in his bowl while watching Chu Wanning eat the beef brisket. It was a little hot in the main lobby. Mo Ran's left sleeve was rolled up to his elbow, revealing a strong and slender arm. The muscles on his arm rippled under his honey-colored skin. He scooped a bowl of soup and deliberately added a few pieces of pork ribs in the bowl when Chu Wanning wasn't paying attention. The meat was at the bottom of the soup, so it wasn't easy to see. "Master, finish the soup. It's cold." "Clear soup?" Mo Ran blinked his eyes. "I think so. I didn't pay attention when I was playing, so I forgot." Chu Wanning looked at the soup. There was a green leaf floating on top of the soup. It looked very delicious, so he didn't refuse and took a spoonful. "Is it good?" "It's not bad." "Then don't waste it." Mo Ran smiled and said, "Drink more." Chu Wanning glanced at him faintly. "You still dare to say that? Next time, don't order so many dishes when you eat. You can't finish it, so I have to share the burden with you." "Haha, okay, then I'll order less next time." Seeing Chu Wanning nod, Mo Ran picked up his own bowl of soup. The soup was a bit hot, so he blew on the soup noodles. The dense steam dispersed, reflecting on his resolute face, making it look very gentle. Hot soup was an extremely wonderful food. It was clearly just a bowl of boiled water with some meat and seasonings, but it could warm one's entire body from the stomach to the heart. And drinking soup with the person you love, that kind of satisfaction was like throwing a small stone into the water, causing ripples to spread out on the surface of the lake, flickering with light. Mo Ran couldn't help but sigh softly in the midst of the hard-won peace in this life. So it turned out that time was leisurely. When he drank it, it was just the taste of a bowl of soup. For this bowl of soup, he had once ground his teeth and sucked blood, killing people like flies. It was also for this bowl of soup that he now regretted it to the bone. He held the bowl of soup and drank it very quickly. Whether it was the uneasiness in his heart, the uncertainty about the future, or the regret and guilt, at this moment, he was not willing to think too much. His good days were too few, to the point that he needed to fight for them day and night. It wasn't that he didn't want to slowly savor it, leisurely and carefree. In fact, he was very envious of people like Xianxia. Because he was born with wealth, he was always calm and unhurried. Emoran couldn't be calm. He often had so few things that he was always fighting for them. He was afraid that the things he snatched would be snatched away, so he could only immediately, wolfing them down. In this aspect, he almost retained his primitive bestial nature. He felt that only when he ate and hid the food in his stomach could he be at ease. Only then would he truly have something that no one could take away. When he was young, he fought for food with other children. In his previous life, he fought for the world with other immortals. And in this life, he only wanted to snatch this bowl of soup. He knew that he had done a lot of evil, and was afraid that fate would one day settle accounts with him. So he only wanted to snatch a little bit of his pitiful happiness, and then run away, leaving fate far behind him. Like all those who wanted to repent and start over after committing a serious crime, Emoran was always smiling, but his heart was still uneasy. He knew that good and evil will eventually be repaid was not a lie. When the excitement died down, he always felt that the peace in front of him was very fake, like a mirage, like the moon in the water. In the end, he would still wake up and return to that empty shaman mountain palace, back to hell. So, he wanted to drink a few more mouthfuls before the soup turned cold. This way, if one day, he really did get his retribution, was despised by the world, was judged by fate, and was once again pushed into the deep abyss of the cold pond, he could rely on this breath of hot air and walk on alone. "What are you thinking about?" Xianxia asked him. "Ah." Emoran came back to his senses, softly responded, and then smiled, "Nothing, I like to daydream after eating." Xianxia glanced at his empty bowl. "Have you finished drinking?" "Yes." "You seem to like today's pork rib soup very much." "Haha, yes." Xianxia took his bowl and said, "I'll go get you some more." He quickly returned, and as expected, he brought a big bowl full of meat soup. It was a little hot, and after putting down the bowl, Xianxia used his fingertips to touch the tip of his ears, warming his ears and lowering the temperature of his fingers. He sat down again and said, "Drink." "Okay, a full bowl." "Drink slower." Xianxia said, "If it's not enough, there's more, no one will take it from you." Emoran was moved by this simple sentence. He held the bowl of soup, his thick black eyelids drooping, and with a faint nasal voice, he smiled and replied, "Okay." Xianxia did not know, but in that moment, Emoran did his best to not hold the bowl full of soup, and to not cry when he heard that if it's not enough, there's more, no one will take it from you. Xianxia had been gone for 5 years, and he had been tormenting himself for 5 years. 5 years later, his Shizun had told him to take it slow. Emoran's heart suddenly hurt very, very much. The closer he got to Xianxia, the more upset he felt. In fact, if one did not pay attention to many things, they would not be able to see the feelings behind them. But now that he looked carefully, he saw that Xianxia was so tolerant, so gentle, so good to him. He had actually ruined this kind of person in his previous life. What right did he have in this life to be able to accompany His Highness forever? His heart trembled, and he struggled bitterly. On one hand, he felt that he was not worthy, that he should stay far away from Xianxia. He felt that where did he get the face to smile at Xianxia, to be good to Xianxia? Shameless. But, on the other hand, there was not a moment when he did not yearn, is this how it is? Can this be how it is? They still have a long life, let him redeem the sins he once committed bit by bit, okay? I return from the mountain of corpses with a body full of sin. I use my hands full of blood from my previous life to hold the mellow and warm soup of this life. I am willing to kneel for the rest of my life, and when I die, my soul will go to hell. I only hope that you are still willing to hold this cup and taste it. Shizun. At some point, Xianxia had arrived. Emoran returned to his senses. In fact, ever since Xianxia's death, he had spent almost all of his days and nights blaming himself and feeling uneasy. If he immersed himself in these emotions for too long, his entire person would become very heavy. For other people, this was not a good thing. Thus, he had always been working hard to adjust his emotions. In the past year, he had only slightly improved. But occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 points in life that would still touch him. He would still fall into conflict and self-loathing because of a sentence or a matter. When he raised his head and looked at Xue Meng, the gloom on his face had not yet disappeared, scaring Xue Meng. "Aya, you dog, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I owe you money?" Emo Ran knew that his mind had wandered just now, and he could not take it back immediately. He forced a smile and said, "I ate a bit too much." "Do you have something to say to Shizun? Then tell me, I'll go out and get some fresh air." Don't go. Sit here, this matter is related to you." "Related to me? What matter?" Xue Meng's expression was a bit subtle. "Don't be disappointed when I tell you." Chu Wanning said, "All right, Xue Meng, just say it." Oh. Xue Meng, who had originally wanted to keep him in suspense, immediately said, "It's like this. I just received an invitation. Song Chotong is getting married." Emo Rant's expression changed, and all the blood drained from his face in an instant. But this trembling was not because of Song Chotong, but because of Xue Meng. In this life, Emo Ran knew very well what kind of person Song Chotong was. Thus, he hated that he could not avoid her. Right now, the two of them were even more distant than clear water, and had nothing to do with each other. But Xue Meng. Why did Xue Meng think that he would be disappointed when Song Chotong got married? Emo Rant's heart clenched. He almost instantly thought of the fake North Pole that had been causing trouble all this time, the mastermind behind the scenes who had never revealed himself. That person was also very likely to have been reborn. If that was the case, then that person was very clear about Emo Rant's past, and knew the sins of Emo Rant's previous life like the back of his hand. Emo Rant's face paled, and he forced himself to remain calm. He looked at Xue Meng without batting an eyelid. "How does this have to do with me? Don't you know yourself?" Xue Meng's expression was a bit strange. Today, the Confucian Wind sect came to deliver the wedding invitation. That Miss Song even asked someone to deliver a letter to you. If you don't have any interaction with her, why would she write a letter to you? Emo Ran, it's not that I want to criticize you, but when did you provoke her? Emo Ran found it difficult to calm down, as if there were thorns in his back. After a long while, he said, "She wrote it to me? Could it be that there's a mistake? It can't be wrong." As Xue Meng spoke, he took out an envelope from his lapel and slapped it on the table in front of Emo Ran. "It's written in black and white, and it's addressed to Chotong personally. How can there be a mistake?" Emo Ran glanced at the envelope, his heart beating like a drum, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It was indeed Song Chotong's handwriting. But why would Song Chotong, who had met by chance in this life, write a letter to him before the wedding? Xue Meng crossed his arms and was very unhappy. "Do you want to go back and open it privately, or do you want to open it here with us?" Emo Ran turned his head and saw that Chu Wanning was also looking at him, his sword-like eyebrow slightly furrowed. "Open it?" Xue Meng was angry. He hated people who messed around with men and women, so he was a bit overbearing. If this was really the case, then there was no way to avoid it. Emo Ran only felt waves of weakness, and the fingertips that he stretched out were cold. He did not make a sound, and silently took the letter and opened it. There was only a thin piece of paper inside, and a few short sentences were written on it. Emo Ran glanced at it, and his heart dropped to his stomach. He almost secretly let out a long sigh of relief, and only then did he realize that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Xue Meng also came over to take a look. "What?" He frowned as soon as he saw it. "Why is it this kind of thing? What else could it be? I already said that I'm not familiar with her." In his relief, Emo Ran really laughed. He put the letter on the table. "You made it sound so strange, and you really scared me." As it turned out, Emo Ran had been running around outside these years, and he had killed many notorious demons. Among them was a carp demon, which had plagued Dreamcloud Swampland for many years. Because of its high transcendence energy and its remote location, many cultivators went to fight it, but in the end, they all became bones that it used to decorate its cave. Dreamcloud Swampland was filled with demonic aura, and it was very easy for demons to cultivate into demons, but carps were not animals with high attack power. Logically speaking, a demon that cultivated wouldn't have such a strong killing intent. Emoran fought it for more than 80 rounds, and finally killed it under seeing ghosts. He cut open its stomach, and only then did he know the reason. That carp demon had a Wangshu crystal in its abdomen. Emoran smiled. This crystal has been condensed with 1,000 years of moonlight, and it's a supreme-grade spirit stone. It's used to refine weapons or cultivate spiritual cores, and it's the best choice. Chuaning said, "She's a butterfly bone beauty, why would she want this?" She said that she wanted it for her husband. Her husband has a fire spiritual core, but he's been cultivating too quickly these years, and he's in danger of going mad. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to ask me to buy the Wangshu crystal as a dowry, and bring it to her husband as a dowry to suppress his evil aura. Xueming nodded. She wants her husband to be safe, and her heart is hard to come by. Emoran smiled. Where did she get the money? Didn't she just reach out and ask Confucian Wind Sect for it? She's so pretty, and if she says a few words softly, which martial brother can refuse her? If it were you, would you? Xueming immediately widened his eyes. Don't make it sound like I'm blinded by lust. Don't be angry, I'm just saying. Emoran said, and returned the letter to Xueming. M.O. Xueming was stunned. File? No. Xueming was a little anxious. She's getting married, and she's asking you for spirit stones. It's not like she's asking you for free. She said that she's willing to pay any price, and her intentions are sincere. Why don't you sell it? That's right. Emoran smiled and pointed at Dragon City's saber at Xueming's waist. He said, "Didn't I give you a crystal a few years ago so that I could refine Dragon City for you? Dragon City is no longer what it used to be. If you use it well, it won't be much different from Divine Martial. Why don't you thank that carp spirit?" Xueming's mouth fell open, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. He only knew that Emoran obtained a gem when he was traveling the world, but he never cared about the origins of the gem. He always held a grudge against Emoran. Regardless of whether he was an evil person or someone who had turned over a new leaf, he still held a hint of dissatisfaction and rejection. Therefore, when his father said that the gem Emoran gave him could upgrade Dragon City, although he was grateful, he also felt very sullen. He felt that he had been treated well by his competitor for no reason, so he didn't want to ask about it and directly asked his father to take Dragon City to the snow-treading palace to refine it. Unexpectedly, Emoran gave him the priceless Wangshu crystal. Xueming's feelings became even more complicated. He couldn't say what he was feeling. After a long time, he said dryly, "Thank you." You're welcome, you're welcome." Emoran smiled and waved his hand. "It's just a coincidence." Xueming's expression became even worse. He said stubbornly, "I'm not thanking you. I'm thanking that carp spirit who died. I'm thanking him." "Ha ha 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 ha, then don't eat carp meat in the future. It's a kindness." Humph. After joking around for a while, Emoran suddenly thought of something. His dimples deepened, and he asked, "By the way, I was so scared by you just now that I forgot to ask. Who's Song Chotong going to marry?" "She's just a junior sister, but she's actually able to make the Confucian Wind Sect send so many invitations. She's amazing." "Is she going to marry Jade Pool Mountain Villa?" "No. Not Jade Pool Mountain Villa? I thought that the old villa master was so lecherous that the Confucian Wind Sect wanted to be on good terms with him, so they gave Song Chotong to him," Emoran said with a smile. "Then which sect is it? To be able to marry Confucian Wind Sect and make such a big fuss about it. It can't be Snow Treading Palace, right? What are you thinking?" Xueming glared at him. "Why does it have to be a marriage alliance?" Emoran was stunned, and his smile froze. Then who else could she be with? Nangongsi, of course. Did you forget? Scholar Wind Sect's wild horse Gongzi is of marriageable age. Song Chotong is so beautiful, it's not a loss to marry him. Before he could finish muttering, Emo Ran suddenly stood up and said in shock, Nangongxi? Shui Meng was shocked. What? How could she be married to Nangongxi? How? It was too shocking. Emo Ran was unable to calm down for a long time, and he muttered, Nangongxi. It was no wonder he had such a reaction. It had to be known that at this time in his previous life, Nangongxi had already died of a serious illness. All these years, he had wholeheartedly bowed his head in the chaos of war and didn't pay attention to the affairs of the righteous sections. He didn't have much interaction with the Confucian Wen sect, so he naturally didn't worry about it. Until now, when Shui Meng suddenly announced the marriage between Song Qiutong and Nangongxi, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Everything was wrong. The fate of this world had changed, and it didn't only happen to him. Even the Confucian Wen sect, which didn't seem to want to close, had changed. The person who should have entered the coffin long ago didn't, and instead, the white matter became a red matter. He actually wanted to marry the empress of his previous life as his wife. This news was somewhat frightening. He couldn't swallow for a while, and he almost choked. Also, was Nangongxi blind? Why would he take a fancy to such a woman? But what should be celebrated still had to be celebrated, and what should be given still had to be given. Since sect leader Nangong had delivered an invitation to him, how could he not go? The wedding banquet was set for the 15th of the month. Shui Jingyong arranged all the affairs of the sect and handed them over to the two elders, Tanlang and Xuanji, and prepared to leave for Lini. Aside from him, Madame Wang, Shui Meng, and Emo Ran all had to attend due to etiquette in the cultivation world. In addition, Nangongxi specifically invited Chu Wanning, saying that when he was young, Chu Wanning received Elder Yu Heng's advice and asked him to show up. Therefore, Chu Wanning also had to go. The Confucian Wen sect is the #1 sect today. Their young master is getting married, so I'm afraid all the influential figures in the world will come to celebrate. Shui Jingyong said, the peak of life and death usually doesn't care about trifles, but in this kind of situation, we still have to follow the rules. We don't want to make a fool of ourselves. Shui Meng asked, what rules? I think I'm already following the rules. Shui Jingyong tugged at his hair bun and said, you're wearing the wrong headdress. You're wearing a golden headdress. What's wrong with a golden headdress? Madame Wang smiled gently and said, Meng this is your first time attending a wedding banquet, so there are many things you don't understand. Mother will tell you, so you better listen carefully. In the upper cultivation world, only the groom can wear a golden headdress. If you wear a golden headdress, you'll be stealing the bride. You'll make a big joke of yourself. Shui Meng's face immediately flushed red. He stuttered, stealing the bride? No, I'm not stealing the bride. Emo Ran made fun of him. When the time comes, we'll catch you and Miss Song and lock you in a small room. Are you scared? You're the one who's going to be locked in a small room. Shui Meng was both embarrassed and angry. I won't wear it. Shui Jingyong said, I see that you're not very clear about the requirements of the wedding banquet guest's attire. How about this, I'll have someone make one for each of you. You can wear it when the time comes. He paused, especially looking at Chu Wanning, and asked tentatively, Yu Heng, is that okay? Shui Jingyong wasn't afraid of the others. At most, he would just make fun of them. However, Chu Wanning was used to wearing white clothes. If he didn't remind him, it wasn't impossible for him to attend someone else's wedding banquet dressed in white. At that time, Nangong Lu might be so angry that he vomited blood. If that happened, the Life and Death Summit and the Confucian Wen sect would become enemies. Chu Wanning said, okay. The night before they left, the wedding banquet clothes that Shui Jingyong ordered for everyone arrived. These clothes were specially made by a tailor in Lini that he had specially invited. The standards were strict, the stitches were dense, and the appearance was very beautiful. Even a picky person like Shui Meng nodded in satisfaction after receiving the clothes. Emo Ran carried a stack of clean clothes and went up the Life and Death Summit's south peak. He entered the Red Lotus Water Pavilion and said loudly, Shizun, Uncle asked me to bring these clothes to you. He walked to the side of the lotus pond and saw Chu Wanning practicing with his sword. He remembered that Chu Wanning's second weapon was a sword, but that sword was full of murderous aura and had the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. Chu Wanning never used it lightly. However, if the sword wasn't sharpened, it wouldn't be sharp, and if the sword wasn't practiced, it wouldn't be skillful. Even if the sword didn't have a chance to be unsheathed, Chu Wanning would still take other swords and practice from time to time. At this moment, the moonlight was chilly. Perhaps because he was too hot from practicing the sword, he took off his outer robe, leaving only a white silk inner robe on. The silk material swayed slightly with the evening wind, looking lively and elegant. He didn't wear his usual high ponytail, but instead tied up his hair into a neat high bun, making his face look particularly spirited and thinner. The long sword hummed, the blade was as sharp as snow. His posture of swordsmanship was firm yet gentle, his feet were tight and restrained. When the frost was pulled up, it was as light as a lotus reflecting on water. When the cold lightning was released, it was like a flood dragon breaking through the sky. Stretching and relaxing, retracting and releasing, it was all pointed at the best points. Mo Ran stood not far away and watched, but unexpectedly he couldn't find a single flaw. Suddenly, Chu Wanning's eyebrows trembled. He pointed his long sword at the lotus pond and saw that the movement was swift and fierce. The ripples in the pond were divided into two by the sword's aura. It was actually forced by the sword's edge, and for a long time it didn't come back together. It was the saber cutting the water. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, his long body swept up, lightly and gracefully flying through the middle of the water ripples. He opened his arms, his white sleeves fluttering, and like an immortal, he floated to the pavilion on the opposite side of the pond. Shizun. Mo Ran was afraid that he would run far away if he swept away again, so he quickly chased after him to the pavilion and called out. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the night was slightly cold. The tall begonia tree beside the pavilion had white petals as gentle as snow floating down. Chu Wanning stepped on the sharp corner of the pavilion, the lapel of his robe was a little loose, letting in the jade-colored moonlight. He heard movement and lowered his head. His eyes were dark and bright. He was panting, his lips were red from the sword dance, so it was rare that he looked very gorgeous. Why are you here? The night wind blew the scattered strands of hair on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes. I'm here to give you clothes. Try it on and see if it fits. Chu Wanning lightly hummed. He suddenly remembered that Mo Ran was now respected by the world as a great master. After he woke up, he still hadn't fought with him. He couldn't help but feel moved. In a flash, he floated down with his sword in hand. He shouted in a low voice, "Try to see if you can catch my sword first." Mo Ran was shocked. He didn't expect this move. He hurriedly dodged, and the sword brushed past his chest. If Shizun wants to spar with me, we should at least try on the clothes first. Uncle is still waiting for me to reply to him. Spar first, then try on the clothes. Uncle is anxious. The tailor is still in the hall. If there's anything inappropriate, we'll have to change it. Then let's hurry up and start. On this point, Chu Wanning and Xue Meng were very similar. Once their hearts were set, it was extremely difficult to suppress them. As the two spoke, their swords had already pierced through several of Mo Ran's vital points. Fortunately, Mo Ran had been honed for a long time and dodged in time. Otherwise, he would be fine, but his clothes would have been riddled with holes by Chu Wanning. Suddenly, the sword pointed at Mo Ran's shoulder. Chu Wanning stopped in time, only using the side of his sword to attack him. He coldly provoked, "Grandmaster Mo, is this all you've got?" Mo Ran was forced into a corner. By this person. He didn't know where to put the clothes in his hands. He bitterly smiled, "Shizun doesn't plan on going easy on me now, but instead wants to bully me?" Chu Wanning's eyes were like daggers. He frowned, "Do you want me to go easy on you for the rest of my life?" Haha, that's right. Are you going to fight or not? Okay, I'll fight, okay? Mo Ran smiled and shook his head. A flame appeared at the tip of his finger. Ghost, summon. Ghost answered, but Chu Wanning only had an ordinary weapon in his hands. Thus, Mo Ran didn't pour any spiritual energy into Ghost. Just as he grasped the willow vine, a sword came from the front. Mo Ran jumped back a few feet and suddenly waved a vine whip, wrapping it around Chu Wanning's sword hilt. However, Chu Wanning didn't mind at all. With a flick of his wrist, he broke free from the restraints. His figure flashed behind Mo Ran like a ghost, and with a sweep of his long blade, he pressed it against Mo Ran's neck from behind. Chu Wanning stuck to his back, looking slightly gloomy. You didn't put in the effort. Let's do it again. His soft and warm breath brushed past Mo Ran's ears, and Mo Ran felt a burst of dryness. His Adam's apple bobbed under the blade, and he laughed in a low voice. Shizun, don't be so quick to speak so confidently. Take a closer look, have I put in the effort? As soon as his voice fell, Chu Wanning was shocked to find that Mo Ran's willow vines had unknowingly wrapped around his arm, firmly holding him in place, unable to move even half an inch. Chu Wanning stared at his arm for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a sharp light. That's right, I take back my words. Mo Ran laughed and said, how can you just take it as you please? What do you want? I want Shizun to change his clothes. Chu Wanning coldly snorted. Let's decide the victor first. As he spoke, he poured his own powerful spiritual energy into his right arm, forcing the ghost to retreat. Then he suddenly rushed backwards, pulling away from Mo Ran. At the same time, a sword light flashed, and a sword chi swept through the air, chopping towards Mo Ran. Mo Ran had no choice but to raise his whip again. For a time, the willow vines and the long sword clashed in the air. Both weapons had not been fed with spiritual energy, so when they fought, there was no spectacular sound of flames and lightning colliding. However, each move was at the peak of perfection, flowing smoothly like water. Mo Ran was still holding the ceremonial robe that Chu Wanning had to change with one hand, so Chu Wanning only used his right hand to fight with him. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged more than 100 moves, and it was difficult to tell who was up and who was up. Chu Wanning's breathing was heavy. A drop of hot sweat dripped down from his dark eyebrows, straight to his eyelashes. However, he was competing with Mo Ran and could not be distracted. That drop of sweat seeped through his eyelashes and seeped into his eyes. He resisted the urge to blink. His eyes were like a fire in the night, flashing with a shocking light. The Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable's fighting spirit had been completely aroused by his disciple. He had always loved to fight and compete to his heart's content. Usually, he was indifferent and cold because it was difficult to find a worthy opponent. However, Mo Ran was like a fire. With a boom, he lit up this pool of liquor, and in an instant, the flames lit up the sky. Towards the end of their fight, the long sword actually couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and made an ominous creaking sound. In the end, as the two of them clashed in the air, the long sword actually buzzed and shattered into millions of sparkling and translucent iron powder between the two grandmasters. The sword is broken. Mo Ran said helplessly, do you still want to fight? Chu Wanning's eyes were already filled with smoke. He threw away the sword hilt, and his white robe was slightly opened, which made his figure even more tall and straight. He said concisely and powerfully, fight. Before Mo Ran had time to withdraw his ghost seeing, Chu Wanning's figure was extremely agile. Like a drawn crossbow, or like a cheetah in the forest, or an eagle in the snow, he directly attacked Mo Ran. Mo Ran hurriedly withdrew his ghost seeing and raised his hand to block. The two people once again competed in a new way, and it was hard to tell who was better. Close combat was not the same as weapon combat. A person with a strong and tall figure would often have the advantage more easily. Moreover, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's skills were originally not much different, so this time, Chu Wanning was clearly at a disadvantage. Mo Ran laughed, Shizun, don't fight. If you don't use your spiritual power, to be honest, you can't beat me. Chu Wanning was furious, arrogant traitor. I'm not arrogant, I'm not arrogant. If Shizun is angry, I'll let Shizun have 10 moves first. Mo Wayu. Chu Wanning flew into a rage out of humiliation, and his punches and kicks became faster and more ruthless. The begonia flowers floated down one after another, as soft as snow in the wind. Under the tree, the master and disciple attacked with all their might, using all kinds of methods. After more than 80 rounds, Chu Wanning gradually felt that his physical strength was overdrawn. First, he had practiced his sword for an hour before Mo Ran came, and then he used weapons to fight more than 100 rounds with Mo Ran. He was really exhausted. But his eyes were very bright, his heart was beating very fast, and his handsome face was full of spirit and radiance. The more they fought, the longer they were entangled. Wanning suddenly turned sideways, and his elbow chopped towards Emo Ran's chest, but Emo Ran caught it. The two of them were pressing against each other, and their arms were trembling. Wanning's arm was held so tightly by Emo Ran that his coarse and slender fingers seemed like they were going to crush him and break his bones. Emo Ran's bestial nature and desire to conquer was also ignited in this hand-to-hand fight. He suddenly used his strength, and finally restrained Wanning's strength. Then he suddenly turned his hand. Wanning was shocked, and when he came back to his senses, he was firmly held in Emo Ran's sweaty arms. "Do you still want to fight?" Emo Ran laughed behind him. His back was pressed against Emo Ran's broad chest, and his heartbeat was undulating. The young man's chest was as hot as fire, and as firm as iron. It was like a burning rock that wanted to melt his entire body. Emo Ran's lips and teeth were pressed against the back of his ear, and the hot breath he exhaled all sprayed on his exposed neck. And because Wanning's hair was tied up in a high bun, there was no hair in the way, and he could feel the terrifying aura of the other party. It was a masculine aura that wanted to penetrate and tear him apart. Because of the sweat, there was a lingering feeling in the ruthlessness, as moist as spring water. "Shizun, do you still want to fight?" Wanning bit his lower lip, and his phoenix eyes were red. Damn it, he couldn't accept it. Just as he was about to fight again, Emo Ran's lips came down at this moment, and as if it was a coincidence, they faintly brushed past his earlobe. That rough and warm feeling gave him goosebumps. Wanning's hair stood on end, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Let go of me." Although his words were fierce, his body couldn't help but slightly tremble in Emo Ran's arms. Fortunately, because he was exhausted from the fight, Emo Ran couldn't tell why he was trembling. In fact, Emo Ran couldn't protect himself, so how could he be distracted to notice Wanning's abnormality? Wanning heard him speak in a low voice. His voice was hoarse, and it was very much like the voice of deep love. With a slight teasing smile, he said, "After I let go, will Shizun be willing to go back to the room to change clothes?" Wanning was provoked to the point that his phoenix eyes turned red, and he angrily said, "Let go." His avoidance was met with an even stronger and rougher clamp. Wanning's arm was almost dislocated from being pinched. His body went soft, and he couldn't help but let out a low groan in a hoarse voice. This sound was too much like a moan on the bed. Emo Ran suddenly stiffened, and his lower body immediately reacted. At this moment, his body and Wanning's body were very close together, and he was afraid that his Shizun would immediately feel his hot and hard anger. How could Emo Ran dare to let Wanning know? He almost subconsciously pushed Wanning away, and didn't dare to suppress the other from behind like this again. The moment he let go, Wanning was free, and his killing intent surged. He hugged his own arm that was in pain from being pinched, and turned around to give a fierce kick. He used real strength, and the unprepared Emo Ran fell to the ground. Emo Ran didn't expect this guy to suddenly kick him. His entire body was stunned by the kick, and he lay on the ground. He felt like his ribs were about to break, and he was in so much pain that he frowned. "Shizun, you're too." It was a little unfair to win. He didn't dare to say the second half of his sentence. Emo Ran forced himself to squint his eyes that were brimming with tears from the pain, and struggled to raise his head to look at Wanning. He saw that his Shizun's inner clothes were disheveled, and the white silk lapel had long been torn open due to the fierce struggle, revealing a firm and smooth chest, which rose and fell with the rapid breathing. Wanning gasped for breath, and he fiercely pulled at his own disheveled lapel. His forehead hair was in a mess, and his temples were scattered. Because of the fierce fight, the corners of his eyes were still slightly red. Wanning slowly straightened his body, and looked down at him from above. His chin was slightly raised, and his gaze was deep, dignified and proud. He calmed his breathing, and said, "You lost. It's useless to be tall." Emo Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and when he spoke, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't I lose?" Even my bones were about to be broken by Shizun's kick. When he said this, Wanning felt a little weak. Just now, he was fighting to his heart's content, and he didn't remember if he had pulled back his last kick. He leaned over and pressed on Emo Ran's ribs. "Where did you kick?" "Here." "Does it hurt?" It definitely hurt, but he wasn't a 15 or 16-year-old youth anymore. How could he complain to Shizun in pain? Chuaning saw that his complexion wasn't very good, so he reached out and took the stack of clothes. With his other hand, he wanted to lift Mo Ran up, but he didn't expect that he had used too much strength. Mo Ran was heavy and tall, so he didn't manage to lift him up. Instead, he fell onto Mo Ran's body. He heard the person below him groan in pain, and quickly sat up. He didn't have time to think too much, and went to check on Mo Ran's injuries. Is it serious? Chuaning's face was pale. Mo Ran frowned, and put his hand to his forehead. Get off of me first. Fortunately, he could still talk, so it seemed that he wasn't crushed to death. Chuaning quickly prepared to get up, but people who were exhausted often couldn't get up so easily once they fell. Their legs were actually soft, and they often weren't very stable. They couldn't stand properly, and fell back into their seats in a somewhat embarrassing manner. This fall, he didn't fall on the spot, but on Mo Ran's waist. Chuaning didn't notice at first, but he was wearing very little now, only a thin layer of silk, and this position was so awkward. When he moved, he almost immediately felt that there was a hard and large thing under his body. Chuaning was speechless. Mo Ran. Almost in a panic, Chuaning suddenly crawled up with an unknown strength. His lips were slightly trembling, and his face was alternating between green and white and red. He seemed to be extremely shocked, and also seemed to be frightened. The awe-inspiring elder Yuheng was actually, truly frightened. Mo Ran's heart was in a mess. He was very uneasy. He clutched his aching chest and sat up. He carefully said, Shizun. As if his tail had been stepped on, Chuaning took a big step back. It must have been hard on him. To think that he could open his phoenix eyes so wide. Looks like he's really shocked. Mo Ran smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I'm not. But he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Chuaning's mind was in a state of shock. What am I? What am I not? Why would Mo Ran react? Could it be that he was mistaken? But if there was no reaction, was it usually so hard and big? That would be. Suddenly, he thought of that damned ranking board. There were 4 words written on it. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Chuaning's face was completely red. Seeing that Mo Ran still wanted to say something, he suddenly raised his hand and said, Don't say anything. Go back. Mo Ran only thought that he had made his master unhappy, so how could he stay any longer? He endured the pain and got up. When he got up, he maintained a half-kneeling position and said in a low voice, Shizun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Chuaning looked at him with a complicated expression. He looked like he was thinking about a lot of things, but in fact, he wasn't thinking about anything at all. His brain was already stuck on the words, definitely not a vulgar thing, and wouldn't turn around. After Mo Ran left, Chuaning stood in place for a long time. The fine hairs on his arms stood on end, and he seemed to be in a daze. He suddenly recalled that a long time ago, when they had gone to the Jincheng pool to ask for a sword, Mo Ran had accidentally tripped while soaking in the hot spring. At that time, he had also accidentally bumped into him, but the time they had spent together was too short. Chuaning wasn't sure if he had sensed wrongly, but just now, Mo Ran had personally apologized. It wasn't intentional, which meant that just now, he had really felt desire, and it wasn't his imagination. Although he knew that men would sometimes be aroused by the sight in front of them, which was normal, Chuaning asked himself honestly, he did not feel that he was attractive in any way. There were many people in the world who were more handsome than him. Could it be that Mo Ran would like him to be sweaty and have messy hair? What was there to see? Although she was confused, the goosebumps between her legs didn't fade away for a long time. Even through her clothes, it seemed so alive and so ferocious. In the midst of all these jumbled thoughts, he suddenly had an untimely thought. He couldn't help but think, if such a scourge was released, who would be able to withstand it? Chuaning gloomily gritted his teeth, but the flush on his face couldn't go away, and the content of his phoenix eyes blurred and messy. It was like he had a fever and was entangled by the heat. After standing outside for a long time, he returned to the room. Chuaning undid his hair bun, biting the hairband between his lips and teeth. He raised his hand to gather his long hair, and then tied it tightly into a ponytail. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at himself in the bronze mirror. His phoenix eyes were narrow, and when he wasn't smiling, there was always a sense of dignity and ruthlessness, which was not likable. The bridge of his nose was not too high, the curve was gentle, and the outline was not very vivid, which was not likable. His mouth. Forget it, this mouth was the same as the words that came out of it, very thin, cold in color, without any warmth. Of course it was not likable. Who knew what was wrong with Mo Ran, to have such passion? Chu Wanning had always been extremely conservative and inflexible when it came to matters of the heart. He knew very little, and that kind of licentious book would dirty his fingertips even if he touched it, so he stared at the mirror and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure anything out. Forget it. Then he might as well not think about it. Elder Yu Heng, who had never experienced love before, thought to himself. After all, it wasn't necessarily that a man's body would only react when he was in love. Perhaps this was just a coincidence. The next day, Xue Jingyong and Madame Wang stood in front of the mountain gate early in the morning, waiting for the other 3 people to arrive. The first person to arrive was Xue Meng. He usually wore the blue-silver soft armor of the pinnacle of life and death, which always made him appear sharp and fierce. But today, he was wearing an elegant and solemn ceremonial robe, and his hair was combed simply, leaving only a jasper hairpin. His entire temperament was somewhat different. He was graceful, luxurious, and elegant. Seeing his parents, he actually felt a bit embarrassed. He tugged at the corner of his sleeve and said, "Father, Mother." Xue Jingyong couldn't help but praise, "Meng is really beautiful. You're practically carved from the same mold as your mother." Madame Wang's pair of beautiful eyes drooped. Her face was probably a bit red from her husband's praise. She waved her hand at Xue Meng and said, "Come, Meng, come here." Xue Meng stood in front of her. She looked up at him for a while, her eyes seemed to be filled with the passing of time. After a while, she lightly sighed, "This set of clothes suits you. It makes your skin look white." "It's very good." Xue Meng smiled, "Isn't it because my mother gave birth to me well? You only know how to talk nonsense. Just like your father." Madame Wang said, somewhat rueful, "In the blink of an eye, it's already been 20 years. Xue Meng seemed to have guessed what she was going to say next. Suddenly, his smile froze, and he subconsciously took half a step back. But what was the use of this half step? He still couldn't avoid his mother's nagging. Sure enough, Madame Wang pulled him and said earnestly, "Meng, today we're going to the Confucian Wen sect to congratulate young Master Namgong. Look, you're about the same age as him. Isn't it about time to talk about marriage?" "Mother, I haven't thought about getting married yet. I don't have anyone I like." Xue Meng muttered. "Mother knows you don't have anyone you like, so when you go to this banquet, you have to pay more attention to other girls. They don't have to be rich, noble, or beautiful. As long as they're not bad and you like them, Mother will definitely take care of it for you and find someone to act as a matchmaker." Xue Meng's face reddened, "We haven't even started dating yet." "Mother, why are you directly thinking about matchmaking?" "Mother is just mentioning it. But I don't like anyone." "Mother, look at those girls we met in the cultivation world. None of them are as beautiful as me. If I were to marry them, wouldn't I be the one to lose out? I won't marry them, I won't marry them, I won't marry them." Xue Meng shook his head like a rattledrum. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and said, "Besides, why are you only urging me? Mo Ran is a year older than me. Why aren't you worried about him? There's also my master. What kind of realm is Elder Yu Heng? Can you compare yourself to him?" Madame Wang was a bit amused. "All right, I won't force you. Mother is just saying. I want you to pay attention, but if you really don't like anyone, then forget it. Do you think I'll tie you up and force you to do the wedding ceremony?" Xue Jingyong pondered for a while, then said, "But I think Meng is right. Last time, I mentioned the matter of a Dao companion to Yu Heng." "Ah?" Xue Meng was very surprised to hear this. "Father, you mentioned this to Master? He didn't fall out with you?" "He did." Xue Jingyong smiled bitterly, "He kicked me out." "Madame Wang." Xue Meng laughed out loud, "I knew it. My master has the bones of an immortal." If he's not a sky god, then he's better than one. A person like him has already cut off all feelings and desires. What's the point of having a Tao companion? Shui Jingyong sighed, clearly still unwilling to give up. Just as he was about to argue with his son, Madame Wang suddenly covered her mouth with her sleeve and said softly, "Husband, don't say any more. Elder Yu Heng is here." In the morning fog that had yet to disperse, Chu Wanning slowly walked over on the wet limestone floor. His robe was loose, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was wearing an embroidered robe. The robe was moon-white in color, and the edges were covered with golden threads. As he moved, the golden threads faintly flowed under the sunlight. His hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin, and the end of the hairpin was inlaid with a plum blossom carved from a ruby. His entire person was dyed with dignity in his simplicity, and there was a hint of aloofness in his coldness. At that moment, Shui Jingyong suddenly felt powerless. He opened his mouth and closed it. He thought that Shui Meng was right. What kind of woman would be placed next to such a person so that she would not be drowned by his brilliance and be covered by dust because of his aura? The sky god walked to the mortal world and stood in front of the mountain gate. He frowned and glanced at Shui Jingyong. "My lord." "Haha, Yu Heng, the robe fits you well." Chu Wanning raised his hand, and a sachet with complicated patterns swayed in the air. He said, "The sachet that came with the ceremonial robe is a little different from the usual ones." "Ah, that was made according to Lini's robe technique." "What's wrong?" The high and mighty sky god Taoist frowned slightly and said, "It's too difficult. I don't know how to do it. Please give me some pointers." Shui Jingyong was speechless. He taught Chu Wanning 3 times, but Chu Wanning still could not get around the knot. In the end, he simply gave up. Shui Meng could not bear to watch any longer. He volunteered to help his master tie the sachet. He put it on his waist in a few seconds. Chu Wanning looked at him and was surprised. He praised, "Not bad." Shui Jingyong could not help but change his mind. He thought, heavens, if this kind of person did not have a Tao companion, wouldn't he die in the end because he could not take care of himself? After a while, Mo Ran also came. His complexion was not too good. Yesterday, Chu Wanning's kick was too fierce. He was too embarrassed to ask someone to heal him. Others would definitely ask him who kicked him. He could not say that he was the one who took advantage of Elder Yu Heng, could he? He could only meditate and heal himself. Now, he finally felt better. His chest was not hurting so much that it was difficult to breathe. However, he saw Chu Wanning standing beside Shui Jingyong, quietly waiting for him. This man was wearing a moon-white suit embroidered with golden silk. His collar was pressed high. He was both ascetic and solemn. What a proper and handsome man. Mo Ran felt his chest move. He finally managed to straighten his breath, but it seemed to be interrupted again. He could not breathe and was in a mess. Cough. This was really terrible. He fell in love with a man he definitely could not fall in love with. He swore that he would never touch a man again. The old man who had been reborn for 2 lifetimes was really like a young man in his early 20s. He was young and impulsive. He felt that the world was in chaos just because of a look or a change of clothes from the person he loved. From then on, happiness was related to him, sadness was related to him, heartbeat was related to him, and breathing was related to him. Even the moonlight shining into the window lattice, the ant walking alone in the moonlight, and the stamen that attracted the ant were related to that person. He felt tormented and sullen in this kind of love. Because every flower and leaf was his, but he could not get them. He could not pluck them. Damn it, the human world was making things difficult for him everywhere. Shui Jingyong handed over the sex affairs to Elder Tanlang for the time being. He took the invitation card and set off with his wife. Whenever Chu Wanning went out, as long as they were not in a rush, they would usually take a carriage. This time was no exception. The group leisurely followed the official road to Lini. Along the way, they went sightseeing. When they encountered some small monsters, they would help to get rid of them. After traveling for more than 10 days, they finally arrived at Dai City. Dai City was famous for its rouge. Once they reached the city, Shui Jingyong took Madame Wang to buy some rouge. Shui Meng felt that they were an old married couple, so he rubbed his goosebumps and refused to follow them. He first found a tea stall with Chu Wanning and sat down while waiting for their parents to come back. Revisiting the old place, the three of them felt a little emotional. Shuimeng said, "It's a pity that Shermei is not here. Otherwise, it would be exactly the same as 6 years ago when we were seeking the sword. We could even go to the top of Shuiying Peak to play." Mo Ran laughed. "Aren't you afraid that the fake Gauchen is still waiting there? When he sees you, he will drag you to the bottom of the lake to reminisce." Speaking of the fake Gauchen, Chu Wanning frowned. He doesn't seem to have made any moves in the past 5 years. Mo Ran said, "It's hard to say. There were a few big incidents, but they were all unsolved cases related to Shenwu. I suspect that he is the culprit, but I have no evidence." Shuimeng played with the cup in his hand and looked at Mo Ran. "I feel that those unsolved cases have nothing to do with him. Think about it, a few years ago, he tried his best to find the essence spiritual body. You are the essence of the wood spirit, so he chased after you to harm you. Therefore, he should be looking for people, not weapons." Chu Wanning said, "But in the past 5 years, there have been no cases of living people disappearing continuously." Mo Ran raised his hand and said, "I didn't encounter any encirclement or trap either. However, it's also possible that my whereabouts have been uncertain in the past 5 years, so he doesn't know where I am." The three of them pondered in silence until the lady boss delivered the tea leaves and fruits they ordered. Shuimeng scratched his head and said, "Do you guys think that he did too many bad things and burned himself to death by playing with fire? Don't look at me like that. Normally, evil spells can easily backfire," Shuimeng mumbled. "Otherwise, why hasn't he done anything in the past 5 years? Mo Ran suddenly said, "There is one possibility." "What?" "Look, Shizun hasn't done anything in the past 5 years." Before Mo Ran could finish his sentence, Shuimeng knocked him with his chopsticks. "What do you mean? Are you suspecting that the fake Gauchen is Shizun? Can you wait for me to finish?" Mo Ran said helplessly, "I'm just giving an example. I'm thinking that if the theft of Shenwu has nothing to do with the fake Gauchen, then he really hasn't done anything big in the past 5 years. Then, is it possible that he's like Shizun and has to stay in a certain place for some reason, such as being injured or some other reason?" When he said this, he suddenly thought of something and was stunned. "Shizun? What?" Mo Ran shook his head at first, as if he didn't believe this thought of his. However, after hesitating for a moment, he mumbled, "Master Huizue." In the past 5 years, he didn't know about the other experts, but it was obvious that there was one person who was trapped in the Red Lotus Pavilion like Chu Wanning and never left. Master Huizue. However, this thought was too disrespectful. No matter what, Master Huizue had taught Chu Wanning before. Mo Ran didn't know what kind of feelings his Shizun had for Huizue, so he didn't dare to be too rash. Chu Wanning said, "There's no need to think about it. It can't be him." He said it casually, but there was no hesitation in his words. Mo Ran immediately nodded. Since Chu Wanning wasn't willing to talk about the past when he studied under Huizue, then he wouldn't force him to ask. He continued to think, then, are there any other experts who haven't shown up in the past 5 years? Lonman's sect leader, Xianxia. Shuimeng said, during the Soul Mountain conference, all the sect leaders were present. He was the only one who didn't come because he was sick and rarely showed up. Mo Ran laughed, "That's your mother's Xianxia, right? Are you suspecting him?" Chu Wanning said, "Xianxia thinks highly of himself. He was never willing to be under the Confucian Wind sect at Lonman's night, so ever since Nangong Lu became the head of the 10 great sects, he didn't go to any of the gatherings, not just in the past 5 years. Then he didn't." Shuimeng said, "Sigh, forget it. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. There are too few clues. My head hurts from thinking about it." At this time, Madame Wang and Shui Jingyong came back. It was already late, so the 5 of them prepared to find a place to stay in Dai City. Shuimeng said, "I know a good inn that even has a hot spring pool." Mo Ran was speechless. He didn't need to think to know which inn Shuimeng was talking about. Wasn't it the inn where they stayed when they were young? Back then, when he was soaking in the hot spring, he fell into Chu Wanning's arms without thinking. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but cough lightly and silently turn his face away. He didn't want others to see the slight blush and expectation in his eyes, but his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Shui Meng was a person who always exaggerated a little. He would do his best to support the things he liked, but he wouldn't give them a chance to make a comeback. But as the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Shui Jingyong felt that he could only believe half of his son's words, so he asked Mo Ran has stayed in that inn before, right? What do you think? Mo Ran coughed twice again and didn't dare to look directly at his uncle. It's not bad. Then let's stay there. Shui Jingyong made the decision. Mo Ran's palms were sweating, and his fingertips were slightly curled because of the throbbing in his heart. He lowered his head and seemed to be docile and gentle as he said, but in his heart, he was thinking, can I take a bath with Shizun like back then? He couldn't help but recall Chu Wanning's tall and handsome body in the hazy steam. The lines of his body were sharp and tight, full of tempting tension. But if he really took a bath with Chu Wanning, in the hazy steam, could he really resist? After they finished discussing where to go, the others had already stood up. Shui Meng finished eating the peanuts in his hand and also stood up. He turned his head to look at his cousin who was still sitting in the same place with an unfathomable expression. What's wrong, let's go. Mo Ran's expression was a little strange. Maybe it was because of the setting sun, but his handsome face seemed to be a little red. He reached out to pour himself another cup of tea and insisted on not standing up. Instead, he continued to sit there awkwardly. He coughed a few times and said, we ordered so much, but we still haven't finished it. It's a waste. You guys go first, I know the way. I'll come back after drinking the tea. Speaking of which, this town was famous because of Shuiying Peak. However, after that incident with the fake North Star Alliance, Jin Chengqi's weapons were all destroyed. Many years passed in the blink of an eye, and the town gradually became desolate. Many inns that provided lodging for swordsmen closed down due to poor business and changed to other businesses. However, the inn with a hot spring that the master and disciple stayed in back then stubbornly survived. Furthermore, because of Nangong Gongzi's wedding, the guests who came to congratulate the Confucian Wind sect would first settle down in Dai City. This inn actually regained its former vitality. Shui Jingyong lifted the bamboo curtain and stepped into the lobby. Boss, check in. 4 people? Before Shui Jingyong could answer, he heard a low voice behind him. No, 5. It turned out that Mo Ran had left in a hurry and coincidentally followed them. Shui Meng saw him and was somewhat surprised. So fast? Mo Ran was stunned at first, then his face darkened. He secretly said angrily, is it very slow for you to clear your mind? Sitting in front of the tea stall and chanting a few words of the mind-cleansing mantra is something you can do. However, he also knew that what Shui Meng said was not the same as what he was thinking, so it was not good for him to lose his temper. He could only nod rather reservedly. You swallowed all the melon seeds and didn't even spit out the shells, right? Mo Ran was speechless. Sir, there are 5 people. How many rooms do you want? Shui Jingyong said, I'll share a room with my wife. In addition, give me 3 rooms of the best quality, so there are 4 rooms in total. Hearing his uncle's arrangement, Mo Ran remained silent on the surface, but he was faintly restless in his heart. He actually secretly hoped that the conversation from back then could be repeated. The boss told them that all the rooms were full, so they had to squeeze a little. That way, he could forget it. In fact, he still couldn't do anything. However, if he could be alone in a room with Chu Wanning, he felt very warm in his heart. He felt a little uneasy, but also a little excited. After all, the blood that flowed in his veins was still the blood of wolves, tigers, and leopards. However, coincidences often didn't happen that often. This time, the shopkeeper happily said, okay, 4 rooms of the best quality. He flipped over to the cupboard and took out the key. He dragged out his voice and called out, Sir, the 2nd floor, please. Mo Ran looked at him silently, his eyes gloomy. He thought to himself, idiot, why are you so happy about getting 4 rooms? What was there to be happy about? What was there to be happy about? What's there to be happy about earning more money? Ran Air, why are you pinching the counter? Mo Ran calmly withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. The area where the board was facing down had already been cracked by him. He was afraid that it would break if he used any more strength. It's nothing. After taking the key from Shui Jingyong and going upstairs, Emoran stood in front of his room and suddenly froze. He turned around and saw that Chu Wanning was also looking at him. You live here? Yeah. Emoran hesitated for a while. First he lowered his eyelashes, then he couldn't help but look up. His bright black eyes looked at Chu Wanning's face. Shizun, do you still remember? Remember what? Emoran pointed at his room and said, when we came to ask for the sword, Shizun lived in this room. Emoran looked at him cautiously. His voice was very restrained, but he couldn't hide the faint expectation. Shizun, do you still remember? Chu Wanning thought, how could I not remember? Walking up to this floor, the past came up the stairs, creaking together with the old. Stairs that had not been repaired for a long time. The smell of wood that had been soaked in the passage of time slowly rose up. He could almost see the young Emoran pushing open the door with a cynical expression on his face. He grinned at him, his dimples very shallow and deep. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Emoran seemed to be a little disappointed. He lowered his gaze and said, maybe I remembered wrongly and mixed it up. That's right. Emoran suddenly raised his head. Chu Wanning looked at him and seemed to smile faintly. You didn't remember wrongly. It's this room. This sentence was like a spark that lit up the darkness in Emoran's eyes. The corners of Emoran's mouth gradually turned into a sweet smile, as if he had eaten a very tasty candy. He pointed at Chu Wanning's current room and said, also, Shizun lived in the room that I used to live in. He was very happy. He said it frankly. But Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He stopped smiling and said angrily, I don't remember clearly. As he said this, he pushed open the door and entered the room, shutting Emoran outside. What did he do wrong to make him unhappy? It was night. Emoran didn't dare to go to the bathhouse to soak in the hot spring. Some things were better safe than sorry. He felt that he was close to the limit of his desire. If Chu Wanning gave him a little more of spring, he didn't know if he could still resist being a gentleman and not pick this flower that was high up in the mountains. He lay on the bed, his head resting on his arms. He was really bored, so he began to think about how he should get along with Chu Wanning. He was not a very smart person. He felt that Chu Wanning was like a big white cat. He wanted to be good to Chu Wanning and take care of this snow-white cat, but he always stroked its fur twice in exchange for a claw from the white cat. It was as if it was uncomfortable to be stroked by him, and it was not what he wanted. He felt very guilty, but he really didn't know where he could touch the cat and where he couldn't. He was like a person who had just raised a cat and didn't know much about everything. He only knew how to hold the white cat in the palm of his hand and lick its fur. In exchange, he got a roar and another slap. Emoran turned over, blinked, and was very depressed. He suddenly remembered that in the layout of this inn, the bed in the next room and his room should only be next to a wooden wall. As soon as this thought appeared, Emoran couldn't sleep even more. He felt that his mouth was a little dry. Did Chu Wanning go to take a bath? Or was he preparing to? But he didn't hear any movement in his room. If Chu Wanning didn't plan to take a bath, then at this time, would he be lying down? Then they were actually very close to each other now. If there wasn't a thin wooden partition in the middle, separating them, they would actually be lying together. Lying together. This thought made the young man's blood boil. It was like a sleeping volcano that was dangerously flowing, but it didn't erupt. He couldn't help but sleep closer to the wall. After all, the wall made of wood and mud was different. The wood was so thin, at most 3 fingers wide. Emoran thought that Chu Wanning was lying 3 feet away from him, taking off his clothes, or only wearing a thin undergarment. He closed his eyes and swallowed. He felt his heart burning through his whole body, burning to the corners of his eyes. He didn't open his eyes, but if he did, there would be traces of blood in them, a patch of red. Then he suddenly remembered another thing. This thing was too exciting. His whole body trembled and tightened, blood rushing to his lower body. He had once violated himself on the bed that Chu Wanning slept on. The memory was so damp, sinful, and sweet. Emoran recalled this incident, and his scalp went numb. He remembered that year when he was soaking in the hot spring, he accidentally fell into Chu Waning's arms. That dry and hot feeling couldn't go away. He could only rub himself against himself, his forehead against the wall, and just like that, he vented his love. Mo Ran opened half of his eyes slightly. His eyes were dark. The dark part was like a rock, but there was red lava flowing under the rock. He once again pressed his forehead against the wall. His heart felt like it was going to burst. How could he be so stupid back then? It was clearly such a bright desire and love, how could he not notice it? He pressed one hand against the wall, trying to restrain himself, but he really couldn't. When he thought that he didn't love, he could think of Chu wanting to vent his feelings without restraint. But when he fell in love, he was destined to be with the person just a wall away. He couldn't get what he wanted. Even when he dreamed, he felt that it was dirty, that it was blasphemy to Chu Waning. Restraining his desires, this was too torturous for a young and vigorous body. The tip of his nose was pressed against the wall, and his burning hot body was doing his best to press against that thin wall. His thoughts were in chaos, and his eyes were blurred. He even faintly felt a trace of an illusion in the lush tide of passion. It was as if Chu Waning's breath, the faint begonia scent on Chu Waning's body, had already seeped through the cracks in the wood and seeped into his bed, tightly wrapping around him. Chu Waning's scent was seducing him, pitiful him. Seducing his animal desires, pitiful his human nature. Seducing his burning desire, pitiful him, but he couldn't ask for it. Mo Ran, in such a seductive and pitiful state, painfully furrowed his brows. His hand pressed against the wall, his joints were distinct, and his veins were bulging. In contrast to his violent expression, however, he was almost sobbing as he begged. He softly murmured, "Chu Waning. Waning." But he didn't know that on the other side of the wall, Chu Waning actually didn't dare to bathe in the hot spring. He was indeed like Mo Ran thought, lying down a long time ago. Right now, he was also thinking of him, longing for him. Chu Waning's slender fingers were also stroking the slightly cold wooden board, and his forehead was also pressed against this emotionless wall. The two of them had such a deep misunderstanding in their previous lives, to the point that they were strangers on different paths, separated by a huge abyss. So in this life, they used their blood to fill the abyss into a sea of blood, swimming towards each other. But because of this layer of barrier, they couldn't see each other's surging emotions, and could only let their own love overflow. But they were clearly so close to each other. They were so close that Mo Ran felt as if he could hear Chu Waning's heartbeat, and Chu Waning felt as if he could hear Mo Ran's breathing. Dong dong dong. Mo Ran was shocked, and unhappily said, "Who is it?" When he shouted, Chu Waning next door was also shocked, and then he realized that Mo Ran really was sleeping with his back against the wall, so close to him that this low and hoarse voice sounded as if he was shouting next to his pillow. Chu Waning couldn't help but clench his 10 fingers, and a pair of phoenix eyes opened in the darkness. "It's me, Shui Meng," the outside said. The man outside said, "My mother said that she put me and your luggage together. Open the door quickly." "Really, I'm waiting for a shower." Of course, eavesdropping wasn't a good thing, but Chu Waning thought that he wasn't eavesdropping. The wood was too thin, the room's soundproofing was too bad, and Shui Meng was shouting too loudly. In any case, he didn't want to listen. Chu Waning thought this, wrapped himself in the blanket, and leaned against the wall. The sound of the bed creaking came from next door, and after a while, the door opened. Shui Meng's voice sounded again, "Hey, why are you already asleep? So early?" "I'm sleepy." Mo Ran choked a little. "Hurry, I was woken up by you in the middle of my sleep. Take your clothes, quickly go 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 go." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Shui Meng paused, and there was a hint of suspicion in her voice. "You unlocked the door so early in the morning, and you don't want to come out. You're so anxious just because I said a few words to you. Are you? What am I doing?" Chu Waning suddenly opened his eyes wide, and unconsciously thought of the body brushing against Mo Ran by the lotus pond. That youth had too much passion and high spirits, and when he was ready to take action, it was as if he could take someone's life. A young man in his early 20s, who didn't practice the way of asceticism like him, how much boiling magma was hidden in his body? How often was it normal to release it? Chu Waning didn't know all of this. He had a pure heart and few desires for a long time. He didn't understand. Now, he Wanted to know a little, but for the sake of his face, he couldn't let go of his pride. He was such a proud person, who could he ask this kind of question? He couldn't just randomly pull a disciple and say, "Sorry to disturb, I want to ask a normal man, how often should he release his desires?" Just thinking about it made him feel perverted beyond words. Of course, the Peak of Life and Death had books related to dual cultivation, but every book had to be registered. Chuaning really couldn't imagine the following words in the book: Legend of the Ambitious Man on the Bed, Drifting and Sinking in the Sea Borrower, Elder Yu Heng, Chuaning. Just kill him. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he heard Mo Ran say in a low voice from next door, "Where are you looking at? There's nothing going on. Take your clothes and get out of here." Shui Meng was stunned. "Where am I looking at?" Mo Ran. Shui Meng looked at his cousin's face and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry at the same time, and shouted, "What nonsense are you thinking about? What I wanted to say was that you locked the door because there were too many people in the bathhouse and wanted to take a bath by yourself in the room. Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. And you're blaming it on me." In the next room, Chu Wanning's face darkened. His mind was full of dirty thoughts. Shui Meng sighed heavily and stared at Mo Ran from head to toe, then said, "I didn't think about that at first. Now that you said it, it reminded me." "Were you really? Weren't you taking a bath? Why are you talking so much?" "No, I suddenly feel that you're very suspicious." Seeing that the other party's tone was so unfriendly and his black eyes were burning, Shui Meng felt that something was wrong. "When you were just 20 years old, you always went to the brothel. All these years, you've been traveling everywhere, but you didn't have any romantic affairs. Why did you suddenly change?" Mo Ran seemed to be silent. Chu Wanning waited in silence. He actually wanted to know how Mo Ran would answer. The longer the silence, the more anxious he became. Why didn't he say anything? Was it awkward? Regret? Or, "You really want to know?" Mo Ran opened his mouth. His voice was filled with anger. He actually had the face to be angry. Chu Wanning clicked his tongue in wonder. He felt that Shui Meng's question was quite reasonable. There was no reason for him to be unhappy just because someone found out about his secret. Before he could finish thinking, he heard Mo Ran say, "I'm tired of F***king, I'm tired of F***king, I'm tired of F***king. Alright, you can scram now." Chu Wanning was speechless. Shui Meng. After a long period of dead silence, Shui Meng let out an angry roar that could probably be heard by the entire inn. "Moyu, you shameless dog. Stinking hooligan. Fine, whatever you say. Get out, get out. Don't F***king disturb my sleep. Don't touch me. Hateful. How am I annoying? You. Shui Meng stammered, his handsome face flushed red. He originally wanted to make things difficult for Mo Ran, but who would have thought that Mo Ran would shamelessly turn the tables on him? He couldn't help but recall that he was already in his 20s. At this age, Nangong Si was already married to the #1 beauty in the cultivation world. The fourth young master of Jiangdong Tang was already the father of 3 children. Kunlun's snow-trampling palace's Mei Hanxue still hadn't died from venereal disease. It seemed like he was the only one who was inexperienced in love. Shui Meng felt very sullen. He wasn't sullen because he was lecherous. In fact, he wasn't lecherous at all. It was just that he felt that he was inferior to Mo Ran in this aspect. He was more than 10 streets ahead of him, which was why he was so angry. If Mo Ran didn't mention it, if he was deeply ashamed, then Shui Meng's attitude would probably be different. However, Mo Ran actually threw him a disdainful and impatient sentence. "I'm tired of F***king you, F***king you enough." Young Master Shui Meng felt that he couldn't take it anymore. His self-esteem had been hit. He said you for a long time, then angrily roared at Mo Ran, "I just hate you. You're not human." After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Chu Wanning also choked a bit. Although he was calmer than Shui Meng, he could hear that Mo Ran was deliberately bullying Shui Meng. However, his heart couldn't help but surge, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The words used by the guy next door were too crude. His low roar was like a lion in the jungle whose muscles were tangled and whose aura was bursting out. That low roar and the rough words combined into one was like a thick and hot poker, violently stabbing into his heart. Chu Wanning's throat moved. His eyes were gloomy and flickering. In the past, Mo Ran had broken his precepts because he went to the brothel, so he naturally knew that Mo Ran wasn't as pure as Shui Meng. However, the previous Mo Ran wasn't strong enough to captivate souls. He couldn't help but ponder and picture that kind of scene in his mind. But at this moment, when the past was brought up again, Chu Wanning couldn't help but think of the hot, smooth, smoky, and sturdy body that she had seen before. She had once been entangled with those charming, fair, delicate, and alluring young men, and had shaken on those delicate and tender gigolos. He felt his anger burning, but his heart was also like a feather scratching at his heart. In this kind of anger and desire, the corners of Chu Wanning's eyes slightly burned red. In the dark night, there was a hint of the color of a begonia. Shui Meng came back. "Open the door." "What now?" "I only cared about arguing with you." "Where are my clothes?" "On the table." "Take them yourself." "Humph." Shui Meng hugged his clothes and left in a huff. This time it was finally quiet. Chu Wanning heard Mo Ran's heavy footsteps, and then the bed creaking. This time, he really heard the man next door lie back on the bed. He even felt the bed sway, supporting his mountain-like hot body. He felt very thirsty and wanted to get a cup of water. But when he heard Mo Ran lie down, he knew that if he got up, that person would definitely be able to hear the movement here. So he didn't move, like a rock that was cold on the outside but colorful on the inside. Next door, Mo Ran was actually a little uneasy. A man who wasn't satisfied with his desires would always be irritable. Shui Meng just had to choose this time to disturb him. After a while, he couldn't control himself. He didn't know if Chu Wanning heard that shameless roar just now. If he wasn't asleep, he definitely heard it. He laid on the bed. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. He turned back and forth. Chu Wanning was just a wall away, listening to his creaking, sharing his anxiety. After a while, Chu Wanning heard Mo Ran's low voice, "Shizun." In the end, Mo Ran was still tossing and turning. He couldn't hold back his anger, so he tried to call Chu Wanning to see if Chu Wanning had any reaction. "Shizun, are you asleep? Can you hear me?" Chu Wanning's heart was beating like a drum. He felt that his heart was beating too loudly, and was a little embarrassed. So he quietly pulled the blanket over his head, trying to use a layer of cotton to cover his heartbeat that the other person couldn't hear. "Shizun." But when he covered himself with the blanket, Mo Ran's voice was very close. It was as if they were lying on the same bed. If Chu Wanning lifted the blanket, he would be able to see Mo Ran's handsome face and bare chest. He was leaning on his side and looking at him. That pair of dark and bright eyes were like a wolf or tiger, staring at him hungrily, wanting to swallow him whole. "Can you hear me?" Chu Wanning made up his mind to pretend that he didn't hear him. He naturally knew that Mo Ran was asking this in hopes that he didn't hear him. Otherwise, when they met tomorrow morning, both of them would feel awkward. The other person called out to him a few more times with a deep voice. Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't respond, he sighed softly. Mo Ran really thought that Chu Wanning was asleep. He was relieved, but he also felt a little regretful. He wanted Chu Wanning to pay attention to him. But Chu Wanning didn't care, so he could only stroke the thin wall separating the two of them. First, he stroked it with his rough fingers, then closed his eyes, as if he was stroking Chu Wanning's chest. Then, he put his burning hot lips on it and whispered softly, as if he was whispering to Chu Wanning's lips. Mo Ran said, "I don't want anything else. I only want you." But this voice was too soft. Chu Wanning didn't hear it. He wrapped himself in the blanket and rubbed. His face and heart were very hot. After a while, he heard the bed next to him creak fiercely. It seemed that the person lying on it was very anxious and turned over angrily. He said, "Damn it." Chu Wanning suddenly had a kind of animal sensitivity. He predicted that he might hear something. For a moment, he felt his hair stand on end and wanted to cover his ears. But he only moved the tips of his fingers and then dropped them down. He opened his eyes in a daze under the blanket. After a while, he heard Emma deep breathing outside the blanket. That breathing was rhythmic, violent. Xianxia's arms had a layer of goosebumps. In such a sound, he felt that his spine was numb and soft. Emma's breathing was so sexy and so sinful. It was choked in his throat, oppressive and unrestrained. When he heard this sound, what else did he not understand? Xianxia closed his eyes. He felt that he couldn't breathe. His lips were slightly open and trembling. He thought of the wet dreams he had many times. In the dreams, he had seen all of Emma's body. So when he closed his eyes, he could clearly imagine the scene outside the blanket. He felt that Emma was right beside him, stretching his strong body and lying on his back. Emma's bright black eyes were narrowed, flashing with a blurred luster. Emma's hand reached down and unbuttoned his pants. His penis popped out. Xianxia didn't dare to think about the huge thing in detail. He could only roughly describe the outline and the fleshy red color of Emma's penis. He held the life-threatening thing and stroked it. Emma's protruding Adam's apple was rolling with it. He swallowed his saliva and didn't know who he was thinking about. He was passionately and painfully comforting himself. Xianxia heard the low moan of the man next to him. It was rough and sexy. His scalp went numb. In the dark, his almond-shaped eyes were stained with lust. He couldn't take it anymore. Elder Yuhang's slender and fair hand, after struggling for a while, finally reached down. With trembling hands, he reached in and grabbed his already scalding high spirit. That rough and hot touch made him feel ashamed but also excited. He raised his head slightly and suppressed a gasp. Under the cover of the blanket, his cold appearance faded. He rose and fell in Emma's panting and was brought into the sea of lust. He was clumsy and rough with himself, hurting himself several times. In the end, he really couldn't take it anymore. He abruptly lifted the blanket and lay on it. He rubbed and rubbed, his slender legs trembling. His almond-shaped eyes were half-closed and a few strands of sweaty hair fell down. His lips were open as he silently gasped for air. Maybe it was because he was suddenly exposed to the air, so he could hear more clearly. Or maybe it was because he was delirious, so he couldn't hear clearly. He seemed to hear the moist sound of water. He thought it was Emma next door, but when he lowered his head, he found that it was the glistening secretion from the tip of his penis. It lubricated his palm and made an extremely obscene sound. Xianxa's face became even hotter. He turned his head to the side and didn't face the wall. This way, he would feel that Emma was right beside him. They were naked and mutually comforting each other and making love. Lust burned his brain. His loftiness and aloofness had long collapsed. He could only hear the panting next door and feel the blissful pleasure below him. Because he hadn't tried it before, he couldn't stand the stimulation of lust. Every inch of his skin was sensitive. He longed to be pressed against another hot body. He was like a dry well that had been dry for 100 years, hungry and thirsty. As the sounds next door became more and more urgent, Xianxia felt his heart become hotter and hotter. His waist became weaker and weaker, and his legs almost couldn't hold on. The mucus below him had long soaked the sheets. He vaguely felt that all of this was ridiculous. It shouldn't be, but he couldn't help but feel that it was too comfortable. He hadn't tried it for so many years, so he didn't know that there was such a comfortable thing. If it was said that when he tried to relieve himself in Yuliang village for the first time, he was tormented by breaking his vow for the first time. He felt disgusted and disgusted. But this time, separated by a wall with the person he loved, he actually didn't feel that lust was so ugly. He was actually able to float and sink in the sea of lust. He felt more comfortable and not repulsed. He slightly opened his moist and misty eyes. A few strands of hair fell down, blocking his eyes. He gradually lost focus. He didn't know why, but strange and variegated illusions quickly flashed before his eyes. Or maybe they weren't illusions? They were the strange and overly realistic dreams he had in the past. In the dream, the bed and mattress were intertwined in gold and red. The smell of animal skin between the pillows was so clear that he seemed to be able to smell it. He was lying on the bed like he was at this moment. His forehead was dripping with sweat, his lips were slightly open, and his hair was scattered in front of his eyes. The candlelight didn't go out. The man behind him was urgently and fiercely thrusting. The two people's legs were intertwined. He could clearly feel that the man's muscles and bones were tense because of the stimulation. The sheets were dislocated. The man kept thrusting and thrusting. His throat overflowed with sexy and hoarse breaths. He heard the man behind him say, "Why aren't you saying anything? Call me out." The dream and reality overlapped. Chuaning clenched his teeth. Even if his desire was fierce and he couldn't control it, he was unwilling to open his mouth. He closed his eyes. His hands moved more and more violently. He closed his eyes, but couldn't get rid of the memories of those erotic dreams. After a few thrusts, the man secretly cursed and then withdrew. His strong hands forced Chuaning to turn over. Under the light of the lantern, he saw a handsome face full of lust. It was Emo Rant's face. Because he could clearly describe Emo Rant's appearance in his dream, Chuaning felt more and more tormented and excited. He shook his head guiltily, trying to get rid of the scenes in front of him. But it was no use. He heard Emo Rant's panting from the other side of the wall. It was the same as the rough and lingering man in his erotic dreams. It was low and muffled. He even shamefully recalled the details of that dream. Emo Ran turned him over. His wet and sticky sex organ was pressed against his back acupuncture point, which was already convulsing because of the dryness. His large penis was rubbing against the opening of the acupuncture point. He lightly poked, but didn't penetrate. In the end, Chuaning's other hand, which had never comforted his desire, tightly gripped the mattress. Shame. He felt extremely humiliated. How could he have such a dream? He clearly didn't, he had never seen such a thing. How could he have such a vivid dream? It was as if this body had really borne such hot and crazy, ugly, and lingering lust. Could it be that this was the beastly nature of being born as a human? You're so stubborn. You think that by biting your lips and not making a sound, you can keep your innocence forever? In the dream, Emo Rant's eyes were full of tears. His expression was somewhat sinister, but also full of erotic desire. You've been done by me so many times. So what if you struggle? You're the one who willingly let me fuck you. You're the one who willingly submitted to me. Don't say any more. In the dream, in reality. Both were whispering. So what if you're virtuous? You were still dirted by me. You sucked on me, opened your legs and let me fuck you. What flowed between your legs was what I gave you. Innocence? Don't be silly. From the first day you slept with me, these two words no longer had anything to do with you. Don't say any more. Innocence. No longer innocence. Arrogance. It was as if his clothes had been torn apart. You should really look at what's down there. Emo Rant's gaze moved down inch by inch, like a sharp knife cutting open the person below him. In the end, his gaze fell on the trembling and shrinking acupoint. The opening of the acupoint was still stuck with the saliva and blood from their intercourse. His gaze became deep and his Adam's apple moved. He cursed in a low voice. Holding his swollen genitals, he slowly pushed in again, fiercely pushing open the shrinking passage inch by inch. Speaking of which, it was strange. Chuaning, who was floating in the memories of this spring dream, seemed to really have an illusion. It was as if there was a thick and fierce blade condensed from flesh and blood, tearing his body apart and filling. Emo Ran pushed in completely, all the way to the bottom. Even his sack was pressed against the opening of the acupoint. He hated that he couldn't not go in. The huge genitals pushed him to the limit in an instant. He felt that he couldn't bear any more invasion. The shaft pulsed in his body. In the dream? Or reality? Finally, there was a groan. It was this groan that made Chuaning suddenly wake up. The dream quickly dissipated, vanishing into thin air. The last thing he saw was Emo Ran fiercely pushing against him. The two of them were madly intercourse on the bed. He heard Emo Ran's heavy breathing. His voice was hoarse and burning. If you were a woman, I would fuck you like this every day. I'm afraid you would already be pregnant with our child. Ah, our child, I'm afraid it should be called a bastard? Shame, excitement, animal desire, human nature. In the inn, Chu Wanning turned over, as if he wanted to get rid of the dirty image in his mind. He suddenly felt very wronged. His eyes were slightly red. Why was it like this? In the past, he would never dream of such things. He clearly had not seen anything that he should not have seen. He had not even seen erotic paintings. Why would he have such absurd and shameless erotic dreams? If others knew, what would he do? The memories of the dream dissipated, but the bed next to him suddenly shook. Emo Ran had been blaspheming himself for a long time before Chu Wanning. At this time, the pleasure was accumulating. When he wanted to spurt, he could not help but move his firm waist. He could not help but make a thrusting gesture. He had been holding it in for too long. He released it with a low growl. Chu Wanning heard his hoarse growl. He was stimulated. His eyes were almost wet and red. He violently stroked himself and could not help but ejaculate on the bed. He had never experienced such an exciting climax. The moment he ejaculated, he could not help but gasp and cry out, "N. Ah." After releasing, his vision was a blur. Chu Wanning did not know how he fell into the sticky web of love. He did not have the strength. He lay on the bed in a daze and panted. He was repulsed by desire. But he was willing to immerse himself in love. When desire and love were intertwined, lust did not seem to be so difficult to accept. Thus, it was not the same as the self-abandonment venting in Yuliang village. He still felt ashamed, but the shame was extinguished by the wetness in his heart. It was swallowed up by comfort and excitement. Suddenly, he longed for that wooden wall to disappear. The similarly sweaty Mo Ran leaned over. His undulating hot chest pressed against his back. Panting, he kissed his shoulder and neck. Chu Wanning lay down in a daze. He thought, if it was like this, then everything would be perfect. Then he would be enough. The next day, Mo Ran woke up early. This was Lini. Chu Wanning was not used to the taste of the dishes. The inn did not have any bland dishes, so he went to Shi City to buy some ingredients. He was going to borrow the kitchen to cook something for his Shifu. In this world, there were some men who would use all kinds of tricks to chase someone. It would not be an exaggeration to eat a Manchu Han imperial feast for breakfast. But as soon as they saw that they could not win, they would immediately stop and turn around. There were so many beauties in the world. Why would they spend more time on an impossible target? But Mo Ran was different. He had spent 2 lifetimes chasing Shermay. Now that he understood his own feelings, he knew that he would never be able to have a relationship with Chu Wanning beyond that of a master and disciple. But he was still willing to treat Chu Wanning well day after day. He knew that he could not do it, but he still did it. This was something that had never changed in his life. Gongzi, you came out so early to buy groceries. Look at these radishes, do you want to buy some? They are so fresh. Gongzi, look at the accessories here. Bracelets, necklaces, flower hairpins, everything is here. The craftsmanship is very good. Come, take a look. There are all kinds of spirit stones. It is essential to refine weapons. Come. Mo Ran originally planned to leave after buying groceries. But when he passed by a grocery store with a basket full of groceries, he saw a pile of beautiful small objects on the counter. His eyes were attracted by one of the objects. Unknowingly, he walked over and stopped in front of the counter. There was a man standing there. He was wearing a hood and was looking at the dazzling array of goods. The man raised his hand. Under the black sleeves of his robe, extremely pale, extremely delicate and beautiful fingers were exposed. Because of these 5 scallion-like fingers, Mo Ran noticed this person. He looked at the figure and thought that it was a man. But when he saw the hand, he felt that it was a woman. Thus, he turned his head and curiously sized up this person's appearance. However, he only saw a black veil covering the face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes were also hidden in the shadow of the wide hood of the cloak, so he couldn't see them clearly. The 2 people looked at each other. Mo Ran habitually smiled at him. That person withdrew his hand that was about to touch a spirit stone. Ran glanced at the ring on his thumb from the corner of his eye. It had a silver snake pattern and dense scales. He suddenly felt that the snake pattern on the ring was somewhat familiar. When he wanted to take a closer look, that person had already withdrawn his hand into his sleeve. He glanced at Ran indifferently. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and left. What a strange person, Ran muttered. However, the Gongzi of the Confucian Wind sect was overjoyed. Wedding invitations were everywhere. Recently, all kinds of strange people were rushing to Lini. This person who was covered in a cloak was actually nothing special. At this time, Ran heard the sound of wind chimes at the back door of the small grocery store. The curtain was lifted and the lady boss came out. Ran threw the matter of the black-clothed man to the back of his mind. He smiled and pointed at one of the spirit tools. Lady boss, how much is this? The lady boss had just loosened the door latch. She yawned and stretched lazily, preparing to do business. She was sleepy when she suddenly saw a tall and handsome man standing in front of her shop under the bright morning light. He had an imposing appearance and a tall and straight posture. He should be accompanied by a sword and a saber, walking coldly through the market, ignoring everyone. But this handsome man was smiling. The dimples on his cheeks were faint, and his eyelashes were thick and gentle. In his arms, he was holding a bamboo basket. The basket was not filled with spirit stones, spiritual materials, or spell scrolls. Instead, it was filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. The apples were bright red, the radishes were white and fat, and the lettuce was lush and verdant. The dew on the leaves was crystal clear. It was set off by his handsome face. The lady boss froze in the middle of her yawn. She stared blankly at the scene in front of her that was both iron-blooded and tender. She blinked and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Lady boss? Hey, what do you want? Just this. Ran picked up a pair of light red crystal pendants. How much are you selling them? You have good taste, young master. This pair of pendants is made of the best dragon blood crystal. They were carved by the craftsmen of the Kunlun Palace. Although the material is not expensive, the pendants themselves are very special. You must know about dragon blood crystal. It will turn red as the wearer's body temperature rises. At this point, the lady boss smiled. Since the immortal monarch has taken a fancy to a pair, then you should want to share one with your Dao companion, right? I wonder which fairy is so lucky to be able to get acquainted with you. If you buy the pendants, you won't lose anything. When you go back and wear them, it will be quite interesting to see them when you Dao partner. Ran originally bought the pendants because he thought that dragon blood crystal was the best product to warm the cold body. Chuaning was afraid of the cold in winter, so it was best to wear it to ward off the cold. But when he heard the lady boss say this, his heart couldn't help but be moved. He thought of the pendant hanging around Chuaning's neck. Because of its owner's high body temperature, the pendant was bright red and dripping, like a trembling drop of blood on the tip of a knife. He coughed lightly and said, I'll take this one. Wrap it up for me. In order to not let Chuaning feel strange, Ran also bought a gift for Shui Meng, Shui Jingyong, and Madame Wang. After returning to the inn, he put down the miscellaneous things and took out the small paper bag that contained the dragon blood crystal. The teardrop-shaped pendants inside had already turned crimson because of his body temperature. He picked one and hung the other one around his neck. When he was done, he adjusted his clothes to ensure that the pendant would not be exposed. Then, he picked up the remaining pendant and wrapped it up again. He touched his collar and felt that his heart was beating a little faster. He had experienced all kinds of absurd things in his previous life. Now, he was actually panicking because of this little secret hidden under his clothes. He couldn't help but feel surprised at himself. For me? During the meal, Shui Meng held the sword tassel that Ran had given him and looked as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you giving me this? Don't tell me that you want to apologize to me because of what happened yesterday? When it came to what happened last night, Ran did not know that Chuaning was awake at the time, so he was quite calm and did not make a sound. However, Chuaning could not bear it and picked up the teacup in front of him. His throat moved, and he drank a few mouthfuls of herbal tea to hide his emotions. Only then did he adjust his expression. Emoran smiled at Shuemeng and said, "What are you thinking about? You were the one who provoked me first. I thought this was pretty, so I bought it for you to wear." He paused and said, "It's rare for us to come out together, so we should buy some things. I also bought things for Shizun, uncle, and auntie. They're all small trinkets that are not worth much." "We also got something?" Madame Wang was very surprised. "Auntie got a sandalwood powder box, uncle got a folding fan pendant." As Emoran spoke, he presented the gifts and finally gave the dragon blood crystal to Chu Wanning. "And this, it's for Shizun." "What is it?" "A pendant." Emoran's palm was warm and sweaty. "The dragon blood crystal can drive away the cold. Lini produces this kind of stone, so I bought it for Shizun to warm his body." Chu Wanning took it. This type of stone was not expensive, but it was very useful. He said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Shizun, why don't you put it on and take a look?" Chu Wanning glanced at Emoran, but did not see through Emoran's intimate intentions, so he naturally put it on his neck. The light red crystal shone brightly. Shuemeng looked and could not help but say, "It looks good. This is not bad, better than my sword tassel. Where did you buy it? I also want to get one to wear." Emoran said, "No, this is the only one in the entire stall. I also want one, but I can't buy one." Shuemeng was disappointed. He picked up his own sword tassel and looked at it, then turned his head to look at the dragon blood crystal on Chu Wanning's neck. He muttered, "I don't believe it. In any case, there are many of these things in Lini. When we get to Confucian Wind Sect, I'll go ask Nangong Si. He'll definitely have a lot, piled up like a mountain." Emoran ignored him and looked at Chu Wanning. He saw that after Chu Wanning put on the pendant, he did not put it in his body, but hung it outside his lapel. He could not help but feel anxious. After a while, he could not hold back and said, "Shizun, this pendant is not to be hung outside." It has to be put inside you." As he said this, he leaned over to help Chu Wanning put the pendant in. He was suddenly too close, and while speaking, his breath burned Chu Wanning's ear. Chu Wanning pushed him away. Chu Wanning lowered his eyes, his expression looking very cold. However, Emoran looked carefully this time. He saw that Chu Wanning's ear was suffused with a layer of crimson begonia flowers. It was both pitiful and cute, making people want to kiss it and suck on those trembling petals. Emoran was a little surprised. He was thinking, why did Chu Wanning's face turn red? He did not seem to have done anything excessive. If it was to help him play with the pendant, then it was not that big of a deal. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered what he had just said. It has to be put inside you. Emoran stared blankly for a moment, then his face suddenly turned red. If his skin was not so much darker than Chu Wanning's, he was afraid that his face would look even redder than Chu Wanning's. He swore that when he said those words, he really did not mean to make a pun. He immediately felt astonished. He thought to himself that if he did not think wrongly, how could such a righteous person like Chu Wanning think wrongly? Emoran pondered, but could not figure it out. Until Chu Wanning's ears were red, his face was dark, and he silently stuffed the pendant into his lapel, he still could not figure out the reason. The previous night, because of a wooden wall that was 3 fingers wide, the celestial treading monarch had missed too many exciting moments. He had missed the spring and the inexperience. He had also missed Chu Wanning, who had fallen into the swamp of lust. He did not know anything about what happened on the bed next to the wall, so of course he would not understand. At this moment, Chu Wanning was still wrapped in the mire of yesterday. He was throbbing because of lust, ashamed because of lust, and sensitive because of lust. Because of that dream, because of the words on the bed in the dream, because of the thoughts that he did not want others to find out, he acted out of character and misunderstood this simple sentence. Chu Wanning looked up at him and felt a little warm in his heart. Yesterday's evil fire had not completely subsided. He reached out his hand, the teapot's handle was held by Emoran. "Drink less. This tea is cold, it's bad for the stomach." Chu Wanning did not make a sound. He looked at him, his hand still extended, indicating that he wanted to drink the herbal tea. "I'll go get you a hot cup." "No need." But Emoran had already gone to find the shopkeeper. After a while, he came back with a pot of freshly boiled hot tea and poured a cup for Chuaning. Shizun, drink this. Yes, Yuhing, drink hot tea. It's not good to drink cold tea. It really hurts. Chuaning had no choice but to take the cup of hot tea. He blew on it but did not drink it. He put it by his hand. His heart was already very hot. If it continued to heat up, he was afraid that the last layer of thin ice in his eyes would melt. When that time came, the endless spring water would overflow. When he looked up and stared, he would no longer be able to hide those shameful thoughts. Then where would he put his face as the immortal of Northern Dipper? The group finished early. When they were preparing to leave the inn, a group of people came in. The leader was wearing a thick, light blue cloak with curly grass patterns. His face was covered, and he seemed to be very low-key. He wouldn't be noticed in a crowd, but when he entered the inn and saw Shui Jingyong, he took the initiative to walk over and bowed politely. "Hello, Uncle Shui. You are?" That person took off his cloak and hat. When Shui Meng saw him, he let out an ah and took a large step back. Shui Jingyong laughed. Isn't this Han Xue?" Mei Han Xue raised his face. He was born with white skin, a high nose, distinct eyebrows, and deep eyes. There was a kind of heroic handsomeness that was clearly different from the others. Moreover, this person's skin was extremely good. Even though the room was dim, it still emitted a faint light. Perhaps it was because he grew up in the extremely cold snowy lands of Kunlun, but his face was soaked in a frosty aura, appearing both pure and aloof. In short, just by looking at his temperament, no one would believe that he was that world-famous romantic seed, Mei Han Xue. Something happened in the palace. This one only came to Lini today. I did not expect to meet Uncle Shui here. Mei Han Xue's appearance was too cold. Although he smiled politely, his eyes were clear and indifferent, respectfully carrying a chill. This little nephew has come to pay respects to uncle and auntie. Very good, very good. If only Menger was as polite as you are. Unexpectedly, when Shui Meng heard this, he was not happy. From behind, he continuously shot small poisonous arrows at Mei Han Xue, each one more vicious than the last. He thought to himself, this grandson Mei Han Xue. One set in front of people and one set behind them. He was clearly a stinking hooligan who ate both men and women. Back in the peach blossom spring, he even reached out to touch his waist. Now, standing in front of his elders, he was serious and cut off all feelings like an eminent monk. This guy really can act. Mei Han Xue did not even look at his childhood playmate. He only lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Even the width of his lips was not large. He was extremely well behaved. Uncle is joking. Young Master Shui is a proud son of heaven. He is the #1 champion of the Spirit Mountain Conference. Naturally, he has his outstanding points. That's right, father. This guy is my defeated opponent. Madame Wang was quite embarrassed. She reached out to pull Shui Meng. This irritable Feng finally hummed and did not utter a word. However, flames were still coming out of his nostrils. Mei Han Xue said, "Uncle, are you going to Confucian Wind sect? It's about time. It doesn't matter if we go earlier. In any case, Nangong Lu is not lacking rooms. Didn't he say that in the month before and after the wedding, Confucian Wind sect will empty an entire immortal city for guests to stay in?" Shui Jingyong said with a smile. "Let's go take a look first. It's also good to let the younger generation have more contact with each other." As he spoke, he glanced at Shui Meng. The implication was that he wanted to find a wife for Shui Meng. Shui Meng. Han Xue, you're not going directly to Confucian Wind sect? Asgard Master gave me some instructions. He wants to buy a lot of spirit stones, so I'll stay in the vicinity of Dai City for a few more days. I'll go the day before the wedding. It's not too late. Shui Meng whispered, "You're obviously afraid that if you go early, those girls from the famous righteous sects who were disappointed by you will chase after you and beat you into a dog." Mo Ran's ears were sharp. He smiled and said, Meng, what did you say?" "What dog?" Shui Meng snorted and crossed his arms. "It's nothing. Where's the incantation method?" Pfft, I'm afraid you're reciting the plum-breaking incantation. You're talking nonsense again. Xianxia listened to them and finally glanced at them. Shui Meng's gaze met his and suddenly he was slightly startled. He felt that something was wrong. This Xianxia was strange. The last time he saw him in the peach blossom spring, that grandson's eyes were filled with peach blossoms. Those eyes seemed to be smiling when they were angry. But this person in front of him, not to mention peach blossoms, there was not even a ripple in his eyes. His entire body was cold, neat, and restrained. Those eyes seemed to be angry when they were smiling. Shui Meng blinked and paused for a moment. He thought about how Xianxia led the disciples of the Treading Snow Palace to help during the heaven-splitting war. In front of everyone, he was also acting like a dog. He could not help but become angry. How could this guy be so good at acting? How could he be so pretentious? He was really a beast in human face. Refined scum. Hey, Meng, where are you going? It's too stuffy in the house. I'll wait for you outside. Come out after you're done talking. Shui Meng said and strode to the door. He lifted the curtain and angrily walked out. This proud son of heaven was really wronged. He was puzzled. The house was full of scum. How come no one other than him could see it? So angry. Although he was angry, he still had to hurry. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, they went up from Dai City. After an hour, they finally arrived at the #1 sect in the world, Lini's Confucian Wind sect. From the name, one could see that the Confucian Wind sect was based in Lini. In this city, there were 72 immortal mansions of various sizes. Because these mansions were so large, it would take a horse to travel from the front gate to the back gate. Therefore, these mansions were simply called cities. The 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect each had their own duties and were clearly divided. Compared to the peak of life and death of a grassroots sect, the difference was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. Even though Shui Meng loathed the upper cultivation world, he couldn't help but be shocked as he stood in front of the city gate. The Confucian Wind sect. These words weren't false. They had come to the main city, which was also the largest city of the Confucian Wind sect. It had white walls and black tiles that connected the sky and the sun. There were towering towers in all four corners, and there were star palaces in all four directions. The main city gate was painted in gold and red, and the carriage road that extended out was 5 feet wide. It was a long road with no end in sight. The road was paved with high-quality qi refining stones. One didn't need to do anything with these stones. They only needed to stand on them to gather spiritual power. Although the amount of spiritual power gathered wasn't much, everyone understood the principle of sand makes a tower. Thus, each stone could be sold for thousands of gold coins. Shui Jingyong sighed. It's really good to be rich. Madame Wang laughed. Even if you're rich, do you also want to pave a qi refining road at the peak of life and death? No, I've laid a square in every village in the lower cultivation world. These stones are full of spiritual qi, so ordinary ghosts and monsters don't dare to approach them. If we can lay one in every village, when we encounter demons and monsters, we can hide when our disciples can't deal with them in time. Shui Jingyong muttered and counted with his fingers. Then, he shook his head and said, unfortunately, we can't afford to lay one. Shui Meng also sighed. The peak of life and death. Sigh, it's a bit poor. Yes. Shui Jingyong nodded like he was pounding garlic. We're all cultivators, but I don't know where the Confucian Wind sect got so much money. At this time, Chu Wanning, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Hi Lord, do you know how much it costs to hire an ordinary disciple of the Confucian Wind sect to kill a devil? I've never asked around. How much do you want? Chu Wanning stretched out 4 fingers. 400 silvers? Shui Jingyong's eyes widened. That expensive? Chu Wanning said, 4,000 taels. There are many rich merchants in the upper cultivation world. It's easy for the Confucian Wind sect to make money. With Venerable Lord earning 80 silvers per commission, how could you possibly catch up to them? Besides, sometimes the High Lord doesn't even take a single cent, Chu Wanning said, but his eyes were very gentle. Let's go. Let's go into the city. Great sects often treated people with rules and regulations. The Confucian Wen sect's Bureau of Rites had been waiting at the city gate these days. Although they were all smiles to everyone, they were well aware of what kind of guests had come and what their status was. Individual and minor cultivators would accompany them to look around and then lead them to their residences. As for small sects with some status, they would be led to see the protector elders in charge and received by the elders. As for those who had reached the peak of life and death among the 10 great sects, the Confucian Wen sect didn't put on airs and directly invited them to rest in a warm room. When the Confucian Wen sect's sect master Nangong Lu finished his work, he would come to the warm room to meet the guests. The warm room was filled with a rich aroma of ambergris incense, and the soft carpet was so soft that one could almost sink half of one's foot into it. There were delicate and beautiful camellias in the room. There were 8 different colored camellias, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. There were white petals with spots of captivating red, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. There were white petals with spots of captivating red, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Shui Meng also didn't understand, but when he saw a white camellia blossom with a pair of black spots on its soft petals, he felt that it was very interesting and reached out to touch it. Chu Wanning said, "Don't touch it." "Why?" Chu Wanning didn't say anything and just shook his head. Madame Wang sighed and said, "A book like this can be sold for more than 10,000 taels of gold." Shui Meng's complexion turned ashen as he withdrew his hand. Then, he slumped into the cushioned Taisher chair. He thought about the list of names he saw in the bookstall before. At that time, he was angry because he wasn't among the top 100 young elites in the cultivation world. But now, he felt that the book didn't deceive him. There was a big character on his forehead that was suffused with black qi, poor. But then again, he didn't know where that book went. He didn't even have time to finish flipping through it before he lost it. After a while, the red corals and freshwater pearls crisscrossed through the curtain made a rustling noise. 2 elegant and dignified female cultivators wearing the snow-white immortal robes of the Confucian Wen sect fluttered in. One on the left and one on the right, they lifted the bead curtain and bent their knees. Their voices were like the cries of orioles. "Sect Master Immortal Monarch has arrived." As soon as they finished speaking, a man in his 40s walked through the door with a smile. His appearance was ordinary and somewhat scholarly. He had an ordinary appearance that would immediately be drowned in a crowd. Besides his very fair skin, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Mo Ran, who was sitting there drinking tea, almost spat it out. "Oh, Sect Master Shui, Sect Master Shui, I've been hoping for you to come to the Confucian Wen sect as soon as possible. Look, as soon as you come, you're full of heroic spirit and dignified appearance. Who can compare to you?" That's great, that's great. My humble house is full of vitality." "Good. Good. Good." Shui Meng. Mo Ran. The dignified sect master of the #1 sect in the world actually spared no effort in praising the sect master of the Life and Death Summit, who was ranked last among the 10 great cultivation sects. He said good 3 times in a row. Each time, he was more generous and enthusiastic than the last. He praised Shui Jingyong so hard that Shui Jingyong naturally enjoyed it very much. He said with a smile, "You're too kind, Sect Master Nangong. I'm not being polite, I'm just sincerely envious of Sect Master Shui. Sect Master Shui is a hero of the generation, majestic and awe-inspiring. Look at me, you're just a middle-aged man who has no qi. You're already dead meat with only fat left. I'm really ashamed of my inferiority." Nangong Lu said enthusiastically. Shui Jingyong originally wanted to hold back, but he couldn't hold back his peacock tail anymore. He said, "You flatter me, you flatter me. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Sect Master Nangong is too modest." In his previous life, Mo Ran didn't have any dealings with Nangong Lu. When he was slaughtering the Confucian Wen sect, this person quickly ran away. Mo Ran was too lazy to pay attention to such a small fish. He didn't care whether he was killed by knives and spears in the end, or whether he escaped and lived the rest of his life in secret. In this life, this was the first time he met Nangong Lu so closely. But when he heard his tone, Mo Ran didn't like it. He lowered his voice and said, "So the sect master of the #1 sect in the world is amazing in his mouth. Shui Meng heard this and unexpectedly agreed with him. He said in a low voice, "That's right. Look at him. When he opens his mouth, he really has a glib tongue. I can't even smell the fragrance of flowers in the room anymore. TSK, only the sweetness of Nangong Lu's mouth is left." After Nangong Lu finished praising the old, he started to praise the young. "Io, isn't this the proud son of heaven, young Master Shui?" The poor young Master Shui Meng had a bad temper. He calmly cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master Nangong. Heroes really come from young. Handsome. Amazing. Look at this nose, these eyes, TSK, spirit. Like father, like son." Shui Meng was speechless. Nangong Lu turned around and said to Shui Jingyong, "Brother Shui, I'm so envious of you. Look, in the world today, which young master has half an inch of your son's spirit? If you want to talk about me, in this big world of cultivation, there are so many young talents. If your son is the second, then no one can be the first." Shui Meng was originally disgusted with him, but Nangong Lu didn't seem to see the alienation on Shui Meng's face at all. He threw a basket of warm praises at Shui Meng, knocking the good young Master Shui out. In the end, he even showed a smile. When he whispered to Mo Ran again, he said, "Ahem, although this sect Master Nangong is a bit exaggerated, he's telling the truth." "What truth?" Mo Ran found it funny and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "You said that you're the second in the world, and no one dares to be the first? What's wrong? I'm the winner of the Soul Mountain Conference. That's a competition. Many individual cultivators didn't participate. Do you really think that the heroes of the world can compete in that small competition?" Shui Meng's face turned red. After a while, he muttered indignantly, "Forget it, I know you're envious of me." If it was when they were young, Mo Ran would definitely laugh at him again. But now, when the words came to his mouth, he felt that Shui Meng was just a bit competitive and narcissistic. What was there to compete for? So, he nodded and smiled. Okay. I'm envious of you. You're the best." But when he looked up at Nangong Lu again, the smile in Mo Ran's eyes disappeared. There were many kinds of evil people in this world. Some people were rebellious and committed crimes that reached the heavens. The whole world hated that they couldn't get rid of them and be happy after killing them. But some people were very powerful. They relied on their glib tongues and flattering skills. They were obviously rotten to the bone, but they weren't despised by others. In his previous life, Mo Ran was the first kind of person. But the people he hated the most were not the good people in the world who opposed him. He didn't hate Mei Hanxue, he didn't hate Shui Meng. He even admired Yi Wangxi and pitied Yi Wangxi. He hated Nangong Lu the most. As long as there was something to be used, he would kneel on the ground and lick other people's hemorrhoids. Damn it, he was a person who licked others' hemorrhoids. Ever since Nangong Lu came in, Chu Wanning had been standing by the window, looking at the neat and tidy houses of the Confucian Wind sect. It was a magnificent scene. The wind was strong, blowing the soft curtains covering the window into a haze. Chu Wanning stood in the haze. Nangong Lu's warm and friendly face froze for a moment, but he quickly tidied himself up and walked towards the window. "Grandmaster Chu." Chu Wanning didn't look at him. With an indifferent expression, he said, "Sect leader Nangong, between you and I, we already know each other very well." That soft muslin like spring water took advantage of the east wind and kept brushing against his face. Chu Wanning was somewhat impatient. He raised his hand and fiercely blocked that irritating thing. He said indifferently, "No need to exchange pleasantries." Nangong Lu smiled and said, "I don't have any other intention. I just thought that I haven't seen Grandmaster for many years, so I came to give my greetings. That's all." "Grandmaster, why do you keep people 1,000 li away?" "I came for Nangong Si." Chu Wanning still didn't turn his head. "Not for you. Seer will be very happy to see you. Although you didn't accept him as a disciple, you enlightened him. After you left, he often told me that he missed you." Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't rebuke him, Nangong Lu said again, "Grandmaster, when the butterfly suppressed the heavens, you sacrificed yourself for righteousness. Later, you were saved by Grandmaster Huizue and returned to Yuanyang. However, I presume that your body hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Confucian Wind Sect specially prepared 20 best quality soul-nourishing pills for you to express our sincerity to Grandmaster on behalf of all the immortals in the world. Grandmaster, please accept, Namgong Lu. Chu Wanning finally turned his head to look at him, but the way he addressed him had changed. He withdrew his arm from the muslin and suddenly turned around. His tall figure seemed to blend into the large expanse of the sky. His eyes were like flames and lightning, his eyebrows were cold, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Don't put me on a high pedestal. How can a mere Confucian Wind Sect thank me on behalf of all the immortals in the world? Who gave you face? The corner of Namgong Lu's mouth twitched, but the charming smile on his face didn't fall. After a while, he said with a smile, look at you, why do you have to? Shui Jingyong knew that Chu Wanning and Namgong Lu didn't have a good relationship. The whole cultivation world knew that. When Chu Wanning was 15 years old, Namgong Lu became his guest. He ate, drank, and lived like a god. However, a few years later, Chu Wanning suddenly had a falling out with Namgong Lu in front of everyone in the Confucian Wind Sect's main hall. The two of them talked back and forth, saying things like Jin Qing Qi, Shen Wu, the request of the monster at the bottom of the lake, righteousness, long-term illness, and madam. Anyway, the bystanders were confused. However, everyone knew that in the end, Chu Wanning couldn't restrain his anger and slammed the table. At that time, he was receiving a salary of 10,000 taels of gold. Every month, he would receive more than 1,000 spirit stones and talismans, but he didn't take a single coin. He stood in front of the hall and took off the Qiankuan pouch on his waist in front of everybody, returning all the remaining money. Then, with a calm face and without saying a word, he took off the highest-grade jade crown that Namgong Lu gave him when he became a guest. His long hair fell down, and he returned the jade crown to the Confucian Wind Sect ceremony officer. This was a scene that many storytellers in the lower cultivation world were fond of telling. Namgong Lu's expression turned ugly, but he still tried to mediate. Therefore, he said to Grandmaster Chu, Senior Immortal has served our sect for so long. Even if you want to leave, you still have to pay the bill. Confucian Wind Sect doesn't want to be accused of taking advantage of others. Grandmaster Chu said, in the past, I served His Highness only to repay Madame Rong's kindness with a meal. Now that Madame has passed away, I have no intention of staying in your sect because we have different moral principles. There's no need for money. I'm ashamed to live off the Emperor's salary. Finished speaking, he closed his eyes and left Confucian Wind Sect. Shui Jingyong originally thought that the storyteller was exaggerating the facts, so he tried to ask Chu Wanning how Confucian Wind Sect had offended him. However, Chu Wanning didn't like to talk behind people's backs, so he only shook his head and never explained. But now it seemed that the storyteller's words were not false at all. Madame Wang saw that the atmosphere was stiff, so she couldn't help but come out and mediate. She said softly, Elder Yu Heng, don't be angry. What if you hurt your body? Then she turned to Namgong Lu and bowed. Emperor Namgong, we appreciate your kindness, but the peak of life and death doesn't lack spirit stones and precious medicines. We can't accept your soul-nourishing pill. Haha, Madam is right. It's just a slight lack of consideration. Namgong Lu found a way out of this embarrassing situation and said, Elder Yu Heng, I've offended you. I ask Elder Yu Heng not to take it to heart. Emoran watched from the side. He thought to himself, this person has been splashed with cold water by Shizun, but he can still laugh so calmly. He's really amazing. Thinking this, he lowered his head and drank the Rizhao snow green tea in his cup. Who would have thought that while he was drinking the tea, Namgong Lu would arrive in front of him with a smile on his face? This was not good. When Namgong Lu came in, Madame Wang, Shui Meng, and Shui Jingyong immediately stood up and greeted him politely. But Chu Wanning was not in the mood, so he still stood by the window. As for Emoran, in his previous life, Confucian Wind Sect was just a shabby sect that he flattened. Even if it looked beautiful on the outside, he knew that underneath it was only a plate of loose sand, and there was nothing to be afraid of. But he really did not mean to embarrass Namgong Lu. He was just used to it, so he did not even think about standing up. This scene was a little strange. As the host and elder, Namgong Lu stood there with a pleasant smile. He was not angry, and his face was still full of warm familiarity. But as a guest and a junior, Mo Ran's lazy sitting posture was caught red-handed. He crossed his legs and leaned against the chair, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Xingyong did not notice Mo Ran's movements just now, so when he turned around, he could not help but feel embarrassed. This Mo Ran was too unruly. This is the famous Grandmaster Mo in recent years, right? Mo Ran did not drink his tea. He closed the lid and looked up, saying, yes. Heroes really do come from, Mo Ran interrupted him and said with a smile, Emperor Nangong, heroes come from the youth. You have already used this phrase on my cousin, so don't use it on me, okay? His tone was gentle, and his smile was gentle, as if he was very polite. But the content of his words was not the least bit polite. He did not even stand up. After saying this, he picked up the teacup again, scraped the edge of the cup with the small celadone lid, and then blew away the mist that curled up in spirals. He lowered his thick and long eyelashes, closed his eyes, and unhurriedly took a sip of tea. He was young, handsome, tall, and calm. His bearing made it seem as if he was the true master of the Confucian Wind sect, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world, and Nangong Lu was nothing more than a dog beneath him. Haha, you're right, Grandmaster Mo. It's just that I can't think of a better way to put it, so, what are you saying? Mo Ran put down his teacup and looked up with a smile. Ever since Emperor Nangong entered this room, he has said a lot of good things. If the immortal emperor doesn't know how to speak, who can claim to know how to speak? I dare not accept Grandmaster Mo's praise. Who said I was praising you? Mo Ran looked at him with his bright black eyes and smiled. Sometimes, it's not necessarily a good thing to be too good with words. Xingyong couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his voice and said, Ranner. In his opinion, it was excusable for Chu Wanning and Nangong Lu to turn against each other. At least Chu Wanning had the right to do so, but Mo Ran ignored Xingyong and said to Nangong Lu, Emperor Nangong, save these compliments for the other juniors. I'm a rough man, so I don't understand and I don't want to hear it. Xingyong was speechless. Mo Ran certainly knew that his uncle would be unhappy with his words, but he didn't regret it. There were too many disgusting things in the world. Chu Wanning had a fiery temper and was always willing to be the first one to stand out. A long time ago, when he was killing demons in Luo Xianxian's residence, Chu Wanning disregarded his own reputation and beat up Minister Chen, who was the client, because the Chen family bullied a weak woman. Chu Wanning didn't do anything wrong, but he was always criticized by others, saying that he was cold-blooded, reckless, and unreasonable. Mo Ran didn't want others to say that his master was impolite. Therefore, he would rather do more than Chu Wanning. He could only use such a stupid method to protect Chu Wanning behind him. Therefore, in this room, the three of them accepted Nangong Lu's flattery and kindness out of courtesy, but Mo Ran didn't. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. Ever since he knew that it was Chu Wanning who carried him back from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he had crawled back. Ever since he saw the wisp of human soul in the Mangpa lobby and the bowl of wontons. Ever since he went to the depths of hell and rescued Chu Wanning, he swore, as long as Chu Wanning was willing, he would stand together with Chu Wanning from now on. Nangong Lu touched the wall twice in a row. If it were another sex leader, he would have flipped the table in anger and driven the guests away. But Nangong Lu didn't. He just acted as if nothing had happened. He happily said a few words to Xingyong, which made Xingyong feel very embarrassed. He pulled Nangong Lu aside and apologized in a low voice, saying that he didn't discipline his nephew well. Nangong Lu laughed and said, Oh, young people, who doesn't have some courage? I think Grandmaster Mo is really a man of character. He's very good. After meeting with Nangong Lu, the disciples of Confucian Wind sect led the group to another courtyard to rest. Mo Ran sneezed all the way. Shui Meng turned to look at him. Don't tell me you were cursed by sect leader Nangong because of your bad mouth just now. Go away, you're the one who's cursed. Mo Ran's eyes were filled with tears. Achoo, I can't smell the incense, that's too strong. That room just now, achoo. The smell of the incense was too, achoo. Too. It smelled too bad. Ah, master, achoo, Zun. Chu Wanning handed him a handkerchief and frowned in disgust. Wipe it, it doesn't look good. With tears in his eyes, Mo Ran took the handkerchief embroidered with begonias with a smile. Master still cares about me. Thank you, Master. Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed by his words. Who cares about you? That's right. Shui Meng was unconvinced. Who cares about you? Master clearly cares about me the most. Mo Ran was a little disdainful. You're already so old, yet you're still comparing yourself with others. He turned to the handkerchief in his hand and said seriously, Look, Master promised to embroider an identical one for me. Do you have one? Chu Wanning snatched the handkerchief and said sternly, Mo Weiyu. Shui Mei was stunned at first, then he became angry. Only a fool would believe that Master would embroider a handkerchief for you. Even in your dreams, you wouldn't do that. You're so shameless. As the group chatted, they arrived at the side courtyard that Nangong Lu had arranged for them. The side courtyard had 4 entrances. Shui Jingyong and Madame Wang entered, while the other 3 each entered. The winding paths led to a secluded place, with the shadows of flowers dancing and the sound of running water ceaselessly echoing. It was elegant and unique. Mo Ran had been fine just a moment ago, but when he saw that he was going to live in this courtyard, his entire body froze. As he hesitated, his eyes unconsciously became clouded with a layer of gray. When he followed the group into the side courtyard and saw the bricks, tiles, grass, trees, and rocks, his mood became increasingly gloomy. This was one of the places that had left a deep impression on him in his previous life's Confucian Wen sect. Now that he was here again, he couldn't help but think that if Chu Wanning hadn't exchanged his life for his in this life, perhaps he would still have taken his old path and become the Emperor Ta. Then, by this time, he would have led his millions of precious chess pieces and raised a generation of famous sects to the ground. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. For a moment, thousands of thoughts surged into his chest. Mo Ran closed his eyes. He was able to control his emotions. He was no longer the sharp youth of the past, so no one could see the haze shrouding his heart. They all returned to their rooms to rest. Mo Ran stood in front of the side courtyard that had been left for him. He stood there for a while with his hands behind his back, but he didn't push the door open to enter. The maid in the courtyard was a bit uneasy. She cautiously asked, Is Immortal Master not satisfied with this room? Oh, no. Mo Ran returned to his senses and smiled. I feel that this courtyard is very similar to a place I used to live in, so I was reminded of the place. That's really a coincidence. This servant thought that Immortal Master didn't like this place. If Immortal Master has other requests, you only need to tell this servant. This servant will do my best to do it for Immortal Master. Mo Ran smiled. I don't have anything to do. You can go about your business. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the 100-year-old cassia tree in the courtyard. The tree's shadow was like a ghost from his previous life brushing past his eyelashes. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, he turned around and called out to the maid who was about to leave. Wait. Does Immortal Master have any other orders? I want to ask you about someone. Mo Ran paused, then raised his eyes. His gaze was like a torch. Do you know, there's a... What? Forget it, let's not ask about this. Ask another question. Mo Ran said, Do you know where Yi Wangxi is? The maid said, Young Master Yi is Elder Su's direct disciple. He lives in the same courtyard as Elder Su. If Immortal Master wants to see him, you can go there. When Mo Ran heard this, he secretly sighed in relief. The last time he met Yi Wangxi was at the restaurant. Yi Wangxi begged Nangongxi to go back with him, but Nangongxi refused. Yi Wangxi said, If it's because of me and you don't want to go back to the Confucian Wen sect, then I'll go. He actually missed Yi Wangxi. He felt that Yi Wangxi had suffered enough in his previous life. Yi Wangxi and Chu Wanning were actually very similar. They were both gentlemen who would die 9 deaths without regret. It was just that one was reserved, while the other was passionate. However, neither of them had a good ending. Mo Ran felt regret for his past actions, so he hoped that Yi Wangxi could have a better life in this life. He couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Nangongxi wasn't so heartless as to drive Yi Wangxi away. Elder Su's courtyard was called the Three Lives Courtyard. It was said that it was named after the meaning of drinking Mangpo's water, for getting 3 lives. Elder Su wanted to express how long a person could live in this world. The things that should be forgotten as early as possible. Don't let it add to your worries. In any case, after you die, you won't remember anything when you reach the bridge of helplessness. He sounded like a very pessimistic person. No wonder he taught Yi Wangxi, a taciturn gourd who couldn't even fart after being beaten with 3 sticks. Interesting. This parrot is really clever. Come, carry it a bit more. A bowl of food, a ladle of drink, in a shabby alley. He asked the guard to report the purpose of his visit. Before he could go around the screen wall, he heard a man's lazy laughter coming from the courtyard. Mo Ran took a few steps forward and saw a man in his early 30s standing in the middle of the courtyard full of sunlight. That man was wearing plain clothes with several patches on the corners of his robe. It was a cold day, but he didn't wear shoes. He stood barefoot on the cold stone floor, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand. He was playing with a snow-white, blue-eyed parrot with a long tail. The parrot flapped its wings left and right, swaying back and forth on the shelf. It seemed very proud of itself. It sang loudly, "Ah, a bowl of food, a ladle of drink in a shabby alley, good, not bad. You are smarter than Xiaoyezi. When Xiaoyezi was little, he wasn't as good as you. He won't be able to recite this verse no matter how hard he tried." The man fed the parrot a handful of nuts. "Come, your lousy will reward you." This man called himself lousy with a bird. Does that mean he is a birdman? The man turned his head and saw Mo Ran standing next to the screen wall. He first cracked a melon seed, then ate it. Then he suddenly smiled. His smile was brilliant, but there was also a hint of wilting. Under the bright sunlight, his whole person looked very confident. "Mo Ran, Grandmaster Mo?" He smiled. "Nice to meet you." Mo Ran smiled and said, "Nice to meet you." After he smiled, he seriously looked at the man's face. He felt that he seemed familiar. When he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect in his previous life, he seemed to have seen this person. He was. "Foster father, why are you running around without shoes again?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. It was obviously a light sentence, but it sounded like thunder in his ears. Mo Ran suddenly turned his head and saw Yi Wangxi coming out from behind the half-moon arch. He was still tall and slender, with gentle eyes. He was carrying a pair of bright yellow satin shoes. He walked in front of the youth and bent down to put them down. "Father?" Yi Wangxi's father. The blood in his heart rushed like a wolf and a boar. He could almost hear the cries and shouts from the other world, hear the clashing of swords and drums. "Father!" A blood-stained face suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi was crying and shouting, his voice splitting the 9 heavens. Back when he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Lu ran away. The 72 cities were like a dragon without a leader, instantly falling into chaos. Later, the Confucian Wind sect's first protector, Elder Su, stepped forward bravely and organized the scattered sand. He gathered the disorderly soldiers that Mo Ran could have destroyed in an instant and resisted together with Yi Wangxi. He was clearly not surnamed Nangong, but he did what a Nangong sect leader should do. As an elder, he lived and died with the Confucian Wind sect's 72 cities. He was clearly not Yi Wangxi's biological father, but when the sharp blade filled with spiritual energy was about to pierce Yi Wangxi's back, he stood in front of Yi Wangxi and used his flesh and blood to protect the child that he had raised with his own hands. At that time, Mo Ran was standing on the city wall and looking down. When he saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curved into a twisted smile. Heavens knew how jealous he was at that time. They were not related by blood, but there was actually someone in this world who was willing to die for another person. His narrow-minded heart was shocked and pained. He was so jealous that it was like he was about to go crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He was thinking, good, very good, Yi Wangxi is really lucky. I am a Weiyu. If in this boundless world, other than my mother, there is another person who is willing to die for me, Mo Weiyu, then how could I have reached this step today? The heavens were good to everyone, but they were so stingy and vicious to him. He wanted to destroy all the people he was jealous of, and let these people who huddled together for warmth all roll to hell. Why was he the only one who didn't have a good day, and didn't have a moment of warmth? The only person who was gentle to him was already dead. He only had that little bit of warmth left. Who was she to take it away from him? He hated it. Thinking back, Emoran only felt that he had been so foolish back then. In this world of mortals, there was clearly someone who was willing to die for him. He was the one who missed it. He was the one who let her down. He was the one who didn't know. Emoran closed his eyes and calmed the surging emotions in his heart. Only then did he look up again. He knew who this man was. He was Yu Wangxi's teacher and also Yu Wangxi's adoptive father, Su Shuanglin. On the second day after the slaughter of roughing men, he died in the flames of war while trying to save Yu Wangxi. Emoran turned his head. His heart was bitter. He couldn't bear to look at that confident and carefree person under the sun. He went to greet Yu Wangxi. "Young Master Yi." Only then did Yu Wangxi realize that Emoran was standing in the distance. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Ah, Brother Emo is also here. Long time no see. Long time no see." In fact, Yu Wangxi had only met Emoran a few times in his life. He wasn't very familiar with him, so he continued to smile and said, "Are you here to look for my adoptive father?" Emoran glanced at Su Shuanglin. He was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to look for you." "Little Yi, how long has it been since someone came to this courtyard looking for you? It's really not easy." Su Shuanglin smiled lazily and stuffed another melon seed into his mouth. "Where did you meet Grandmaster Emo?" "I met him in the peach blossom spring." "That's very good, that's very good." Su Shuanglin smiled and threw the rest of the melon seeds into the bird food bowl. He said, "You young people can chat. I'll go somewhere else first." Yu Wangxi pulled him back. "Adoptive father, why aren't you wearing shoes again?" "Oh, I forgot." Su Shuanglin put on his shoes with a smile. He said, "This should be fine, right?" But Emoran saw from the corner of his eye that this man leisurely walked to a corner. Then he bent down and took off his shoes. He actually put them into his clothes and walked away leisurely. This father and son pair's appearance and temperament were really very incompatible. Because of his cultivation technique, Su Shuanglin looked very young. His face stayed at the age of 30 and wouldn't age. He looked like Yu Wangxi's brother. If one looked at his temperament, this person was somewhat willful and mischievous. He didn't look like an older brother, but more like Yu Wangxi's younger brother. So that dignified plaque outside the door, 3 Lives Courtyard, was it just for fun? Yu Wangxi and Emoran walked side by side along the shaded path. This courtyard was planted with many flowers and fruit trees, but it was currently the middle of winter. Thousands of trees had withered, and only a few withered leaves hung on the treetops. When the wind blew, they swayed falteringly. "My apologies. Last time at the restaurant, I made a fool of myself." "It's nothing." Emoran said, "How have you been these days?" As soon as he said this, he felt a bit of regret. Because people like Yu Wangxi, even if they weren't doing well, they wouldn't say anything. As expected, Yu Wangxi smiled and said, "I'm alright. How about you?" "I'm pretty good." The two of them were actually not that close. Emoran came to find him only because he thought of the enmity in his past life. He felt bad, so he wanted to see Yu Wangxi who was still alive. Now that he was really alone with Yu Wangxi, he didn't know what to say. Emoran knew Yu Wangxi's many secrets, but these secrets couldn't be said. He really didn't have anything to talk about. The two of them strolled for a while. Yu Wangxi asked, "How's Xiaxia and I?" Emoran was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "You still remember this name? That's amazing. His name is especially easy to remember." "Haha, that's true. Xiaxia and I also came this time. You'll be able to see him later." Yu Wangxi was slightly surprised. He also came? But the sect leader didn't invite him. "You still don't know who Xiaxia and I is, right?" Emoran said with a smile, "Let me tell you, this is a long story." Thus, he explained the cause and effect of Chu Wanning being Xiaxia and I. After Yuanxi heard this, he was stunned for a while. He sighed and said, "How lucky is young Master Mo to have this person as your teacher?" Mo Ran said, "How lucky is the Confucian Wind sect to have young Master Yi as your disciple?" Yuanxi was a bit embarrassed. He smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Mo is too kind." They walked to a small pontoon bridge painted with red wood. Along the way, there were only a few withered branches and withered leaves. Only this place was verdant and bright. The bamboo trees were proudly standing in the wind, their integrity unchanged. The Confucian Wind sect's water was infused with spiritual energy, so it wouldn't freeze. Thus, standing at the head of the bridge, there was a gurgling stream under their feet. Mo Ran turned around and saw Yuanxi looking down at the sparkling stream. His black eyes were constantly flickering. He was still the same person, but his face was haggard. In fact, anyone could see it. Nangongxi's marriage was really too cruel to him. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to see it. It was as if he saw Chu Wanning, who had sacrificed so much but didn't receive a single glance from others. Mo Ran asked him, "Young Master Yi, why don't you come to the peak of life and death?" "What?" He felt that his words were rash, but he also knew how Yuanxi would respond. Mo Ran sighed, "I was just asking casually." "Young master, you don't have to take it to heart." Yuanxi smiled. Originally, his smile was handsome, 70% heroic, and 30% elegant. But now, he was the same person. He still had the same smile, but his cheekbones were slightly sunken. He was still 70% heroic, but 30% elegant had withered away. Only 2 pools of sadness remained. He wanted to hide it, but that sadness was too deep. He used all his strength, but still couldn't hide it well. He smiled and said, "So Brother Mo is here to poach people on behalf of the peak of life and death?" "Haha, that's right, that's right. However, young Master Yi probably won't come, so it's just a joke. And my adoptive father is still here, so I won't leave." "What does young master plan to do from now on?" Yuanxi's expression seemed to be pained, but he couldn't immediately answer. What did he plan to do from now on? He also didn't know. He felt like he was a moth, and Nangongxi was the light. He always wanted to follow the light, even if the consequences were to shatter into pieces. But Nangongxi didn't want him. "That's right, I'm still doing what I should do in the Confucian Wind sect." Yuanxi smiled and said, "Assisting the sect leader, assisting adoptive father, and in the future, assisting young master." He paused, his hands clenched into fists. His knuckles were as white as jade. Mo Ran was shocked that Yuanxi was actually able to calmly say the last half of the sentence. He was actually able to say it. "Assisting young madam." He finished speaking. As if he couldn't bear it any longer, he lowered his eyes. But only for a moment, he raised his head again to look at Mo Ran respectfully and gracefully. His face was still smiling, and his entire person was like a slender bamboo standing in the cold winter. Suddenly, a west wind blew, blowing up the snow that had accumulated in the bamboo forest. It fluttered in all directions like reeds. In that instant, Mo Ran thought, "No, Nangongxi can't marry Song Qiutong." The wedding day of the Confucian Wind sect's young master was getting closer and closer, but suddenly, a rumor began to spread among the guests of the various sections. "Young Master Zhang, I heard of a matter recently. It sounds ridiculous, but if you think about it carefully, it's most likely true. Do you want to hear it?" "What a coincidence, I also have a secret about the Confucian Wind sect. It's also shocking." "Don't tell me it's the same thing you want to talk about?" The other party raised his eyebrows meaningfully. "Young Master Zhang, are the secrets you know only related to 2 people?" "Indeed." The 2 exchanged glances. One of them lowered his voice and said, "Let's talk about me first. I heard that Yuanxi of the Confucian Wind sect and..." When the other person heard this, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't even care about his demeanor as he burst out laughing. He slapped his thigh fiercely and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. That's it. The Confucian Wind sect Yuanxi and Song Qiutong have an affair. It's true that good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news spreads for 1,000 miles. I didn't expect that even someone like young master who doesn't like to listen to gossip would know. But when talking about this matter, you have to lower your voice. This is Lini. Wherever you go, you'll run into people from the Confucian Wind sect. I'm afraid the walls have ears. Whether the walls had ears or not was hard to say, but it was true that 3 people became a tiger. This matter was like cotton wool soaked in water, gradually expanding. Even if no one saw it with their own eyes, the more it spread, the more erotic it became. In the end, even the common people in the small villages outside Lini City who didn't cultivate knew about it. It was spreading in the fields. Elder brother Gooden, I'll tell you a secret. You can't tell anyone. What secret? Why are you so cautious? Tell me. You know how I talk, so I won't leak it out. Then you better listen carefully. The Confucian Wind sect has a shocking scandal. That Song Chotong, you know her, right? She's the woman who's about to marry Nangongxi. She's really a slut. Brother Gooden, you don't know, but she's already been with Xianxia behind her fiancé's back. How is this possible? Why not? Don't you know that back then, when Song Chotong was auctioned off at the Shenyuan assembly, it was Xianxia who thought that she was pretty and had those dirty thoughts of buying her back for dual cultivation? Li Gooden was very shocked. His mouth was wide open, and only after a long time did he stutter, "Heavens, heavens. How could such a thing happen?" Li Gooden's understanding of the world had been overturned. When he was sleeping at night, he hugged his wife and chatted. He said emotionally, "Spring flower, you're still the best." The villager, Zhao Chunhua, blinked. What's the matter? Why are you suddenly talking about this? Look, although you're a bit ugly, a bit fat, and a bit short, you're hard-working and can give birth. You're not like some women who have an affair behind their husbands' backs. Zhao Chunhua was a bit annoyed. How am I ugly? Isn't my face just a bit yellow? Then she asked curiously, which family's wife has a broken shoe? How come I didn't know? It's not a villager. It's a group of Taoist nuns and Taoist masters who fly around on their swords all day long. Zhao Chunhua was shocked. Who is it? Li Gooden said, it's whoever's getting married recently. Zhao Chunhua subconsciously didn't think about Nangongxi. She stared blankly for a long time before suddenly understanding. She shot up from the bed. Heavens, this is incredible. There's actually such a thing? Don't talk nonsense, right? Why would I talk nonsense? Li Gooden puffed up his chest. In order to make his wife believe him more, he said solemnly, a friend of mine saw it with his own eyes. The Confucian Wind sect Xianxia and Song Chotong were having an affair. The 2 of them were carrying Nangongxi and had already slept with each other. Love between a man and a woman was often one of the fastest things in the world. Whether they were rich or poor, whether they were cultivators or not, everyone was happy to talk about it. In the blink of an eye, the guests gathered at the Confucian Wind sect more or less knew about the scandal. By the time it reached Xu Waning's ears, the contents were already extravagant. Even Xianxia and Song Chotong's secret rendezvous were described clearly. It even said that Song Chotong married Nangongxi at this time because she already had Xianxia's child. However, Xianxia was fickle and heartless. For the sake of her own future, she was unwilling to acknowledge the mother and child. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Let's see if that child looks like Nangongxi or Xianxia. Xu Waning understood Nangongxi, but he didn't understand Xianxia and Chotong. Thus, he wasn't sure whether it was true or false. He only felt very angry. However, for someone like him, although he was good at dealing with that kind of evil, when it came to this kind of erratic matter, he was helpless and didn't know what to do. On this day, Nangongxi came to visit him at the side courtyard. Xu Waning faintly gave her a warning, but Nangongxi didn't hear anything between the lines. She was still very happy to tell Grandmaster Chu about the interesting story of him raising the demon wolf, Neobeijin. A few days ago, I mated with her, and everything went quite smoothly. That female demon wolf is due to give birth next month. I don't know how many pups she'll be able to give birth to in this litter. Nangongxi smiled and said, if she gives birth to a pup that looks good, I'll ask my father to send one to the peak of life and death. When Chu Wanning heard this, he felt that this was a good opportunity. He said, yes, but I'm afraid that the pup's bloodline isn't pure. How could it not be pure? Neobeijan and that female demon wolf are both from the Snow Wolf clan. They're very pure. Are you sure that the female demon wolf hasn't mated with another demon wolf before? Nangongxi was stunned for a moment. How could that be? That female demon wolf is raised by the Jade Pool Manor. There's only one in the entire manor. Even if she wanted to mate with another, she couldn't. She had to rely on our Neobeijan. Chu Wanning felt that his hint was very obvious. He compared humans to wolves and hinted to Nangongxi to pay attention to the rumors. How could Nangongxi not understand? Chu Wanning thought for a moment and felt that maybe he didn't make it clear enough. He thought for a moment and said, although she's the only demon wolf in the Jade Pool Manor, when you bring her over to mate with Neobeijan, she'll have to stay in the Confucian Wind sect for a while, right? You've raised so many demon wolves, do you think? No, no. Nangongxi laughed heartily. So that's what the Grandmaster is worried about? That female demon wolf and Neobeijan are in the same cage. If they're locked in the same cage, how could other demon wolves have a chance? I'll let you die from your stupidity. Nangongxi didn't see Chu Wanning's gloominess at all. He stood up and invited Chu Wanning, Grandmaster, when you left, the Howling Moon drill ground hadn't been built yet. Now, it's been expanded twice. I'll take you there to take a look. Why don't you ride Neobeijan? Chu Wanning said, no. Nangongxi seemed a little disappointed. Why not? Other than horses, I don't know how to ride anything else. Chu Wanning said, you're going to be a husband soon. Don't be so playful. If you're not raising a wolf cub, you're messing around in the drill ground. If you have time, you should go back and accompany Miss Song. Humans and animals are the same. If you don't accompany her, you'll become estranged. No, Chotong treats me very well. She's also very obedient. Then, if the Grandmaster feels that I'm neglecting her, I'll call her over as well. I've often mentioned you to her. She should be very willing to meet you. Hearing him say this, Chu Wanning thought that he didn't know much about Song Chotong. How much of the rumors were true and how much was false, he didn't know. Before Nangongxi's wedding, it might be a good thing to know more about this young couple. Thus, he nodded and stood up. Okay, then you go find her. I'll wait for you at the Howling Moon drill ground. Nangongxi left. When he left the courtyard, he coincidentally bumped into Mo Ran. The two of them bowed in front of the screen. Mo Ran entered the courtyard and saw Chu Wanning standing under the osmanthus tree. In front of him was a small red clay stove that was steaming. On the stone table were 2 half-drunk cups of 8 treasures tea. Shizun, Nangongxi is looking for you? Yes, he wants me to go to the Howling Moon drill ground to take a look at his demon wolf. Chu Wanning said and turned to go back into the house. This set of clothes is not suitable for riding. I'll go change. Demon wolves are fierce. Even though Mo Ran knew Chu Wanning's abilities, he didn't feel at ease leaving him alone. Thus, he said, I'll go with Shizun. Chu Wanning stopped and glanced at him. Do you know how to ride a wolf? Mo Ran smiled, his black eyes very bright. Why wouldn't I? My horsemanship is good. Don't mention riding a wolf, I'm good at riding anything. Chu Wanning was just about to open his mouth to mock him when he suddenly felt that the words good at riding anything were a bit moist and ambiguous. He couldn't help but think of the scene that appeared in his dream. He thought of the two people's positions in the dream, thought of the sweat that gathered on Mo Ran's firm abdomen, and thought of himself lying on the bed powerlessly. It was as if he had really become a plaything under Mo Ran's body, being galloped by him. Chu Wanning's face suddenly turned red. He cursed in a low voice, shameless. He didn't know if he was cursing Mo Ran or himself. He turned around and slammed the door, leaving only the half-drawn curtain outside the door swaying. It was like the heart of the person hiding in the room, trembling. The Howling Moon drill ground was a vast and boundless grassland. Now that the weather was cold, the grass and trees were bleak, and the green and yellow fields were covered with a thin layer of frost. The winter sun hung in the sky, but because of the cover of the clouds, it seemed a bit cold. The sunlight that sprinkled down was even more perfunctory and lifeless. At the end of the field was the Confucian Wind sect's dense private hunting forest. The pine and cypress trees were luxuriant, and the needles were fluffy. From a distance, it was suffused with a layer of golden yellow, like the fluffy and soft feathers of a baby bird. Nangongxi stood in front of the wooden fence, talking with Song Chotong. Suddenly, he saw two people coming out of the thin fog. It was Juwaning and Mo Ran. He couldn't help but be startled at first, then he smiled and said, "Grandmaster Mo, are you worried about leaving your Shizun with me, so you also came?" "That's not it." Mo Ran also smiled. "I came because I was afraid that Shizun would get angry at Nangong Gongzi if he encountered something that didn't go his way. That would be so unfair to Nangong Gongzi. That's why I'm here to be a doormat." Chuaning glanced at him and said coldly, "I think you're here to be a flaming knife and flint." When Song Chotong, who was standing behind Nangongxi, heard this, she let out a low laugh. She lifted her two feathery eyelashes and gracefully walked out from behind her fiancé. She was truly lovely and moving, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. She looked at Mo Ran and Chu Wanning and smiled gently. "I've long heard that Grandmaster Chu and Grandmaster Mo have a deep relationship. Today, it seems that it is indeed so." Chu Wanning looked her up and down. Previously at the Xianyuan pavilion, he already felt that this person had a beauty that could topple countries. Now that he looked at her up close, he felt that she was as delicate as a lotus flower, as beautiful as the sun. Her ebony hair seemed to be able to illuminate the surroundings. She was indeed a peerless beauty, no wonder Nangongxi liked her. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but quietly look at Mo Ran, wanting to know what Mo Ran's reaction would be. Unexpectedly, when he looked over, his line of sight met with Mo Ran's. Mo Ran didn't even look at Song Chotong, as if Nangongxi was standing next to him. Instead, he was staring at him. When their eyes met, Mo Ran gently smiled. Chu Wanning felt numb from his gaze, but he still pretended to be calm. He and Mo Ran looked at each other for a moment, then turned their gazes away. The Howling Moon drill ground raises many demon wolves. The bravest one is Neobajan, I also like it the most. Nangongxi led everyone to the center of the empty field. She took out the jade flute at her waist and whistled 3 times. After a moment of silence, a demonic wind blew from the forest in the distance. A snow-white shadow leaped out of the forest like a whirlwind. Almost in the blink of an eye, a demon wolf with sparkling fur and golden claws leaped into the air, its body drawing a smooth arc. It let out a howl, its back reflecting the cold winter sun. Then it leaned forward and steadily stopped in front of Nangongxi. "Awoo!" Nangongxi stepped forward and stroked its fluffy neck. She turned her head and smiled, "Great master, look, it's already grown so big. The year you left, it was still a little cub. The year I left, it was already as tall as a grown man." Chu Wanning said expressionlessly. "Ha ha ha ha, is that so? I always thought it was small, still a cub. Great master, why don't you try riding it?" Nangongxi said and blew her flute again, summoning 2 more snow-white demon wolves from the forest. "Great master Mo, do you want to play too?" The 3 of them flipped onto the back of the demon wolves. Nangongxi said, "Hold on to the rope or the neck fur. You also need to clamp your legs, it's not much different from riding a horse." After he finished speaking, he looked down at Qiong and said, "Qiong, you ride with me, I'll take you." Chu Wanning originally thought that she didn't know how to do it, but after climbing onto the back of the demon wolf and trying to walk a few steps, she felt that it wasn't difficult at all. In fact, because the demon wolf's intelligence was quite high, it could clearly understand the rider's thoughts, so riding it was much easier than riding an ordinary horse. "Run a lap? Where?" Mo Ran smiled. "Is this a competition? Let's have a round." Chu Wanning glanced at Nangongxi, who was riding a demon wolf with Song Qiong. He thought that this was a good opportunity to improve the relationship between the couple, so he gladly agreed. Nangongxi smiled as he untied a spirit stone bracelet from his wrist, saying, "Since that's the case, we'll first run to the Lake Gongquan, which is north of the forest park. We'll catch 5 groupers there, and the first person to return here will be the winner. This bracelet will be the prize, how about it?" 7-star spirit stone bracelet, young Master Nangong is too generous. No amount of gold can buy my happiness. Nangongxi tightened the rope and lowered his head to Qiong, saying, "Sit tight, don't fall. If you run too fast, tell me." Emma Ran glanced at Song Qiong and smiled. I'm afraid that young Master Nangong's bracelet will be taken out early. Ha, don't look down on me. I grew up on the back of a wolf. Don't mention one more person, even if I brought one more, it would be a piece of cake. Let's go, I'll count to 3 and we'll start. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, 3 snow-white silhouettes pierced through the air like arrows piercing through the forest. Stepping on the desolate grassland, they instantly leaped to the end of the hunting park and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. At first, Chu Wanning slowed down and followed behind Nangong Si and Qiong. But later on, Qiong's screams would hit him from time to time. After listening for a long time, his ears would inevitably become tired. In addition to the girl's coquettish complaints, he really couldn't bear it, so he couldn't help but increase his speed and overtook them. As the screams of young master, slow down, behind him gradually faded away, Chu Wanning also gradually felt some pleasure from riding the demon wolf. This kind of spirit beast was extremely intelligent. He only needed to slightly move his fingertips, and Neo Beijing would understand his intentions and immediately respond. It was no wonder that Nangong Si was so fond of these animals. The winter wind brushed past his face, but he didn't feel cold. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked at the scattered and mottled sunlight in front of him. It stretched out endlessly, passing under his feet, and then like a torrent, rolling away into the distance. He couldn't help but smile, feeling that this galloping could be said to be delightful. So he urged Neo Beijing to run wildly, the wolf's claws stepping on the thick coniferous forest, raising clouds of dust. And behind him, Mo Ran rode the black-clawed demon wolf, following closely from beginning to end. In that instant, Chu Wanning's heart gave birth to a trace of indescribable pleasure and peace of mind. He suddenly felt that he finally had the power to willfully move forward. It was as if no matter where he ran, there would be such footsteps behind him, such a person, constantly echoing and never separating. Chu Wanning arrived at Lake Gongquan at almost the same time as Mo Ran. There were ripples, the lake water was clear as a mirror, and the spiritual energy of the water was extremely rich. Because of the nourishment of the spiritual energy on both sides of the lake, the flowers and fruit trees were not affected by the 4 seasons. Even in the middle of winter, the orange trees were still lush with branches and leaves. Behind the dark green leaves hid countless golden fruits, and the wind also filled the air with a sweet citrus fragrance. Steadily landing on the ground, Chu Wanning looked around and said, "This is a good place for spiritual energy." Mo Ran led the black-clawed demon wolf, walked over, and asked with a smile, "If Shizun likes it, when we go back, we'll plant many fruit trees at the peak of life and death. We'll use spiritual energy to nourish them all year round. If we want to eat them, we can pick them." Chu Wanning snorted, but didn't comment. He walked to the lakeside and raised his hand to summon Heaven's Inquisition. Mo Ran saw that something was wrong, and stopped him. "What are you doing?" "Catching fish." "Don't tell me that Shizun wants to turn on the wind and catch all the fish in the lake." "What are you thinking about?" Chu Wanning glared at him, swung his hand, and threw the golden vine into the lake. Then, he said lightly to the lake, "Which one of you is tired of living? Those who are willing to take the bait." After saying this 3 times, Chu Wanning took back Heaven's Inquisition. On the golden leaf, there really were a few fat-headed fishes rolling their eyes and looking at the sky helplessly while spitting out bubbles. Chu Wanning looked, and turned to ask Mo Ran, "Did he say that he wanted groupers?" "Yes." "Do you know what groupers look like?" After Chu Wanning finished speaking, he felt that this question might be too roundabout, so he simply picked up Heaven's Inquisition and showed the few fish that he caught to Mo Ran. "Are there any among these? Let me catch them for Shizun." Mo Ran caught 10 fish, and put them into the Qianquan pouch on the necks of the 2 demon wolves. Chu Wanning put the few fishes that didn't want to live back into the water, and said lightly, "Life is short, please bear with it for a while." Hearing this sentence, Mo Ran only felt that this man was funny and cute. He put away the last grouper, turned around, and saw Chu Wanning walking towards the shore from the edge of the icy jade lake. The lake water behind him rippled, soaking his white figure, making it soft and hazy. All at once he felt a strong desire to stride over to Chu Wanning, to take her in his arms, to kiss her, to caress her with the utmost tenderness, to crush her, to drag her into the orange grove, to press her against the tree, to lift her legs, and to invade her with infinite violence. He watched as Chu Wanning walked closer and closer, and was shocked to find that his desire was so contradictory and so strong. The softest and the roughest were both born from fate. Ah, love, love. Isn't it like this? Hard heat is the fiery blade that cuts you open. Warm and soft is the tenderness of spring water that wraps you up. Nangongxi is really too much. Chu Wanning didn't see the uncertainty in Mo Ran's eyes. He walked in front of Mo Ran, and checked the Chankuan pouch on Neo Beijan's neck. You're running so slowly with a girl. Maybe you're doing something else. Mo Ran's head was a little hot. He stared at Chu Wanning's exposed neck like a wolf's eyes, and felt a burst of heat in his abdomen. Without thinking, he muttered in a low voice. Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Mo Ran finally reacted. He felt that he had said something wrong, so he coughed dryly and turned his head away. Nothing. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, understood. His eyes suddenly widened, and then narrowed dangerously. He appeared to be very angry. What are you thinking about? Get on the horse and go back. Mo Ran's lips moved. He wanted to say, not get on the horse, but get on the wolf. But when he saw Chu Wanning's gloomy face and flushed ears, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He watched with some regret as Chu Wanning mounted Neo Beijan swiftly and fiercely. He was really outstanding and handsome. He didn't have a narrow desire. He thought that if only Chu Wanning was his person, then he would make him soft. He wouldn't be able to get on the horse's back, and he wouldn't be able to get on the wolf's back. He would only be able to get into his arms. He immediately felt shocked and guilty at this thought. He subconsciously shook his head. This movement was coincidentally seen by Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning asked him, "What's wrong? Why are you shaking your head? Did I say something wrong about you?" No, Shizun's teachings are all correct. I'm thinking too much. But he wasn't thinking about Nangongxi and Song Chotong. The person I'm thinking about is you. Then Mo Ran thought, sigh, if only he could break Neo Beijan's legs. That way, even if Chu Wanning doesn't have a wolf to ride, he might still give him face and be willing to get on his black claw. He really wanted to hug him again. Like a person on the verge of dying of thirst, he missed the sweet dew that he had once wasted. Mo Ran couldn't get rid of these random thoughts as he followed closely behind Chu Wanning. When they returned to the Howling Moon drill ground, they saw that Chotong and Nangongxi were already waiting there. Song Chotong was sitting on the ground. Her sparkling jade-like ankle was stretched out. There were bloodstains on it. It turned out that in the middle of running, she had forgotten that Nangongxi had warned her to tighten her legs, so her skin was cut by the thorns. Although it was a small injury, Nangongxi wouldn't leave it unattended. He brought her back in advance to have her wound bandaged. Mo Ran glanced at her legs. Those legs could be considered good-looking, but compared to Chu Wanning, they were far inferior. To think that he had liked Chotong's legs so much in his previous life. He was really blind. He now felt that everything about Chu Wanning was good. It didn't matter if he looked at him horizontally or vertically. Even that pair of cold, unfeeling, and disdainful eyes, he felt that was arrogance, that was temperament. Chu Wanning should be like that. He was really very good-looking, very good-looking. He was so good-looking that when he glared at him, when he scolded him, when he rolled his eyes at him, he would feel elated. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Nangongxi was very happy. He casually handed the 1,000 gold chain to Chu Wanning. This is for the Grandmaster. Chu Wanning looked at the chain and said, 7-star spirit stones are good for nurturing spiritual cores. I really do need it. Thank you. Mo Ran didn't feel good when he heard this. He muttered to himself, next time, I'll buy you a better one. What? Chu Wanning didn't hear clearly and turned to look at him. Mo Ran saw that his pair of phoenix eyes were so close to his own. His own face was clearly reflected in those eyes. That kind of distance made the bitterness in his heart fade slightly. Mo Ran smiled and said, next time I see something more suitable for Shizun, I'll buy it for Shizun. Okay. Chu Wanning's straightforward answer made Mo Ran even happier. He even peeked at the Nangongxi, but the Nangongxi didn't care about that at all. He even competed with the Nangongxi, proudly wanting to let the Nangongsi know that when Shizun received something from him, he would politely say thank you, but when he received something from him, he wouldn't. You see, he didn't regard me as an outsider at all. Chuaning said, remember to ask the boss to write a receipt. I'll give you the money when the time comes. Mo ran. 10 freshwater groupers were taken out from the Chankuan bag. Nangongsi took them to the hunting cabin at the edge of the Howling Moon drill ground. Outside the cabin was a gray-black stove with pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. However, the cabin looked mottled and old. Compared to the magnificent grassland, it didn't look like it was built at the same time. Chuaning's fingertips brushed the fence and stopped in front of a bunch of rope tied to the fence. The rope had weathered countless storms and was no longer as gorgeous as it used to be. Nangongsi came out of the cabin with seasonings. Seeing Chuaning looking at the rope, he smiled and said, that was the year the Grandmaster left. The rope I tied here is almost all rotted away. Chuaning didn't say anything. He just sighed softly and sat down on a stool made of wood. When he was working for the Confucian Wind sect, Nangongsi was still a child. He would often bring him to the Howling Moon drill ground. This hunting cabin was left behind from that time. The fire was quickly lit. The grouper was skewered on a fruit tree branch and roasted. The fatty fish fat sizzled from the crispy skin and flesh, emitting a rich meaty aroma. Nangongsi gave 6 to the demon wolf squatting by the wooden fence. The remaining 4 were sprinkled with salt and distributed to everyone. Xiaotong only ate a few mouthfuls before passing the roasted fish to Nangongsi, who had already eaten a whole fish. She said, I don't want to eat any more. Gongzi, please share some for me. Chuaning glanced at them. He saw Nangongsi take the roasted fish and happily eat a second one. He thought to himself, this Xiaotong looks like an obedient and gentle person. He's very considerate. He's completely different from the rumored woman who's unfaithful. Rumors really can't be taken seriously. Just as he was thinking, a lotus leaf was passed over. The fish meat on it was carefully divided. The main bones were all removed, and the tender white meat was emitting steam and a charred aroma. Chuaning was slightly surprised. He turned his head and saw Mo Ran putting away the short silver dagger that he always wore. He smiled and said, Shizun, eat this. Where did you get the lotus leaf? I picked it when I was catching fish by the lake. Mo Ran passed the fish meat to him, eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Chuaning took the lotus leaf. Ripples appeared in his heart as he said, thank you. He really didn't like to eat fish bones. The processed grouper melted in his mouth. Chuaning ate it piece by piece without feeling tired. After he finished eating, the tea on the fire also boiled. Song Xiaotong stood up and took down the iron pot. She poured a cup for everyone and offered it with both hands. Grandmaster Chu, please have some tea. Her slender jade hand held the small white porcelain cup. Her arm was like the moon, and there was a dot of cinnabar on her wrist. Chuaning suddenly remembered that during the auction at the Xianyuan pavilion, the pavilion master said that she had a dot of chastity sand on her wrist. Presumably, it was this dot. Since there was a dot of chastity sand on her wrist, then the matter of Song Xiaotong and Yu Wangxi having an affair was even more ridiculous. Thinking of this, Chuaning finally heaved a sigh of relief. Nangongsi was a pure and simple-minded person. He was like a wild horse in the grassland, like a lone wolf that insisted on going his own way. He was simple and handsome. Chuaning didn't dislike such a person. Therefore, she didn't want Nangongsi to meet someone unworthy of him. Song Xiaotong's tea was offered to Mo Ran. Mo Ran took it, but didn't drink it. He put it aside and said with a smile, Miss Song, I have something to give you. While speaking, he took out a thin bracelet. The bracelet shone brightly, made of mother-of-pearl from the East Sea and Shiha crystal from the Zhurong mountain. It was obviously an expensive item. You wrote a letter asking for the carp crystal, but unfortunately, that crystal has already been taken by my cousin to make a sword. I didn't prepare any other gift, so I bought this water fire bracelet, it should fit you. This is too expensive, I'm afraid Xiaotong can't accept it. How can you not accept a gift? Mo Ran smiled, besides, the water fire bracelet can also suppress fire power, but it's only suitable for women. You can wear it and accompany Prince Nangong in the future, more or less, it can calm his spirit flow. It's a practical item. Song Chotong turned around and looked at Nangong Si. After getting the nod, he took the bracelet with both hands, bowed respectfully and said gently, "Thank you, Grandmaster Mo." The four drank tea, then sat and chatted for a while. Chuaning was concerned about Nangong Si's marriage, so he asked him to pay more attention to the details of the wedding ceremony, to make sure that everything was arranged properly, so that there wouldn't be any problems. Nangong Si finished his tea in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, then played with the empty cup in his hand, then smiled and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry, I go every night. I'm not the same as when I was young anymore. I know that there are some things that should be taken care of. Yesterday, I found that Chotong's dress was missing a pearl, so I immediately asked someone to redo it." When talking about the wedding ceremony, his usually unruly face actually showed some shyness. He glanced at Chotong, then smiled and said, "Chotong will be very beautiful." When these words fell into the ears of Chotong's husband in her previous life, Mo Ran absent-mindedly poured himself another cup of tea. Of course, he knew that Chotong was an outstanding beauty, but so what? That year at Shuiying Peak, the Emperor Ta married the first empress of the Shizun world. On the wedding night, the phoenix candles were shining brightly, but he did not stay in the bridal chamber. That night he drank too much, and when the red candles were burning and the veil was falling down, he lifted the bride's blushing face and stared at it for a while. Before the important ceremony of life, it was always easy for people to feel the vicissitudes of life. Even the Emperor Ta was no exception. He suddenly felt that it was so unreal. His gaze seemed to pierce through the charming red in front of him and fall into the snowy sky many years ago. When he was naked in the cold wind. When he was about to die of hunger and thirst, he was pitied and licked the rice soup that person brought to him. When he first came to the peak of life and death, he was anxious. When he stood on tiptoe to pick begonias under the moonlight. When he knelt in front of Chu Wanning and was touched by the willow vines. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would trample over all the immortals and become the ruler of the world. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Her red lips slightly opened, her eyes focused, and the breath she exhaled was sweet and extravagant, just like his high status today. He seemed to have everything: beauty, status, power. What was there to be dissatisfied with? He couldn't think of anything to be dissatisfied with, but he felt very empty. His whole person seemed to be standing on the peak of a steep mountain, surrounded by only a few faces, blurred and indistinct. He walked through these flattering faces, they praised him, they knelt in front of him, they fawned over him, they all had the same face. He heard someone calling him charmingly, her voice was soft like peony petals, "Husband, husband." He felt disgusted, he wanted to get away from this tide of fans, but this sweet voice wrapped around him like sugar water. He suddenly pushed Song Chotong away. The charming bride couldn't resist the force, she fell on the scarlet-red bed of the bridal chamber, her head full of gold and silver ornaments trembling, her footsteps swaying. In the illusion of jewelry, Mo Ran felt that everything was so distorted, so unreal. The golden light was like a will-o'-the-wisp, the bright red candles were like tears of blood. He felt so disgusted, but he didn't know who he was disgusted with, Song Chotong? Or did he become like this? He rushed out of the door. In his previous life, few people in the world knew that on the day of the Emperor Ta's wedding, Empress Song Chotong was neglected. Mo Ran, dressed in a red and gold robe, pushed open the door of the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. He walked in, and after a while, the candles in the pavilion were extinguished. Song Chotong's new husband stayed in there for the entire night. Until the evening of the second day, when Shui Meng rushed to the peak of life and death to cause trouble, Mo Ran lazily opened the door, tidied up his messy clothes, and walked to the front hall with a satisfied face. What happened in the Red Lotus Water Pavilion that night was completely unknown to outsiders. After saying goodbye to Nangong Si, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran returned to the courtyard where they were staying. Chu Wanning suddenly asked, "Just now, Nangong said that Chotong was beautiful, why were you staring at her in a daze?" Mo Ran said, "I was thinking about how she would look in her wedding dress." Chu Wanning suddenly felt a burst of jealousy. He flicked his sleeve and his expression was extremely cold. "Don't think about indecent things. She is someone else's fiancée. What do you have to think about?" Mo Ran smiled. "Who said I was thinking about her?" I was thinking about how she would look in her wedding gown. I'm not even half as good as Master. She had a stomach full of anger and wanted to vent, but she was caught off guard and had her palm licked by the little wolf dog. Chu Wanning's face alternated between red and white. For a long time, he couldn't say a single decent word. Finally, he waved his sleeve and said, Ghost MC's illusion is a ridiculous matter. From now on, don't mention it again. Emo Ran sighed in his heart. I didn't want to mention it, but you asked me. I didn't want to lie to you. I praised you for your good looks, but you still scolded me. But being yelled at by you makes me feel very sweet. When I think about how I lost you, I feel like being scolded by you for the rest of my life is like being soaked in a jar of sugar. Chu Wanning. What should I do? I can't stop myself from longing for you. The days passed very quickly. There was only one more day before Nangongxi's wedding. The Confucian Wind sect was already filled with guests from all over the world. Regardless of whether it was the sect masters or the young masters of the large sects, the individual cultivators of the Jianghu, or even some rich merchants without spiritual power, everyone who didn't arrive early was in front of the main city of Xianxia on this day. For a time, there were luxurious canopies, carriages, and horses. There was an endless stream of men and women dressed in splendid attire. The silks and pearls on their bodies reflected the light of the Confucian Wind sect. Shui Mei was dragged by her father to greet the female cultivators around her age. Master Wang Xian, long time no see. Nice to meet you. Oh, isn't this little Mantua? You've already grown up. You're so beautiful. Come, Shui Meng, come and say hello to your Uncle Wang. Shui Meng moved over unwillingly and said, Hello, Uncle Wang. Shui Jingyong slapped the back of his head. He smiled but gritted his teeth and said, It's Uncle Wang, not Uncle Wang. Ha ha ha, you're the same. You're the same. You're really handsome. Old Shui, you're so lucky. After a while, Shui Meng was pushed to stroll in the garden with little Mantua. Little Mantua was 16 years old this year. She was 16 years old, but she seemed a little cold. After walking side by side with Shui Meng for a while, she said, Young Master Shui, I'm sure you understand why the elders pushed us out together. Yes. But I'll say this first. We can take a stroll, but I don't like young Master Shui's temperament. So don't think about anything else. Oh. Shui Meng was shocked. He suddenly stopped and waited for little Mantua with a dark expression. Little Mantua raised her chin arrogantly. She looked at Shui Meng's face and said coldly, I already have someone in my heart. Even if you're in love with me. Are you crazy? Shui Meng exploded. Me? He pointed at himself with his finger, his face full of shock. Fall in love with you? Otherwise, why did you pull me along a deserted path? Don't tell me you're not guilty? Why don't you say you're the one with a hole in your brain? Shui Meng's temper flared up. He was furious, and his eyes were burning with anger. He kept repeating, I like you. I like you. Why did you say you like me so many times? You lecher. Little Mantua was very unyielding. She stomped her foot, raised her head, and slapped Shui Meng's face. Shui Meng was already so angry that he felt dizzy. After being slapped by this little hand for no reason, he almost vomited blood. If Madame Wang hadn't taught him to be courteous to women, he probably would have pressed little Mantua to the ground and beaten her into a flour. At this time, a man with light eyes and a high nose came from the distance. When little Mantua saw him, she was stunned at first. Then, tears filled her eyes. She said, Young Master Mei. She ran towards the man. The man who came was Mei Hanxue. He didn't expect that he would meet someone else on such a remote path. He was obviously stunned for a moment. However, he saw little Mantua flying towards him. He raised his hand and a barrier fell from the sky. With a bang, the girl was blocked outside. The girl was caught off guard and hit the barrier with the power of thunder and lightning. She cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. Mei Hanxue didn't plan to help her. He looked down at her and frowned. Girl, you've got the wrong person. How could it be wrong? How could it be wrong? That year, you promised me a golden sachet and said that you would never forget it after seeing me. When I was 18, you would marry me. Have you forgotten? Mei Hanxue. Young Master Mei. You've really got the wrong person. Mei Hanxue didn't say anything more. He just shook his head and left such a sentence. He walked past the girl with tears in her eyes. When Xue Ming saw this scene, he felt both angry and relieved. He was angry because of Mei Hanxue, this romantic seed. He really didn't recognize people when he put on his pants. It was no wonder that he only dared to walk on this kind of occasion. It was good to vent his anger because he didn't expect that little Mantua would actually like Mei Hanxue. Mei Hanxue was the same as his name, flowery and heartless. It was said that before and after hooking up with a woman, they were two completely different faces. Little Mantua fell in love with him. That was really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Mei Hanxue walked in front of him, narrowed his light-colored glass-like eyes, and looked at him sideways for a moment. Xue Ming thought to himself, what are you looking at? You actually dare to look at me like that? You're famous all over the world. My name is famous in the 9 regions. I can't lose in momentum. So he proudly raised his head and swept Mei Hanxue with the tail of his eyes like an idiot. He was prepared to let out a rather dignified and disdainful snort when the two of them completely crossed shoulders. Why is your face swollen? Unexpectedly, Mei Hanxue walked halfway and stopped. Her footsteps stopped and she stood in front of him. She looked at him indifferently from a distance. It's quite swollen. Xue Ming couldn't catch his breath, but he still couldn't stop the car. He proudly snorted. Mei Hanxue. Xue Ming's face quickly turned red. He fiercely turned his head and murderously said, why do you care about me? I accidentally fell when I was walking. Then you should watch when you walk in the future. Mei Hanxue calmly said, it's not easy to fall like this. After saying that, she left, leaving Xue Ming standing in place for a long time. Then she angrily stomped her feet and said, Mei Hanxue. You dog-hair grandson. You just wait for me. You and I are irreconcilable. After suffering a stomach full of grievances, Xue Ming ran out of the garden with red eyes. He ran too fast and unexpectedly bumped into a person's chest. Xue Ming was furious and scolded, what the hell? Don't you have eyes when you walk? When she looked up, she saw a tall and confident man dressed in green. His clothes were embroidered with a pattern of du roi embroidered with golden silk thread. His head was tied with a green jade crown of lone moon night. His 2 curtains of long and soft eyelashes covered his eyes. When he looked up, there was a hazy Jiangnan drizzle. What a captivating face. The man pushed Xue Ming away and straightened his clothes. He seemed to be in a bad mood. His slender fingers smoothed out the wrinkles in front of his lapel. Xue Ming saw the black tortoise-back patterned silver ring on his index finger. He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he was shocked. Xianxia? Lone Moon Knight's head, the richest person in the world, Xianxia. This person's age was about the same as Xue Jingyong's, but his mental cultivation method was different. Jiangxi's appearance was also in his 20s. This person was rich and noble, and his appearance was also extremely beautiful. He was truly the darling of the heavens. During the Soul Mountain Conference, Xianxia was absent from the 10 heads. At that time, Xue Ming was still thinking about it. He wondered what this absent fellow looked like. Today, when he saw him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He stared at him fiercely. Jiangxi's face was calm, but he didn't have a good temper. Is the name of the head of a sect something you can call? Ridiculous. When Xue Ming heard this, he only felt that the humiliation was 100 times worse than what Mei Hanxue had just suffered. He immediately said angrily, what's wrong? You're old and you don't allow others to call you by your name? Do I have to call you sect master or mortal monarch? Nangong Lu isn't as arrogant as you are. How unruly. Jiangxi said coldly. Whose disciple are you? Why should I answer when you ask? Who do you think you are? Those monkeys and the lonely moon knight listen to your orders. Do you think I have to pay you? I won't tell you. I think you're just a Meng-er. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Xue Ming suddenly shut his mouth. He moved away from Xianxia and looked behind him. At some point, Madame Wang had come over. She probably heard Shui Meng's unruly words just now, so her face was pale and anxious. She quickly stopped him and said, Meng don't talk anymore. Come here. Come to mother's side. Shui Meng fiercely glared at Xianxia again. He shook his hand and walked toward Madame Wang. He respectfully bowed his head and said, Mother. Xianxia stood in place for a while, then slowly turned around and narrowed her eyes. That pair of beautiful eyes, however, flashed with a malicious light. He looked at the mother and son beside the white wall and said coldly, Oh, this is God's favored one, Shui Jingyong's good son, Shui Meng, right? Madame Wang was speechless. Jiangxi's eyelashes trembled for a moment. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were full of mockery. As expected of Shui Jingyong's son. How well-mannered. Don't insult my father. Meng Madame Wang immediately grabbed him and pulled him behind her. Then, with a pale face, she curtsied to Xianxia. My son, Shui Meng, is used to being willful. Please don't take offense, Sect Master Jiang. Ha, Sect Master Jiang. Xianxia was like a poisonous snake. He slowly swallowed the words between his wet lips and teeth. Then, he said, It's okay. He has at least half of your blood in him. Based on seniority, I can take him as my godnephew. Who wants to be your godnephew? Why don't you take a look at your ugly face? Scram. Meng Jiangxia smiled coldly. He stared at Shui Meng for a moment. Then, his eyes slowly moved to Madame Wang. Madame Wang lowered her eyes and said, Please don't joke with me, Sect Master. I am no longer Loman's disciple. How can I still talk about seniority with you? Okay. Jiangxia nodded and said coldly, Good, very good. Today, I have seen an old friend and her son. It's really an eye-opener for me. I don't know how people are raised in this filthy place at the peak of life and death. How can a good magnolia be stained with mud? Xianxia. King say that again. I'll tear your mouth apart. When Shui Meng heard this person insult his mother in front of him, blood immediately rushed to his head. He wanted to charge forward without a care for anything else. Madame Wang couldn't hold him back. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the sky. A bright firework exploded, and bells and drums rumbled. The Confucian Wind sect's singing official used a sound amplification technique to spread a sentence across the 72 cities in an instant. The 100 Families Welcome Banquet will begin at the Hall of Poetry in the evening. We respectfully invite all distinguished guests to attend. Jiangxia glanced coldly at Shui Meng, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left. When a big sect got married, the banquet would be held for 3 days. The first day was the welcoming banquet, which was held the night before the wedding. As the name suggested, it was a welcoming banquet for the guests. But that night, the most lively event was not at the banquet table, but at the hunting ground. According to the rules, in the evening, before the sun set, there would be an elder of virtue and prestige who would release 3 spirit antlers tied with red silk into the garden. Then, the father of the groom would select 22 unmarried men and women and let them compete for the deer in the garden. There were 3 spirit antlers, and if a guest could hunt one, they would be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. In the end, this was just a gimmick played by rich sects like the Confucian Wind sect and the Lone Moon Knight. The Hall of Poetry was high up in the air, its tiles flying. Looking down from the hall, not far away, the hunting forest was shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. The guests arrived one after another and congratulated Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu, no matter how high or low the guests were, politely returned their greetings and respectfully invited them to the banquet table. After bustling for an hour, all the guests were finally seated. With the chime of the Silu Pavilion, the banquet officially began. I wonder which guest sect leader Nangong will let go down to the garden to compete for the deer. Didn't they say they would draw lots? If it were up to me, those who were chosen would be especially lucky. Think about it, the person who hunted the spirit antler would be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. The others who didn't hunt the spirit antler would also be rewarded with other spirit beasts or immortal fruits. How could there be anything better in this world? While the lively discussion was going on, the door of the hall suddenly opened. Nangongxi and Song Qiutong walked up the stairs together. The two of them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, walked hand in hand to the sect leader. Nangonglu stood up and nodded with a smile. In a clear voice, he said, "Honored guests come from all over the world, from all the big immortal sects and mansions. To be able to take time out of your busy schedule to come to the Confucian Wind sect and participate in my son's wedding, it is truly a great honor." The guests below all flattered, "Sect leader is really too polite. Young master and young madam are a perfect match. They are really a rare couple." Yes, yes. These flattering words were almost exactly the same as what his fans had said to him on his wedding day in his previous life. Mo Ran felt a wave of irritation as he listened. His gaze subconsciously swept through the crowd, and soon found Yu Wangxi sitting next to Elder Shuanglin. Yu Wangxi's eyes were downcast. She was still dressed simply and focused on eating the food in her bowl. She did not raise her head to look at Nangongxi. Whether it was his expression or his actions, everything was the same as usual, or even calmer than usual. Perhaps it was because he had always lived a very difficult life, so this kind of person already knew very well that he was powerless to fight for his life. Mo Ran looked at him and suddenly remembered a pagoda lantern that he liked very much when he was young. The lantern was exquisitely made, and every tile was outlined. However, the price of the old artist was not low, so even though the lantern was good, it could not be sold. Of course, Mo Ran could not afford it, but almost every night after the night market opened, he would go to the stall to look for a while. The shadow of the pagoda lantern flowed, and the solemn light illuminated the dark eyes of the child. Until one day, a young man and a young woman came. They were dressed in silk and satin. The young woman took a fancy to this pagoda lantern at first glance. She only said that she liked it in a spoiled manner, and the man beside her took out money to sell the lantern. The pagoda was taken away. Mo Ran looked up and watched the old artist take it down from the wooden shelf that had been hanging for a long time. He handed it to the young girl with both hands. The flickering light finally illuminated Mo Ran's longing face, and then disappeared with the pair at the end of the night market. Mo Ran felt very uncomfortable at that time, but he was obedient and calm. He was the same as Yu Wangxi now. In fact, when they first saw the pagoda lantern, they knew that such a luxurious thing was destined to not belong to them. In fact, every night when they were illuminated by the pagoda lantern, they had already rehearsed the scene of losing this light thousands of times in their hearts. It was not that they could let it go or feel relieved. Rather, from the beginning, they knew very clearly what the ending would be, so they never dared to pick it up. "Come, come, come, draw lots, draw lots." The manager of the Confucian Wind sect came to the front of the seat of honor with a big smile on his face. He held it over his head and presented it in front of Nangonglu. "Sect leader, the auspicious time has come, please draw lots." "Good. Come. Sect leader Nangong, come and catch one." Nangonglu smiled and said, "Then I will respectfully accept. Draw 22 lots. The young heroes who were chosen, please do me the honor and participate in the night hunt. If there is anyone who does not want to go, please tell me in advance." "Many thanks, many thanks." After waiting for a while, a few girls from small sects with low cultivation and timid courage asked their parents to go up and ask sect leader Nangong to remove their names from the lantern in advance. Su Shuanglin glanced at Yu Wangxi and asked with a lazy smile, "Little Yi, do you want to go and play? If you want to go, I will do something for you and open a secret door." "I'm not going," Yu Wangxi said, "Adoptive father, I'll have to trouble you to tell sect leader to remove my name from the lantern as well." "How can that be? What if you win and get 10 million gold?" "Yu Wangxi." Su Shuanglin's temper was far more unruly than his adopted son's. He thought for a while, then the corners of his mouth curled up into a withered smile. He said, "If you don't want to go, then I will go." "Adoptive father, you are already in your 40s this year. What do you think? I look young. Wait until I catch those 3 deer, then I will get 30 million gold. If I don't take the windfall, the earth will destroy me and the heavens will punish me." Su Shuanglin stubbornly insisted on going his own way. He didn't see his adopted son's depression at all. He tugged on his shoes and went to find Nangonglu with a smile. He whispered a few words into Nangong Lu's ear. Other people would only think that he wanted to take Yi Wangxi's lot. Who would have thought that he loved money as much as his life? He also wanted to go in and play. Nangong Lu quickly picked out the guests who were going to compete for the deer. Shen Feng, Lin Sheng, Chu Yanran. Elder Xuanlin stood to the side and took the lot from sect leader's hand. He reported the names one by one in a leisurely manner. Oh? This is quite impressive. The favored one, Shui Meng. Soon, all 21 people were chosen. There was only one left. Elder Xuanlin was extremely thick-skinned. He raised his hand with a smile and said, "The last person is me. I am already an old bag of bones. Please advise me." Nangong Lu knew his sect elder's temperament and didn't stop him. He only smiled helplessly and gave each person a signal. "Deer chaser, the signal will be used as proof. After the signal rings 3 times, it means that all 3 spiritual horned deer have been caught. The hunt will be over." Nangong Lu said, "At that time, we will personally welcome you back at the Howling Moon Drill Ground. The winner will be rewarded with 10 million gold." Everyone heard the commotion and applauded. They were all cheering for their acquaintances. Nangong Lu smiled and said, "In addition, my son asked me to add another rule. The winner will be rewarded with 10 demonic wolves. They will form a blood contract and bring them home." Demonic wolves. Such precious spiritual beasts were hard to find even on the black market. 10 of them. The hall boiled over. Someone couldn't help but stand up and shout to the selected fellow disciple, "Senior Marshal Brother, we're counting on you. If you get first place, I'll give you a year's worth of boots." The hall burst into laughter. A female cultivator wasn't convinced. She shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother, beat them all. If you win, I'll agree to dual cultivate with you." Wow, this is good. This is amazing. Ha ha ha, which fairy is so spicy? For a moment, the hall of poems was filled with laughter. Those who were originally uninterested had some expectations in their eyes. They held their wine cups and watched this grand bustle. Mo Ran left the banquet amidst the laughter. He said to Chu Wanning, "Shizun, I'll accompany Shui Meng to the hunting ground first. You sit down and eat well. Wait for me to come back." Chu Wanning said, "Go. Remind Shui Meng to be careful. He's too reckless." "Okay." Mo Ran and the other 20 people walked down the brightly lit hall together. Chu Wanning watched the handsome and tall figures of the young men and women disappear into the boundless night. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He felt that he would have enough money to build a spiritual stone road in the lower cultivation world after he returned from the peak of life and death. He had the most confidence in his disciple. 30 million taels of gold was within his reach. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ran had sent off Shui Meng. Before he could return, the first bright red firework exploded in the sky. Nangong Lu clicked his tongue in wonder. He sighed and said, "Truly amazing. I haven't even finished my cup of tea, but someone has already hunted the first deer. I wonder whose disciple it is. Such divine bravery is admirable." Bitten Village's Li Wuxin was sitting next to Nangong Lu. Hearing this, he twirled his beard and said with a smile, "If everyone is in the mood, why don't we make a bet? Among these 22 young talents, who will emerge victorious?" Li Wuxin will bet 50,000 taels of gold to liven things up for sect leader Nangong. Everybody seconded his suggestion. Thereupon 22 wooden sticks with names written on them were placed on the long table. Under the sticks were red handkerchiefs. Those who wanted to place their bets came forward one after another to write down their chips and sign their names. Shui Jingyong turned his head to Chu Wanning and muttered, "Why did Bitten Village only bet 50,000 taels? That's so little. Could it be that the old man surnamed Li is very poor?" Chu Wanning said, "Small bets are fun, big bets are harmful to the body." Shui Jingyong chuckled and asked Chu Wanning, "Then why don't we also have some fun?" Chu Wanning looked at him with a sharp gaze, but didn't say anything. Shui Jingyong felt the hair on his neck stand on end under his stare. He shrank back and said, "Fine, fine. Fine. I know you don't like it. Then, what's fun?" Elder Yu Heng took off his money pouch and slapped it on the table. He said expressionlessly, if you want to bet, then it's harmful to the body. Xingyong stared at him for a long time as if he had seen a ghost. Then he asked, how much? 300,000 taels. So much? What if you lose? You can't lose. Chuaning said, didn't you want to build the Spirit Stone Road? If you can gather more money, you can build more roads in those villages with especially bad miasma. Xingyong said, are we really going? What if Xuemeng loses? He won't lose. You should know your son better than I do. Seeing that Xingyong was still on tenterhooks, Chuaning said straightforwardly, if you lose, it's mine. If you win, it's yours. Go. The handkerchief was filled with names one after another. The small sects that originally didn't want to bet felt their hearts itch. They couldn't help but spend some money to try their luck. Nangongxi also felt that it was fun. He got up and wanted to bet. Song Chotong called out to him, husband, why are you going? I'll win some money to buy you some jewelry. Song Chotong didn't say anything. She lowered her lustrous face and a few strands of black hair fell in front of her forehead. She looked particularly shy and pitiful. Chuaning inadvertently glanced in that direction. Seeing the sweet appearance of the newlyweds, he felt awkward and quickly turned his head back. Thus, he didn't see the faint uneasiness on Song Chotong's face. Nangongxi smiled as he picked up the brush and walked around the long table. He was just about to pick a candidate and write down a wager when he suddenly heard a sharp sound behind him. In a split second, Nangongxi's reaction was as quick as a wolf's. He suddenly leaned to the side and dodged backwards. A streak of snow-white light brushed past his cheek. With a pung, it fiercely pierced into the main pillar of the great hall made of Phoebe Jinan wood. Powder flew everywhere and pierced into the wood. Who's there? Assassin. Be on guard. Blow the martial law whistle. The sharp sound of the whistle instantly resounded throughout the 72 imperial residences. The hall of poems, which was still filled with the sound of the karaoke, was suddenly in chaos. Swords were drawn everywhere. Nangongxi's eyes were dark and gloomy, faintly flowing with a fierce light. He fiercely wiped away the traces of blood on his cheek and strode to the front of the pillar. He raised his head to look. It was just an ordinary arrow, but it actually pierced into the depths of the hard cedar. There was a small bamboo tube attached to the arrow. Nangongxi pulled the bamboo tube out with a sullen face. He bit down on the wax seal with his ferocious fangs and a letter fell out. Nangongxi opened the letter and read the first paragraph with a straight face. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. He clenched his fingers and read it again in disbelief. This time, his whole body trembled slightly and his fingertips even tore through the letter. What's wrong? Nangongxi raised his head. His nose wrinkled and his face ferocious, almost transforming into a leopard. This is simply a rumor. As he spoke, he was about to destroy the letter. Nangong Lu was one step faster than him. He raised his hand and trapped his son with his spiritual power. He said in a low voice, "What's going on? Give me the letter." "Father, there's no need to read it. It's just a piece of nonsense." Nangong Lu didn't listen. He waved his hand and asked his men to take the letter from Nangongxi, who couldn't move. He took the letter and lowered his head to read it. He quickly glanced at Shotong and the color of his face instantly became extremely ugly. Before anyone could react, he raised the letter to the fire and burned it into ashes. He then laughed dryly and said, "My son is right. It's really full of nonsense. I don't know who did it, but they actually made such a crude joke. This is really... What is it?" A low and hoarse voice suddenly came from the corner of the eaves. Everyone's expression changed. Yu Wangxi pulled out his sword and stood in front of Nangongxi. Chuaning also stood up and stared at the place where the voice came from. It must be known that when the Confucian Wind sect organized such a grand event, the disciples in charge of the martial law were all high-level disciples. This person unexpectedly came to the top of the Hall of Poems without anyone noticing. Moreover, when he spoke, no one noticed. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person and couldn't be underestimated. Sect leader Nangong, I kindly reminded you not to let your son marry a fickle woman for no reason. Not only did you not listen, but you also said that I'm full of nonsense. This is really an eye-opener. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed. When the others saw him clearly, he was already standing in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was standing in the middle of the crowd. Ah! Run, run quickly! The people who were close to him turned pale with fright. Like a tide, they suddenly fell down and formed a circle around him. The senior brothers protected their junior brothers and junior sisters, the sect leader protected his disciples, and the strong men protected the young. The man in black was wearing a ferocious bronze mask and an ink-black cloak. He said indifferently, "Why are you running? If I wanted to hurt you, this hall would have been filled with blood by now. Just stand still." Nangonglu looked calm, but beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead. He estimated this person's strength in his mind and felt that what he said was true. He couldn't help but become more and more flustered. However, because of the face of the number one sect in the world, he braced himself and said, "Who are you? Why are you breaking into the Confucian Wind sect at night?" "I already said, I just want to remind you not to let your son marry someone he shouldn't marry." As soon as he said this, the guests around couldn't help but secretly look at each other. The affair between Xianxia and Song Chotong of the Confucian Wind sect had already spread throughout the streets and alleys. Everyone knew about it. Perhaps only Nangongsi and Nangonglu didn't know about it. However, the wedding invitation had been sent out and the marriage certificate had been issued. If they backed out now, what face would the Confucian Wind sect have left? Nangonglu's lips trembled for a while before he let out a cold snort and said, "Who my son marries is fine as long as he likes her. Outsiders don't need to worry about it." The black-cloaked man laughed and said, "Sect leader is very broad-minded. You don't care whether Song Chotong's heart belongs to your Nangong clan or his Yi clan." Song Chotong was shocked and angry. His face turned pale and his beautiful eyes opened wide. He shouted, "You're slandering me." "How am I slandering you? You and Yuangxi, don't you know what good things you two have done?" Yuangxi didn't expect to be mentioned. He was stunned for a while before he realized what the black-cloaked man was talking about. However, his first reaction was not anger, but laughter. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes." The black-cloaked man spoke clearly and logically. "You didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to rescue Chiotong from the Xianyuan pavilion. This is known to all cultivators in the world. You spent a lot of money to buy a beauty back. Young Master Yi, what is your intention? I saw her pitiful and couldn't bear to just stand by and watch. You saved her and set her free. Why did you keep bringing her along with you? You even let her return to the Confucian Wind sect with you and took her as your attendant? That's right. You saved her and set her free. Why did you keep her by your side? Miss Song is one of the butterfly bone beauties. This is something that everyone knows. If I let her go, she will immediately become the target of evil people. Therefore, I brought her back to the Confucian Wind sect and gave her a place to stay. What a good place to settle down. Young Master Yi is truly a virtuous person. You spend all day with such a beautiful woman, yet you don't overstep your boundaries at all." The black-cloaked man's words were full of mockery, but Yuangxi was not ashamed at all. He said, "I have a clear conscience." Although he said so, no one believed him. Ordinary people were always willing to measure the breadth of mind of others with their own knowledge. Most of these people came from the upper cultivation world. If they obtained one of the butterfly bone beauties, even if they were badly injured, they would protect her in their arms for duel. Cultivation or stew her to eat. Who would believe that Yuangxi was innocent? Therefore, the group of people exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions couldn't help but be filled with disdain. In the originally anxious atmosphere, there was a clear sense of pleasure from prying into someone's privacy. Nangongsi gloomily said, "I see that you are purely looking for trouble. You are taking advantage of this time to smear the name of my Confucian Wind sect. What does it have to do with you who I marry? There's no need to say anything. Scram back to where you came from. Young Master Nangong, you really don't know how to appreciate good intentions." The black-cloaked man paced back and forth in the main hall. He walked in a circle and suddenly stopped not far in front of Song Chotong. He smiled at her and said, Miss Song, your husband trusts you so blindly. No wonder you can stand in this place without blushing and without skipping a beat. You even consider yourself the wife of the Confucian Wind sect's young master. Song Chotong was far from being as calm as the other two. She nervously said, Don't insult my innocence. What innocence do you have with young Master Yi? The black-cloaked man spoke with assurance. Not long after you were saved by him, you voluntarily served him. When the two of you met in secret, you thought that no one was around to see, but you didn't know that I was watching in the dark. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Song Chotong suddenly shouted and interrupted him, You're talking nonsense. If I'm talking nonsense, why are you trembling? I'm being bullied. She looked at Namgongsi in panic, Young master. Namgongsi returned to her side and protected her behind him. He stared at the black-cloaked man with a pair of gloomy and cold eyes like a wolf. Don't slander me. Whether I'm slandering you or not, I'll tell you one thing and you'll know. The black-cloaked man smiled, Young Master Namgong, your beauty song has a red mole on her left thigh, right? Namgongsi was startled, You. It's about the size of a grain of rice. The color is bright. It's not dark red, but blood red. If I didn't see her and young Master Yi having fun with my own eyes, how could I know such details of her body? This? Young master. Song Chotong was at a loss. She pulled Namgongsi's sleeve and said with tears in her eyes, No, he wronged me, he must have taken advantage of me when I was bathing. What's so nice about you bathing? The black-cloaked man was somewhat unhappy and interrupted her, Why don't you go to the peak of life and death to see Elder Yu Heng bathe and change clothes? The matter of Elder Yu Heng being peeked at by a female disciple was also an anecdote that the cultivation world took delight in talking about. Now that it was mentioned, everyone felt it was a bit funny. Some of the braver ones even glanced at Chu Wanning but were shocked by the shocking killing intent on Chu Wanning's face and lowered their heads again. The black-cloaked man circled around Namgongsi and Song Chotong. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He rubbed his palms and said with a smile, That's right, I suddenly remembered something. When young Master Yi bought Miss Song had the chastity cinnabar on her wrist. If Miss Song is truly as pure as ice and as pure as jade and I'm full of filthy words to slander her, then she definitely still has that cinnabar on her wrist. He paused and then smiled at the deathly pale and trembling Song Chotong, saying, Miss Song, if you really want to prove your innocence, why don't you show that chastity cinnabar for everyone to see? Namgongsi suddenly understood and turned around to comfort Song Chotong, It's fine. You show it to everyone, you. But when he saw that Song Chotong's lips had already lost all color and her entire face was as white as paper. She was trembling, he couldn't help but stare blankly. After a while, he asked with some doubt, What's wrong with you? Song Chotong let go of Namgongsi's hand and retreated a step. She clutched her sleeve and shook her head with tears in her eyes. No. I can't. Namgongsi's eyes suddenly widened as if she already knew what had happened. She was actually unable to speak. The black-cloaked man sneered, What's wrong? You don't dare? No, it's not like that. I also don't know. Song Chotong collapsed to the ground. In an instant, tears fell like rain. She mournfully said, I don't know, I also don't know. I beg you, let me go. She tightly clutched her sleeve so that no one could see clearly. But this kind of attempt to hide the truth was no different from telling everyone that the chastity cinnabar on her wrist had indeed disappeared as the black-cloaked man said. She was a virgin but was not yet married, and the red mark on her hand had already disappeared. This time, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. The black-cloaked man was about to say something when he suddenly heard a cold and stern voice from not far away. Under the light, Chu Wanning's tall and straight figure said, The chastity cinnabar on Miss Song's wrist was still there a few days ago. It doesn't match with the date you said Song and you were having an affair. I'm afraid you deliberately harmed her. For some reason, the black-cloaked man's eyes flashed with a trace of speechlessness. That aggressive aura also inexplicably disappeared when he turned around to face Chu Wanning. After a while, the black-cloaked man sighed. Some of the people present felt that they seemed to have heard wrongly. This man who just verbally threatened to force the black-cloaked man to a dead end seemed to have some connivance in his tone. Grandmaster Chu is right. But I did not say that Song and you were having an affair before. I only said that the two were having an affair. If we really want to talk about the time of the affair, it would only be a few days ago. Yi Wangxi muttered. This is ridiculous. Chu Waning's face was cold and his aura was dignified. Empty words have no proof. Whether what you said is true or false, please allow me to verify. You. As he spoke, a golden light flashed from Chu Waning's fingertip. The black-cloaked man's pupils suddenly shrank. He dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the swift and fierce Shenwu Tianwen. Grandmaster Chu, what are you doing? The black-cloaked man was both helpless and amused. His movement technique was extremely good. Chu Waning's spine whip couldn't wrap around him for a while, and he didn't fight back either. Just like that, he was chased around by Chu Waning's willow vines. The originally tense and treacherous atmosphere suddenly became somewhat comical, faintly revealing a bit of affection. Don't hit me. I haven't finished speaking yet. If you want to complain, why don't you take off your mask first? Chu Waning frowned and said sternly. If you want me to take it off, I will show you later. Not now. Why not? I don't look good. Under the light, I will scare everyone. The black-cloaked man had been hiding from Tianwen for a long time. Seeing that Chu Waning's technique was getting fiercer and fiercer, he could not help but feel that something was wrong. He dodged to the back of the wooden pillar and dodged Tianwen's attack. He shouted, Yi Wangxi, aren't you a gentleman? Today, I will let the world know your true colors. You bought a woman for dual cultivation and forced Song Chotong to serve you. You disregarded human relations and bullied the Lord's wife. You are a beast in human clothes, with a human face and a beast heart. Yi Wangxi was furious. Nonsense, what are you talking about? Did I say something wrong? How did Song Chotong's chastity mark disappear? Don't you know? The black-cloaked man shouted while dodging. 2 days ago, she knelt in front of you and said that she was Nangongxi's fiancé. She asked you to give her a way out and stop pestering her. But you insisted on not listening. You even said, Yi Wangxi's face was green with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, what else did I say? You made it up. You've already forgotten what you said, and you still need me to remind you. At that time, you said, the man in black cleared his throat and changed his tone, imitating Yi Wangxi's tone, Miss Song, I threw away a lot of money, but I made clothes for others. Now that you've won the favor of young Master Nangong, you want to retreat from me unscathed and cut off all ties with me. You're thinking too much. In the end, he even laughed out loud 3 times. That tone was completely like that of a local ruffian. Yi Wangxi. When the surrounding guests heard this, many of them revealed looks of disdain. Their gazes shifted between Yi Wangxi, Nangongxi, and Song Chotong. Someone softly said, what a scum. Young Master Nangong is actually not angry? So Miss Song was forced to. AI, you can't blame her. She's just a girl. What can she do in front of 2 young masters who are in the limelight? The black-clothed man had learned to be unruffled and was unexpectedly hit by Heaven's Inquisition. Fortunately, he dodged in time and wasn't seriously injured. He also wasn't entangled, but his cloak was still torn and blood splattered. He groaned and didn't dare to be negligent. He dodged Chu Waning's willow vines even more diligently, but his mouth still didn't let Yi Wangxi off. Young Master Yi, Miss Song didn't dare to admit what happened 2 days ago because she was worried that it would hurt your relationship with young Master Nangong. But the sky has eyes and a mirror hangs high above. Don't tell me you don't have the slightest bit of shame? Don't you plan to lower your head and apologize in front of everyone? Yi Wangxi was extremely angry, but also found it laughable. He said, what crime did this she commit? If you didn't commit any crime, then could it be that Miss Song is the only one who committed the crime? Although she didn't resist, I think it was only because she was threatened by you. Don't tell me you want to say that she actively solicited you? And that you didn't force her? At this time, Nangongxi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned around and lowered his head to look at Song Chotong. He reached out to help her up. Song Chotong thought that he was reaching out to confirm the chastity mark on her wrist. When she woke up this morning, she discovered that the cinnabar on her wrist had disappeared. She was extremely flustered, but this kind of matter would only make things worse. She couldn't explain it clearly in a short period of time. She thought about how she and Nangongxi were going to consummate their marriage very soon. At that time, the cinnabar would disappear on its own. Thus, it was better to not say anything for the next 2 days to avoid causing misunderstandings. She didn't expect that someone would slander her like this. She thought about how she had indeed been saved by Yuanxi, and how she had once been Yuanxi's attendant. Then she thought about how her cinnabar had been used up, and how the red mole on her leg had been clearly pointed out by someone else. She had no way to defend herself. For a moment, her mind was buzzing, and she did not know what to do. Amidst the chaos, she raised her moist eyes and looked at the vast crowd, only to see those people looking at her with disdain and pity, whispering and discussing spiritedly. She then saw Yuanxi standing alone with a sullen face, being condemned by 1,000 people, spurned by the guests. The man in black was still being chased around by Grandmaster Chu's willow vines. He kept yelling, "Yuanxi! You and I have accumulated resentment for a long time. Today, I will expose you. You are a hypocrite. You secretly conspired with the young mistress and forced yourself on a good girl. How vicious!" Song Chotong was stunned, and she practically abruptly understood what she should do. It was already impossible for her to clear her name. Based on the black-clothed man's tone, that person seemed to have a deep enmity with Yuanxi, and he was using every possible means to destroy Yuanxi's noble reputation of being a gentleman. She couldn't bear the crime of having an affair, but if she followed the black-clothed man's words and said that she was forced by Yuanxi, then at least. She shouted almost hysterically, "He's the one who set me up." Nangongxi's hand suddenly froze. He stood in place and looked at her in shock. He didn't seem to believe that his fiancée was really defiled by his father's right-hand man. He was completely stunned. Song Chotong covered her face and sobbed. She said in a choked voice, "Yes, it was Yi Gongzi who humiliated me. He forced me. I never agreed." Nangongxi stared at her. The candlelight flickered. His eyes were gloomy. After a long time, he put down his hand that was holding Chotong's hand. His voice was hoarse and sparks flew everywhere. "Do you know what you're saying?" Seeing his anger, Song Chotong became even more anxious. She cried and said, "Gongzi, I'm sorry. I was afraid that Gongzi wouldn't accept me, so I didn't dare to say it. I was even more afraid that if I said it would make Yi Gongzi and Gongzi become enemies. He's so important to the sect leader. If you two become enemies, how could the Confucian Wen sect be any better?" As she spoke, she lowered her body. Her long sleeves touched the ground. Her slender shoulders couldn't help but tremble. It was a sad and lamentable sight. Chotong really didn't know what to do. "I didn't dare to ask the sect leader for help. I could only hide the humiliation I suffered. Gongzi, Chotong is guilty to you, but she is sincere to you." Nangongxi's face was pale. He stepped back and shook his head. He repeated, Do you know what you're saying?" Song Chotong's fine black hair spread over her shoulders. Under the shadow of the candlelight, it looked like silk. It made her look even more delicate and pitiful. She sobbed and said, "It's Chotong's fault. I shouldn't have hidden it from Gongzi. But I'm lonely and helpless. Nangongxi suddenly shouted, interrupting her, "Do you know what you're saying?" Song Chotong's whole body trembled. She looked up, her beautiful face was wet. Her beautiful face was full of tears. Her lips were trembling. You actually did such a thing? You actually dared to do such a thing." When the crowd heard Nangongxi's words, they couldn't help but frown. They exchanged glances with each other. Some people couldn't help but whisper, "I've long heard that the Confucian Wen sect values men above women, but I didn't expect that something like this would happen." Nangongxi didn't blame Yuanxi, but Miss Song, who was humiliated for no reason. "It's really disappointing." "That's right. He really can't distinguish between good and bad." Chu Wanning had already retracted his willow vine when he heard Chotong admit it herself. At this time, seeing Nangongxi's reaction, he was also somewhat at a loss. In his memory, although Nangongxi was occasionally arrogant and willful, his conduct was upright. He definitely wasn't an unreasonable person. If this matter was true, then no matter what, he should blame Yuanxi and not Song Qiutong. But now, it seemed that Nangongxi's anger was all directed at Song Qiutong alone. How could this be? Among the guests, only Mei Hanxue was sitting peacefully at the table, drinking while watching the bustle. If Shui Mei was here at this time, he would find that Mei Hanxue was completely different from what he saw just now. At this time, he had the same attitude as the romantic seed in the peach blossom spring. The corners of his eyes held spring, and his every movement was very elegant. Qiutong was still sobbing and complaining, pushing all the ugly things to Yuanxi. Yuanxi was probably shocked by her accusation, but he couldn't say a word. He could only open his eyes wide and stare blankly at the woman he had bought from the Xianyuan pavilion. It was Qiutong who was weak and didn't have the courage to prove her innocence before young Master Yi took advantage of her. Qiutong's duckweed body, everything she obtained was bestowed upon her by young Master. Now that I know I was wrong, I await young Master Yi's punishment. After Nangongxi finished listening to her sobs, he suddenly raised his head and closed his eyes. The originally lively and warm lantern light now shone on his face, but a dark shadow rolled over and over. His eyelashes trembled, as if he was suppressing something with all his might. His palms were clenched into fists, completely devoid of flesh. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, just like the stormy waves in his heart. He endured, his cheekbones cold, the veins on his forehead bulging. He endured, his bones trembling, his blood flowing like a raging fire burning his heart. He endured, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in any more. With a furious curse, he stood up, pulled out his sword, and slashed the table in front of Song Qiutong in two. The cups and plates were a mess. Song Qiutong, do you know? In my life, what I hate, and cannot tolerate the most is lying. After he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, Yuanxi. Young Master. Yuanxi, come here. He suddenly turned around, his eyes red and moist, come here. Yuanxi walked over. The people watching the show felt that in the next moment, Nangongxi's sword would probably stab straight into Yuanxi's chest, directly cutting open the beast's stomach, pulling out his heart, and throwing it on the ground. They held their breaths, nervously watching everything in front of them. Nangongxi gasped for breath, stared at Yuanxi for a while, and said in a hoarse voice, You, undo the voice-changing technique. Voice-changing technique? Everyone was stunned, looking at each other. What does this have to do with the voice-changing technique? Yes, sigh, but it's strange, why does this Yuanxi want to use the voice-changing technique for? Is his original voice so scary that it will scare others? Or is there something shameful about his original voice? Yuanxi lowered his eyes and said, Young Master, it can't be undone. Nangongxi was stunned, and stared at him. What did you say? Since this Shi was 13 years old, this Shi has been using the voice-changing technique all day long. This voice has been used for 10 years, and the voice-changing technique has been deeply ingrained in my spiritual core. Yuanxi paused, and said calmly, I can't restore my original voice anymore. Nangongxi took a step back, greatly shocked. After a while, he looked up at the man sitting on the high seat with a cryptic expression, and muttered, Father? Nangonglu finally spoke, this is indeed a pity, but the voice-changing technique was done by Yuanxi willingly. Now that it has come to this, it is also unexpected. You don't have to think too much about it. But Nangonglu walked down the high platform and stood behind the crowd of guards. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, Father knows that you have a friendship with Yuanxi, and that he has been loyal to his duty all these years, so I am very grateful. But this is a separate matter. He secretly colluded with Qiutong Song, disregarded human relations, and bullied his superiors. This is a capital offense. Never would he have thought that Nangonglu would say such words. Nangongxi said in shock, Father. Nangonglu waved his hand, and a blue light flashed. Nangongxi was immediately enveloped in a binding enchantment. At first, he was stunned, but then he angrily roared and smashed the enchantment. However, this enchantment was the Confucian wind sex enchantment, which had been passed down for generations. Because the Confucian Wen sect once had a case of patricide, the sect leader's son had signed a blood contract with his father when he was young. This enchantment was specially used by the father to detain his son. It could last for half an hour. Even if Xi's martial arts were superior, he would not be able to break free. The words he shouted inside the enchantment were completely sealed, so he could not be transmitted to the outside world. Now that things had come to this, it was better to admit that Xianxia and Song Qiutong had an affair than to reveal the other secrets of the Confucian Wen sect. Lu arrived in front of the black-clothed man, cupped his hands, and said politely, "Although I don't know what kind of grudge Mr. has with Xianxia, I am grateful for Mr.'s advice today. Otherwise, I would have really brought misfortune to my family." The black-clothed man said indifferently, "Sect leader Nangong is too courteous. Men, immediately take down Xianxia. Wait." The black-clothed man suddenly stopped him, causing Lu to feel uneasy. However, his face was still smiling as he said, "Mister, what other advice do you have? I was thinking, your son only said a few words about the sound change technique. Why is sect leader Immortal in such a hurry to imprison young Master Yi? This is a private matter of my Confucian Wen sect, so it's not convenient to talk about it here." The black-clothed man smiled and said, "For the sake of the Confucian Wen sect's face, sect leader Immortal Monarch is really clear about what it means to abandon a pawn to protect a chariot. Poor Miss Yi has risked her life for your sect for more than 10 years. Now, in order to protect your family's dignity, you have implicated her innocently." As soon as these words were spoken, before the others could react, Lu's expression suddenly changed. Under the seat, Xianxia smiled, poured another pot of wine, took a sip, and put it down again. Lu's face looked somewhat sallow under the candlelight. After a long while, he asked with a fake smile, "What Miss Yi?" "Mr. You." The black-clothed man's eyes were bright, and his voice echoed clearly and loudly in the hall. Every word was shocking. "Xianxia is not a man at all. Xianxia is not a man at all." After a few moments of silence, there was suddenly an uproar. All the guests in the hall turned pale. All of their gazes were focused on Xianxia. Xianxia lowered his head, closed his eyes, and did not make a sound. Not a man? This handsome and tall young man was actually a girl? This sentence was like a drop of water into a wok, instantly setting off a hot wave of heat. Some people gasped, and then the buzzing of words exploded like splashing hot oil in the wok. Xianxia is a girl? Heavens, how could this be? No wonder Nangongxi didn't blame her just now. He obviously knew about this. Then just now, Song Qiutong. It's all for the sake of self-preservation and framing others. This is too sinister. It's fine if you didn't do it. Why do you have to accuse others just to clear your name? But I still don't believe it. How could Xianxia be a woman? I can't tell at all." A cold light flashed in Lu's eyes. He stared at the man in black's dark eyes and said, "Mister, don't lie. Where did you get the evidence? If you don't feel guilty, then release the Nangongxi." The man in black said, "Fortunately, although your son is wild, he is still a gentleman. He is not as cold and heartless as you." Seeing that Lu's face was covered with a layer of greasy sweat, he clenched his fists and didn't say anything. The man in black coldly said, "What? You release it." Lu flicked his sleeves and said, "It's just disciplining an unfilial son. It's not up to an outsider like Mister to tell us what to do." When he said this, although he did not admit that what the black-clothed man said was true, everyone's heart was as clear as a mirror. Those who originally did not believe the black-clothed man's words could not help but feel their hearts waver. They looked at Xianxia's handsome face again, trying to find traces of him being a woman. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly said in a clear voice, "Sect leader Nangong, this is your fault." Everyone turned their heads. Xianxia was wearing a fox fur coat, graceful and luxurious. She stood in the shadows of the lights with a smile and said, "Although Miss Ye's heroic spirit is compelling, she is a woman. As a man, sect leader Immortal should have tender feelings for the fairer sex. As an elder, he should be magnanimous and benevolent. How could you bully a girl so as to not lose face for the Confucian Wen sect?" As he spoke, He slowly walked to the front of the hall and said with a smile, "Little nephew is not ashamed. I once met Miss Xi at the Peach Blossom Spring. At that time, I felt that she was valiant and heroic, different from Miss Xi. I liked her in my heart, but it was a pity that little nephew was not good with words and offended Miss Xi with my words, causing her to feel disgusted and reject me. After experiencing Miss Xi's skill, I couldn't help but sigh that Confucian Wind sect really does produce heroes in large numbers. The female cultivators also have extraordinary skills. I even secretly cheered for Miss Xi's sect. But today, seeing sect leader Immortal's actions, I feel that the brilliant Confucian Wind sect is not worthy of such a proud beauty. Mei Xianjun, you and Yi Wangxi have only met once. It's normal for you to be mistaken." Nangong Lu's face was dark and gloomy, but he still bit his lips and said, "For the sake of Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace, I won't argue with you. Don't make a mistake again." His words were no longer as calm and collected as before. The black-cloaked man chuckled and said, "Young Master Mei's dissolute reputation is well known everywhere. If he can't tell whether a person is a man or a woman, I'm afraid no one else in the world can." When Nangong Lu heard him say this, he couldn't help but burn with anger. He said stiffly, "Mister, you just accused Yi Wangxi of humiliating Song Qiutong, but now you say Yi Wangxi is a woman. You're twisting the facts back and forth. You're simply trying to disturb our Confucian Wind sect's integrity and ruin our sect's reputation." The black-cloaked man said, "If I didn't do this, how could I let young Master Nangong see Miss Song's true nature? If he marries the wrong person, he'll be disgusted for most of his life. But what you just said clearly makes sense. Besides, if Yi Wangxi is a woman, how did the cinnabar on Qiutong's wrist disappear? Why don't you ask her yourself? Why are you asking me?" The black-cloaked man sneered, "What's more, there are thousands of male disciples in your Confucian Wind sect. If sect leader Immortal has the time, he can interrogate them one by one. He'll definitely be able to find a satisfactory answer." This matter was related to the Confucian Wind sect's face, so everyone kept silent. No one spoke, but the contempt and curiosity in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Nangong Lu felt a prickling sensation in his back. He stood in place for a while, then suddenly turned to Yi Wangxi and shouted, "You, come here. Tell me yourself, did Miss Song wrongly accuse you or not?" Nangong Lu stared at Yi Wangxi's face. He was gambling, and he still held the most important chip in his hand. He knew that Yi Wangxi had deep feelings for his son, so he definitely didn't want the Confucian Wind sect's reputation to be ruined. "Tell everyone, what is your identity?" Yi Wangxi had always been very obedient. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the most obedient chess piece on his chessboard. He even clearly remembered that when Yi Wangxi was 13 years old, she was ordered to come to the magnificent Confucian Wind sect's main hall. The hall's door was closed, and there were only the two of them inside. He sat on the ice-cold throne and looked down. The 13-year-old girl had yet to grow up. She was wearing a small green jacket, and her braids were tied with satin. She also had a small silver bracelet on her wrist. He smiled and said to her, "Wangxi, you already know the reason why I called you here today." Yi Wangxi knelt down and kowtowed, "Yes, Lord. Your adoptive father was seriously injured many times before, and his muscles and bones were damaged. He is no longer suitable to be the leader of the Shadow Guards. You are his adopted daughter, and also Seer's childhood sweetheart. I don't trust the others, but I trust you." Yi Wangxi didn't get up. She was still quietly lying on the ground. Her slender neck was exposed under her hair, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Nangong Lu said, "You have outstanding talent, and your future is immeasurable. I have the intention of making you the leader of the Shadow Guards of the Confucian Wind sect, and in the future, you will be in charge of one of the 72 cities. This way, you can not only share your adoptive father's burden, but also become Seer's right-hand woman. From now on, he will be in the light, and you will be in the dark. Together, we will share the glory of the Confucian Wind sect for 100 years. He paused for a moment. "However, if you don't want to, then it's fine. Your adoptive father can still hold on for a while, and I will look for a more suitable candidate. In the end, this matter is too big of a sacrifice for you. I know what to do, so you don't need to force yourself." After Nangong Lu finished speaking, he changed his position on the high seat and waited calmly. This girl had no parents, and she had no one to rely on. He was completely confident in his heart. He waited for her to nod. Finally, Xianxia straightened her back. She looked at him calmly. For a moment, Nangonglu felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that his scheme and fake smile had been seen through by this girl. But in the next moment, Xianxia said, "My life was given to me by adoptive father. In order to repay his kindness, I have nothing to be unwilling to do." Nangonglu was quiet for a moment. He sighed and said, "In the end, we have wronged you." Xianxia calmly and indifferently said, "I should thank Venerable Lord for his favor." Nangonglu changed the topic. However, in the Confucian Wen sect, men have always been superior to women. As for women, they have always been weak and powerless, full of womanly benevolence. In this world, only men can convince the masses, and only men are fit to lead a city. Xianxia, you are so smart, you should know what to do. Xianxia was silent for a moment. In front of Nangonglu, with a cold expression, she took off the silver bracelet on her wrist and the ribbon on her braid. Then she took off her jacket, leaving only her white undergarment. After doing all this, she let her braid down, changed it into a ponytail, and tied it up high. The sun shone in and shone on her body. Her back was straight, and her expression was resolute. Although she still had the body of a young girl, her temperament was like pine and cypress. Not bad. Nangonglu did not leak anything. He reminded her, "In the future, you should dress like this. But don't forget, you still have a voice." Xianxia lowered her eyelashes. When she came in, she had already noticed that in front of her seat, there was already a pair of golden scissors. She picked up the scissors and fiercely cut her throat. Blood dripped. The old voice vanishes, never to change. She slowly spat out these 8 words. Then she closed her eyes and threw the scissors in front of her seat. The scissors were mottled with blood. Nangonglu stared at it for a while and said, "Good, good. From now on, you will be the successor of the leader of Anqing City. You will be young Master Yi of Confucian Wen sect. Even if it is I will ask him to give you some li." Xianxia opened her mouth, but it was a different voice of a young man. "Please, Lord, from now on, don't let my adoptive father suffer alone. I am willing to share his worries." Therefore, Nangonglu knew Xianxia too well. For 10 years, she had learned all the manners of a man. When she was young, she took secret medicine every day and endured the pain of the medicine alone. Only then did she grow into the figure and appearance of a man today. In his eyes, she was a dog raised by Confucian Wen sect. In order to repay the kindness of raising her, she would never betray him. 10 years ago, she cut her throat and spilled blood, forever changing her voice. Today, she would not disappoint him. He bet that Xianxia would help him. As long as Xianxia personally said, "I am not a woman," then even if everyone didn't believe it, what could they do? The black-cloaked man obviously thought so. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Xianxia. He raised his hand to block her way and said, "Nangonglu, Miss Yi has already exhausted her heart and blood for your Confucian Wen sect. Now that you can't quibble, do you want to use the rest of her life as a sacrifice?" Nangonglu was about to open her mouth to argue again. Suddenly, in the distant night sky, an orange-red dot of light rose into the sky and suddenly exploded. Someone had caught the spirit horned deer again. However, in front of the secret of Confucian Wen sect, it didn't matter who the deer was. No one cared who got second place. Everyone's eyes were still firmly locked on the center of the main hall. There, tables and chairs were overturned, the table was broken in half, the mysterious black-clothed expert was between Nangonglu and Xianxia. Tonight's groom was trapped by his father inside the barrier, and the bride was kneeling on the ground, her face full of tears, sobbing silently. It was really too unexpected. From the accusation of adultery to the husband and wife turning against each other, to the fact that she was a woman, and now the Confucian Wen sect leader refused to admit it. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, this would be a hot topic of conversation in the teahouses and wine shops. Who would care about those 3 pitiful deer? Therefore, no one noticed that a dark red hole was slowly opening in the sky above the dense forest. It was not until the sound of fireworks suddenly rose and fell, and the earth shook, that the forest was so quiet that the birds flew away in fright, squeaking as they fled into the depths of the night. It was not until 20 communication fireworks exploded at the same time, illuminating the night sky into a sea of azure blood. The people in the Hall of Poems suddenly realized that something was wrong. They rushed to the guardrail to see. What's going on? Why did everyone's fireworks explode at the same time? Look quickly. Above the sky. What's that? Heaven's fissure. It's a heaven's fissure. In a split second, the hall was deathly silent. Then, there was an uproar of cries and screams, a heaven's fissure in the ghost world. How could there be a heaven's fissure in the ghost world in the upper cultivation world? It's above the hunting forest park. Senior Marshal brother. My senior Marshal brother is still there. Elder sister. The crowd was like fish in a pond, crowded together. Panic and shock were like bait thrown into the pond, stirring up waves of activity. At this time, they couldn't care less about the sex scandal or the Jianghu's secrets. Nangong Lu, probably in order to save face, used the sound amplification technique to shout, "Gentlemen, don't be alarmed. It's just a heaven's fissure in the ghost world. Everyone is in the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Lu definitely won't let the guests suffer the slightest harm." As he spoke, he waved his hand to summon his sword, stepped on the dazzling blue sword hilt, and stood on the sword in the whistling night wind. The Confucian Wind sect's 5 guards, immediately follow me to the dense forest to investigate. The rest of the elders and disciples, guard the poetry platform and ensure the safety of the guests. After he finished speaking, he led the 5 guards and hurried towards the direction of the Howling Moon drill ground as if to escape from the black-clothed man's interrogation. He didn't even want to clean up the mess of the wedding banquet. Why did it suddenly become like this? Yeah, there has never been a heaven's fissure in the ghost world and the upper cultivation world. What's going on? On the pearl-studded balcony, everyone was anxious. These cultivators in the upper cultivation world were used to living like princes. In the face of a sudden heaven's fissure in the ghost world, they were more afraid than responsible. It would be fine if they had to kill a lone big demon, but a heaven's fissure was different. If it was the upper level of hell that cracked open and ordinary ghosts came out, then it would be fine. But if it was the same as 5 years ago in the colorful butterfly town, where the infernal hell cracked open, they shuddered, thinking that even a grandmaster like Chu Wanning died in that fierce battle. They couldn't help but feel insecure. They crowded by the vermilion railings and looked at the scarlet crack in the sky in the distance. Chu Wanning got up and said to Shui Jingyong, "My lord, the color of this crack is not right. After it cracks open, it's very likely to be the lower levels of hell. I'm worried about Shui Meng and the others, so I'll go and take a look." After he finished speaking, he jumped up in his white robe and went straight to the railings. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he jumped on the blue tile roof and quickly went away. Chu Wanning. Shui Jingyong was about to call him, but Chu Wanning had already disappeared in the dark night. He cursed inwardly and wanted to jump down as well, but his shoulder was grabbed by someone. When he turned around, he saw a grimacing bronze mask. The black-cloaked man patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Uncle, you stay here and watch over Auntie. I'll follow Shizun, so don't worry." Shui Jingyong was shocked, ran. The black-cloaked man raised his hand and gently pressed it to his lips, shaking his head. Shui Jingyong never thought that the black-cloaked man would be Mo Ran. And Mo Ran didn't wait for him to ask any more questions. He held the railings with one hand and jumped into the darkness like an eagle. His cloak billowed like ink, and not long after, he disappeared behind the same arched roof as Chu Wanning. Shizun. Mo Ran ran along the roof with his qinggong. He felt that it was too slow, so he summoned a sword that had a contract with him. Riding the sword, he quickly caught up with Chu Wanning. He raised his hand and lifted his mask. The ferocious bronze mask was pushed to the side of his forehead, revealing a handsome face. "Wait for me." Chu Wanning's eyes widened. "How come it's you?" "Come up, I'll bring Shizun over with the sword. I'll tell Shizun the details on the way." Chu Wanning grabbed his outstretched hand and jumped up, landing firmly on the sword. He wanted to let go of Mo Ran, but that thick and rough hand held him even tighter. Mo Ran was standing behind him. When he spoke, the unique burning breath of a young man brushed against the back of his ear. In the cold night wind, it seemed even hotter. Emoran said, this sword's momentum is too strong, and it's flying too fast. Shizun, hold on tight. The two rode on the sword. Chuaning asked. Everything that happened in the hall just now, was it all calculated by you? Yes. I've wandered the Jianghu these past few years, and I've heard many things related to the Song and Shotong. Emoran said, although she doesn't have the guts to commit such evil deeds as killing people and slaughtering cities, she's definitely someone who hits people when they're down. If she really marries Nangongxi and becomes the wife of the young master of the Confucian Wind sect, I'm afraid that this sect will be much worse than it is now. Chuaning said, the Confucian Wind sect won't be worse than it is now. After saying this, he frowned. He glanced at Emoran's black cloak, and his heart was filled with doubt. Speaking of which, how did you know that Xianxia is a girl? I won't hide what she said from Master. I already knew about it in the Peach Blossom Spring. In fact, she already knew about it in her previous life, but she couldn't tell Chuaning the truth. Emoran smiled and said, when I was walking on the road, I heard Mei Hanxue and the people from the Treading Snow Palace talking about her. At that time, I believed that Mei Hanxue's eyes could not be wrong. After that, I carefully observed her and was even more certain that Miss Xi was not a man. Why? Didn't Shizun notice that her collar is always pulled up high? They're all the kind that covers the neck, and the design is very strange. It's fine if an ordinary person has one or two, but she has all of them. I wasn't paying attention. Emoran gestured at Chuaning with his empty hand. Go to this position, more or less like this. As he spoke, his fingers inadvertently touched Chuaning's Adam's apple. That slightly protruding part was very fragile, and he couldn't help but rub it for a moment. He thought that his Shizun was so ruthless, so wild, and hard to tame, yet he would expose such a weak part of his throat to his fingers and let him pinch it. This kind of feeling was too exciting. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he forgot to look at the road ahead. The sword was swift and fierce. He waited until he heard Chuaning shout, careful. It was too late to stop, and the heavy sword crashed straight into a towering tree. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Emoran was completely dumbfounded. He only remembered to hold Chuaning's hand tightly. Anxiously, he called out Wanning in a low voice, but because he was too anxious and the sound of the trees breaking was so loud, Chuaning didn't hear it clearly. Chuaning was so angry that he nearly fainted. Sword control, what sword control? Wouldn't it be better to run with your feet on the ground? Why did he have to be so smug? The two of them fell to the ground. Emoran hit the ground first, his back slamming into the rocky forest. Although he wasn't injured, it was definitely painful. But as he lay on his back and watched the stars twinkling through the branches, he suddenly felt very happy. Haha, fortunately, the person who fell below was him and not Chuaning. He couldn't help but laugh. Although Chuaning had bumped into his chest and caused his ribs to hurt, he couldn't help but want to laugh even if it hurt. He curved his eyes and grinned. His dimples were deep, and it was full of infatuation. Chuaning looked up and saw him laughing. He couldn't help but be furious. What are you laughing at? Did you become stupid from the fall? Emoran took the opportunity to hug him, pressing him into his embrace. Although it was not the right time, at this time, he just wanted to raise his hand to touch Chuaning's hair. He thought this way and really did it. Chuaning was right. He was probably stupid from the fall. Master. He rubbed Chuaning's hair. The dark night seemed to have given him a key. The box that imprisoned his private love was opened. He couldn't control the intimacy in his words, and it overflowed. This call was too intimate, so intimate that Chuaning froze at first, then panicked. He hurriedly put away his fierce dignity. What are you shouting for? You can even fall while riding a sword. Good skill. Emoran sighed softly, and finally rubbed his hair again. He cleared his throat and smiled bitterly. Master is right. Please get off of me. Although in his heart, he wanted to ask Shizun to lie in his arms for a while. But this kind of words obviously couldn't be said. Chuaning's face darkened. He stood up quickly and pulled Emoran up as well. How are you? He asked stiffly. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Emoran smiled. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick. I can withstand a fall. Chu Wanning was about to say something when he suddenly saw a wilted flower on Emoran's head. It was probably knocked off when he fell, and it just happened to fall on top of his head. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Your head. Is it hurt? Emoran raised his hand and touched it. It was fine. No, it bloomed. Chu Wanning casually plucked the flower and handed it to him expressionlessly. Emoran was a little embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his head shyly, and his smile was even brighter. Chu Wanning turned his head and coughed lightly. Since it's fine, let's go forward. Emoran said, no. Chu Wanning angrily turned his head and glared at him. Qinggong. Qinggong it is. Emoran waved his hand and reluctantly put the heavy sword back into his Qianquan bag. But the deeper they went into the forest garden, the denser the trees became. The speed of sword riding was actually not as fast as Qinggong. Chu Wanning's leg martial arts were also good. He skimmed the ground and moved very quickly. A cool breeze brushed past his face, calming Emoran's heart that could not hold back earlier. Chu Wanning's voice suddenly came from the front. His tone was very calm and he asked carelessly, Song Chotong has a mole on her leg. How did you know? Emoran was stunned and was caught off guard. With a bang, the awe-inspiring Grandmaster Emo once again hit his head on a pine tree. Chu Wanning. Are you night blind? Oh, no. Emoran said, I'm sorry, I'm a little absent-minded today. Chu Wanning frowned slightly. Then, as if he had figured something out, he said angrily, does the mole on Song Chotong's leg make you absent-minded? It's most important for a cultivator to have a clear mind and few desires. If you're so shaken by a beauty, what's the point of cultivating? Emoran was speechless for a moment. He felt that Chu Wanning's words were very reasonable. But Chu Wanning had the wrong person. The beauty he was greedy for was not Chotong, but the man in front of him who had a fierce temper and was roaring like a snow leopard. He sighed and looked at Chu Wanning with gentle eyes. Shizun, I don't like Miss Song's appearance. You're thinking too much. She has a mole on her leg. That's what I heard from the Xianyuan Pavilion auction house. I didn't see it with my own eyes. Shizun, please don't be angry. What's there to be angry about? Fine, let me ask you. Since Xianxia is a woman, how did the cinnabar on Song Chotong's hand disappear? This shouldn't be a coincidence. It really isn't a coincidence. Does Shizun still remember the bracelet I gave to Song Chotong before? There's a spell on that bracelet that I created. Emoran paused. It took me 4 days to create it. It's not very good, but in a short time, as long as Song Chotong wears that bracelet, it can cover the cinnabar on her hand that fell from the cold scale sacred hand. Chu Wanning didn't speak, but his expression was somewhat ugly. He felt that Emoran was hiding something from him. Emoran had changed a lot these years. He had learned 70% of his own meddling nature. But the so-called meddling in other people's business was just helping out when he saw injustice on the road. To go through so much trouble, even to the point of creating a little spell to expose a certain person's true face and prevent her from marrying into the Confucian Wen sect, was really too much. Unless Song Chotong and Emoran had a great grudge, or Xianxia and Emoran had a great relationship, this guy shouldn't do such a thing. In this silence, Emoran also sensed Chu Wanning's mood. He flew a foot behind Chu Wanning and said, Shizun. What's wrong? Chu Wanning asked indifferently. Naturally, he couldn't talk about the matters of his previous life, but Emoran didn't want to make Chu Wanning feel uncomfortable. He thought about it, then decided to tell Chu Wanning half of his true feelings. Shizun, Xianxia is a very good person. She spent a lot of money in the Xianyuan Pavilion and saved a woman she didn't know. You also know this. But Xianxia likes Nangong Si. Can Shizun see it? It's okay. I can see it tonight. It's good that Shizun can see it. Because I already knew Miss Ye's true identity, I've always understood her feelings. As for Song Chotong, she didn't know that Xianxia was a woman, so she only revered her and didn't have any evil intentions. But if she marries Nangong Si, then the Confucian Wen sect won't necessarily keep the secret from her. Given Chotong's nature, she will certainly view any woman who also likes Nangongxi as a thorn in her side. Emoran paused. He thought of his previous life, when Song Chotong sensed the secret love between him and Chu Wanning. She was so jealous that she took advantage of his absence from the palace to pull off all 10 of Chu Wanning's fingernails. What would happen if Yi Wangxi fell into her hands? The answer was self-evident. The evil deeds that Song Chotong did were all like pulling off fingernails. They weren't so evil that they were sensational. It was enough for her to hide behind the greater evil deeds of others. It was enough for her to struggle at death's door behind the evil deeds of others. In this world, doing good and doing evil were the same. Both were things that fell from the sky. The tallest person would bear the brunt of the fall. First, the kindest person would be crushed to death. For example, Chusun would be pushed out by the hands of the weak. First, the most vicious person would be crushed to death. For example, the Emperor Ta. Then, the whole world would attack him, and he would be killed by 10,000 people. However, if it wasn't for the accumulation of one small evil after another, if it wasn't for the fact that in the torrent of time, if it wasn't for the fact that one after another, not considered extremely evil, left scars on Mo Rant's body after another. Then, in this world, would there really be an Emperor Ta, Mo Weiyu? Chu Wanning said, meddling in this matter, aren't you afraid of inviting trouble to yourself? Mo Ran also knew that this time, he had revealed too much of his ability. However, in his previous life, he had dragged Yi Wangxi into the sea of blood. In this life, even if the rise and fall of the Confucian Wind sect had nothing to do with him, he still owed Yi Wangxi a life. Therefore, even if he overstepped his boundaries, even if it would arouse suspicion, he still did this matter without any hesitation. Not only Chu Wanning, but he also wanted the people that he had treated unfairly in his previous life to have a better life. He still hoped that he could atone for his sins. I'm afraid. Mo Ran said, but since I know the truth, I want to have peace of mind. Although Chu Wanning still felt that Mo Ran's actions were too rash, after hearing him say this, he didn't think too much about it. Just at this time, a strong fishy sweet smell suddenly came from the wind. Along with it, there was also some kind of powerful spiritual current that suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Chu Wanning could react, Mo Ran's expression changed. He said in a low voice, not good. It's the exquisite chess set. It's in that direction. In the thick night, a fishy wind filled the air. Ghosts and monsters were already crawling out from the crack in the sky. 5 pillars of light rose from the ground, respectively metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was exactly the same as the incident at Colorful Butterfly Town. Chu Wanning's eyes were cold. It's him. Mo Ran naturally knew who he was talking about. Jing Chengqi, Peach Blossom Spring, Colorful Butterfly Town. After 5 years of silence, he had returned today. It was that person who had always been hiding behind the scenes, that fake North Pole. However, Mo Ran had a vague feeling that this exquisite chess set was completely different from the previous ones. There was no disguise or disguise, that person seemed to feel that victory was in his grasp and was determined to win. The birds in the forest were startled, flapping their wings and fleeing in all directions. Mo Ran sprinted with Chu Wanning towards the bottom of the skyfisher, one in front of the other. When they got closer and saw the ghosts and monsters surging out from the crack, Mo Ran muttered, the abyss of hell. This time, it was actually the same as 5 years ago at Colorful Butterfly Town. It was still the abyss of hell. Mo Ran turned around in a panic and grabbed Chu Wanning's arm. Shizun, don't go. Don't be silly. Mo Ran also knew that this was silly, but in his 2 lives, he had seen the abyss of heaven and earth twice. The consequences of those 2 abyss of heaven and earth were like nightmares that he couldn't forget. Now that he saw the 3rd one, how could he not be worried? But what was the use of saying don't go? It was extremely difficult to change a person's nature. For someone like Chu Wanning, even if he was given 1,000 or 10,000 chances to choose, he still wouldn't turn around and run away in the face of a disaster. Thus, Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning, not knowing what to say. Chu Wanning glanced at him and said, don't worry, I will act cautiously. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and summoned Heaven's Inquisition. Golden light flowed between his slender fingers and sparks flew in all directions. Emo Ran stared at Chu Waning's eyes and finally sighed. A dazzling brilliance appeared in his hand. Ghost Sea broke through the air and was held at Emo Ran's fingertips. The fiery red brilliance and the golden light of Heaven's Inquisition reflected each other. When the two weapons met, they were both stable and powerful, unstoppable. Okay, I understand. I won't persuade you. Whatever Shizun wants to do, I will accompany you. The bright spiritual light was reflected in their eyes. The fierce red light burned the flowing gold, and the flowing gold was dyed red. I will go with Shizun. Chu Waning looked at Emo Ran's foolish appearance of wanting to fight with him. He felt both warm and helpless. Emo Ran's eyes were filled with too many emotions. Some of them seemed to have gone beyond the feelings of master and disciple, but he couldn't be sure what the additional feelings were. So he raised his hand and poked Emo Ran's forehead, saying, "There is no reward." Emo Ran was stunned for a moment. He pulled down Chu Waning's hand and held it in his palm. He tried his best to restrain himself from kissing it. He smiled and said, "Well, if there is no reward, then there is no reward. Let's go." The divine martial spiritual light was like a celestial shadow in the night. The golden red light faded and swept to the core of the hunting jungle in an instant. Lake Gongquan. Chu Waning and Emo Ran concealed their auras and hid in the orange grove, looking in that direction. The spiritual flow supplying the lake water was cut off. In the harsh cold night, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the lake. There were 4 formations drawn around the lake, and each of them had a shining weapon. Chu Waning said in a low voice, "4 divine martial weapons of different attributes?" Emo Ran was stunned at first, and then said, "The theft of the divine martial weapons in the past 5 years was indeed related to him. But in the colorful butterfly town, he clearly used a living person's heart. Why did he suddenly change the formations?" Emo Ran wanted to say something, but Chu Waning raised a finger and stopped him. "Be quiet, look over there." Following his gaze, Emo Ran saw a group of guards of the Confucian Wind sect slowly walking on the lake in the distance. The young cultivators who went hunting in the jungle were also among them. A steady stream of spiritual energy was drawn out of their chests and gathered towards the divine martial weapons of different attributes. This powerful and pure spiritual energy made the divine martial weapons shine brighter and brighter. The light shot straight into the sky and tore open a huge crack in the night sky, crazily tearing open the infernal hell. Emo Ran opened his eyes wide. What are they doing? It seems that these guards have all lost their minds. It seems that they are being controlled by the exquisite Go game. Chu Waning's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Her expression was gloomy. Her gaze swept over the crowd. Suddenly, she stopped. His face suddenly became pale, and unexpectedly, he tightly grasped Emo Ran's shoulder, his fingers trembling. "What's wrong?" Emo Ran turned his head. After a while, he saw a familiar figure walking in the crowd. He said in horror, "Shui Meng." As one of the 20 or so youths who were chasing the deer in the forest, Shui Meng also had a precious chess piece buried in his body. He was walking around the lake non-stop, his eyes empty. When ghosts fell from the sky, he and the others would rush up together. They were brave and fearless, like puppets who were not afraid of pain or death. They would cut down the ghosts with their swords and sabers, not letting them destroy the formation. However, when the ghosts tried to escape into the darkness of the night, they did not care. The purpose of these chess pieces was obvious. They were guarding the 5 elements array. Chu Waning saw that his disciple was being controlled. He endured for a moment, but he could not stand it anymore. When he was about to get up and rush out, Emo Ran suddenly stopped him. Chu Waning gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Let go. Don't go out. Wait a little longer." "How can we wait? That is Shui Meng." Chu Waning was too strong. Emo Ran could not hold him with one hand. He could only hold him tightly and hold him in his arms. He covered Chu Waning's mouth with one hand. No matter how hard he struggled in his arms, he did not let go. Emo Ran whispered in his ear. His hot breath brushed against the back of his ear. "It is too risky to go out now. Don't be so impulsive. Listen to me." Emo Ran was answered with an elbow. Chu Waning pried open his hand and gasped. His eyes were full of anger. He said in a low voice, under the control of the exquisite chess game, his spiritual power is quickly depleted. There are ghosts here. If there is a mistake, he will die. He won't. Emoran grabbed his hand. His eyes were burning and firm. I know the exquisite chess game. You have to trust me. Chu Wanning saw his serious expression. He could not help but be startled. His breathing slowly slowed down. At this time, a strange howl came from afar. They quickly turned around and saw an evil spirit breaking through the air and pouncing on Shuemeng. Swoosh! Dragon City's scimitar reflected the cold moonlight. Shuemeng's body was as light as a swallow, and the blade instantly pierced through the ghost. A living person who was hit by the exquisite chess piece would have their spiritual energy gradually depleted. In the end, they would not be as good as before. But he's only under control for a short time, so he'll be fine for now. Chu Wanning turned his head to look at him with a scar between his eyebrows. Why are you so clear about this? What I saw during my travels. The evil spirit fell down and soon turned into ashes. Shuemeng held the Dragon City scimitar in his hand. Black drops of blood continuously flowed down the blade, dragging a strange and crooked trace on the snow. The moonlight shone on his face. His expression was cold and his eyes were dull. Emoran's heart clenched. Shuemeng had never been a chess piece in his previous life. Who was it? Suddenly, there was movement in the distance. Emoran returned to his senses and said in a low voice, "It seems that someone is coming." Sure enough, two people came out of the forest and walked along the frozen lake to the Eye of the Array. The Eye of the Array was shining with a green light. One of them was holding a divine weapon in his hand, but because of the angle, Emoran could not see what the divine weapon was. The man broke the ice with his palm and threw the divine weapon into the Eye of the Array. In an instant, the Eye of the Array shone brightly. The dark clouds moved away, and the moon showed up from behind the thick clouds. The cold light shone on the ice and completely illuminated the two people guarding the Eye of the Array. One of them was wearing a luxurious robe with golden silk, graceful and bright, but he was wearing a thick coat and a bamboo hat, so his face could not be seen clearly. The other one was barefoot in the cold, but he did not mind the cold. The man raised his head and looked at the endless sky fissure. Emoran suddenly opened his eyes wide. How is it possible? Su Shuanglin? He was extremely stunned and shocked. Su Shuanglin. Elder Shuanglin? He was Yi Wangxi's adoptive father. In his previous life, he used his flesh and blood to protect Yi Wangxi and died under the knife. How could it be him? Chu Wanning did not know that Emoran was shocked. He lightly patted Emoran's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Go." Why hasn't he appeared yet? The man wearing the bamboo hat beside Su Shuanglin spoke. Emoran listened and found that it was Nangong Lu's voice. Nangong Lu's voice was obviously anxious and gloomy. He could not help but curse, "Damn it, did you make a mistake?" Su Shuanglin said, "Let's wait and see." Hurry up. Tear the sky fissure wider. I don't know when those guests will send people here. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. I know you're impatient, but don't you know whether the sky fissure can be torn wider? Last time in Colorful Butterfly Town, because you were too impatient, the situation got out of hand and attracted the 10 great sects to come here one after another. If you can't stay calm, you'll still fall short. Sigh. Su Shuanglin closed his eyes and said, "Sect leader, it was not easy for you to find these 5 divine weapons with different attributes. They can absorb and accumulate the spiritual energy of cultivators. You've endured for so many years. How could you miss this short night?" You're right. Nangong Lu took a deep breath and nodded. I've waited for 5 years. No, it's not just 5 years. From the day I became the sect leader of Confucian Wind Sect, I've been waiting. He rubbed the thumb ring in his sleeve, and his eyes flashed with a dark fire. Nangong Lu murmured, I've been waiting. Don't wait. Suddenly, a fierce and strict male voice sounded on the empty lake, like thunder breaking through the clouds. The two people on the lake were shocked and looked at each other. The moon was bright in the sky, and the thousands of pine trees were rustling. A slender man stood on the treetops. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes, and his white robe billowed. The dark color of his robe made his face look like a frozen jade, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in his handsomeness. Nangonglu, it's over. Nangonglu was shocked, and then he gritted his teeth and said, Chuaning. Heaven's Inquisition exploded with golden light, reflecting Chuaning's gloomy eyes, and his whole person looked more and more dangerous. Wanya Yuhing, venerable Northern Dipper, why didn't I let you die after suppressing the rainbow butterfly? Now you're here to ruin my plan, evil creature. Chuaning was stunned. He lowered his eyebrows and said sternly, so the disaster 5 years ago was caused by you? Nangonglu saw that the matter was exposed, and he had no intention to hide. He sneered and said, so what? Chuaning raised Heaven's Inquisition, and his fingers swept over the willow vine. The vine whip was polished on his fingertips inch by inch, and the light was almost platinum. His eyes were like a hawk's. Back then, when you asked for a sword in Jincheng Lake, the spirit in the lake wanted your wife's spiritual nucleus in exchange. You ordered people to cut open her heart and threw it into the lake. At that time I was disgusted to the bone, and I hated you so much that I wanted to kill you. But you told me that Nangongsi is still young, and can't be without a father. You said that you were obsessed for a moment, and you regretted it. You also said that from now on, you will be a righteous scholar and not do evil again, you. The willow vine touched the last tip, and the golden light burst out. Chuaning gritted his teeth, Nangonglu, you are so evil, and so vicious. Blame me? Nangonglu suddenly laughed in a low voice, Grandmaster Chu, why don't you blame yourself for being young and naive? At that time, you were still a 15 or 16-year-old boy, right? You were so naive, and after a few words from me, a few tears, and using Seer as a cover, you let me go mercifully. Ah, Grandmaster, why don't you think about it? What I am today can't be separated from your leniency. Before he finished speaking, the wind had already arrived. Heaven's Inquisition cut through the dark night, and slashed towards the place where Nangonglu was standing. In an instant, the dragon light danced, and flames broke through the sky, splitting the entire frozen Lingshui Lake in half, and the ice shattered. Nangonglu shouted, rise. The group of puppets that had been walking around Lingshui Lake suddenly had a flash of light in their eyes. They all turned around and surged in Chuaning's direction. Shui Ming's battle prowess was the strongest, and she actually took the lead. Clang! Dragon City and Heaven's Inquisition collided fiercely. Chuaning was afraid of hurting Shui Ming, so he retreated in time and moved back a few feet. With a ruthless expression, he said, Nangonglu, you used others as a wedding dress, what kind of ability is that? Ha, I made you unable to attack, and you can't kill me, this is my ability. Nangonglu laughed, go ahead and hit them, they are all living people, they just got hit by my precious black stones. Chuaning, this young Master Shui is your disciple, right? Can you bear to do it? You are helpless, you are waiting for death, you are the same as more than 10 years ago by the Jincheng pool, you are powerless, you can only let me go, you. He suddenly stopped, and the smile on his face was like a basin of cold water suddenly poured on him, and the ash-black fire was still smoking. Chuaning's eyes were too calm. He stared closely at Chuaning, and the calmness on that person's face made him suddenly feel uneasy, and he shuddered. Nangonglu's lips moved, and he seemed to have a guilty conscience, what do you want to do? Chuaning didn't want to talk nonsense with Nangonglu. His eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to wave Heaven's Inquisition, and shouted, Heaven's Inquisition, 10,000 coffins. Dozens of golden vines rose from the ground, trapping the puppets that were hit by the precious stones. A thick and powerful giant vine rose like a dragon from the ice lake, and ice crystals splashed everywhere. Chuaning flew and sat on the ancient vine, his robe fluttering in the wind. He raised a slender and powerful hand, and said one word at a time. Jyoga, summon. Strands of golden light gushed out from his palms and gathered on his knees to form a jet-black guqin. The guqin's tail was curled up like a tree that was still full of vitality. The leaves on the guqin's tail were lush, and the guqin's strings were translucent and icy white. The strings were constantly emitting cold air. Shenwu Yoga. Heaven's Inquisition's most commonly used skill was wind, which was a killing move, and Yoga's most commonly used skill was song, which was a healing move. Chuaning only gently plucked the strings a few times, and played a short section of song, and those who were hit by the precious stones showed confused expressions. They were originally struggling under the entanglement of Heaven's Inquisition, but now they looked left and right, as if they were a little confused. Nangong Lu was furious, and he silently chanted a spell. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he fought against Chu Wanning. Seeing that he couldn't hold on, he angrily turned around. Shuang Lin, go and interrupt his Guqin. Me? Sigh, okay. Su Shuanglin sighed and helplessly wanted to fly to the top of the giant tree where Chu Wanning was. Unexpectedly, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Mo Ran stood in the wind, raised his whip, and stopped him. Elder Shuanglin, please advise me. Su Shuanglin blinked and suddenly sneered, stop me? You two are really master and disciple, how touching. Chu Wanning fought while saying to Mo Ran, barrier. It's all set up. It turned out that Mo Ran didn't appear just now because he was ordered to set up a barrier around the Lingshui Lake. Although this heaven's fissure wasn't as exaggerated as the one in colorful Butterfly Town, the abyss of hell imprisoned evil spirits with twisted minds. It would be fine if 3 or 5 of them escaped, but if too many escaped, there would be a rain of blood in the mortal world, and it wouldn't stop for a long time. Mo Ran and Shuanglin exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. Mo Ran said, Elder Shuanglin, don't keep trying to run to my Shizun. The person you should be fighting is me. What am I doing? Shuanglin suddenly laughed, do you have to force the opponent to fight these days? It's not that I want to say this, but young man, you're a bit too fierce. Uncle is old, and I'm afraid I can't handle your violence. Mo Ran was speechless. If I come with you, I'll be ruined. He giggled, little brother, spare me. Let me go a little and let me play with your Shizun, okay? Mo Ran actually didn't know how to face Su Shuanglin. In his previous life, he had witnessed Su Shuanglin's death with his own eyes, so he knew that he wasn't a bad person. Who would have thought that in this life, besides Nangong Lu, he was also the mastermind behind the scenes? For a moment, he didn't know what to do, so he remained silent and focused on exchanging blows with him. Ghost Sea had the same interrogation ability as Heaven's Inquisition. As long as he could successfully hold Su Shuanglin, it wouldn't be difficult to get the truth out of him. However, Su Shuanglin's movements were light, and his movements were much better than Nangong Lu's. He floated like a kite on the shattered ice lake. The red light could only hit him, but it couldn't lock him down firmly. Moreover, because he was Yi Wangxi's adoptive father, before things were clear, Mo Ran couldn't help but give him some face. Su Shuanglin suddenly laughed evilly, that's about it. Grandmaster Mo, I'll apologize to you first. Mo Ran didn't know why he said this, so he was startled, what? Because I'm going to bully your master. Su Shuanglin raised his hand, and a light flashed at his fingertips. A white stream of light whistled in the direction of Chu Wanning, who was playing the zither. Mo Ran was the most worried about Chu Wanning, so he was distracted. Su Shuanglin's eyes darkened, and his other hand pulled out the folding fan at his waist. He swiftly and fiercely thrust it towards Mo Ran's throat. Shaw, in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Although Mo Ran dodged quickly, his neck was still scratched by the sharp barbs of the fan. Su Shuanglin took back the handle of the fan, which was stained with Mo Ran's blood, and pointed to the ground. A drop of blood fell into the lake, and the bottom of the lake suddenly lit up with a green light. Looking down, it turned out that Nangong Lu and Su Shuanglin were guarding the core of the wood element formation. The divine martial sword was immersed in the ice lake, absorbing the essence of the surrounding plants. At this time, because of Mo Ran's drop of blood, which was full of spiritual energy, the divine martial sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling green brilliance. The earth trembled, and after a few moments of silence, a fierce black blade broke out of the water, shining brightly. Su Shuanglin shouted to Nangong Lu, the forbidden spell has been activated. He's coming out, quickly go under the sky fissure and fight. Fight. Fight? They summoned someone from the abyss of hell, was it just for a fight? But this thought only flashed through Mo Ran's mind. When he saw the divine martial sword floating in the air, he didn't think about anything else. His whole body was like being whipped, standing there stiffly, unable to say half a word. Because the weapon that gathered the wood element formation core was actually Emperor Ta's fierce blade, divine martial sword. Mo Ran suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, and his vision turned black. There seemed to be some kind of ravings that he couldn't hear that kept repeating in his ears. He couldn't breathe, and only felt that the blood of his previous life came from the night, soaking him. He felt sick, dizzy, and his heart was beating fast. Seeing that Su Shuanglin wanted to do something with the divine martial sword, Mo Ran didn't have time to think. He raised his hand, wanting to call back the divine martial sword. But as soon as his spiritual energy reached out, he heard Chu Waning's zither music suddenly stop. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, and endured the inexplicable suffocation, turning his head. His pupils suddenly shrank. Master! How could he forget? Chu Waning's spiritual core was very weak. As early as the Shenyuan Society, there was a doctor who said that the divine martial sword seemed to have some kind of repulsive force with Chu Waning. It would backfire on Chu Waning, and it would make Chu Waning's already weak spiritual core even more unable to bear it. How could he forget? Mo Ran suddenly cut off his connection with the divine martial sword and flew onto the giant vine. The moment the divine martial sword was exhausted, he jumped up and hugged Chu Waning, who was in so much pain that his face was pale, and landed with him in the nearby orange grove. At the same time, the coffins that Chu Waning summoned also broke and disintegrated, but fortunately, those who were bewitched were already confused. Although they didn't completely wake up, they no longer listened to Nangong Lu's instructions. One by one, they stood there blankly, with a dreamy expression on their faces. Master! Mo Ran was anxious and regretful. He knelt in the snow and hugged Chu Waning, who was frowning, and kept stroking Chu Waning's face. How are you? He saw blood seeping out from the corner of Chu Waning's mouth, and felt even more distressed. He hurriedly wiped it for him, but as he wiped, he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Chu Waning was also lying in his arms like this, on the peak of the Kunlun Snow Mountain, bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. And he was the same as. Now, frantically wiping away the mottled blood, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. It was like an all-piercing into his heart. His eyes were red. Is it very painful? Chu Waning was greatly affected by the divine martial sword. He felt that the divine martial sword was flowing to his chest in an instant, as if it was going to cut his chest open. What was worse was that there seemed to be many broken illusions in front of his eyes, twisting and flickering. He shook his head, trying to shake off those blurry illusions, and struggled to look in the direction of Nangong Lu. But with just a glance, the last bit of color on his face suddenly disappeared. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly grabbed Mo Ran's arm and said hoarsely, "Over there, be careful." Mo Ran saw that his face was like gold paper, and his eyes flashed with great shock, reflecting the light of the fire. Light of the fire? He turned his head. What came out of the fissure was no longer small ghosts and monsters, but rolling hell's lava. The fire of the earth boiled and flowed down from the sky. Those ghosts and monsters that escaped at the same time were burned to ashes by this turbulent evil fire. They didn't even have time to cry out before they turned into a cloud of green smoke. What kind of strange situation was this? The lava of hell hung in the sky like a magnificent golden red waterfall, flowing slowly and leisurely, licking dangerously and magnificently. When the lava flowed to the Lingshui Lake, the shattered ice and lake water were ignited like firewood and began to burn fiercely. Nangong Lu and Su Shuanglin, who were standing at the front, activated the most powerful water spell, so that they wouldn't be engulfed by the fire. Although the flow of the fire was slow, it would soon burn those who were frozen in the exquisite chess game. Mo Ran cursed and raised his hand to make a hand seal, but he wasn't familiar with the water spell. Halfway through, Chu Waning, who was in his arms, suddenly grabbed his hand and said with a pale face, "You made the wrong hand seal. Let me do it." Mo Ran hugged him and let him sit up, but he stopped his hand. "Don't move anymore, teach me." Although Chu Waning was hesitant, he knew that his spiritual power was temporarily damaged, so he might not be able to cast the spell well. This was a matter of life and death, so he couldn't be careless. So he held Mo Ran's hand and put all 10 of his fingers in the right position. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "Cast the spell." The spiritual power overflowed from his fingertips and quickly formed a barrier in the air, forming a blue wave that wrapped around those puppets who had lost their minds. Chu Waning let out a sigh of relief. She wanted to praise Mo Ran, but when she looked up, she saw that under the illumination of the light of hell, there were traces of tears on his handsome face. Why was he crying? Because of who? Chuaning was a little confused. Shermei wasn't here, Shui Meng wasn't injured, and Mo Ran didn't know the others. So, could he be so bold and greedy that Mo Ran was crying for him? Don't cry. Mo Ran came back to his senses and wiped his face in a panic. You're already so old, what do you look like? Mo Ran only looked at him with teary eyes and asked, does it hurt? Hearing him say this, Chuaning was stunned. Then, the pain in his chest that hadn't subsided suddenly felt a soft warmth like a hot spring stream. Sorrow and gentleness intertwined together, sour and painful, sweet and bitter. For the first time in his life, he had personal feelings related to his life before a great calamity. It wasn't appropriate, but he couldn't stop it. It's just a small injury. It's probably because I used too much spiritual power to summon two divine weapons at the same time, so my old illness flared up. Chuaning raised his hand, hesitated, and touched Mo Ran's hair. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore. Then he turned his head and looked at the vast hellfire and the blazing flame-red lotus. His eyes gradually darkened, the pain in his eyes subsided, and his gaze became firm. You saw what Nangong Lu was going to do and found a good opportunity. He paused, and when he opened his mouth again, he didn't hesitate, kill him. Chuaning's eyes were full of hatred, but there was also regret in them. Nangong Lu was right. At the sight of the Jincheng pool, it was him who was 14 or 15 years old. He had just stepped into the mortal world and didn't know much about the world, so he let go of Nangong Lu, who had revealed his evil face at that time. He even took into consideration the stability of the upper cultivation world and didn't let the young Asi know that Nangong Lu sacrificed his wife to get the divine weapon. It was his ignorance and naivety when he was young and too much kindness that led to the current situation. He let the tiger return to the forest and provoked the torrential hellfire of the Red Lotus. What did Nangong Lu want to do? As if responding to him, a giant skeletal foot suddenly stepped out from the boiling lava. Just its fingernails were as wide as wheels. When this foot stepped into the lake of Gongquan, half of the lake was filled. Immediately after, another foot stepped into the lake, crushing countless orange-colored trees on the shore. A humongous skeleton roared as it stepped out of the fissure. It turned its stiff head and let out a howl that shook the 9 heavens. Then, it held a sharp axe with jingling shackles and fiercely chopped down on the shore with a ha sound. The huge axe fell into the ground, stirring up layers of heat waves. Mud and stones tumbled, and grass and trees were instantly cut. Seeing that the place where Shui Meng was standing was about to collapse, a blue light suddenly appeared. It was Nangong Lu, holding 2 swords, waving all of his spiritual energy to resist the attack. With a loud bang, the 2 forces collided, causing the soil and broken wood to explode. Su Xuanlin, who was on the side supporting the water barrier, shouted, hit between his ribs. Do you see it? I see it. Nangong Lu gritted his teeth and said. Unexpectedly, he threw away his usual submissive appearance and attacked the giant skeleton's ribs. Mo Ran looked carefully and saw that there was a cluster of flames burning on the giant skeleton's chest. In the flames, there was a human figure that was tied up. He wanted to see more clearly, but because of the flickering flames when the giant skeleton and Nangong Lu fought, he couldn't see clearly. Logically speaking, Nangong Lu had spent a great deal of effort to summon this demon god from hell. No matter how one looked at it, she should have ordered it to do harm to the human world. Only then would it be easy to understand. But looking at Nangong Lu's current posture, it seemed that he was going to risk his life to fight this thing. This was really strange. But Mo Ran didn't have time to think about it. Shui Meng and the others were still standing in the same place. If they continued to fight like this, they might be affected. Mo Ran recalled Chuaning's hand gesture and shouted, damn it, 10,000 coffins. Dozens of red willow vines rushed from all directions like flying snakes, wrapping the chess pieces on the shore and then retreating to the periphery. Good, you used it well. Chuaning's words made Mo Ran's chest warm. At this moment, the person he liked was next to him, and the people he wanted to protect were also under the protection of the divine martial ghost. This time, Mo Ran watched them fight, and his mind was much calmer. He found that although Nangong Lu's offensive spells were not up to par, her evasion and defense were first class. He didn't know if this person had a preference for this kind of spell since childhood. It was no wonder that when he massacred the Confucian Wind sect in his previous life, this illustrious sect leader had fled faster than a rabbit. Although the giant skeleton's attack was fierce, because of its large body, its movement was slow, and it didn't hurt Nangong Lu at all. Nangong Lu moved higher and higher along its skeleton. His robe fluttered, and the bright red tassels of his bamboo hat fluttered. He stood on the giant skeleton's ribs, and through the white bones, he could see the person hanging on the skeleton's heart. Nangong Lu first shouted loudly, like a person who was relieved from extreme suffering. His voice was twisted and ferocious, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I found you. Finally. I finally found you. His shining eyes were bloodshot in the depths of his bamboo hat. He shouted angrily and ecstatically, I found you. Wrapped in the flames was a man with his eyes closed. He looked thin and fragile, without any outstanding features. It was a face that was easy to forget. Nangong Lu kept muttering, almost crazy, I found you, I found you. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I found you. I found you. He abruptly raised the sword in his hand, which glowed with blue light, and fiercely stabbed at the sleeping man in the core of the giant skeleton. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the deathly silent man suddenly raised his head and abruptly opened his eyes. Su Shuanglin shouted angrily from below, don't look at his eyes. I told you not to look at his eyes. However, Nangong Lu was too close to the man. He was almost caught off guard and met the man's eyes. Nangong Lu only had time to see the scarlet pupils of the dog-like round eyes, and then he felt a tearing pain all over his body. He screamed ah, and fell straight down from the sky, crashing to the ground. If it wasn't for Su Shuanglin supporting a barrier to protect him, he was afraid that he would have broken all his bones and tendons. Su Shuanglin walked over quickly, stomping his bare feet on the ground. Why are you looking at him? Didn't I tell you that you will feel the pain of his soul when you look at him? You. Halfway through his words, Nangong Lu stood up shakily from the ground. His bamboo hat fell off, revealing his messy hair and a pair of panicked eyes under his messy hair. Ah. Ah. The moonlight shone on his face. His fingers convulsed as he painfully covered his face. However, it was useless. All the skin exposed to the moonlight quickly began to crack and burst open. Bright red tender flesh rolled out, and blood flowed down continuously. Ah! Nangong Liuquang screamed and tried to use his sleeves to cover his face. However, this caused his hands and forearms to be exposed in panic. His skin and flesh began to tear apart rapidly, and his flesh was mottled with blood. Emo Ran and Chu Wanning watched from a distance, and they both couldn't believe it. What happened to Nangong Lu? He actually couldn't directly shine on the moonlight? Su Shuanglin took off his own outer robe and threw it over Nangong Lu's face, covering her completely. He himself stood in the middle of the winter night wearing only a pure white undergarment, yet he did not feel cold in the slightest. His robe was slightly open, and his strong chest was rising and falling slightly. When he saw Nangong Lu sitting on the ground like a sieve, he was angry. He kicked the head of the sect leader with his bare feet and said, "Why are you sitting there? Get up. If you still haven't killed up by the time you finish gathering your spiritual power, you won't have a good life." Who would have thought that Nangong Lu, the good-for-nothing, would sit on the ground and cry with snot and tears? I'm in so much pain. I'm better off dead, really better off dead. My face is full of blood. My hands are also full of blood. I can't stand it anymore. Shuanglin, I can't stand it anymore. You take my place. I'll take your place, I'll take your place, I'll take your place. Su Shuanglin flew into a rage and kicked his face again. Why don't you just give me the position of the sect leader and let me take your place? Do you think I don't want to? Nangong Lu was kicked to the ground and held. Do you think I don't want to? I'm tired of it. The curse left by Luo Fenghua has harmed me for a lifetime. He made me unable to get away from this position forever. Come on. I can't wait for someone to take my place. I only hate that I can't take off this ring on my finger. Luo Fenghua? Emoran whispered, "This name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before." That was the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect before Nangong Lu. Chuaning listened to the conversation between the two and frowned. After only 2 years, he died of a terrible disease. Emoran was stunned. The Confucian Wind sect has been inherited by the Nangong family for generations. How can there be a sect leader with the surname Luo? Shouldn't his surname be Nangong? Normally, the surname should be Nangong, but Luo Fenghua usurped power and became the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. Hearing Chu Wanning say this, Emoran suddenly remembered that he had read a book about this person in the history of the Confucian Wind sect. However, there wasn't much detail. Because the history of the Confucian Wind sect was very chaotic, there were too many grudges involved. Emoran really didn't have any interest in reading this book, so he just casually flipped through it and didn't delve too deeply into it. His eyes widened slightly. The Confucian Wind sect was usurped? Because this matter was disgraceful and involved the current sect leader, very few people mention it nowadays. Chu Wanning said, Nangong Lu didn't get his position as sect leader easily. When he was young, his father suffered from cultivation deviation and died. Although he was appointed as the successor before his death, Nangong Lu had a younger brother. That younger brother was proud and arrogant, and his magic was peerless. He refused to accept this decision, so on the night of his father's death, he seized the Confucian Wind sect's sect leader's ring and replaced Nangong Lu as sect leader. The usurper should also be his younger brother, so his surname should also be Nangong. How could his surname be Luo? Let me finish. Chu Wanning looked at Nangong Lu in the distance, trembling as he crawled up from the ground. He tightly wrapped the clothes that Frost Forest Elder gave him and once again ran towards the flames on the giant skeleton's chest. He continued, Nangong Lu's younger brother is bloody and cruel. In a short 3 months after seizing the position, he killed 2 high lords of the upper cultivation world. He said that it was because during the competition at the Spiritual Mountain Conference, those 2 people made things difficult for him because he was a bastard son of the Confucian Wind sect. They didn't judge the outcome fairly. Later, he even broke the law and captured everyone who denounced him. He dragged them to the square of the Confucian Wind sect and dug out their eyes one by one. I didn't see that disaster with my own eyes, but it was recorded in the book that the eyes he dug out were filled with 3 carriages before they were all transported away. Emoran's heart trembled, but he remained silent. At this time, it was normal for him to curse a few words, but what position did he have to curse? In this life, Chu Wanning didn't know what Emoran did in his previous life. Emoran once killed almost everyone in the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect because of a personal grievance. He even used the fruit of 1,000 cuts to hang the city lord of one of the cities and tortured him for a whole year before letting him die. In fact, when Emoran came to the Confucian Wind sect this time, he had always tried to avoid meeting that city lord as much as possible. The hatred between him and that person was too deep. He was afraid that if he saw him, he would do something crazy again. Even now, he still had a fierce nature. What qualifications did he have to curse others for being bloody and cruel? On the other side, Nangong Lu approached the core of the giant skeleton step by step and once again raised his sword towards the burning flames. He was getting closer and closer, the sword in his hand glinting with a cold light. Chu Wanning said, as that person's master, Luo Fenghua couldn't tolerate his atrocities, so he rebelled together with Nangong Lu. The 2 of them raised an army one night and smoothly drove that person out of the Confucian Wind sect's sect leader's seat. But under the influence of power, Luo Fenghua held the sect leader's thumb ring, but he didn't give it to Nangong Lu. Emoran was shocked. He put it on himself? Correct. Chu Wanning said, every sect leader's keepsake has a powerful spiritual power boost. These keepsakes recognize their master, and the Confucian Wind sect's ring is the same. Whoever wears it will own it. Unless the sect changes masters, the only way to break it is death. That Luo Fenghua died after being in power for only 2 years. Could it be that Nangong Lu killed him in order to take back the sect leader's seat? Chu Wanning shook his head. The official history of the Confucian Wind sect says that Luo Fenghua died of illness. After he died of illness, Nangong Lu regained the sect leader's thumb ring, but no one can say for sure what the truth is. Look at how Nangong Lu tried so hard to lure this monster out to fight, shouting curses and so on. I'm afraid what happened that year is not so simple. Mo Ran also felt that things were not so simple, but he still had a question in his heart: what about his younger brother? What happened to Nangong Lu's younger brother after he was driven out of power? He died. Chu Wanning said, on the night of the mutiny, Luo Fenghua cleaned up the sect and personally took his own disciple's life. It is said that he was hacked into pieces and chopped into minced meat. Mo Ran was speechless. He couldn't help but feel a burst of guilt. He thought to himself, if what I did in my previous life was known by Chu Wanning in this life, then wouldn't his master also want to clean up the sect? Would she also want to chop him into mincemeat and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Nangong Lu's sword had pierced through the man wrapped in the giant skeleton. The giant skeleton instantly grimaced and let out an extremely painful roar. Its huge bony palms stomped on the ground, creating deep pits one after another. It angrily waved its hand and with one slap, it overturned a large patch of orange trees. The golden fruits rolled all over the ground and were crushed by the giant skeleton. In this strange smell of blood and fruit, the giant skeleton suddenly stopped moving. Then, it abruptly knelt on the ground. Lava splashed everywhere, and its white bones instantly turned into fine powder, disappearing into thin air. Nangong Lu pulled out his long sword and caught the man who fell inside the giant skeleton. He said ecstatically, I did it. I'm free. The curse is broken. The curse is broken. Ha 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 ha. He flew down with the wind and landed on the ground. At this time, a group of cultivators from the Hall of Poetry who saw that the situation was not right also came to the Gongquan Lake. When the leader of Lone Moon Knight, Xianxia, saw the rolling magma, his handsome and arrogant face showed a surprised expression, boundless earth fire. He immediately waved his sleeve and raised his hand, dropping a layer of water spirit powder on the people behind him. Every sect had different defensive spells and skills. Most of them used enchantments, but Lone Moon Knight used spirit powder to resist the scorching sun fire. After doing all this, Xianxia turned around angrily and asked sternly, Nangong Lu, what's going on? Nangong Lu did not answer. He tightly held the man who was pulled out of the giant skeleton. The flames that surrounded the man's body had disappeared, along with his strength and consciousness. He did not open his eyes again, and was no different from an ordinary corpse. He fell powerlessly between Nangong Lu's claws. When Shui Jingyong saw Mo Ran and Chu Wanning, he immediately rushed over and shouted anxiously, Ran Yu Heng, are you okay? Where's Meng? Meng Mo Ran quickly comforted him, Shui Meng is fine, he's over there. Shui Jingyong looked in the direction he pointed and saw Shui Meng was wrapped in a giant vine, only his pale face was exposed. He could not help but change his expression and staggered to Shui Meng. Mo Ran pulled him and said, Uncle, he's only temporarily conscious. He'll be fine in a while. He'll be safer in the vine. Don't go over, you stay with us. Shui Jingyong said anxiously, what happened? I saw a ghost coming from afar, Leader Nangong. He turned around and saw Nangong Lu standing in the lava and the lifeless corpse in his arms. He suddenly stopped talking. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did that corpse look so familiar? It seemed like a long time ago, really a long time ago. He seemed to have seen this man's face. This person's facial features were too ordinary, and it was easy to be drowned in the past. Shui Jingyong could not remember it at the moment. But he felt that something was wrong, everything was wrong. At this time, he saw Nangong Lu suddenly raise his face. His face was covered in blood, but the corners of his mouth were wide open. Nangong Lu was laughing, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. It was completely different from his usual flattering appearance. In the crowd, there were Yuanxi and Nangong Si. Nangong Si murmured, Father. Yuanxi saw Su Shuanglin next to her and said in shock, Father? Su Shuanglin glanced at Yuanxi and shook his head, hinting her not to come over. In the burning lava, his clothes were slightly open, and his loose white undergarment fluttered in the wind. There was a lazy smile on his face, and he slightly raised his chin, looking at the bustling scene in front of him. The Red Lotus underworld. His bare feet stepped on the ground, and his round toes moved, creating little sparks. Then he lowered his head, as if he was waiting for something. The light of the fire was reflected in his eyes, like a golden-red carp swimming in a dark pool. Ah! Suddenly, a female cultivator in the crowd cried out in alarm. Su Xuanglin did not look up, and only smiled. Of course, he knew what was happening. He had heard the sound of flesh being chewed. Behind him, Nangong Lu grabbed the man's shoulder. Under the moonlight, he bit open the man's neck, greedily sucking the blood and juice. After that scream, no one said anything, and no one blamed him. For a moment, no one understood what was going on in front of him. Everyone was shocked. The world's #1 scholar, Win Sec's sect leader, Nangong Lu, was actually gnawing on a corpse like this? How was this possible? Father! Nangong Si was the first to break down. He ran crazily towards Nangong Lu. Xianxia could not hold him back, so she ran with him to Nangong Lu. Father, what are you doing? What are you doing? Sect leader, Nangong Lu turned a deaf ear and continued to chew. The clothes he used to cover his face had long been removed. His red skin and flesh were constantly rolling under the moonlight, causing him more and more pain. The more pain he was in, the more frenzied he was to chew on the corpse's flesh and blood, as if it was a sweet spring, a bitter medicine, a relief that he could not get. Some cultivators could not stand it, and the sound of vomiting came from the crowd. Some people moaned weakly, how could this be? Madman, madman. So disgusting. The moonlight slowly moved and shone on Nangong Lu's body. Nangong Lu first lowered his head and spasmed, saliva and pus flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Then he suddenly looked up, opened his sticky bloody mouth, and shouted with a trembling voice, "Ah! Ah ah ah!" The flesh and blood on his face did not heal after eating the man's corpse. It was still cut into pieces under the moonlight. His face was already full of blood, and only his eyes were still white. He threw the corpse on the ground and stepped on it. He turned around and grabbed Su Xuanglin's lapel, roaring like a beast, "What's going on? Why is it useless, useless?" His meridians were bulging, and his hands were trembling non-stop. His eyes were bloodshot, and large drops of tears rolled down because of the severe pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. I hate that I can't die. I hate that I can't die. He shouted in a low voice, almost desperate. Suddenly, he thought of something and let go of Su Xuanglin. He lowered his head and dug out the man's heart. Spiritual core. It must be that my strength is not enough. I'm going to eat his spiritual core. Spiritual core. Spiritual core, spiritual core. He reached into the sword wound on the man's chest and kept rubbing it. His hands were full of blood, and he was almost crazy. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a sharp claw suddenly pierced into his back and fiercely pierced through his ribs. Blood spurted wildly. Nangong Lu was stunned for a moment, as if he had not yet reacted to what had happened. He did not feel the pain, and just looked back in a daze. He opened his bloodshot eyes and saw Su Xuanglin look up with a smile on his clean and refreshing face. What do you want to eat? For people like you, eating anything is a waste. End of chapter 164. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.